What up? And welcome back to another episode of Gritty Knows Best, baby. That's right. Listen, today's going to get magical. Today's going to get very spiritual. It already has off air, but it's about to get even more magical and spiritual because we're going to be talking about manifesting with our guest today. It's her first time on the show. She's pushing my limits because she wanted to do the show at 11 a.m. And I was like, oh my, that's basically like me doing this at 5 a.m., okay? So she's very on the ball with life, which I need to do as well. I need to be like her. She is a psychic medium, a spiritual coach, a YouTuber, and a fellow Capricorn, baby. She got like 15 different Capricorns in her chart. So you know she's about her business. She is Electrasoul. That's how you say it, right?
Yes, that is Electrasoul.
Okay, I'll make sure I didn't fuck that up.
Yeah, okay, you're all cool. Good.
So as we were talking about when before we got on air, you make a lot of videos. How many do you do a week?
On YouTube, I upload 2. I always do 2, standard.
Wow, 2 a week. And that you said on YouTube, so you do on other platforms too?
TikTok, Instagram, wherever I can, I share my shit.
Nice. Like I said, I need to take a lesson from you. So I fell down a manifestation rabbit hole, I don't know, probably a couple months ago. And I came across your videos and I really dug them. I thought you had a lot of confidence. I thought you were like really, really positive. And from what I understand, I think you said you weren't like that at a certain point, right? Like you had to grow to become that.
Yes. So, oh my God, I was not like that. Sorry, good.
I was gonna say like what were you like before, and how did you become so like positive and really confident? I guess is the better word.
Okay, so basically, I will say that when I was younger, I was the kind of person that all of my sadness and like the negativity or pessimism around me was like embedded in me. So I would always, if someone came to me with advice, my answer would always be that it would be okay. But for myself, I tended to believe different. Like I would believe that things would end up worse, or I wasn't going to get what other people got. I was the excluded one, the victim. Mm-hmm. So over time, I realized I was like, I'm literally doing it to myself. And it's almost like I didn't even realize I was doing it because I was so down my rabbit hole of pessimism that over time I realized that the way to be happy in life is to realize that there's literally good in every single thing and that I'm not excluded. Just because you get good things doesn't mean that I can't too, So that's basically how I had to really rework my mind, my subconscious, basically.
And you came to that conclusion on your own?
I had to, I forced myself. It was kind of like a last straw. The final straw happened. And I was like, you know what? If I continue being pessimistic at this point, it's my choice and my fault. Yeah. So I realized what I was doing wrong and I took myself right out of that.
Yeah, I had a very, very similar experience too out of high school, so I can relate.
Really?
Yeah. Does it still get to you from time to time, or are you straight? You're good. You're good all the way.
That's actually so crazy you say that because I've been thinking a lot lately about how it's not easy, but the mind can make you believe that it's so easy to go back to like a shitty state of mind. And I realized that the only way that I can really stay this way, like positive, is if I force myself. So as long as I'm forcing myself and like I'm being on top of it, it's there. And I already know, even through the fears, if I ever have any, there's always going to be a light. Like it's always going to be okay. So I have no genuine fear anymore.
Like I said, she's on top of the game. What I say in the intro, you're on top of your shit. That's what's up. Yeah, you definitely got to force yourself in life a lot with a lot of things. I mean, like I was talking about a couple episodes ago with like eating and stuff. I had a big problem with eating for like a couple years, and that's like basically the conclusion I had to come to was like I got to force myself to eat if I have to. Like if I don't feel hungry, it's not because I'm not hungry, like because I didn't eat, so I have to like force myself to put the food down from time to time. So that's really what you have to do in life. I found the same thing like with anything you want to do. It's working out or meditating. At a certain point, it's not always going to be fun. It's not always going to be easy. So you got to force yourself.
Exactly.
So that's a good conclusion. I'm glad you came to that early. Yeah, it definitely shows in the videos. I was like, yeah, you're like the ultimate hype woman, which we're going to get to later. I was like, wait, I want to run through a wall after I watch the video. I'm like, I'm about to go do this. I'm about to go do that. That shit is cool.
That's too funny.
So speaking of your videos, let's get into manifesting. So in your words, what is manifesting really?
Oh my God, manifesting is everything that you're thinking about, just repeatedly whatever the thoughts that you're thinking about, it physically manifests. So the way that I see it is like, if you put your trust, not even trust, just your belief in something happening, not happening, this, that it will happen. The way that you say it, whether it be good or bad, that's your choice, but it will happen. So I definitely believe like manifestation is just whatever you're thinking about, the repeated notion of obsessing over it, I guess you can say. Right. And then it just comes, it like, what is it called? It becomes physical.
Comes to fruition, becomes tangible, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah.
So in your videos, you're using it for the good. You're trying to teach people to use it to manifest like the life that they want, really.
Absolutely.
That's like your focus.
Absolutely.
So when did you get into this? Like, when did you start not really making the videos, but when did you start using it in your own life?
I started using consciously when I was about, I believe I just turned actually like 19. I was 19 years old when I figured out what the law of assumption was. I always knew what the law of attraction was, but the law of attraction is very different.
Is it really? I'm glad you're bringing this up because I just found out about the law of assumption, like, I guess when I found out on the rabbit hole. So please explain the difference.
Oh, absolutely. I will. Okay. So the law of attraction is basically the belief that you have to be aligned in order to get what you want. You know, you can't manifest good things if you're not happy all the time, if you don't feel, or if you don't trust the fact that it's going to be yours and it's already here, you know, all that stuff, then it won't happen. With the law of assumption, it's just literally your assumption that it will happen that makes it happen. So even if you are the most depressed person in the world, if you repeat your affirmations, you know, the most positive ones, good things will come from that, because the repetition of rewiring your mind instead of working on healing your inner child, working on healing your chakras and all this stuff. Like, you can always do that. But I definitely believe that it's a huge misconception to say that you need that in order to have good things in life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I always liked like law of attraction stuff, but I always had that kind of beef with it a little bit because I was always pessimistic and stuff, but I usually got what I wanted and I usually did whatever I wanted. It was always just like, I always just felt like shit, but I usually did whatever I wanted or got whatever I wanted. So I was always like, could that be true? Because there's things that I would like want and I wouldn't feel good and I would still get them. And then on the opposite, I wouldn't feel good and I wouldn't get this, or like it really didn't match up for me because I would feel bad to still get stuff or not get something. So it was like, is that really true? I don't know.
The alignment isn't there. You feel me? Like,
I was always like, it's really the work, like what you put out into the world. Usually that's what really is really gonna get you. And I think that was always other people's beef with law of attraction. It's like, well, it's kind of like just feel it and you're gonna get it. It's usually what you put out into the world, you know, you actually doing something about it. Exactly. I think that's a lot of people's gripe about it. So the law of assumption is you rewiring your brain, you're saying. Like it's assuming
like it. Yes, exactly.
Okay, cool. So you got into that. And then did you start changing things about your life with that?
Yes.
Like what?
Like I've changed physically a lot of stuff about me. I feel like I look, like, to myself at least, because I know myself, I feel like I look so different than how I did even a year ago, simply because I literally I create a picture in my head and I don't say that's impossible to get, you know? So I do that with myself, with my family, with circumstances. Maybe situations come up and I'm scared, I don't know what to do, and I'm like, everything's going to be fucking fine. Instead of freaking out about it, I'm just like, it's going to be okay. And it always does. You know, even things for other people that I care about, just literally the entire world has shifted in my life because I assumed differently about everything. So definitely changed like whole life. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So do you actively, like, you're like, okay, I want this thing, and then you put things into place, you do actions to get that thing and you watch it manifest into reality?
Well, that's one thing I will, another thing I will say, like with the actually doing something about it. So with the law of assumption, it's kind of like, you don't have to actually do anything unless you believe that you have to, because literally it's entirely up to your belief. If you think I have to work out to lose weight, you working out will make you lose the weight. But I can also say the same thing about sitting on the couch and eating 20 potato chips is going to help me lose weight. And then guess what? I'll still lose weight because that is my actual core belief. Do you understand? Okay. Yeah. So it's kind of like, if I want to do something about it, I can. And if I want to put that power, like a placebo effect, I would call it, you know, then I'll tie it together. But if I don't want to, I just won't.
So you're saying that like law of attraction is you actually feeling it, and then law of assumption is just you thinking it.
Yeah, pretty
That's like
much.
the big difference.
Like,
Okay.
yeah, like you have to be with the law of attraction is more so like, oh, they say if you feel aligned with receiving love and you know that, you feel that love inside of you, that you will get the love. You don't need to feel the love inside of you to get the love. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, like you don't need to feel good all the time to
exactly.
do it. Okay, I got you. I got you. So what would you say is like the best thing that you've manifested?
The best thing?
Yeah, like have you actively like, okay, I definitely want this big thing, and then you did whatever you had to do to get it, whether it's like affirmations or whatever?
Oh, that's such a good question. Now I'm thinking because I've manifested like so many things that I'm like, but it's like so easy for everyone to do. It's just people think that it's hard. It's not.
And that's I guess that's what you're saying about the law of assumption is like if you think it's hard, then it's gonna be hard. That's basically what you're saying.
Yes, exactly.
Right, I'm learning.
Yeah, it's really easy to catch on. But to answer your question, I would say the best thing, because honestly, I do believe that like the things that you come into contact with every day are the most important things. Like if you have a good relationship with everything. So I will say that I've changed the dynamic of like my relationships in my life, and I've changed the connections to be stronger and better. And I can definitely say that now I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to like how good I vibe with people and, oh, this friendship or that relationship. It's literally all just so good now because I said that, Okay. So that's what I would honestly say is the best thing I ever manifested.
So that's what you've rewired your brain, is to have better relationships with people.
Exactly.
Oh, that's good. I didn't think I'd hear that. Usually people are like, I got a car, I got a bunch of money. I mean, that's usually what people would say.
Yeah.
That's
and
a really That's a really good manifestation. Wow, I'm at a loss for words for that one. That's cool.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So you can manifest for other people? Is that a thing?
Yeah, you can manifest for anything you want. There's no limits.
So if you can do it on behalf of somebody else.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard that for the first time and I was like, really? I never heard that one.
I love to do it secretly though. I never like tell people like, oh, I'm doing this for you. Like I always just do it in silence, and then I'll just like watch it happen. I'm like, that's what I wanted.
Nice. Like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
nice. All right, so you are a spiritual coach, right? You do that like via Zoom or whatever you do, right? All right, so let me ask you this. I need a spiritual advisor real quick, and let me just ask on behalf of somebody who's new to manifestation, which I guess I am. So if somebody wants to say, okay, I want to manifest X, I want to manifest this, what do I need to do? I don't know anything about manifestation and I want to manifest something. How do I start? Okay.
What I would say, like usually like when I'm doing my coaching, it starts off like that. They'll tell me that and I'll be like, okay. So the main thing here is the first step is really realizing that you are literally limitless as fuck, that there are no limits, because that's one thing. The first thing is, but what if I can't get this? But what if it's too hard? But nothing. There's literally no buts when it comes to this. It is entirely up to your beliefs. So I always advise the person to just open your mind up a little bit. First do it yourself. Then affirm that you understand that this is something that's so easily like you can have it if you want to. You just have to tell yourself now, I can have it. I have it. And that repetition, like the beginning part, that opens up the rest of the airways. You know what I'm saying? Like now that you know that you can get anything that you want, who's to say that you can't manifest your ex back, or you can't manifest the weight gain or weight loss, whatever it is that you want, you can do it all. But now that you know that you can, let's move on to the next step, which would be affirming for it. And then, staying up with that and all that. But that's definitely like the first thing I would say is like, open your mind up a little bit. Don't feel so limited to all the shit that you've been through, So
that's really that's really like where it's at is affirmations. That's like the number one thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So usually like writing them or saying them, like mirror work, any kind of way like that.
Yeah, like usually I think the most important thing, and usually like this is what everyone should do, is the thoughts are the most important. Like you can write as much as you want, you can script and you can visualize as much as you want, and that will still get you what you want. But I myself believe that affirmations is what gets you to think about your desire, and then you don't say, oh, I don't have it. Instead, because you've been affirming so much, you say, oh no, I have it. I've been telling myself I do, so I do. You know what I mean? So
Because you're putting the seeds in your subconscious mind, basically.
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Yes.
I think that's a good message because, like I said earlier, like I had a really, I would achieve things, and it would really suck because on the way to achieving things or getting something, I wouldn't think I could do it the whole time. And I'd be like, that's like, after a while, I was like, are you not catching on to the fact that you have like this weird perception of how things are going to go? And you basically just have a negative bias on yourself.
Yes.
Like, I'm not saying that I got everything or I achieved everything, but I've
Mhm.
achieved things that I didn't think I could. And I've, done things I didn't think I could. And to basically have that weight on your leg the whole time of you not thinking you could do it, it's really not good to live that way. So I think that's cool that's like number one thing is basically telling people that they could do anything. I mean, some people are going to say, oh, you can't tell people that because you really can't do anything. Well, first of all, how the fuck do you know? Second of all, I'd rather live like that.
Mhm.
I mean, of course, yeah, if you're going to be like, oh, I want to fly a plane tomorrow, you're probably not. You're probably not going to, you need to have a little fucking sense. But, generally you could be like, okay, well, I could take the steps to do X, Y, and Z. And you're basically saying you're powerful enough to do whatever needs to be done or just have it come to you. And, sometimes you really don't need to do things, which is actually like sometimes you work really hard at something and it doesn't work out. And sometimes shit just falls into place. You don't know how things are going to work out. So
Right.
I think that's cool too. I guess that you say that you don't always have to work really, really hard because I think that's also true. And that's something I also had to think about later on in life is like, yeah, sometimes you work really hard for something and that shit does not happen at all. And then sometimes stuff just bang comes into place and you don't even know how. So you really can't put the limit on either one. You just gotta, I guess, let it happen, see how it goes.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
But I'd rather feel good the whole time. I think that's like the best part of what you're saying.
That's literally all it is. Literally, who wants to suffer, bro? Who wants to stress?
Exactly.
No one.
I think you've said that in your videos, and I was like, yeah, yeah, hell yeah. And then I ran through a wall. Yeah.
I feel you. Yeah, definitely. No one wants to suffer.
No, so I think that's good. So let's say somebody comes to you and they're a little more advanced. Maybe they've been doing things for a while, and they're like, listen, it ain't coming. It ain't happening. I've been doing this for a while now. I've been affirming, and it just ain't happening. I think this is bullshit. What am I supposed to do? What are you gonna say? What would you say to them?
So to be completely honest with you, I've actually have had a few clients that they like are so sure that it's not gonna happen and all this stuff, and I'm like, at that point I start pep talking because I'm like, rewind. Now you're telling me that you're choosing to fucking give up on yourself because you're not sure, like you've been trying so hard, but you're still telling me you don't have what you want. If you really had what you wanted, you wouldn't be saying this to me. And the way that you get that is by saying that you already have it. So why would you choose to sit here and complain, victimize yourself, even though some people think like, oh, I'm not victimizing myself. But honestly, victimization is a very tricky, very silent thing. You don't think you are, but you are by saying that you're limited and all this stuff. So that's when I really have to come in and just be like, take a break, bro. Listen to what you're saying. Pull back, just pull back and recollect yourself and realize that literally everything is limitless. There's nothing in this world that can hold you back except for you. So if you're going to tell yourself that you can't do it, that is an entirely different ballpark. That's your choice to make. So I always, honestly, I never let anyone live it down. Like I will tell them, I'll be like, you are making this. Are you sure you want this to be your reality? Like, are you okay with taking responsibility for that? Some people are, some people aren't. But I want them to know that regardless of what they think, like if it can or cannot happen, that it definitely can. Because if there are people out here who do have it, what makes you think that you are excluded? Nothing, except for your own thoughts that you are, So that's when I really just go in and I'm like, re-fucking wind, stop yourself, all this stuff. But you kind of have to just talk some sense into people about that. Even if it's illogical, right. You got to tell them they can do it. So,
I mean, the world is crazy. You never know how things are going to play out. You never know how things are going to work. So if you had moments like that where you're like, damn, this is totally not going to happen. I didn't think this was I'm done. This is totally not going to work out. And then bang, it happens. Like out of nowhere after a while. You've had those experiences before?
Yeah, actually, before I really became empowered myself within the law of assumption, there would be times where it was like, honestly, I think a placebo effect that I manifested for myself. But I used to say, if I think it won't work out, it will work out. And then guess what? Every time I was like, this shit ain't gonna work, it would literally work out. Like, because I fucking said that. Like, you feel me? That was my own belief. So yeah, like I will say that, and then boom, something amazing will happen. I'm like, okay, I guess it ended up happening. But now I don't let that, I don't do that anymore. And I feel like that's not good to do.
I've had a few moments like that where I was like, oh my, like it's the last second and like nothing happened and then bang, it happened. Do you think that's like a common thing in the universe? I guess if you believe in that, like that's maybe like a kind of a game that happens where just maybe test your faith or something like that. Do you think that's common? Do you experience that a lot?
I think that usually like when things like that happen, for some people, I do believe that they'll feel like, yes, this is a test and this is my faith in the universe, and I just had to believe it or whatever. And then for other people, I believe that it's because you've repeated your affirmation so much, or maybe you believed that you were going to get what you have for so long that when you gave up, that was when the universe was like, hold up, bitch, here you go. You know what I'm saying? Like it kind of 180'd you, but most definitely.
So let's talk about ghosts and spirits and demons. It is Halloween season. I'm wearing my Michael Myers shirt. I don't know if you're into Halloween and stuff, but I know you told me you like that you are clairvoyant, and you didn't tell me, but I read this, and that you're psychic and you can communicate with ghosts and spirits. I don't know if you use the word ghosts, but spirits and stuff. So when did this start for you?
Oh my God. When I first started like actually seeing spirits, and I didn't even know that I was when I was a child. I remember the age was around 5 because I remember I was having growth spurts, like my legs were really hurting. And I woke up in the middle of the night and I see like a black thing standing in my hallway. And I was like, what the fuck is that? But I thought it was my dad. It wasn't. It was definitely a spirit. And then after that, it kind of just like gradually went up, but I never intended for it to. It just literally happened on its own. So I know that this was like meant to be.
So you were really young when you started being able to see stuff.
Yeah.
And
I was
you
really
communicate with those things as well sometimes?
Yeah, actually I love to talk to like God and like good spirits and things like that. Like I'll never, obviously communicate on purpose with the demonic entity or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I have had experiences with that as well.
So what's like the wildest, craziest experience you've had, do you think, with spirits?
Oh my God. I'm gonna share something I've never it's like really fucking crazy, but I've witnessed a possession, like a literal actual possession. And before this, I didn't think it was possible. I was like, there's no way that someone can actually get possessed like the movies. No, I mean, it's not like the movies, like they won't be crawling up walls and their face morphs or whatever, but it's literally like an entity will take over someone who has a very weak energy, will take that shit over, and they'll try to like not take over their life, but it's like in and out communication, if that makes sense. Like they'll be themselves for all day, and then they'll have a moment where they'll be like, I feel sick, oh my God, like I feel like cold or I feel hot, and then they'll kind of like start talking like somebody else, not voice difference, but the things that they're saying, the energy shifts. It's like really, really, really scary how that can happen. But I've witnessed that, and that by far, even to this day, was the scariest thing that I've ever had to experience with entities. And that was the most afraid I've ever been to. So
How were they acting different?
Basically, like they would well, for one, like how it happened was they started out with a lot of like physical pains. Like their nose started bleeding randomly. They were like, my back is hurting, my legs are hurting, I feel hot touches all over me. And that's how like spirits are, bad spirits. And I remember at the time I was like, I thought they were just sick or something. I was like, oh, maybe you just don't feel good. But at the same time, I also felt a huge energy shift. And then as time went on, they kind of like gradually, it was like a depression that was like going on and even stronger. And they would feel weaker, and they would have nightmares. They would have like horrible, like the things that as well, that this person could also hear spirits. So they were like hearing them as well. And they were like, Jesus, like I hear horrible things inside of me and I don't know how to get rid of it. And from there on out, it was almost like this person would literally pass out, not like fall on the floor, but they would be like, I'm really tired, I'm going to take a nap, go lay on the bed, 2 seconds later wake up and just be like very not manipulative, but very like, how do I say this? It's kind of like they're trying to test their luck with you, and they're like fucking around with you, like trying to make fun of you, and like, but it's not, I don't know how to explain it, because it sounds like I'm saying like this person's just like an evil person, but in reality it was like they literally went to bed and woke up a different person, and then they
Right.
would go back to sleep 5 minutes later and wake up the way that they were originally. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
very scary, but
That's something
yeah.
I've never heard about before. Like when you talk about possession, like usually you said it's like people walking up a wall or doing something crazy. So how did
Mhm.
that story end?
Oh, it ended with getting, we both ended up, well, I had to take matters into my own hands because they were like too spiritually weak at the time, but I had to literally, oh my God, it was horrible. I was calling up churches. I was telling people, they thought I was crazy. They were like, we can't help you. You feel me? They were like, we don't know what in the world you're dealing with. I was like, this is literally a demonic entity and I don't know what to do. Then finally I found, like, this one time we both ended up going to a church. Like, I brought them to the church with me, and I went up to a priest and I was like, please help me. I was like, this person is possessed. I was like, you might not believe it, but I need help. And they were like, okay. They were like, the thing, and this was the only person who actually helped me. They were like, what you have to do is you have to command the demon to leave, and you cannot be afraid. Because remember, keep in mind, this was my first thing I've ever actually experienced that was this horrible. And on top of that, I didn't know what to do. I was just allowing for the spirit to talk shit to us, to just, do whatever. And I was feeding it fear. So in that moment, he was like, you need to tell it to leave, and that it cannot hurt you or harm you. But don't say, leave, leave. No, you have to be like, get the fuck out. You don't belong here. Get out in Jesus' name, like things like that. And then after that, I was like, you know what? I might as well take my chances. I'm going to do it. I don't care. So I had my holy water with me. And that was another thing. Holy water does help because it's blessed water,
Oh yeah, I'm Puerto Rican, so we wash the floor with it, with the walls, bathe in it, drink it. Oh yeah, I know about that. Oh
Yeah, hell
yeah.
yeah. So after that, I had to, like, when we went back to the house, I remember they were starting to feel kind of sick again. And I remember feeling, because keep in mind at this time, I was also psychic medium. So I could hear that entity talking, and it knew that, because spirits, when they know that they're about to like be dispelled, they start to freak out, but they don't show it. The way that they freak out is by cussing you out, by scaring you, trying to scare you even more, because they don't want you to touch them, right? So at this point, I remember this demon's yelling at me like, get the fuck away, like you can't touch me, all this shit. And I was like not feeding into it. So I laid the person down and I like said this prayer, and I was like, I command you to leave in Jesus' name. And I like sprayed holy water on this person, like literal on some movie shit. And this person was asleep, so they didn't even know I was doing it. This person woke up, started coughing, ran to the bathroom and threw up. Everything, just threw up, and was like, I feel so much better. They were like, what did you do? And I was like, I used holy water. I was like, I said everything I had to say, and I feel and you could literally feel the energy just brighten the second that it left. And it was like, I felt like a new person. I was so happy because it was really scary, like to have to experience such demonic energies. Oh my God, nothing like it. There's nothing like a demonic entity.
That's some shit out of a movie right there.
That's why I've never told anybody until now.
Wow. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So
So how bad did it get before you were like, okay, we need to bring you to a church, and like what was the
it got
worst it got?
it got really bad because basically, like, this person, um they started to, at first, like I said, it started off with like physical pains. And I remember I was like, I was trying to do anything I could, like, at the time I was like a baby witch, so I was like, oh, like I wasn't really looking. I'm not saying that you have to believe in God in order for this to work, but at the time I was more so connected with the idea of the universe than to like God, or like at least to this positive energy that there actually is. Like everything I was saying, I was like, the universe will take care of it, the universe this, but I wasn't actually embodying like the universe energy of like positive God-like being. So at this time, like, this person was feeling worse and worse, and I was doing like all these remedies and like candle work and all this stuff to get rid of the spirit, and none of it was working. And I remember it was gradually getting worse as I was trying to do shit to like remove it. And it was just, I was like, geez, I'm not doing anything. Like, this isn't working.
So what was going on? He
And
was like, they were like talking or like doing things.
yeah, they were like, pretty much after the physical pains started happening, they were then feeling like extremely depressed. I remember that was like a huge thing. They were like, I feel like shit. And they were saying things that they wouldn't like normally say, like, oh, I want to die and I want to kill myself. And I was like, what the fuck? Like you know, you don't ever say shit like that and or ever feel things like that. But at this point, it was like so much negativity. And then I remember there was a time where we were able to see the spirit. And that's when I knew that things were getting really bad because the person was feeling weaker and weaker, and this entity was getting stronger and stronger. It got to a point where one time, like he FaceTimed me and he was like, look at this. And it was, oh my God, it was fucking ridiculous. You know how like on a painting, you have like a glass, piece of glass in front of it to like, you know, curve it. So I remember there was the picture, and then on the other side of the wall, there's the sliding glass door. So you can see a reflection, you know, of like that. So he's like, look, and he shows me, and you can literally see a tall black entity with arms straight, just standing there in the reflection. And he moved the camera and he moved it back, and he was like, it's gone. It was gone. It was literally gone. I remember I was like, this is getting too far.
That's
like,
the time to go to the church. If I ever heard one, I hope that's the time you went. That was it.
Actually, it was leading up to it.
You don't want to get worse than that.
No, it was too much.
Wow.
Yeah, it was horrible.
So then after that, you went to the church, and then you did everything that you said previously at the church, and then you vomited.
Yeah. Even more stuff happened than that, but that's a whole. I'm like, that's a whole other thing, honestly. But it just went on.
A whole nother podcast about that.
Yeah, like literally, it's fucking a lot.
That's wild.
Yeah, it was really crazy, but I'm glad I got through it. You know, no, I'm just kidding. But
for sure. So you've dealt with more negative entities before? Is that the first one?
That wasn't the first one. I dealt with more before that. Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Yeah.
And good ones too?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now I literally refuse to entertain any kind of negativity, even with entities. Fuck all of y'all. You feel me? Goodbye. So it's only like good spirits from here. It's a choice to make, I feel, you know, to be able to talk to good spirits and all that. So
well, now I know who to call if I start feeling sick, if I start having some wild effects on me right now. I know who to call. Bring me to the church.
No, for real. It's crazy.
And you do it for people, right? Like that's one of your services?
Yes, it is. I always people tend to talk to me and they're like, I've been experiencing having and seeing things in my house, and my family hasn't been the same, and like things like that. Like even where they're like, my dog is barking at the wall and I have bruises on my leg and stuff like that.
Oh,
and right then and there, I'll just get rid of that spirit. You don't have to be there in person. Like I said, there's no limits. So I don't think like I have to go to the house and I have to see the spirit myself. I'm just like, fuck that spirit. Like I get it out, you know, myself. So it's basically like how I take care of that. But yeah.
A lot of it boils down to, I guess, like just words. Like when you read about pretty much assumption, attraction, you read about what exorcisms and stuff. A lot of things in the world, I guess, revolve around just what you say to yourself, to other people. Like, this is what I guess they call spelling, like spells. You know, like what you write.
It is a spell, 100%.
So I guess if we take anything away from this episode, watch what you say.
Yes. Always watch,
especially to yourself, kids.
Yes. 100%. So important.
Yeah. So that's cool that you do that. Hopefully no more negative entities come around. We definitely don't want that. So now that you do that, right? Do you watch horror movies and stuff, or do you feel like that energy? You don't want that energy around. Like, can you watch like a demon movie?
Okay, I will only watch the Ed and Lorraine, like the Conjuring series, the Annabelles,
the best.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'll actually watch because they were the ones who, like, that's how I learned pretty much all the shit that I know now about like demonology. I learned through them, and I feel like their stuff is the most accurate in terms of that. Everything else though, honestly, like if it's The Exorcist, it does scare me a little bit because I don't know how I guess authentic it is and all that stuff. Like I want to be sure that it's something that won't make me more fearful in any way. But yeah, that's like the only thing I'll actually watch that's horror. I don't like scary movies.
Well, you don't got to worry about The Exorcist because it's really boring anyway. I know people are gonna hate me for saying that, but it's not even that scary. It's just totally boring. That's the scariest thing about it is how long it is and how boring it is. So you don't got to worry about that. You're watching all the right movies. The Conjuring ones are the best movies.
They are, right? They're so entertaining.
So would you go visit like the museum where all that stuff is at?
Yes, I have been wanting to for a while now. And
You'd
that's
go
in
see Annabelle in the box?
I would, yes, I would literally do all that shit. And it's even funny that you mentioned that because I actually just went to Zach. Oh my God, I got fuck.
Oh, don't tell me you're talking about you went to Zach Baggins' museum?
Yes, Zach
Oh,
Baggins.
that's sick. We didn't get a vlog?
Bruh, honestly, you can't even take photos. You're not allowed to
No
do anything.
shit.
They're like it's super like private. I guess it's to conceal it for the viewers and shit like that.
Yeah, I
So
get
give it all
that.
away.
So for
Yeah.
those who don't know what we're talking about, Zach Baggins is from Ghost Adventures, and he has a
Mhm.
museum in Vegas, right?
Yes,
Where he
it's
has
in
like
Vegas.
Dr. Kevorkian's van. Is that his name? Dr. Kevorkian's van?
Yes,
Yeah, there's
yes,
the van where he did assisted suicides. Was Charles Manson's teeth in there yet?
yes, and his bones and
Yeah.
ashes and
It's just
everything.
I'm gonna let you I'm gonna let you say because I didn't even go. I don't know why I'm talking. You talk. Tell us what you saw.
Literally, it's just, oh my God, there's so much shit in there that it was so fucking amazing to see. And honestly, some of the shit was sad. Like there was what's his name? Ted Bundy's like glove and like the glasses he used and like even weapons, like people that have what people have used to kill people. There are beds that people have been murdered on. There's haunted beds, there's haunted dolls, there's haunted entities. Well, yeah, definitely entities. Like you can hear spirits when you go in there. A lot of times people talk about hearing spirits. Some people have passed out because of the overwhelming negative energy. But when I went in there, bitch, I turned it all off. I was like, I'm not being messed with today. I'm gonna go in, have a good time, enjoy my shit, look at what I'm seeing, and I did.
You didn't pass out.
Yeah, pretty much.
What was the coolest thing that you saw in there?
The coolest thing, I really like I don't want to say it wrong. The Dybbuk box, the Dybbuk box.
Dude,
you know the box.
yeah, I read the first book they wrote on that from I guess from the second guy that had it. That
Yeah.
box is crazy.
It got really badly haunted. I heard it even showed there. They had like the whole article about it and everything, like talking about the people who've been haunted before by it, and the tour guide explained it to us. Crazy.
I remember when like Post Malone went there and then like his plane crashed or something. Like he got to like a car crash. I think not a plane crash, like a car crash. After that, people were talking about, oh, it might be the Dybbuk box. Yeah, they made a movie on it.
Yeah, they did.
I forgot what it's called now. It came out like when I was in high school, but that's a crazy one. Yeah, if anybody never heard of the Dybbuk box, look that up. That's a crazy one. You got to go in and actually see it in the room, or you had to look at it from like a distance or something.
Okay, so the tour guide said that Zach recently put up a box of like glass around it because it used to be open. I don't think it was ever open for display because the entity's inside, but it was like I think there to touch. I'm not too sure. But because of so much negative shit that's been happening, like with that thing, that he decided to put it into a glass container. And inside the glass container, there's also salt surrounding it, for extra protection. And he put dry sage leaves to conceal the negativity. But the box is inside of it's a sealed, like there's no air in there. It's like sealed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But somehow the sage is fucking rotting. Tell me right now. Like,
wow. Really? In the glass? The sage rot? I don't know. I never heard of that.
Yeah, like the sage, because in general, sage doesn't rot unless it's like outside, it's been in the rain, whatever.
Right, and there's no air in the box, obviously.
No air either, nothing. Like,
wow.
Unbelievable how that is. But yeah,
that's
it's real.
Sick. How long was the tour about?
It was like 2.5 hours.
Really?
Yes, it was a long time.
I would pass out just how long the tour is. Forget that. Forget the entity. Like, okay, can I get the abridged version here? Now, actually, if anything, I'm going to take a 2-hour tour. It's there because that's a lot of crazy shit.
It is a lot of
murder weapons. I didn't know about the murder weapons.
There's like I forgot. There was like the killer clown. I forgot his name.
Oh, Jake Gacy.
Yes, him. They have his actual drawings, like his paintings.
That's right. He drew them in prison, I think.
Yes, they're all there. They have. I don't remember half of their names, but oh my God, what is this Ramirez?
Richard Ramirez.
Yes, they have his shirt that he used in trial that his girlfriend or his wife bought him in 1987 or something like that.
Wow.
Like a lot of shit that's like mind blowing.
I'm sure you'll see Ted Bundy's glasses because they just went up for sale for like 750,000.
Yeah, I think those are the ones he bought. I'm not too sure the one that Zach bought because he bought glasses and he put them up there and they belong to Ted. So
you saw Charles Manson's teeth?
Yes, and his freaking bones, like all that shit I was telling you. Yeah. God. Yeah, even Sharon Tate's her wedding dress. They have everything.
2.5 hours of artifacts like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. That must have been a lot of fun.
It was really cool.
Have you been to any other like haunted locations or anything like that? This is the first kind of thing like that.
I went to another haunted location. Like I like to sometimes check out like abandoned areas because I want to see like just, the vibes. Like I like it. I think it's interesting.
Yeah.
The one other place that I went to was it was not really known to be a haunted when actually it is, but not like officially. But I went to El Paso, like they had the El Paso High School. They say that high school is the most haunted high school, I think, in all of America. And I went there and I remember like standing outside and I took like a photo and a video of it. And the energy around the school is, I'm sorry, it's whack. Like it's so dark. And like there were dogs barking outside. They're like, you walk by and they were like trying to eat you, bro. It was like so much shit in one.
They're stray dogs?
Like, no, they were literally like, people own these dogs and they were in their yard. And they were just barking. They were just trying to get to you.
Like Cujo.
Yeah, and it added to the scenery. You feel me? So.
Oh yeah, that's gotta be spooky. And the place is abandoned now?
No, it's not abandoned. It's actually an active high school. But
the kids are going there.
Yeah, and people talk about like seeing like ghosts and it's haunted and all this shit, and I can see why for sure.
I gotta look that up when I get off. That sounds cool. I never heard of that one.
It's really interesting.
That's
honestly.
Cool. Yeah, well, if you go to the Warren Museum, you got to make a vlog of that because they let you film in there, I think.
If they do, I'm all down for that.
They're doing like kind of like a Comic-Con thing now where they'll travel around and the Warrens are doing that. The son-in-law.
Yeah.
They do like kind of a con now. I think they started that last year, so keep your eye out for that. See if you get some tickets. Yeah, I think they travel like maybe like once a month, every couple months they do. I think they just started selling tickets for the new one. But they go to different places. Like you just get to go to the hotel, and then I think Annabelle's there, and it seems crazy.
I would love to do that.
Yeah,
Oof,
check it out. Yeah, go on the Warren's website. I think you can check it out.
Fuck yeah.
So let's stop scaring people. We can talk more about this off air because I could talk about that all day. As I said, you're great at pep talking, positive, which we definitely need. So if I could put you on the spot a little bit here, and can you talk to somebody that may not be feeling well right now, that may need a little confidence boost? Can we get a little bit of hype up? Oh, let me say this before we get into that, because the other thing I like about your videos is they never end, because you'll end the video. I don't know if anybody else has brought this up to you, but I noticed this after like the second one. Like you'll end it and then you'll just keep going right after that. You'll definitely come to a complete stop. You'll be like, all right, video's over. Comment, like, subscribe. See you later. Okay, anyway, fuck that, because I want to tell you that you're great, you're amazing. And you're like, all right, okay, now for real, it's over this time. You're like, fuck that, nah, for real, no, this time, I'm telling you right now, you're the best, you're great. And they're like, okay, now it's over. Oh, well, actually, make sure that you remember that you're great every time, and I love it. I think it's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Is this something you consciously do? Because I mean, I'm like, she totally could have cut out the part where she said goodbye and just kept going, but you left it in. I was like, what a fake out. This is great.
That's so funny because, yeah, actually a lot of people do tell me that. They're like, bro, you say bye and then you keep going. And it happened on accident. I do that shit now I intend to, but when it started, it just gradually happened. Like
you did it totally by accident.
Yes.
That's cool.
On accident. Yeah.
Wow. I love them. So would you give anybody who's not feeling well a little bit of a pep talk right now?
Absolutely. So I'm going to tell y'all right now that if there's anything in this world that you feel like you cannot do, or that you feel limited by any chance or any means, whatever it is, I want y'all to understand that if there's anything in this world that you can do, it's literally anything. So if you have the belief that you can't do it, understand that it's your responsibility to change that. You have to be the one to put your foot down and be like, I'm not going to deal with that shit. So choose not to deal with it. Do not deal with anything that you don't deserve, because you know that you deserve the best. Manifest the best for yourself. You fucking got it. Like, if I can have good things, if you can have good things, then anyone in this world can have good things. So don't be so afraid to think like that you can have anything, because you can. And again, the only limit is you. So don't be your limit. Don't be your fucking limit. Don't do it to yourself. Literally, you can do this shit. I promise you, if I can do it, you can fucking do it. Literally, just like that. It's the truth. It really is.
All right, so I'm about to run 6 miles, come back. I'm going to do another podcast, and then maybe I'll edit some videos, because, I mean, it's all the energy I need for the day. That's it. You got me. You got me good right there. That was great. Thank you very much.
Of course.
So plug anything that you need to plug. Let people know where they can find you, where they can watch you. I think you got a shop too.
Yeah, I do.
So let everybody know.
Okay, so all my shit, well, on Instagram, on TikTok, and on YouTube, I go by Electrasoul for everything. So just search up Electrasoul and you'll find me. And my store is called electrasoul.co. And I sell crystals, I sell incenses, evil eye stuff. I do readings on there. All the stuff, the coaching, it's all found on my website.
I need a coach. I'm about to hit you up. Let me get a discount. Let me get a lifelong discount. Let me just give me some percentage off every month.
For good vibes.
I need a coach. So that's it. We're going to end the show. Actually, no, fuck that. I'm going to ask you about 50 more questions. Let's talk about YouTube right now. Childhood. No, it's okay. We're going to end it right now. Listen, you already know where you can find us. Hit us up at Gritty Knows Best on Instagram and the Gritty Knows Best YouTube channel. You know, we upload the podcast every Tuesday on Spotify and Apple, and every Friday you get the video version on YouTube. And we got vlogs. I think this week we got Justin trying the pumpkin spice ramen, and we got a couple other taste tests coming up on the Tuesdays, so stay tuned for that. You have any final words? I know you probably got a lot of final words, so I shouldn't ask that question. You have okay.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Peace and love. Okay, good. I cut you off. Say what you're going to say?
Oh, you're good. I was going to say that basically I wanted to let y'all know that I love y'all so fucking much, but I need y'all to love yourselves a little more than I love you. And that's it. Right. Just keep it inside of you. You got this shit in the bag effortlessly because you said so.
Bag.
Hell yeah. All the time. Period. You already know what it is. But yeah, pretty much.
You know what I'm going to say? Peace and love. See you next time. The positive vibes are here. You can probably feel them through the screen, and they are obviously not because of me. That can only mean that one person is here. She is back after 4 months. She came on the show 4 months ago and absolutely killed it. Everybody loved it. She is a spiritual coach, a psychic medium, and a YouTuber. She is none other than Electrasoul.
Hi, everybody.
Thanks for coming back.
Thank you for having me again. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, I'm going to try. I'm going to do my best to let you speak this time, because apparently I got word that I was cutting you off and I wasn't letting you talk.
You're fine.
I got text messages like, yo, man, the interview was great. Like, they thought you were interviewing me. They were like, I learned so much about you. I was like, it wasn't about me. You were supposed to learn about her. They were like, she did great. She asked so many great questions. I was like, it was the opposite, right? So that was my fault, I guess.
I'm sorry, that's so funny. Don't worry about it though. I didn't even notice.
You have great interviewing skills. Great interviewing skills.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think last time I want to talk about twin flames and soulmates and all that spiritual stuff. But last time we had you on the show, I don't think we got into your YouTube channel at all. We just got straight into manifestation. So I want to talk about your YouTube channel a little bit, and I want to know about how long were you into the spiritual stuff before you got started with YouTube, and then what made you want to start doing YouTube?
Okay, so I originally got into spirituality, I would say not knowing the basics around it. I didn't really understand any of that stuff, but I first started dipping my toes into the other side, I guess you could say, when I was honestly, I can't even remember how young I was. I was a child though. I know for a fact I used to have a lot of very prominent dreams and very vivid dreams with spirits and things like that. Then as I got a little older, around 7, I remember I was like seeing spirits. I didn't know though, that's like the whole thing. I had no idea. Then as I got a little older, I was around, I would say like 11 years old, 12 years old, that's when I started having an interest in astrology. So it was like something that was like step by step by step. And then the next year, no, when I was 13, that's when I started really understanding what spirits were. That's when I was having a lot of sleep paralysis, like things like that. And then from there, it just never stopped. Like it just kept on going. So as I turned 15, 16, 17, it just got deeper and deeper and deeper. So literally like my whole life, pretty much.
Now, before we get into why you started YouTube, then when you talked about sleep paralysis, did you ever see anything in sleep paralysis, or were you just like stuck there?
Oh, absolutely. All the time. Oh my goodness. That's so funny you even say that. I just finished recording a TikTok about sleeping on your back, how it like induces sleep paralysis.
I never sleep on my back. I never sleep on my back. It's scary. It's scary.
I sleep on my back now. That's the only position I can sleep in now. But the only way I can do it is if I like implement my power where I'm like, nothing's gonna fuck with me. Like I'm gonna be fine,
You gotta get ready to sleep on your bed. You have to like prepare like a boxing match.
Literally.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But no, I definitely do see like types of spirits, all that stuff. It's very scary actually. I would say sleep paralysis is one of the scariest things.
Do you know about the Hat Man?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Have you seen that before?
Oh yeah.
You've seen the Hat Man before.
Oh yeah, have you?
No, thank God. I know 2 of my friends have seen it, but
yeah,
I've never seen it. Thank God.
Yeah, it's very different. And that spirit is like they call it like the spirit of death. They usually say that spirit is seen before someone's going to pass away. Thankfully, no one passed away in my case. Like I did see it. He came into my room, like everything. It was the most vivid dream I've ever had, the mostly a vivid sleep paralysis, but definitely have seen that man.
And he was like in the corner of the room or something, or what?
Actually, it was, I don't know if I told you this. I can't remember if I mentioned this last time. I think I did. I may have, but if I did, remind me. Because what I said, I remember was that basically I was in my bed, like laying down. And I remember I knew I was going into sleep paralysis. I had just turned 13 years old. And I remember the spirit walked into my room. He had a hat on and he had a trench coat. And he was very tall, all black. He came into my room. And I remember he literally walked in, shut the door behind him, turned around, pulled my spirit, I guess, to the edge of the bed because it wasn't physically me, but it felt real. Pulled me to the edge of the bed and then took out a knife and went down. And then I woke up and that was it.
Oh my God. I never heard about him wielding a knife.
That's what I'm saying.
It gets scarier every time I hear a new story about him. I read a whole book about it. There's like a whole book with a compilation of stories about him.
Oh my God, yeah, that spirit is different. Like,
yeah, it's creepy.
Nothing to do with him, shit.
So you haven't seen him since then?
I did a few more times, but those other times was like a lot less threatening than that first time. That was insane. But
yeah, when my friend saw him, it was like the middle of the day. When it was the early morning, and he was walking. He didn't really interact with them, but he walked through a wall, and then they never seen him again. And they still tell the story the same exact way. If I ask them right now, they'll be like, "Yeah, it happened like this, and that." The story never changes a bit at all. So that's and these guys this guy never lies for sure. So I know that. Never. I know that. So you're doing all that, and then you get into YouTube. Why?
Okay, so the reason I actually got into YouTube, well, it's kind of funny. Well, it's not funny, but it's like my whole life I always felt like I was prepared to do something out there, but I would not say, actually, I'm not going to say prepared because I was wanting to. It's like my soul wanted me to, but I was really terrified of doing it because when I used to be extremely afraid of like, being bullied, being made fun of and things like that. Not only just that, but when I was little, my mom would always tell me, like, I remember I wanted to post on YouTube when I was a kid. And obviously when I was a kid, that was like when YouTube was kind of first starting out. So I remember that she was like, do not post anything. People are rude. People are mean. They're going to say something. And that was like what was always implemented in my mind. So then as time went on, I kind of like always remembered that. And I was like, I should steer away from that. I don't want to be made fun of or whatever. But then I realized that it was like I knew too much that I couldn't just keep it inside any longer, So I took that step with TikTok. And then from there, I started branching out into YouTube to actually take it more serious.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. pretty much.
You
It was like a
started on
process,
TikTok.
but I got there. Yeah.
Okay. So how many years have you been doing YouTube now?
Now I would say like consistently about 2.5 years, about because I started officially in, I think it was the end. Actually, I believe it was the end of 2020. So it was about almost, yeah, about like 2 years or so, or
Okay. So
almost three.
we've been doing the podcast for about 2.5. So we're on the same page with that. We've been doing
Oh,
this
that's
for like the
cool.
same amount of time. Yeah. So how would you describe your 2.5 years on YouTube if you could?
Oh, that's a great question because I've actually thought about a lot of like my progress throughout the years lately. Like thinking about how back then I feel like I was a lot more, I guess, not insecure, but just I cared about the wrong things. Like I wanted to help people, but I was also afraid if I didn't get like a certain amount of something here or like views here, this, that. But then as time went on, I was just like, who the fuck? Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people think. It doesn't matter what, even like the feedback I get now, it's always taken with a light heart because everything is meant to work in your favor. So I would say that over time, it's definitely gotten better. And I used to fear that it would get worse, but it definitely has gotten better.
Get
And it's
worse in the sense
good.
of like comments, things like that?
Like, I would say just the general, like my, like with my mindset being very like pessimistic at the time, not even pessimistic, but just very afraid. I would always fear that the bigger I got, the more like negative
Negativity.
feedback or something I was gonna. It was like very egotistically, obviously wrapped in my mind in fear. But as time went on, I realized that that wasn't gonna happen. Everything was gonna be fine, and it turned out fine. So
And I will say one thing I noticed is your comment section is probably the most positive I've ever seen. Like I rarely see if I scroll through, I don't really see anything negative there. So
damn, you're
that's
gonna make me
good.
cry
So
because
that,
that
that
makes me
yeah, you're
happy.
doing something good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm thankful for them. Like they're the ones who actually like hear me. That's what I guess I wasn't afraid of, but that's something that I was always keeping my eye out for, is that I always felt like I was going to be misunderstood. And I will say, I'm gonna tell you, this is something with manifestation because on TikTok, when I first started out, I remember I used to always assume I was going to be misunderstood. I was like, people aren't going to get it. Like, people never seen this, people this, that, whatever, all the spiritual stuff. And every time I dropped something, there would be, obviously good feedback too, but there would also be a lot of people who'd be like, oh, so you're saying this? And what do you mean by that? And it was almost like my words were being misunderstood and misinterpreted, but it was because I was so set on the fact that people were not going to understand. But then as time went on, I was like, people have to understand me. It just is what it is, and they do. And that's why I guess like that feedback on YouTube or anywhere else comes in is that I'm manifesting people who actually understand,
Right,
So
right.
it all leads back to that.
I did see that on your Instagram one time. Somebody did exactly what you just said, where they were like, "Oh, so you're saying this? Does that mean this?" And they were like trying to put a negative spin on it, and you corrected
Yeah.
them in a very positive way. I will say that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So
Yeah,
that was
now
the
I
only time I
tend to
saw
take it
that.
a lot easier. Thanks. So yeah, I try, like I used to be more defensive because I used to again work from fear. So I was like, oh, well, you don't get it and this, that. But now I'm like, it's okay if you don't understand. I probably wouldn't understand either, but let's talk about it. And then that usually ends up with a lot more positive results of their response than if I were
Yeah,
to be like going off, there's just no point. And
yeah, yeah. And I mean, if they're saying something, you're doing something right. So that's number one. As long as they got something to say, I'm always happy about that. But yeah, like dealing with it in a positive way, there's usually a better outcome I've seen. So even
oh,
if we get
absolutely.
like a horrible comment, I'll try my best to spin it or say something back that's not in the same with the same energy. And sometimes they become fans after that because maybe they're having a
Yes.
bad day or maybe they were just playing around and it just came off weird. So you
Mhm.
never know really what's going to happen, but I try to put a positive spin on it like you did. I thought that was cool.
I'm glad that you're doing that because I did realize over time fighting fire with fire is actually really bad. I used to think
No.
like fight fire with fire, get your point across, but there's healthier ways to do that.
And if something's really crazy, which I've only remember like one or two really crazy ones, I left them there
Hmm.
so everybody else could see it, and then everybody else just piled on and told them something. I didn't even have to
Yeah.
do nothing. I didn't want to delete it because I was like, let's show everybody how ignorant you really are.
Like, yeah,
Let me
exactly.
just leave this here and let everybody else deal with you.
Exactly. There's some people who literally don't deserve a response. That's
Yeah.
happened to me a few times. It's just like, okay, think what you want to think. I don't care. Like, so
Yeah, if it's
whatever.
too low, I don't want to stoop down to that level. If it's fun, then I could do it. So you put out a lot of stuff. You put out a lot of stuff on TikTok, Instagram, on YouTube. You post 3 times a week. Do you deal with perfectionism, or have you dealt with it?
I will say that over the course of my years of like learning so much about my life and things like that, that I used to be a huge perfectionist when I would say in like middle school. That's when I feel like I was the most inauthentic to myself, because I was trying really hard to like put a picture up and all that stuff. But now I just feel like it's so much easier to just let go and just, like let things be and all that stuff. And it just doesn't, like, I just feel like nothing really matters, I just
More
kind of
productive too.
Yeah. Yeah. I just feel like as long as have my mindset on what it is that I want, then no one else can tell you anything. And I feel like that goes for anyone or anything. Like, even if you're passionate about toenails, like if you focus on that and you find a way to make that your thing, you will be happy and it'll be fine,
Right.
So
yeah. And like eventually, I mean, I guess one of the things with perfectionism, like you said before, is you think you're going to be misunderstood or somebody's going to take something the wrong way. Once you realize it's going to happen anyway, it doesn't matter how much you want to like articulate something, how much you want to fix something or adjust something. Somebody's always going to look at it from a different way. So you might as well just put it out. You try your best and you put it out.
Yeah. And I agree with that. Like, especially because I feel like with me being like a perfectionist or whatever, that time only stressed me out. Like, it only made me feel like shit. I only felt like I had to keep going to the next thing. And, I've heard people before tell me like, oh, trust me, once you reach a milestone, you're going to want the next milestone, the next milestone. And how can you live happily? Like, you can't. You will be miserable for the rest of your life so long as you keep trying to reach like an egotistical goal. Even though we all have goals, of course, like everyone wants to reach a milestone. That's something that happens when it happens. Don't stress out about the next step, like just live in peace, like fuck.
Yeah, I think dropping perfectionism helped me at least up the content. It helped me like release more stuff. And like you said, to what you said about reaching the milestone, sometimes in my opinion, you're not ready for that milestone and you don't realize it till you hit it, because that comes with certain things, that comes with certain responsibilities that you didn't know at the time you weren't ready for, at least in my mind. So a lot of times I'm grateful that I haven't reached something yet, because I'm like, bro, you wouldn't even be able to handle that right now.
That's a very, very, very good point, because you're extremely right. There's some things that I even feel like for myself that there's a lot of things that you can manifest, right? Like, you can manifest whatever you want in this world. And I know that, but the thing is that there's certain things that it's not that I don't feel ready for. It's just that I'd rather just know that it's going to happen and then just let it happen when it does, because right. I feel like when it happens, I will be fully secure and prepared in that moment. And right. Even now, like, simply me saying I am prepared for it means that I am prepared. But again, I would just rather it go with the flow than me, trying to fight it or whatever else. Just literally.
I just want to say, before we get back to you, let's talk about me for 1 second, because you made history on the show today. You said something that I'm gonna have to clip and I'm gonna have to make a drop of, because you just said that I'm extremely right. And I've never heard that before. I've never heard that ever. So there we go. I'm extremely right. You heard it right from her. I didn't say it. She said it. I'm extremely right.
Is always right.
I've never heard those words before. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Of course, you are right.
Well, in this one instance, maybe. Let's do a math test and you'll think the opposite.
Oh my God.
So like I said before, you put out a lot of stuff. And one thing I really admire about you and respect about you is just your social media presence, for sure. Because I suck at that. Like, so watching you really kill it on that, it's really cool. You got to give me some tips or like help me out a little bit. Like, how are you so good at posting? As stupid of a question as that is.
Not stupid. You're funny. It's actually a little funny because I'm gonna put a little astrology into this.
Yeah.
My Sun, Moon, and Mercury are all 3 in the 11th house. What that means, like, the 11th house is ruled by Aquarius. What that means is that house rules social media, communities. They love technology. And I feel like since technology came out, I've always been like, not on top of it, but just present unintentionally. Like, I never said I'm gonna get the next iPhone, blah, blah, blah. It would just kind of happen. I would get the next iPhone and then I'd be like, okay, let's see what happens with TikTok and this, that. So what I do is, like, I make it a mental note to myself where I'm like, if I really want to make a difference the way I want to, I have to apply myself 110%, and I cannot fuck around, be lazy, be inconsistent on purpose. It's different if you have a busy schedule and you know you're doing everything you can right now. But if you know you could do better and go harder, you have to. Like you literally just have to. So that's what I always keep in mind for myself each and every single day whenever I post, do this, do that. In my eyes, I don't even see it as a lot. Like I hear that often people are like, you post a lot. For me, I don't think of it as a lot. I just think of it as my work.
It's
like
just,
I have to show
regular,
y'all. Like,
regular.
You know?
That's what's
exactly.
up. So basically, you just told me stop being fucking lazy. There you go. I mean, it's the best advice you could give somebody. That's the best. Stop being fucking lazy. We talked about this earlier before we started recording about how you expanded your horizons a little bit and you added another video to the channel, the subliminals, right?
Yes.
What is that?
Okay, so subliminals are actually, it's basically, well, I'm going to explain it in terms of like how I've seen it. It's basically like when you place little like recordings in the back of music or and behind like a noise or some sort of, you know, calming thing, whatever people like. And what those words are just like pretty much exactly what you want, if that makes sense. Like, for example, let's say that you want to maybe
be good at math.
Yeah, maybe be good at math.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Because I suck at math too. So basically, let's say you want to be a mathematician, whatever. So you listen to some subliminals that in the background, it says, oh, I'm so good at math. I'm so good at math, blah, blah. And usually like the way that it is like, it goes very fast. Like it's enough for your subconscious to pick it up. So when you listen to it, you're like, okay, well, you don't hear none of the words because obviously no one's going to want to listen to words. They just want to hear the music. But in the background, you hear all that influence. And even though you don't consciously pick it up, your subconscious picks it up. And that's how most times, like when people listen to subliminals, they'll get certain results or they'll see different things change. It's because they are, you know, listening to the subliminals. So for me, what I do on my channel is like, I choose a certain topic every week, depending on how I feel, depending on what people want, like highly requested things, I'll work with that. But I always want to do something that I know will actually help people. So I choose topics that I feel like branch out a little bit, whatever. And then I just, you know, put it all into like an MP4, make it into a little like quick, basically, what is it? Is a certain, what's it called? Hertz, I think. I don't even know what it's called.
Oh, like
it's
the hertz, right?
Like the noise, like the
yeah,
exactly. So what I do is like I'll implement that into like my subliminals. I'll put the music rain so that no one can actually hear it underneath. And then I just put that shit on YouTube and I'm like, okay, y'all, like I hope it helps y'all, whatever, this, that. But pretty much that's how that works. And
you're brainwashing yourself in a good way.
Yes, like gaslighting in a good way.
And it's been received well on your channel.
Yeah, I'm very thankful for the response that I've gotten from that, because I remember when I wanted to do that a long time ago, I guess I was a little afraid in a way, because I used to think like, oh, I have to make it like other subliminal makers, but everyone's individual, everyone's independent, you have your own style. And I was like, you know what, like I'm gonna just do it how I want to do it, and people who like me and who mess with my content will like it too. So I'm not worried. That's you know, right. And it worked out. And it was
right.
Good.
That's right. Something I never really notice nor ever care about is makeup, but I gotta say your makeup is always on point. It's always looking great. And I gotta know, when are we gonna get well, you don't do Tuesdays. When are we gonna get like a Tuesday makeup tutorial or the get ready with me? Because you've been doing it for 2.5 years already. You gotta add that now.
The GWME.
Yeah. Yeah. GRMW, I think.
Yes.
Oh, no, GRWM. Yeah. We got to get them. I feel like that's a perfect avenue for you. No lie.
Thank you. I actually like that idea, because I do like to do a lot of different things. Even though spirituality will always be my main focus, I feel like if I were to do like a makeup thing, it might be with like a side channel or something, because I do want to like keep my stuff focused on one specific thing on like my channel and whatever. But I've heard that before, and I appreciate that deeply. Like people want to see how I do my makeup, but I'm gonna be so honest with you. When I do my makeup, it is always improvised as fuck. I never have like a certain look in my mind. I don't look up inspo. Like I do sometimes, in the way that I'm like, I'll do like a huge remix off of this, because I never want to do something similar to another person. But everything that I do is literally, I'm like, okay, let's see what I got today. Oh, maybe I could do green, maybe blue, maybe pink, whatever. And then I just do it.
I think people would love to see that process regardless. And you can always just add astrology stuff underneath it. She's like, hey guys, we're gonna talk about Sagittarius stuff today, blah blah blah. You know,
Oh my
11th
God,
house.
that's a good idea.
Yeah, you just record it later. You just film yourself doing the makeup and then you just record it later. You just
Damn,
add,
I'm gonna give you credit for
oh
that.
yeah,
'cause it's
Cancer
a great
season's
idea.
here. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be great. Look at my eyeshadow. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I think it'll be pretty good. I think it'll be great.
Yeah, talk about the full moon or some shit.
Yeah, exactly. And if it works out, let me get like 2% of the rev. That's it.
I'm saying that's it.
Let me get 2% of the revenue.
Shit, like it's perfect.
So now let's let me ask you this before we move on from YouTube. Do you have any advice for somebody who may just be starting YouTube? Maybe not just if you want to tailor it to spirituality or not, it's up to you, but any advice for somebody who's just starting YouTube?
Okay, so for anyone who's just starting YouTube, the one thing I'm gonna say is that it's super important to go in with the mindset of success, but not just that, of not caring. Like you actually, and do not take this lightly, actually have to not care about what people think, but not in the way that, you know, you don't care about their positive opinions, but more so do not worry about backlash. Do not worry about what people will criticize you for. Don't worry about basically none of the things that will actually help you. And if you are serious about doing YouTube, you have to be sure that you are actually on top of your shit. If you say you're going to upload once a week, you better be uploading once a week. If you say you're doing it twice, you better be doing it twice, and not lazy this week, next week this. Consistency is literally key. I'm telling you guys, that's the way that people grow. Consistency, as long as you're staying up with your craft, as long as you're staying true to yourself, doing what you love, and you're applying yourself, not caring what people think, like literally blocking out the outside noise, there's no way you won't be successful. And I promise you, like, this is a foolproof plan. If you do it, it's gonna work. That's it.
Bam, we gotta put you on like a YouTube seminar. That's it. We gotta put you on the stage.
You're funny.
That was the best. That was the best advice I could give. I can't add to that at all. So let's just move on from there.
Okay.
Let's talk about twin flames and soulmates. Something I feel like is a big topic on YouTube. So explain to me. Let's start with twin flames because I feel like this is a big topic to explain both of them. So let's start with twin flames. What is that?
Okay, so twin flames book dictionary definition is basically when there's two halves of one soul. Okay, so what it said with the twin flame thing is that when a person was made, they were split into two beings, a divine feminine and a divine masculine. Doesn't have to be a girl and a guy. It could be a girl, whatever, but they both have that divine masculine and feminine energy. And what happens is that they spend lifetimes finding each other, working through their shit so that they can come back together as one whole. Because what's said with twin flames is that the person that you're with is your divine mirror. They basically show you everything that you are, everything that you've been trying to run from, everything that you have inside of you, they are, and that can either trigger you or that can help you. But either way, the intention of a twin flame is to help you become closer with yourself. So, you know, obviously, like there's different kinds of soul connections. I do believe that twin flames and soulmates are different kinds of connections. Like a soulmate to me is someone who you meet who is like your divine pair, but in the way that it's always harmonious. It's like you meet them and you're with them and then it's just peace and beautiful. We both love movies. We both love this. We both love that. With twin flames, it's kind of like, I like music and he likes studying science or some shit. Like it just, even though I like art, he likes science. Like it's just opposite kind of, but it doesn't always lead down to something like that. That's just an example. It's just a huge, like a polar opposition is more so what it is, but it's always something that deep in the core, like center of who you are. Both twin flames have the same life purpose, the same journeys, like things like that. It's kind of like deep down in the core, it's the same. On the outside, it's completely different.
Right.
That's how I would describe it as.
Okay. So is it like you're supposed to end up with one of them at the end, or like, you know, for most of your life, are you supposed to end up with one of them, or like how does that work? Are you like just destined to be with one of them or no?
So what's said about a twin flame as well is that sometimes people will not meet their twin flames in certain lifetimes because their soul is not ready for it. And I honestly will agree with that, because with twin flames, it really is extremely triggering in the way that it's like forcing you to change. You know, if someone has their ways, and even though, you know, you think anyone can change, of course anyone can, but does everyone want to? Absolutely not. So the thing with twin flames, it's kind of like once you meet them, they're forcing you to change. and it's up to you to decide whether you want to or not. So in some cases, some people are just not ready for that. But what's also said about twin flames is that at the end of it, like once you reach your final lifetime, all the way at the end, whatever, that is when you will finally be one with your twin flame, because you will be so advanced within your soul journey that you will have no other choice but to be with someone who is on the same level as you. You know what I'm saying? Like mentally, spiritually, all that stuff. So it's all about alignment. But yes, I will say, in my personal belief, I do believe that everyone ends up with their twin flame in their last lifetime. Like once it's like final, you know?
So then in every other incarnation, you have a different soulmate, and then you're with them for every different lifetime?
I believe that also depends as well, because I do know that there are certain people, and I'm sure you've seen it as well, where someone will die with someone that they're very unhappy with, like a very toxic relationship. I'm sure you've seen old people hate each other, like it's not good. So there's certain lifetimes that I believe that, depending on what a soul does for themselves, like if someone is strong enough to get up and to decide better, that they will get up and go meet their soulmate, you know, the person who will be happy with them. But in other cases, there are also people who will settle with the karmic soulmate, someone who makes them very unhappy, someone who brings them down every day because they're afraid to get up and get better. So I will say that it does depend again on like your soul, your lifetime, how mature you are as a soul, and all that stuff, for you to decide what you want out of your lifetime and what you want out of your partner. But definitely with soulmates, it's kind of like the same soul, different body, you know? Like if you choose the best for yourself, like I want my soulmate, you're going to end up meeting them in every lifetime.
So you said a karmic soulmate. Is that different than a regular soulmate?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh boy, now we're getting deep. What's the difference between, what's that?
A karmic soulmate is someone who only comes into your life to teach you a lesson, usually. Yeah, no, literally that. Like, I will say with karmics, it's usually a first love situation, a very toxic first love situation, or, oh, I just broke up with my man and this man treats me worse, or whatever. It's like that. But I'm not saying it has to be like that traumatic or toxic, but it's usually just with the intention of you learning something from this person, and then once the cycle's over, then it usually splits ways. And the one thing I will also say about karmic soulmates is that usually those who experience the most toxic karmic soulmates are the ones who have a lot of shit to work through. Those who have like a lot less less toxic karmic soulmates are those who have like a peaceful life, I feel, more so than anything else. Because I'm sure you've also seen where couples are together, but they just don't work out. Like maybe they go their separate ways and they were really good together, but this guy had to do this and she had to do that, whatever, you know? So it really depends, but karmics are definitely there to teach you a lesson. And then once you're done learning, it splits ways. And then that's just basically it with that.
Okay. And then you can go to your regular soulmate, which is more of a peaceful relationship than any other one. That's what I'm getting from this.
Yes, okay. If you intend that, yes.
Now, what if you're at the end and then you run into your twin flame and your soulmate? How you even know?
That's so funny, because most, like, for the last few years of my life, I have been studying like twin flames and soulmates so much. So I will say I've thought about every single possibility. I have thought about that possibility as well. With soulmates, I would say that if you do meet like a soulmate and a twin flame, you will feel the difference between the two beings. You will feel that one person is literally like not trying to trigger you, but there's energy is there to help make you better. With the soulmate, it's not that you're settling, because it's definitely not like that energy. It's just with the soulmate, you're kind of like, okay, I'm good as I am. My soulmate accepts me. We're happy together. Okay. You know, and then your twin flame is kind of forcing you to be better and to change and all that. But another thing is that I will also say that, obviously, because I do believe in all possibilities, I do believe that if you wanted to manifest like a twin flame or a soulmate to have like similar traits, or one person to have the traits of a twin flame and a soulmate, you can definitely do that. I believe in everything, like I'm telling you.
I don't think that I would have any issue deciphering which one and or picking which one, because I love to argue and I love to fight. So I would know my twin flame immediately, and I'll be like, yeah, that's where I want to go. I want to go where there's going to be some chaos. Good chaos, though. There's going to be some chaos. There's going to be some arguing. That's what I'm about.
You're going to get your ass whooped energetically.
That's fine with me. That's what you need. That's what I like.
Yeah,
that's what I like. So have you ever run into any one of these in your lifetime now?
Yeah, I definitely have. I will say that I manifested my twin flame at the age of 17 years old, and I'm still
Wow.
with him. I'm 20.
Wow. Look at that.
So
How old?
I'm 22 now. Well, I
Okay.
was 17 at the
Okay.
time.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this is your last run on Earth, and then you're gonna
Yeah,
stick
I
around?
do.
Okay, so you
I
feel like
do
this is
feel
your
like,
last one.
yeah.
Okay, good for you.
I'm
We
gonna
gotta cheer
stop.
for that. We gotta cheer for that. So that means you're getting triggered though.
I used to so, oh my God. When we first started up, like we were always, it was always the relationship that I knew I needed it so much. I remember before that, I had thought that a certain person was my twin flame, but they were actually like the biggest karmic twin flame in the world. Like they just showed me everything that of what not to be, what not to do, what not to think, pretty much. And then after that, I said to myself, I was like, I need to stop with this bullshit because I'm settling for so many shitty people. And I before that, like I had a lot of other karmic soulmates that I would settle for. This time I was like, I know about twin flames, I know about the connection. I need my twin flame and I'm not settling for less than that. So every single day I literally manifested the fuck out of it. I wrote every single trait I wanted them to have. I meditated on it. I would visualize us together. I would tell myself I was with them, all that shit. And then I met them like 2 months after I did that. It was
Wow.
unbelievable, but it worked. It literally worked. I'm fine. Like, you know.
So I'm assuming there could be some confusion between a karmic soulmate and a twin flame because both of them are gonna trigger you and things like that, right?
Yes, thank you for saying that because I feel like I should talk about that because you're
Talk about
so
it. Talk about it.
correct again. Definitely correct
Let's
because
talk about it.
There you go. Talk about it.
yeah, definitely. So the whole thing about karmic soulmates is that yes, like you said, they can appear to be well, they are very triggering. Twin flames can be as well. The whole difference though, and this is something I always would tell people whenever they were like, I think this person is my twin flame, but they treat me like shit. And I'm like, babe, listen, if a twin flame, no. If a person does not have good intentions for you and you know that they are not your twin flame. The one thing I will say about twin flames is that everything that they do is with the intention of helping you in some way. So even if they might piss you off, it's not to be a bitch to you, it's not to be a dick, it's not to be rude, it's to help you in some way. But what does a karmic do? They're going to try to cheat on you back to hurt your feelings. They're going to cuss you out because they know it's going to hurt you. They're going to tell you this, that, because they know it's going to hurt you. Twin flames are not going to hurt you. It doesn't matter what it is. They are not going to hurt you.
Okay, now I'm getting it. That's the key difference there.
Huge
You
difference.
can tell by the
yeah.
by the intention.
Yes.
Okay. So at the end of the day, the twin flame is the best one. That's the one you would want to be with at the end of the day.
I would say yes. I would say, of course, it depends on the person because I have also met people in this lifetime that I feel like they are better with their soulmate because they just need the peace. Like they've been through too much. Just be with your girl, be with your man, watch your movies together, have fun. For other people, I feel like when they're ready, their soul is ready to be triggered that much, they will be, you know?
Need some friction.
Yes.
I need friction. I don't watch fucking movies all day.
Get yours, but no, it's going to be a journey. It really will be.
What else is everything's always a journey with me. So everything's a journey.
Mm-hmm.
So if I see most of the people I see, I don't want to say most, but I feel like a lot of the videos I see are people trying to manifest love, whether it be a soulmate or a twin flame. So could you give us tips and tricks and anything you can about trying to manifest love?
Absolutely. And I will agree with that. I think that that's like the main topic next to money is definitely love. So I remember at the time when I was manifesting my twin flame, I had gotten into the whole concept when I was 16 years old. And what I would do is I would look up on YouTube, like as much as I could, read articles about twin flames. But at the time, the only people who were talking about twin flames were people who were a lot older than me, like 40 plus, you feel me? Because no one my age at the time had known about that kind of stuff. So I would do as much research as I could to help. But then over time, I realized I was like, wait, the whole key here is literally just focusing on your intention behind what it is that you want. Do you want a perfect lover? Do you want someone who's going to trigger you? Do you want someone you're going to be happy with? Like, what do you want out of this certain relationship? And who do you want to experience it with? Do you want someone tall? Do you want someone short? Do you want someone with curly hair? What, you know? So the one thing I will say is that if you are manifesting love, it's going to be very important that you are focusing truly on what you want out of this person, what you want out of the relationship, and not settling for a single thing. Because sometimes people will say, I want someone who will give me money and treat me so good and take me out or whatever. But then they settle for someone that they have to buy dinner for. Like, you know what you're doing. You have to get exactly what you are setting your intentions to. So that's another thing. When I was manifesting my twin flame, there was a lot. Oh my God. I feel like it was literally me being tested, because at the time I remember so many other options were coming in for me. There were people, oh, do you want to date me? This, that. And that was around the time that I was getting more serious about, okay, let's see who I can date or whatever. But I knew in my mind, I was like, if it's not my twin flame, I don't want it. I made that point to myself. There was even a date I went on. It was like the first date, like official date I've ever been on. And I remember I told the person, I just knew that night, I was like, this is not going to work out. And I asked them, I was like, do you ever feel like there's anyone else out there for you? And the person was like, no. And I was like, okay, we're not meant to be, like, in my head. And that was just it. After that, I never settled again for anything else. So that's why it's so important that if you have a certain thing, you have to stick to it. Tell yourself that you are going to get that thing, and do not settle for less. Do not. If you wrote down in your book, I'm getting a man who gets me this, I'm getting a girl who does this, you better get that girl or man. Like, you literally, that's just it. It is what you say it is, and that's it. So definitely. And also, don't ever, oh, well, I already said that, but don't settle, and don't make someone, well, this is kind of taken with a grain of salt, because obviously with the law of assumption, you can always manifest people to do or act differently, or, have different personality traits and things. But I will say that if you see someone that you don't feel like is for you, don't try to force them into someone that that you want them to be, even though you technically can. For me, I will say that if something doesn't feel right, I'm leaving.
So have you ever in your life, and I'm not even just in love or anything, but in manifestation in general, have you ever worked hard to manifest something, and then once you got it, you were like, oh no, this was the worst thing ever. I should have never this did not turn out the way I wanted it at all. Have you ever had a manifestation go wrong?
Okay, that's a great question, because this is something that you can also flip in a way. Like, okay, I'm trying to think back to if there was ever a time. I feel like there were times that I manifested things that I didn't want. That was more of like the problem for me, because one thing I will say about manifesting things that I wanted and then I got them, I would always like mentally make it work in my favor, because I knew that if I sat there and I was like, oh Jesus, like what did I do, then that would make me feel worse. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna figure out a way to make this into work in my favor, whatever. The one thing I will say that was probably the thing that I said, oh my goodness, this is very intense, was when I manifested my twin flame. After that, I was like, Jesus, and now I see why people don't do this, like, or why it's so difficult to be with your twin flame. Obviously, like, I got through that, I manifested it differently, but definitely. And back to what I was saying about the other thing, though, yeah, I would say it was more so focused on manifesting the wrong things than anything else.
Like unconsciously, you mean?
I'm sorry?
Like unconsciously, you mean? You manifested it like by focusing on the wrong thing? Not that you wanted it, though.
Yeah, I would say it was like fear-based things that I would tell myself, I'm gonna fail, and then I would fail.
Like how you were talking about earlier with YouTube, like getting criticism and stuff like that. You didn't want that, but since you focused on it so much, you got it. Exactly. Okay.
Yes.
So any tips for somebody who may have manifested the wrong thing?
Oh, absolutely. I got tips, because I was the master at manifesting the wrong things. But what you really just have to do is realize that you are literally just focusing on the wrong shit. You have to redirect your focus onto things that will make you happier and better. So if you're sitting here and you're focusing on how you can fail, how things can go wrong, how people can criticize you, whatever, that you're wasting your energy and your space. So you have to make the conscious decision to sit there and to choose better for yourself. Because as long as you're making a decision, I'm going to manifest the best out of this, I'm going to be happier, I'm going to do this, that will happen. So anytime that you find yourself thinking about, something that doesn't align with you or something that you don't like, remind yourself that that's not meant for you, that it's fake. It's literally just not a possibility in your reality, and then focus on the good things. And also know that you do deserve the good things, because I knew even at the time when I would do this, I would tell myself, just focus on the good things. But then I would tell myself, I don't deserve the good things. So I would go right back to the shitty things. So you kind of also have to know that you do deserve this. Like this is meant for you, you know? So definitely all about mental discipline. If you have mental discipline, you have everything.
There you go. One topic I've seen in manifestation that I haven't dove into before, but I've heard about it. I don't really know what it is revision. What is that?
Oh, okay. Revision. So basically, what that is when you are able to kind of like rewrite something from the past or like something that you thought about. It's about rewriting things that have already happened, but because time to me does not exist, I don't believe in if it is this way, it is this way, and you can't change it. I believe that everything can be changed or whatever. So with revision, let's say, for example, you wasted a year being the most negative version of yourself. And because of your negativity, there has been a result of so many terrible things that have come into your life. What revision does is you sit there and you quite literally not affirm against it, but you affirm in favor of the fact that that year was actually perfect for you, that so many amazing things came out of it. You actually grew so much and your mindset is perfect instead of sitting there and re-implementing how horrible your life was. Do you understand? I hope that makes sense because it is a little like tricky for those who have a logical mindset, but it's all about basically rewriting your life by using your thoughts and your words.
But do people do it? You kind of use it in a broad sense, like, oh, this whole year. And that way I could see it because in that way you're almost just telling yourself like the whole, it's not very specific. So there's a lot of room for you to be like, yeah, of course, you know, that went well for me. There is like I got positive stuff out of the year. But what about do people do it for like a specific situation? Like, oh, I got into this fight like 2 months ago. How do you revise something that specific?
So yes, people do revise things like that. They can, I'm just going to say something that's going to sound crazy to logical people. But what I'm going to tell you is like, say, for example, with the fight thing, let's say someone didn't, maybe they got into a fight and they lost or something. Let's say that, you know, they're really embarrassed and they want to change that. They're like, I wanted to have won that fight. All you have to do is just sit there. And I will say that visualization helps me. So that's something else. But you can sit there and you just tell yourself, I actually won that fight. Everyone knows I won that fight. You visualize yourself winning the fight, whatever, everyone cheering you on instead. As you do that and you are so sure that you are living in this reality in which you actually won the fight, you would be so surprised to see that people will actually come up to you and be like, dude, you totally whooped that person's ass. And things like this have actually happened in the lives of many people out here where you just you literally rewrite it. But it's all about, keep in mind, it's all about maintaining that mindset. Because if you sit there and you're like, I sound so silly, bro, like I lost the fight, everyone saw me lose, it is what it is, you know, that's obviously how it wouldn't work. But if you're sure and you know, and that's just it, maybe not even sure, because the repetition, like you just saying it is more than enough. But all that stuff can happen in your favor if you allow it to. You know, it's always with your permission.
Well, let me ask you this, because this is something I think about when I hear things that specifically in manifestation. And I always wondered how you thought about it. Do you think, because it's a pretty common thought that we have different timelines and different universes and alternate realities. Do you think that if somebody is successful at revising a specific moment, that they're literally jumping into an alternate timeline? Like they just wake up one day in a different universe, essentially?
I genuinely, you know, I actually do believe that now. I used to believe that parallel universes and like dimensions, I used to think it was more, I was sus of it. Like, I don't really know. But now I realize that the reason I thought it was so fake was because I thought it would be extremely dramatic. I thought it would be like you wake up and your hair is actually the opposite color and everyone is different and no one remembers your old name, like shit like that. Obviously, if you manifest that, that's different. But in the case that you're like, let me rewrite this, let me jump to a different timeline, you literally just do in that moment and you are there the same second that you say so, you know? So I do believe in that now. I do believe that you can definitely wake up in a different universe or like a parallel universe in a way with your manifestations there, but it's all with it's like normal. It's just normal. There's nothing different or weird or crazy. It's just your lifestyle, right? You know? Yeah, so it's very simple.
Do you think it works different ways? Because I can see in the case of, let's say you want to manifest a motorcycle, right? Or a car. I could see the argument that you don't necessarily need to jump to another timeline in that case because there's so many possibilities in your current reality that can work in your favor, that somebody could give it to you. You could win the lottery. I mean, there's so many different things that can happen to you that your reality can be manipulated. So do you think that it works multiple different ways? Like you're manipulating your reality, or every time you manifest something, you're jumping into another reality?
That's a great question as well. You ask amazing questions. I will say that with that, it definitely is all about perception as well. If you say that it will be something like that, it can be, but I do think that it kind of is just based on what you say for yourself. Like if you tell yourself, oh, I'm in a different reality, my life is completely different than how it used to be, this, that, then that will happen for you. But for me personally, I'm a very simple person. So I'll just say, it is what it is and it'll be, and that's it. And then it will. And yes, I do believe that there's a million of different ways that things can happen. I never believe in just one possibility. I used to believe in one possibility, but over time I've been proven wrong plenty of times that there's limitless amounts of ways that things can happen and work in your favor.
Right. So spirit guides, to move on to that. Are you in touch with your spirit guides? Do you feel like you have a connection with them? Are they real? What is your thought about spirit guides?
Yes, I definitely do believe in spirit guides. Yes, I do have spirit guides. I will say that like I also am very simple with like the whole, like, I guess you could say communicating with spirit thing, because I do my main point in who I communicate with is God. To me, that's what I call it, because I know that everyone calls God a different thing, like the universe, spirit, Allah, there's different kinds of definitions, but for me I call it just God, whatever. But yes, I do believe in spirit guides. There's definitely spirits out here who do want the best for you, who do want to see you succeed, who do want you to be better and just like basically become a better version of what you are already. So definitely real. It's kind of like guardian angels. It's the same energy. The only difference is that with guardian angels, they're more so there to protect you. You can always get advice from them, of course, like a spirit guide, but spirit guides are specifically there to guide you through life.
How does one get in touch with spirit guides?
So the way that people get in touch with spirit guides is all about your openness to communicate with them, because they're always around. But if you push them away and you say, oh, I don't want to look into this, whatever, then they're never going to be able to shine through the way that they can. But the way that one person, I would say, the easiest way to is simply by asking for a sign, like just saying, show me that you're here, show me a sign that you're present, whatever. Don't overthink the sign. Don't overthink how you're going to get it. Don't overthink when it's going to happen. Just ask for a sign. You will get your sign. Then once you get your sign, I always kind of motivate people to, or encourage people to, branch out in that communication so that you can speak further. But it's really all about your openness. Like if you have a open ability to communicate with spirit, but even if you can't, well, everyone has the ability to. Some people just don't know how to do it, but just because you don't know how to do it doesn't mean you won't be able to find a way. So It definitely is all about your intention as well. And yeah, pretty much.
You had told me a story when we finished the first podcast, and I told you I was going to put it in one of the other episodes, but then I ended up deleting it like an idiot. So now you can tell the story again. There was a story about when you were younger and I think it was your first spirit guide, and how you found the name of it. Do you remember that?
Yes, I just remembered that like 2 minutes ago, and then you just said that. You see,
I manifested it. I was thinking about it.
Yes, you did. Okay, but so basically, the way that, well, at the time, what I did, I remember I was 16 years old as well. No, I was 17. I remember I was on YouTube and I was like, I really want to talk to my spirit guides, and I had no idea how to. Again, at the time, this is when spiritual advice was very limited. So I would like find whatever I could on YouTube and all that. And I found this one video of this older woman, and she was like, let's learn the name of our spirit guide today, the easiest way that you can. So what she said was lay down in a meditative position, and it was like a guided meditation. She told us to visualize ourselves walking into a thing, walking here. I remember she said, walk to the end of the trail and there's going to be a big library or something like that. Like there's a big library with a bunch of books. Pick up the book that I forgot. I can't remember. She asked us to choose a color. I think she made us choose a color of the book, something like that. But she's like, take out the book, open the book, go through it, whatever, go to the last page. On the last page will be the name of your spirit guide. And then at the end, I remember I opened it, or was it guardian angel? It was something like, I think it was a guardian angel, but it's basically the same thing. You go to the end, and then right then and there I saw the name, and I remember I was like, oh my goodness. Like, I remember I vividly saw the name and I never let it go, and I ended up meeting that spirit guide was always there, but after that day I was able to properly channel that spirit guide because I knew the name and I felt connected, and I was like, oh my god. So yes, that's how, in my personal opinion, like the easiest way to find the name of it. But it's definitely there, and if you do want to know the name, they will always be ready to tell you.
And you felt more like you were spectating that than imagining it. Like you weren't really consciously using your imagination, I'm assuming.
Yeah. No, yeah, definitely. That's another important thing when it comes to channeling and visualizing and meditating or whatever that you're doing, mostly channeling, because with channeling, a lot of people feel like it's their imagination. They think it's their ego, and they're like, I feel like I'm making shit up. If you feel like you're making shit up, you probably are. It comes very, very naturally to you. So yes, that name just popped up to me, and I was like, oh my god, I know it is for a fact. Like, this is what it is, and it just was.
Okay. So I feel like since you are a very creative person and open to the spirit world and you can channel and things like that, that usually comes with being a highly sensitive person. Do you know what that is?
Yes,
HSP?
you're talking about like with energies, right?
Yeah, or like just being like an HSP in general. You ever read that book, Highly Sensitive People?
Oh my
Highly
god,
Sensitive
I
Person?
haven't read the book, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Do you feel like you're that?
I feel like in general, I will say, I feel like I used to be more. I feel like now I am. The way that I would just call myself, because I do believe that there's different kinds of like incarnations. I believe that some people are, what is it called? Oh my goodness. It's something seeds. Jesus, I can't believe it.
Star seeds? Star
Yes,
seeds, yeah.
thank you. It's star seed, that there's, people from different universes, I guess you could say. For me, I just feel like they call that one like an earth angel. I feel like I'm just meant to be on earth to help people. But definitely with being a highly sensitive person, I feel like I am, but I feel like I know how to also take care of myself very deeply. So I don't ever fear being like spiritually taken advantage of,
And not even spiritually taken advantage of, because I'm a highly sensitive person. I figured out by reading that book. I think I took like a test or something like that. And that usually comes with like being tired more quickly, like being more sensitive to smells, being way more sensitive to sounds. And as I look back on my life as like a little kid, that was me. So I've been like that. Like I was always very sensitive to loud noises, and I could smell things and just hear things. And it would take like, I would get more worn out and tired than everybody else. Like I would need more rest time than everybody else. Do you agree with that? Is that you too?
Holy yes, actually, like now that you say that, all that stuff, when I was little, I think I had that problem up until the age of about 18 years old, when I learned how to spiritually protect myself from all that stuff. Even though I know, like you said, it's not just spiritual.
Yeah.
The reason I would get tired more often was because anytime I went to the store, I would feel everyone's energy, and it would drive me crazy. Or like you said, I would hear something or feel something, and I'm like, gee, like it always felt like I was in a box.
Yeah, people rub off on you. I feel like that. I would feel people's energy, stuff like that.
Yes.
And you can.
But now you have to like spiritually protect yourself from that shit.
I need a course on that. I need a 101 on how to do that. I feel like I'm always tired. Yeah, I feel like I'm always tired and like dealing with people. That's why I try not to like, on certain days, if I'm doing something creative, I try not to like come in contact with too many people.
I understand that.
I don't want them to like wear me out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was just going to say, well, if you do want a little bit of advice, I will tell you that the biggest thing that's helped me even today, because lately I haven't been dealing with people, but there's certain people that I have to talk to that I'm like, I don't like their energy. And what I just do to myself is like, anytime I feel like it's starting to drain me or whatever, I would just redirect my focus and be like, they don't have permission. That's basically what you have to do, is just bring back your permission, or take back your control. So don't give them the permission to fuck with you. That's it. Anyway, so, you were gonna say.
Well, then my follow-up question to that is: have you done that how many times have you done that during this interview so far? How many times? I'm just fucking with you. So we talked about spirit guides, and as we wind this down, the final like 2 questions. I think the biggest spirit guide of all time, and somebody you mentioned in the beginning of your videos, which is one of the reasons I really liked your videos up front from the bat, is you talk about Jesus in the beginning of your videos. Never have I heard that in any other manifester or pretty much any other spiritual YouTuber before. So
Mhm.
why do you love Jesus?
Oh my God, he's my homeboy. Like, honestly, I will say that Jesus, I know that there's a whole lot of different beliefs because I know that there's a bunch of religions that have a lot of different things, and I respect that completely. But I do believe in having your own definition for things. So the way that I view Jesus in my eyes is just as someone who was a huge, I would say, like the first real help of the earth. Like God definitely sent Jesus to earth, and I do believe that Jesus and God are two different entities. I know some people believe that they're one. I believe that Jesus was a normal person like you and I, but that he just was an older soul in the terms that he knew what he was talking about. He knew how to help people, and that was his purpose, to come to earth, help people, put them on. They were afraid of him, obviously, which is why a lot of things didn't go in his favor, all that stuff. But as far as everything else, people learned, and obviously no one ever forgot. So I feel like over time, especially because I don't know, I think I did mention this in the last video when I dealt with the possession thing. Jesus, this was the first time that I actually felt the presence of Jesus in my life ever. Before that, I always felt more connected to just God. But up until that moment, Jesus was the one who definitely like saved my life at that time, because if it wasn't for his energy, I definitely believe that those demonic entities would have like completely screwed me over. So he definitely helped me in every way, shape, and form. And I will always hold on to that. I will never forget how intense that was and how meaningful that was to me. So I know that he's real for sure. Like his energy's real.
Right. And if you haven't heard the story she's referring to, you can hear that on the channel. We put up a separate video of it. So, but if you can't find that, it's in the first podcast we did together. So that was a crazy story. So that was the first time you came in contact with, or you felt Jesus' presence in your life.
Yeah, he literally, I'm gonna sound like a total, I don't know what it's called when they interview like church people. What is
Jesus
that thing
freak?
called? What is
You're gonna
it?
sound like a Jesus freak, like a Bible thumper?
No, like you may like a testimony, is that what it's
Yeah, yeah,
called?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, a
Sound
testimony.
like a
You're funny,
testimony.
but but basically it's gonna sound like a testimony, but I swear this is real. I wouldn't say this shit if it wasn't. I felt the presence of him come in and just steer me away from all the evil, because I'm sure people know now. I've spoken about this enough for I know at least some of my viewers to know that if you say the name of Jesus whenever there's a demonic entity present, or maybe a sleep paralysis, you're having a nightmare, you see something, if you say Jesus, they will leave you alone because they're terrified of such positive energy.
You hear that a
So
lot. You hear that a
yeah,
lot from
yeah, and
multiple
it's
different
true.
people. Yeah, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of books, a lot of documentaries. I mean, I've heard it so many times.
Yeah, it's definitely true. And I remember, yeah, at that time that all that stuff happened to me, Jesus, I'm being honest, I was turning to everything besides like Jesus and, like the positive light. I was doing my own thing. I was trying my best to like break this curse. Let me get a spell out, this, that. And I'm not shitting on anyone else. Like if you have different spiritual beliefs, of course. But in my case, all I'm saying is that when it really worked was when I was using the power of that light of Jesus. And
Right.
that is what saved it. And I don't even think it's just that it was Jesus. It was just the energy of positivity and light that came through,
Right.
that saved me.
Yeah, it's the intention behind the name, I guess, and what it comes with.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a Jesus
Perfect.
guy too. I have not read the Bible front to back in any way, shape, or form, but there's a lot of things I read from it that I agree with, that I like, that are very helpful, especially in bad times. And even if Jesus didn't walk the earth, I mean, if you look at the Bible in an allegorical way, where it's just a big story, it's still the example that we should follow of living like that. Like, even if I'm not close to that at all, but I would like to be more like that, like more kind, more loving, more forgiving, more generous, and I'm not trying to boil any of this down into like something so simple like that, but that's how I would want to behave a little more. So that's why I like Jesus.
I like that. You're drawn to the good energy. That's what it is.
Yeah, I need it.
Definitely. And you can feel it. It's so strong. Like
Yes.
once you're there, you never want to leave.
Right. So speaking of leaving, you're gonna leave because you said you gotta leave by a certain time. So I don't want to keep you too long. But
No, you're good.
But
Go
the
ahead.
last thing we gotta do, because you
Uh-huh.
do it at the end of your videos and we did it at the end of the last one, is we gotta get a hype up, because if anybody can hype anybody up, it's you. I definitely need one. So if you can, give us a little hype up. If somebody's feeling down, somebody's feeling bad, what do you got to say?
I got you, man. I'm going in. Let's start. So basically, what I'm going to say is if someone out here is feeling a little negative or a little limited, maybe you feel like you can't get what you want, or maybe you feel unhappy, I want you to know that you have the power inside of you to change every single circumstance in your life, that you never, ever have to sit in a life that you do not want to be living in. And I also do not say this lightly, because I know what it's like to live a life that I didn't like, that I hated. And then I look back now and I'm like, well, what was the point? There was no point in me making my life so much harder than it had to be when I could have been making it this easy. So if you are someone who overthinks the quality of your life and you think that you can't do anything about it, I'm here to let you know that you can. You have all the power to do it. Your mindset is the only thing that matters. As long as you have your intention set on having a good life and you are a good person. I also say that because I feel like being a good person, having a good energy is very important for yourself and for others. Just if you want the best quality of life, you have to have your intention set on that, and then never settle for anything besides that. Okay. Because it all leads down to you, back to you. And please stop running from it. Do not victimize yourself. Do not tell yourself that you can't. I'm telling you that you can. Make the decision to choose to be able to do it, because it's a choice that you make. All right. Be strong. Fucking do this. It's always going to be up to you, down to you, whether that hurts or not to hear. It always is. So you got to be sure that you're making it the best, because if it's not the best, it's not worth living. And I mean that wholeheartedly.
Bam. How can I even add? What can I even say? What I do before we really end this, what I do also like about your stuff and what you're saying in this interview is I feel like a lot of people also in manifestation, and I mean, like you said, it's take everything with a grain of salt, and there's different advice for different situations, but you're never like, you could just do nothing ever and you can get what you want. I mean, you have said in certain cases you could, I mean, and there is certain cases where you could manifest something by not putting any work in. I mean, I think we've all done it in some way, shape, or form, but you're never like, be lazy as fuck. And I feel like that's almost an excuse sometimes for people. It's like, I'm just gonna like sit here and think about it. And I don't think that's how the world works.
I will say as well with that is that it really is, like you said, it's kind of like with perception, because I do know that, like, for example, for my own cases, let's say that I want to manifest $1,000 for fun, whatever. If I am doing it with the intention of, I know it's going to happen, it's going to be fine, and I'm sitting here just knowing in my heart that it's right, and that me sitting here on my bed doing nothing, affirming to myself I got $1,000, that it's going to work and it's going to be straight, then I do encourage, like, do what you got to do. But if you feel like you're not doing enough, like if your soul feels unsettled within the fact that, oh, maybe I am being a little lazy, then you should get up and do something. Because I know for me, I don't like to bust my ass. Like if I'm going to bust my ass, it's going to be for things that I like. So anytime that I bust my ass, it's always with the intention of getting what I want out of it. But it's always going to be enjoyable for my soul. If I'm doing something I don't like and my soul is like, go to bed, just affirm for it, I'm gonna do that. So it's always up to what you feel genuinely.
Yeah. I think I've experienced both of those where I feel like I was doing too much and I could be achieving more by not doing anything and by pulling back. And then other times where my spirit is telling me, no, you need to go in right now. And I think that if you want to manifest something, a lot of times, like if you want to talk about prayer, because I'm more of like a prayer guy, I'm more of a spectator in the manifestation world. I really don't do it, but I like to look at it and like to hear people talk about it. But I'm just really a prayer guy, and I'll find a lot of times at the end of a prayer or something, I'll get an opportunity. Not that some stuff is straight up coming to my lap for sure. I can't deny that, but a lot of times I've asked for something and I'll get a book will come on about it. I won't be looking for this book at all. And then all of a sudden this book will come in my life to teach me how to do something to get to that next step. So that's what I'm saying. Like, not in every sense, not in every case, I feel like manifestation should be, well, let's just sit around.
Right. And I do agree with that as well, because I know for myself, I also like a little bit of a journey in a way. Sometimes it depends. Like, I don't like to be stressed, obviously, but I do also encourage, because it is a choice of manifestation. I know that there's some people who genuinely don't like to do anything and will just manifest everything. But for me, I do sometimes say, you know what? I'm going to find a way. And then a way is found, you know,
Right.
like I just go along with the journey kind of thing. So I do definitely agree with that. And I can definitely see that perspective as well.
Yeah, it depends on the situation. I'm not saying
Yeah.
either way is the way. But
Mhm.
you've said so much greatness. Is there anything you want to say before you go?
The only thing I want to say is to thank everybody, including you. Thank everybody for watching, for tuning in, for subscribing, for everything. You guys are a huge blessing. And I intend that y'all know that the energy that you put out is the energy that is received. So I wanted to thank everybody and thank God and just the entire world. I'm so thankful for everything. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And to the audience, some of you already may know, podcast on Tuesday, podcast on Saturday as well, and an extra video on Friday. Peace and love. See you next time. Finally ready.
Yeah.
After what, an hour?
Literally an hour.
We downloaded Skype, which sucked. Haven't
Yeah.
used Skype in forever. And we finally got you on Zoom. So thanks for coming by.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
We were just talking about retrograde because everything is going haywire. And it was going haywire since yesterday. We were shooting some stuff for the special, and Dre's stuff was acting up, and he was like, what the, and my phone was acting up too, but not from Zoom. And I was like, it must be retrograde. He was like, what's that? And I was going to explain it, but then I was like, I actually can't explain it. I was just like, I know it's when electronics act up and X's come back or something like that. But I was like, you know who you got to ask? You got to ask Electra. So why don't you tell me now what retrograde really is?
Well, the retrograde, well, it depends on the planet, but in this case, like the Mercury retrograde, it's basically when the planet starts orbiting backwards. And because Mercury is the planet of communication, that's when communications start to get like fuzzled and messed up. People start thinking things that they don't actually want, like, oh, should I get back together with this person? Should I hit up this person? Which is why a lot of times people will act upon doing something during a Mercury retrograde, and then after it ends, everyone's like, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that, or they regret it, and you know, things like that. But even with electronic stuff, it all ties in together with just jumbled energy, you know, just very chaotic in a way, but you just have to get through it.
Starting the show was very jumbled and chaotic. That's a perfect way to describe it.
But two nuts. Capricorns with the patience.
That's right. We kept our cool. We were good. We were pretty calm. So how was your retrograde? We have like 3 days left, I think.
Yeah, we do. Well, no, it ends on the 14th, so I would say like less than 2 days, but it's been something for a lot of people. I'll say that.
Has yours been crazy, like personally?
Maybe not actually, I'll say that I discovered a lot of stuff. But in terms of like dealing with it, I never let it affect me because I don't want to deal with like the extra bullshit. Yeah, I don't want that. So
you already know what's going on. So you're like, all right, it's retrograde, like whatever. Yeah. Basically how we were doing it earlier. We was like, oh, it's fine. We'll figure it out, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, everything happens for the best if you let it, you know?
Right. But if you're unaware, you're just like, what the fuck is going on? This is crazy.
Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff. Even in my house, like there's been a few things that are broken, and to me, I'm like, you know, it happened. Like literally, the Mercury freaking retrograde.
Yeah.
Always during that period, it's funny.
I can't blame that on retrograde. Stuff is breaking my house all year round, and mostly it's because it's just because of me throwing something, or it's just like I'm always breaking something. So I can't blame that. That's the one thing I can't blame on retrograde, I guess.
Yeah, that's on you. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it is. I'm always breaking a tripod. I got to buy a new one. So I guess the only tip you can give for retrograde is just know it's coming and just relax.
Yeah, chill, be careful. Just don't act on impulses that you feel like you wouldn't normally do. You feel like you wouldn't have done it 2 weeks ago, don't do it now.
That's a good way to put it. And if an ex calls, don't even answer, I guess, right?
Oh, block. No, I'm just kidding. Don't block. No, just be careful. Tread slowly. Tread carefully.
Don't block? You're saying don't block them.
Maybe don't block. It depends on what they did, but most times you should block. If not, keep your distance for sure.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So when I think it was maybe the first time, probably both times you were on the show, you said that you became very spiritually aware, like at a very young age, right? You started seeing spirits and stuff. So around that time, was that when you started like looking into or discovered angel numbers?
Actually, it's funny. I didn't know about angel numbers until I was
I was 16 years old. I remember I was 16. And even before that, I used to see numbers and things like that, but I just didn't like take it into consideration, I guess, because they didn't come consistently enough for me to actually take them into consideration. But then someone that I knew told me about them. And I remember after they told me, it literally never stopped. Like 6 years ago, it's been the same. But now I know the difference now is that I know what they mean. I know what it means when I see them and things like that. So it's not that I anticipate them more, but I just know that angels are always giving you signs now that you're paying attention, if that makes sense.
So what does it mean when you start seeing angel numbers?
When you start seeing angel numbers, it for sure means that you have to start paying attention to the new part of your life. In a way, it's almost like these messages are coming through very strongly for you to understand them. So if you do find yourself, for example, seeing 111, and then the next week you see 111, take that into consideration because it's a direct message for you. A lot of times people will see angel numbers and they'll either completely disregard it, or they'll be like, oh, whatever, like I don't really care about that stuff, and then eventually they'll stop. And the reason for that is because when people don't pay attention to them, or like at least even write them down or something, take them into some sort of consideration, they go away because your angels assume that you don't want their help or like them to be there. You know what I'm trying to say? It's not that they'll abandon you, but they'll just crank it down a little bit.
Right. It's like that friend you try to give advice to, and then you're like, all right, you're not listening, so I'm just going to like ease back a little bit. When you're ready, you can come talk to me.
Yeah, it's like, okay, we'll see what you got going on for yourself.
So angel numbers are them trying to contact you and tell you like, pay attention to this, pay attention to that, right?
Yeah.
So how do you know what exactly to pay attention to?
So basically, because every angel number has a different meaning, a lot of them tie in together for the same purpose. It's like good vibes, you're going to be okay kind of thing. But really, everyone, I think, deciphers angel numbers to be different for them. Like everyone has a different definition. Some people assume, like for me, 444 means your angels are around you protecting you. Other people see it and say, oh, this means a good thing is coming. I don't take it that way, but those people do. So really it depends on you. But for me, I have like an associated meaning for the ones that go from 111 to 999 kind of thing. But as for everything else, because even the number 68 can be an angel number if you see it enough. So it's almost like, it's not that you have to associate your own meanings to it, but more of like whatever you feel is usually what it is, if that makes sense.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So is there like general meanings for them at all, or it's usually personal?
No, there's general meanings. Like the ones that I go by are the general meanings. I only associate meanings to certain angel numbers if I feel like it came at a certain time from a certain thing, this, that, like very specific. But I usually follow the general stuff for sure.
Could you break down some of the most common ones and what they mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think the most common angel number that people see the most, I'm like trying to think, a lot of people see the ones 111 through like 777. The 888 and 999s are more of the lesser seen ones. But for 111, that one literally means manifestation. It means that whatever you're thinking about, you're manifesting. So be sure that you are always thinking in favor of what you want so that you're not manifesting something you don't want or whatever. Just basically implementing positive thoughts. And then 222 means that whatever manifestation that you want, just know that you're literally like on the course there. I like to see it as 111 is the base, and then 222 is like the stepping stone. So it's like moving up. And then 333 means that your body, mind, and soul are all aligned. So that one is a great one. I actually love that one because that one is not a reminder. No, it is a reminder. It definitely is a reminder that you're on the right path in terms of your embodied self, like really getting yourself to being at peace or whatever else. And then 444 means that the guardian angels or your angels or God, whatever, are all around you, protecting you, caring after you, etc. And then angel number 555 means that changes are coming. I actually like that one as well because it's not like a huge drastic change where you're going to be like, holy shit, what's going on? But it's more of like, let's say that you wanted to leave your job and you were already expecting to go to another job. It's like confirming like, yeah, you're gonna, you're already there type shit. And then 666, that one is the one that people get scared of, but it's, to me, I don't see it as scary. I see it as the number of like egotistical needs and wants, or wants and needs. So if someone is too focused on egotistical things, like maybe impressing people, or I need to make more money to feel good about myself or whatever, that number always comes through to let you know that you got to rewire your way of thinking because it's not helping you. Wow. And that's how I always take it. And I always, as soon as I see it, I'm like, How to switch my mindset,
Yeah, I've
and I
been seeing
do.
that one too. So I didn't know that. Now I know.
Yeah. Oh shit.
I've
Yep.
been
Right
seeing
then
that
and
one
there.
sometimes. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be like that. But for 777, that one means that you're on the right path in your life. So if you made a decision or if you are thinking about making a decision, just know that you're on point. Like you got that. And then
Okay.
888 means for one, universal abundance. So I see it as like an infinity sign because it's literally an eight. But
Yeah.
it means that abundance is coming to you. You're going to make a lot of money. And not even just that, that you are universally connected to yourself and the universe and things like that. And then 999 means that a big change is coming. So this one is different from 555 because 555 is like the general changes, but 999 is literally like, babe, you're going to be moving tomorrow. Like some shit's going to happen, you
Wow.
know?
I never seen
Yeah.
that one. I saw 888 the other day. I ain't never seen
Oh, really?
99. I don't think I ever seen 999. I don't, maybe, but not in recent memory.
Oh yeah.
So
I feel
no
you.
fast movement is coming that I could imagine right now.
Imagine.
I do see 555 though for sure. So
Yeah. That one's
which one is your
comforting.
favorite? Do you have like a favorite one?
My favorite one, I'm actually wearing 222 right now, and I just got it tatted on me the other like last 2 weeks ago.
Nice.
And so this is like the first angel number I consistently ever saw. But my favorite one, I love 777 because I love to know I'm on a good path. And then 444 is like the comforting one. Like if I'm
Okay.
ever sad, I'm like, that one's great, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely.
Nice. And we just saw 333 before we started, like right before we hit record, I think. So boom, there you go.
Yeah, that was a sign, you see?
Yeah, we
We're
was on the
aligned.
right path. We were on the right path. See?
Yeah.
I
All
can
made-
agree with you with like I guess you said when you see the numbers it means changes are coming and to pay attention because I didn't start seeing them until maybe 3 years ago before I moved, and it was like a time when like a lot of things were changing, like things were going all over the place, relationships were changing, and the move was the biggest thing. And I was seeing that for a couple months, and I would see it once in a blue, but like, I mean, super rare, maybe months or years apart, I would see like an angel number. But this
Right.
time it was happening so frequently that it was freaking me out. I was like, what the fuck? I'm seeing like, I would finish meditating and I'd look at my phone and be like 555. And I was like, oh my God. Then I would look at the clock, like an hour later, it would be, you know, not 666, but it would be something else, you know? And I would just see them all over the place. And then eventually, when I moved and settled in, I stopped seeing all that stuff after a while. And I remember thinking the first time I had you on, I was like, I haven't seen any of that stuff in forever. Like that's funny. But then all of a sudden, the last couple of months, maybe the last even couple of weeks, all that stuff started coming back again because there are changes going on again now. Like not in terms of me moving, but almost everything else. Like there's a lot of upheaval in my life right now, like people going through things, relationships, stuff with the show. Like I just took like a month and a half off the show as we're doing this right now. We haven't done the show in a month and a half because of some stuff. So I had just started seeing them now. So I kind of put two and two together and was like, okay, then I guess if this is real, I'm gonna start. I only see it when stuff is happening and stuff is changing and moving around.
That's actually really cool for you because I feel like that's almost like your guardian angels coming through to let you know that everything's going to be okay regardless of the changes that you're seeing, you know, because I'm sure that some of it, I see that, well, not to be a psychic, but like I see that some of it stressed you out a lot. So that probably was like those guardian angels being like, hey, don't worry, like you're going to be fine, you know. It's just a good reminder for you to maintain.
Yeah, I'm always stressed, so they know. That's why they inundate me with them like all the time. Like, all right, relax. So yeah, I've been seeing them a lot lately. So I guess we'll see what happens in the next couple of months. It's very interesting though. It's very interesting because I was always like I wouldn't brush it off, but I'd be like, yeah, you know, it's like a coincidence. But then it was happening so much. I'm like, there's no fucking way. This is
coincidence.
This is kind of crazy. Speaking of coincidences, I was on YouTube a couple of weeks ago and I started seeing videos about self-concept. And I was looking at them and listening to them, whatever, and it kind of stuck in my mind. And then all of a sudden, you did your video on self-concept like that week or the week after that. And I was like, wow, what are the chances of that? And I had watched that. It was good, obviously. But why don't you tell everybody what self-concept is and how does it play into manifesting?
Okay. Oh my God. I love self-concept. It's like one of my favorite things because This is literally just being not just confident in yourself, but confident in your abilities, confident in the fact that you can have what you want, do what you want, be what you want, like all this stuff. But it's not even just like the surface level confidence. It's an embedded knowing within yourself where you just know that you can embody the version of yourself that you want to be. Because a lot of times with manifesting, you can manifest anything you want. You don't have to be high vibrational. You don't have to be perfect or think that you're perfect or whatever. You can just simply think of what you want or whatever, and then it'll end up playing out, whether it's good or bad. But in this case, it's almost like you take an extra control, like you're grabbing the wheel and you're actually maneuvering yourself towards your desire because you have that embedded confidence in you that's like, okay, I want that, I'm gonna fucking get it, like it's mine already, and then it becomes yours. So really, like with self-concept, I always think that it's really important to at least have a good sense of it within yourself, because the energy, I believe that the energy that you are is also what you end up getting in your life. If you radiate at like, I'm so insecure, I'm so sad, I feel like I can't do anything, whatever, I understand that. But that's also something that you'll literally see the world that way. Like, oh, everyone is sad, everyone is, whatever. And then that ends up being your reality. But if you have a good sense of self where you're like, no, I do deserve more, I do deserve to be happy, I deserve to have the things that I want, then everything around you suddenly looks happier and brighter and completely limitless to you, because you know that it's all possible for you. So really, even if you're like, I hate my life and this and that, you can still manifest, but who doesn't want to feel good? That's how I see it, at least. And that's why I always talk about how important it is to at least have a good self-concept to some extent, because no one wants to feel like shit. No
Right.
one does. But
Right.
yeah, definitely.
So it's really how you view yourself.
Yeah, and your power, your abilities, the world, everything, just all there pretty much.
So if somebody has a bad self-concept now, which is what you said, it would be like insecurity, stuff like that, feeling down. How would one go about building a good self-concept?
Okay, so I'll use myself as an example because I feel like I have a good experience with this. But basically, I used to be someone who would assume that everything in the world was working against me. So every day when I woke up, I was like, today's gonna be a shit day. And then, you walk down and you're like, oh, I wonder what everyone's thinking about me. I'm scared. What if it doesn't happen? I won't get what I want, whatever. But then as time went on, I realized that, yeah, I was still manifesting things and it was great, but I wasn't feeling any better about it. I just felt completely insecure because that was what I kept feeding myself. So really what I had to start doing was I took it day by day to start doing something that I liked, like giving myself more credit, being like, okay, if you want to look good tomorrow, get up and make yourself look good and stop complaining about not looking or feeling good when you're not even trying. It's like, it's really what I think it is. It's just being willing to start to try something new. Like you have to get up and to be willing to actually want to make a positive difference in your life. Even if you feel like you have no motivation, I promise you can make yourself feel motivated. Even if you feel like you don't, if you get up and you force yourself, you will feel motivated. So it's really about taking stepping stones, but it's all about your intention at the end. If you have the intention of, I will get to that super confident part, you will get there. Don't worry about how, don't worry about when, but just know that you will. And that's it. Or you're already there. Literally, you're already there. You just have to let everything show you that you're already there instead of freaking out about, oh, I haven't made progress. Don't count the non-progress shit. Count the fact that you are making progress simply by stating that you will get there. Like that's all you need.
And taking the baby steps, like you said, taking care of yourself, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, that's how I see it for sure.
Are you big into affirmations too?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Are you big into like affirmations?
Oh yeah, definitely. I believe that affirmations are very helpful. I know that there's a few things about it that I've seen where people think it's stressful to affirm and things like that. And although I do understand, because I used to be that person as well, where when I would wake up, I'd be like, oh, it's going to be exhausting to tell myself that I'm that bitch all day if I don't feel like I am. But really, again, because it's the intention, you have to remember that you saying these things to yourself will become just as easy as it was for you to be so mean to yourself. Like you got to work to flip the script in some way, but you have to actually try.
Right.
So really, yeah, definitely. With affirmations, I think that they're great to use if you actually use them,
Yeah. And I think it's also catching yourself, not even just brainwashing yourself, which is important. And I don't even think you need to say them yourself. You could just listen to a tape of somebody saying it to you, and that'll work.
Yeah.
That works like just as well. But I always think about flipping it. Like if you are in tune with your internal monologue and you're like, oh my God, like I just fucked this up so bad. That's where you got to stop it right there. Like, no, I didn't fuck it up. It's fine. Like, I had to work on that for years, me like thinking like that. But I would always, you know, at a certain point, I was like, okay, I'm going to stop like saying that kind of stuff to myself because A, it's not true, and B, it's not helping at all. So like I need to just stop. I don't even need to say anything nice, but I definitely need to stop saying the bad stuff first, if anything.
Yeah, exactly. And I like what you said, that it's not helping at all. It's literally doesn't help. Like,
No.
you can complain all day. I used to enjoy complaining, but what did that do? Nothing at all. It would make me feel like I was moving backwards, if anything.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
it's
just have
only
to have
stunting your growth. It's only like aging you, if anything, like making you feel bad, like you said.
Exactly.
Like, why would you walk around with like, I like how you said you manifested even though you didn't feel well. And it's like, that's great, because I was the same. I felt like the same way, but I came to the conclusion like, okay, so if I get what I want, what's the point if I still feel like shit? Like, so I need to stop feeling like shit. At this point, I don't care if I get what I want. I just want to stop feeling like shit. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you for sure.
Yeah. It's like the material stuff. You can have it, but like if you feel like shit about it, what is it good for? Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think like going out and taking a risk, and like I think you said trying. Did you say trying new things? Like putting you said putting yourself together.
Wait, which part?
Like when you said you got like get up and like take care of yourself, right? I thought you said trying new. I thought you said trying new things too.
No, I did. I did.
Because I always think about. Remember we were talking before we got on about how I had done the last 6 hour with COVID or whatever, like a bad flu, right?
Yeah.
And that the only reason I was able to do that is because of something I was able to do years back in high school. Like I didn't know I was capable of. I basically had like the same. I don't know if it was like a flu or it was some kind of crazy sickness, whatever. And it was during a wrestling tournament, like an all-day wrestling tournament. So I was fucked. I was just laid out on the bench. It was bad, and I had like one match left. And if I would have won, I would have won the whole thing. And I was like, I don't know if I could do it. And my coach was like, "Are you fucking crazy? Like you're gonna do it. Like you're gonna do it." And I did it, and I won. And ever since then, I looked at myself completely different. Like I had, if I ever feel like unconfident about something, I could just bring myself back to that memory. So to stop my monologue, I'm agreeing with you and saying like, yeah, you know, that little bit would help. Going out and trying to like showing yourself you're capable of something too would help big time.
Exactly. And I really like that story. That's very like inspirational, honestly.
It was
because I'm sure you were convinced you couldn't. You were like, I cannot do this shit.
It was bad.
And
it was bad.
Your coach believed in you more than
like,
you did.
Took me to the bathroom, splashed water on my face. He was like, "You're doing it. Like this. You only got one more match left. Like you're not quitting." And as soon as the whistle rang, all my symptoms went away. Like my headache, vomiting, all that was gone. And that's what I was saying. Like ever since then, that's how my life has played out. Ever since, like if I would be in a bad state, like I said, I was gonna do that show with COVID all day. I was feeling horrible, but as soon as we started, all the symptoms went away. They came back, but they went away for 3 hours.
Yeah,
so
they went away for the moment.
Yeah,
I like that. That's very cool.
So yeah, I think self-concept is very important because it'll really like how you show up to something. Like people are also gonna see that too, and you're gonna be able to like how you show up to something really affects your performance, you know, even if you are manifesting. But speaking of manifesting, I wanted to ask you this. I know usually in your videos you say like, you know, whatever way you want to manifest is good for you. And I the way I see, you correct me if I'm wrong. The way I kind of gauge it is there's two ways to manifest in my mind. You can either like be very focused on it and do the tasks like affirmations, like we said, maybe scripting. You could do the physical tasks. Or you can kind of do a set it and forget it thing where it's like you do the task for maybe like a day or like an hour and you set your intention, then you just forget about it and see if that happens. Is that true, or is there more there?
I would say that because I know that there's like a multitude of ways that shit can happen. I do believe that there's more, but I will say that for that's one of the like most common things that I've seen, like the two, what you just said right there, that a lot of times people will, like affirm and persist for, let's say like 3 weeks or whatever. And then they get their desire. And then other people will just be like, I got it. And then they'll just move on knowing that they got it. So definitely it is like a perspective thing. But at the end of it all, like I intend that everyone still knows that they can manifest just like that. Like no one has to do the work. Like I don't really believe in having to sit there and to hustle and to be like, this and that. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to. But the only things that you have to be also open, like you have the responsibility of being open enough to understanding that things can still work in your favor even if you don't do the work. You know, because some people assume like, oh, if I don't do that, then it's not going to work, and then it doesn't. But if you if you know that it will still happen regardless, it will still happen regardless. So it's really like about, I honestly think that using like manifestation, like conscious manifesting, is that it's so open-minded, extremely open-minded, that some people want to keep it in like little boxes, like you have to do this and do that and do this. I don't care. Like whatever works for you, if it works, it works, and that's it. Everyone is different. Like,
Right.
yeah.
So my question was, which way is the best way for you? Are you more like on top of things, or are you more like set it and forget it?
Okay, I used to be someone who used to be on top because I had a lot of rewiring to do. I already, like, my mindset was pretty much set in like a place that I didn't want it to be. So I knew that I had to let myself understand that good things were possible, blah, blah, without my brain trying to be like, no, it's not, no, it's not, no, it's not. So at that time, I was very on top. But I do remember naturally, very naturally, as time went on, it became so easy to just say that I have it and then, like you said, forget it. So it wasn't that I was forgetting it, more to say, but just that anytime that I thought about it, I just remembered, no, I already got it, and then just move on. Because I knew that if I sat there and I was like, oh, but when, but where, it was just gonna stress me out. So, and I was like, I'm not about to be stressed out. So I'm like a set it and forget it now kind of person, for sure.
Like my dad says, he used to tell me, a watch pot never boils. Like if you stand over the pot, that shit's never gonna boil up. Like go away for a second, and when you come back, the water will be boiling. That's what he always told me. I always remember that. So yeah, that I'm like I said, I don't really manifest like that, but it's kind of weird. The last couple of weeks, the same thing with the angel numbers, I've been getting a little freaked out because I think it's like 5 times already. I thought about something, and then like a week later, I would get it, or it would happen. And it happened like 5 times in a fucking row. I was like, oh, it'd be cool if I would like that. I would like that. Like we ended up, I saw a video of this guy playing with a golden BB gun. And I was like, that would be cool. Like, I never even seen a golden BB gun. That's really interesting. And I was like, I would love one of those. And then I just forgot about it. And then when we went to South Carolina, they were right there. And my friend just bought us all BB guns. So I just got one right there. And that happened like 4 other times after that. I thought about something, and I would get it somehow. Like, it would just come to me. Like, it would just materialize. And I was like, no fucking way.
That's what I'm saying. And you weren't sitting there saying,
No.
but how am I going to get the BB gun? But you would have never thought that your friend was going to randomly buy you all BB guns. Like,
No.
you see what I'm saying?
We couldn't have pictured that. We didn't even know that store was there.
Like anything
it was like
can
the
happen.
same gun too. It was wild.
That's fucking amazing.
It was wild.
That shows you how limitless this world really is in every way.
Right. So that's why that question came to my mind, because I was like, that never happened to me before till this, like the last couple of months, that stuff would happen in succession. So I didn't know at this point where were you were at with manifesting, if you were like scripting or stuff like that. So you're just kind of just like, you're a pro now. You're just like, I'll think about it and I'm done.
I honestly just feel like I don't want stress at all. Like, I don't want to sit here and to obsess over some shit that I should already know that I have, because at the end of it all, like, I used to stress a lot about it. And what that did for me was nothing. Like, I would, yes, eventually get my desire, but for like, at the sake of what, like, I just risked myself feeling crazy over this one thing that I was going to get either way. So there's no point in stressing about it. Just let it go.
Yeah. That's a great way to think about it. That's a great way to think about it. You know,
Yeah,
I can't believe that you've been on here. This is the 3rd time you've been on here, right? And
Yeah,
this is reason number 205 why I'm a bad host. I've had you on 2 times before this, and I never fucking plugged your website, and I've known about it the whole time. I've known about it every time you were on here, and I'm like, I thought about it last night. I was like, are you crazy? Like, you never plugged this girl's website. So you have a website. It's electrasoul.co, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so why don't you tell us about your website, what you got going on there? I apologize.
No, don't apologize. I forgot. I didn't even fucking realize. You're good. But basically what my website is all about is just, like, it started off with the intention of selling things to people in regards to spirituality. Like, I wanted people to learn about angel numbers and all this stuff, and things like that, because I really, really, really loved angel numbers, and I still do. But now I'm more focused on, like, the way to make your life better and to pay attention to signs that make you feel happy and things like that. So really, what it mostly is up for is to show people different affirmations. Like every month I update my affirmations list at the beginning, like the first day of the month, so that like on a new topic, people can affirm depending on what it is. So this month, I actually cannot remember right now what it was, but no, I think it was self-concept. I can't remember, but it's something I can't remember. But let's
It's
say
okay.
like for March, you're gonna look at
I'm gonna see. Yeah,
all
keep
right, yeah,
going.
let's look. So you're gonna see it under affirmations list what this month's topic is. But in general, what I do is like every month I'll just put like a list of affirmations that people can use. Of course, it's their choice, all that stuff. I make it as free and as open as possible so that people can do what they want to do with it. But it's all there so that people can make their lives even better. And then, yeah, pretty much.
I think I'm on the list, but I can't find this month.
No, you're good. Here, click on, you see when you go on my website, there's like three little bars or whatever.
Yeah, I'm on affirmations right here, right?
Yeah, affirmation. So go down, go all the way down, and then you're going to see the list. So it's like for one specific month only. So for the month of May,
Oh, living in your desired state.
there it is.
Okay, and
Yes,
there's like
that's what it is.
5 or maybe 7, 8 affirmations here. That's dope.
Yeah,
That's
thank
cool.
you. I appreciate that. So yeah, I just want people to like do what they want to do. If they need help coming up with affirmations, some people need help because they feel like they don't really know if what they're gonna say actually holds power, even though
Yeah,
of course it always does. But different stuff for different people.
right. That's really
Yeah.
cool. And you
Thank
also
you.
offer you have a shop there where you have
Yeah.
like hair clips with angel
Thank
numbers on there.
you.
Those are cool. I might have to get a
Thank
few of those, clip them in my hair on the show. You got t-shirts on there.
Yeah, I
You
do.
got two t-shirts on there. I'm gonna get one of those too. I'm gonna be decked out. I'm gonna get the hair clips, the t-shirt, whatever. You got holy water on there. You
Yeah, I
got
do have
mad
holy
stuff
water.
on there. So everybody go on there and check out some stuff. And you said usually the holy water comes with like everything, right? Or like
It comes
would
like
an order
like
over what is it?
it's like requested. So
Okay.
what I do is if you buy something, you have the what's it called? Like the limit of getting two. So a lot of times people will be like, "Oh, can I please get a holy water like this, that? I have whatever." And I'm like, "Yeah, of course." So then I just send it with the package and then it's all good. And that's about it.
Nice.
But as for everything else, I also have readings on there. I have my spiritual, well, not spiritual services. No, I do have spiritual services, but more of like law of assumptions services to help like coach people and things like that, which a lot of people they focus more on the reading and like that kind of stuff because that's what I'm more focused on. In the future, I do plan to kind of revamp everything that I'm selling because I want it to
Okay.
be very personal, like very, very personal. So
Okay. Like
yeah,
what would that entail, do you think? Like
I
what
think
new
like
stuff?
honestly things with the law, like with the manifesting stuff, but in my own fashion. So maybe like different kinds of accessories or just things that people can physically use to like actually get it down and like feel empowered and things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as everything that I got right now, it's kind of like dead stock. So once it's out, I don't plan to restock those things. I'm gonna like go ahead and do something entirely new.
Oh shit, so y'all better get it right now. Whatever's left, you better get it because it ain't coming back. I better get my hair clips now. And yeah, you said you offer services on there like readings and stuff. And
Yeah.
me and you had texted about giving me an aura reading, right? A reading
Yes, yes,
of my
yeah,
aura. So let's
yes.
get to that. But first of all, an aura, I thought it was just one color, but it's multiple, right?
It can be.
Okay.
Yes.
So an aura
Yeah.
is like explain exactly like what do you see when you see somebody's aura?
Okay, so the way like auras work is that is the color of your soul. So for different people have different colors. Some people have one color, like they embody one color strongly, and of course every color has a different meaning and things like that. But for some people, they'll have like different colors in different areas, and the reason is because maybe, for example, some people have a little bit of a darker aura in their back. Maybe their back hurts all the time, but the front is like pink or something like that. Usually, if that's the case, where it'd be like a little misaligned, I guess you could say, that's more of a reminder for that person to be like, okay, work on something with your back. Like maybe you have a lot of unresolved stuff there, because that's also a thing. I believe that physical pain also comes from some sort of spiritual thing that you can resolve. So it's like things like that. Or if someone is a healer, sometimes they'll have like pink and then blue and then green, yellow, like things like that, because they're focused on different areas. But for those who have more of a like a strong personality in one area, like a very passionate and fiery and let's go do this and go do that, they usually have a red aura or like an orange red aura because that represents passion. So for you though, I did read your aura. I looked at the picture that you sent me. So basically, like, to explain to people, like the way that I do aura readings is I'll ask for the person to stand in front of a wall or something with a clear area, like a clear background, so that I'm able to actually see the aura. But basically you take a photo of yourself, a recent one, full body if you'd like, so I can read the entire thing. And then from there, I'm able to see the color that shines through around you. So for you, it's actually funny. I saw the color light green. It was a very light green. Like it was strong, but it was light and it was very like, it was literally all throughout your body. You have that one aura all around you. And even right now, holy shit, I can see it like just talking to you. And because you're in front of the light background, I can see it like around your hair and around your shoulder and things like that. But basically what having a light green aura means is that you are somebody who's very in tune with maybe nature, going outside, going on walks and things like that. But not even just that, having a very compassionate heart for yourself, for others, for the world. Maybe it hurts you to see things that really bother you, like on the news or things like that, or whatever else. Like it actually not physically like makes you mad, but you just feel so much compassion that you're like, damn, like this, that.
Oh no, it makes me mad. It'll make me mad for sure.
Okay, period. Yeah, that's they have like a green thumb. They also say like those are the kind of people that will, let's say they see a dying bird on the street, like they'll pick up the dying bird and go figure out a way to help it somehow, and you know, things like that. But not even just that, because the color green rules the heart chakra, which is the chakra that's literally on your heart. So that one is responsible for how you receive and give love. So those with the strong heart chakra are the kinds of people who really want to like help people, but not even just in a like a codependent way. It's just very compassionate. Like, oh, if you never felt like you had a friend, I'm your friend. You know, you might be very there for your friends. You might be there very vocal when it comes to being there for someone that you really love and care about. If someone's upset, you're like, oh dude, don't worry, it's gonna be okay. But you actually mean it. You're not just saying shit to say shit. Like you actually want them to be okay and things like that. And they actually have a better time, or a better time at accepting love as well, because having an open heart chakra, that means that you're able to actually receive it, where a lot of people, I'm sure you've seen, where they're able to give love, like, oh, I love you. But once someone actually loves them back, they're like, oh, wait a minute, this, that, they don't feel worthy. But for you guys, it's easier to accept that, where you're like, okay, I get it. Like, we have a great connection. I'm happy that they fuck with me too, and I fuck with them, and we're cool. And, you know, it's like good vibes like that. But yeah, the green aura is definitely one of the most, it's known as like the healer's aura. So it's one of the, not strongest, but one of the very, very compassionate, and just, you know, every aura color is strong, but in your area is just like you're literally a helping hand, green thumb all the way, all that stuff.
Wow.
So love that.
Thanks a lot for that. That was nice. Well, I'm sure some people may disagree. I don't know. I can tell you that I agree with pretty much all of that. So especially like seeing things. Yeah, like seeing things on the news and like reading articles, like that stuff always gets me. I usually try to like to not look at like bad stuff.
Like avoid that.
Yeah, that stuff's gonna, like, it always makes me feel some type of way. Or like even when I'm watching a movie or something, as I got older, that became the case. Like even if I'm watching a movie that I know is fake, if it's a scene that's really intense, I won't watch it. Like if it's a scene that I know is gonna make me like with certain things, I'm just like abuse or something like that. Like there was what did they have? There was the scene in, you ever seen Black Phone?
No, I haven't.
There was a scene, I guess he was beating the daughter in the beginning, and I was like, oh my, like I couldn't.
Fuck no, click off.
Like, nah, like I stayed because I was like, okay, this is probably not gonna be the whole movie, but I was like, all right, like let's wrap this up. Like I can't do that shit anymore. But when I was younger, I was more like whatever. I guess I wasn't aware of it, but now it affects me to like a deeper level where I can't watch a lot of the. Yeah.
I see. But I actually, when I did your aura reading, I actually outlined it for you, so I'll send you the picture after if you would like,
Thank you.
To see it.
Yeah. So it was just, I just had a straight green.
Yeah, it was light green, very out there, but I feel like you're probably one of those people that people don't realize that you are like that until they actually get to know you.
I'd be hiding it. I don't need everybody to know that. You just blew up my spot now.
Just put you on the spot.
Just blew up my spot, yeah. But it was funny that last time you came on the show, it was after we got off the air. I don't know what we were talking about. we were talking about something, and you were like, "Yeah, I know you have a temper," and I was like, "How do you know that?" Like, I don't think I even ever got mad in front of you, or unless you watched the show. But how did you know? How did you know that?
I feel honestly, when I say things like that, especially when it's with people that I don't like thoroughly fully know, that if I feel something about that person, I'll usually say it, even if I don't understand it, and it's usually correct. And it's always because it's my intuition telling me. So for me, I was like, I feel like I was like, I don't think he like breaks, like punches walls and shit, but I just feel
No.
like he probably just gets a little irritated from time to time and shit like that. Even though you've never, not even once, have shown me any kind of irritation.
That's why I was like,
It's just,
what? I was like, where did that come from? It was like so out of left field. We weren't even talking about that. I forgot what it was, but you just threw it out there, and I was like, wow, that was wild. That was funny. I thought it was great. Cause I was like, well, you're not wrong. It was creepy.
like you shouldn't
wow.
know that. Yeah, I feel you.
Oh, the audience knows for sure. They are like, yeah, of course we know that.
Yeah, he's a hothead.
Yeah, they already knew that. Yeah, I used to be way more of a hothead when I was younger. Now I'm like way more calm if the audience could even believe that. But trust me, it used to be Dre. It used to be way crazier. I've calmed down.
Yeah.
I've calmed down significantly for sure.
Oh,
So I just thought it was funny that you said that, and you hit the nail on the head without even knowing.
that is crazy. I didn't even know it for real.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
What kind of aura do you have, if you're willing to say?
My aura, well,
You don't have to
it's
say if you don't
actually
want to.
No. I'll tell you. I was just gonna say that it's actually funny because I remember when I first had my aura. Well, I checked my aura first. I remember I was 17 years old, and I like looked, and you can even check it yourself. Like you literally just, like without clothes or anything like that, you just look at your arm, like on the background or whatever, and then you should start to see the color around it. If you're staring long enough, don't move your eyes, don't scan, just stare, and then you'll see it. But I did that for myself, and I remember I was like, holy shit, it was white. I remember I was like, oh my god, like I was like, what does that even mean? Whatever. Then I remember I had a friend, I hung out with her, and she was just staring at me, and she was like, your aura is white, like your whole aura, like everything around you is white. And I was like, really? That's so crazy. I saw that last week. So then I asked my sister, who at the time, if I was 17 years old, she was about like 12 years old. She was like a child. But I was like, you know what, try it, because younger kids, like younger people, are more able to see auras like easier than adults are, because they have, less of the taint there. But I was like, can you read my aura for me? And she's like, yeah, how do you do it? So I told her, and she read it for me, and she also saw white. So then after that, I was like, okay, it's confirmed, it's white, this and that. So it's white. And I always like, it's not even attempted, because it's not an attempt, it's just maintaining the energy. I love to have a white aura because I feel like it does represent who I am, like to help people and like things. I always have like good intentions for people and all that stuff. So that's like really what it is. But I just thought it was cool that it actually matched up to me, like it does for everybody else, you know?
So what does it specifically mean?
To have a white aura?
Yeah.
It basically means that you have gotten to a point where you've worked past anything that could actually cause some sort of turmoil in your life. I know that prior to that, I probably didn't have a white aura, because I know that I went through a lot of healing. So this was after I'd done all the healing, and I remember I had like a pretty clean mindset. I wasn't focused on egotistical things anymore. I was focused on what I loved to do, what made me happy. And so it's really just about your intention of staying true to yourself and being able to help others, because they also say that with white auras, that these are the kinds of people that want to help the world, which is like literally my entire thing. So I could definitely see it for myself. And also just like, it's like pure, like the word pure, but I'm no one's pure, but it's like pure intense. That's what I more so see it as.
Yeah, because I noticed you said you want to keep up the white aura. That's why I was like, okay, that was interesting that you said that. Like,
Yeah,
it's something you have to maintain.
Yeah, in a way, it's like,
okay,
it's just not changing. Like, stay yourself, you know? If you stay yourself, it'll stay the same.
So auras can change. Like my aura could change eventually.
Yes, they can change.
Okay.
Definitely.
Got it. You mess with tarot cards, right?
That's so weird that you say that. I do have tarot cards, but this last week I was starting to think about how I should eventually start opening them up for readings, because I actually read, when I do readings, is with oracle cards for angel messages, but with tarot cards they're very blunt. Like they'll tell you, hey, this and that, blah blah. I love that energy. So I've been like doing my own tarot card readings, and I guess this was literally confirmation that I should. So I will. But yeah, I do like tarot cards.
Yeah, I've gotten a few readings before. It's fun. And I have a deck of cards. Sometimes I pull one out and see what it says. So how long have you been playing with those? or not playing,
With
but
that, well, yeah, well,
using them?
honestly, since I was about 17 years old as well as when I started to get into all that stuff, I remember I actually completely abandoned tarot cards because I got a reading that was catastrophic and it actually came true.
No
And I was
way.
blown. And I was like, I'm not fucking touching a tarot card. And then a few years later, I was like, nah, it's fine. Like, I'm gonna do it again.
It
And
was
then I
bad.
did.
Like
It
it was
was
something bad happened to you.
I mean, it wasn't, no, it was just very like, I could tell you if you'd like
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
want me to say, I
If you
can.
want to
Okay,
say
so
it, yeah.
so what happened was this was my first tarot card reading ever. I had a friend who had an older sister. She was about like 10 years older than us. So I was like, okay, like, yeah, you could give me a reading, whatever. So she pulled out her tarot cards and I was like, tell me what's coming or this and that. And I remember she pulled the Tower card, which means that
Oh,
destruction.
that shit is coming down right now. I know what that means.
Yeah.
That means stuff is about to happen.
Yeah. So I remember I saw that and I was like, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean? But I remember I was like, don't worry. Like, everything's gonna be fine. And everything was fine because I feel like I maintained a positive mindset throughout anything. But like a week later, what happened was like we got caught up. Like we got like me and my sister and like my friends all got in trouble because we were doing something we weren't supposed to be doing. My mom found out and she was like, oh my fuck, like my mom is she was very, very overprotective when I was a child or like even younger. And I'm the oldest as well. So you can imagine I'm the trial kid.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
she was like, holy, you know, she like blew up. And when everything happened, I remember I was like, oh my God, that freaking reading told me about all this shit and it actually happened. I remember after that, like I said, I got so freaked out that I was like, I'm not touching tarot cards, but now I
Wow.
use them again. Yeah. So
Okay. So you may be opening that up on the website in the future to do readings for people.
yeah, with those cards for
Okay.
sure.
And that will be like
Yeah.
a over Zoom thing.
Yeah, maybe. Or like a lot of the times I'll do readings over PDFs because I want people to be able to like read it back and things like that. And I feel like it's not that I get my point across better, but it's almost like what I'm saying is like, you know, it's there. You can't mistake
Okay.
it. So other times if people order, sometimes people will order like recorded readings, which is when I will sit down and actually voice record all of it for that person to hear. But yeah, basically it's like, it depends entirely.
So if you're doing it like that and you're not seeing each other, how do you like feel somebody's energy and kind of get the cards in tune with them?
That's a great question because one thing I realized over the course of time is like energy can be felt through screens. It can be felt through even words. Like if one person even texts me something, I'm able to know what kind of energy they have, but it's because I'm opening myself up to it. So let's say, for example, because like for that, like a person will ask me a question, oh, what career path should I be on, blah, blah. I won't ask them for their name. I won't ask them for their birthday. I won't even ask them for a picture. I'll just be like, okay, I'll do the reading for you. And then I'll set my intentions on spirit's going to tell me exactly what this person needs to hear. And I'm telling you, it has yet to fail me. Every single time I do it, people are still like, oh, like that was very accurate. I'm happy this, that. And I'm like, good. But that's like the way that I do things. Cause I feel like it's important. I like to get personal with people, but I also feel like I want to give people their space and to not be like, okay, well, tell me all this stuff, even though they do think that I would need it. You don't need anything if you don't think that you do, you know? So it works still. Yeah, definitely.
Well, let us know when you start opening that up. That'll be fun.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Hell yeah.
That'll be great. So
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Speaking of spiritual tools, have you ever played with a Ouija board before?
Oh my God, that's actually the one thing that I haven't done, and I don't plan to. I don't plan to ever.
Wow. No?
No, it's because I feel like a lot of the times the spirits that come through in those things, they mess around. Like they're not there for real because they know how the people's intentions when they play it. A lot of times people are like, oh, let's see what the fuck comes through. Ha ha ha. Like whatever.
Yeah.
And it's always like some silly kid or like a silly group of kids and shit. So it's like, it's not always like that, but it's more of a playful thing. And I like to take it seriously. So I'm like, if I'm going to talk to a spirit, I'm going to make sure it's going to be a spirit that I'm actually talking to, that's not fucking with me. It's not playing around with me and things like that. But maybe for fun, I'll try it. But as a serious thing, for fun, but as a serious thing, I wouldn't do it.
Well, I have one. I got a nice one. I never used it. I just had it because I saw it's a black and gold one. I'll send you a picture of it. Or I'll probably put a picture of it. I'll edit one in and I'll text you a picture of it. It's nice.
Yeah,
I bought it because it just looks so cool. But I thought about you when I saw this. This was like a few months ago. Oh, no, a few weeks ago. Sorry. they're selling this now. It's called a Holy Spirit board. And it's like has Jesus on it. I think it says Jesus on it and stuff like that. And it's like all about the Holy Spirit. And it's like it's supposed to be a good type of Ouija board.
Wow. Can you send me the link to that?
Like, yeah, it's on Amazon for like $30. Yeah.
Damn, okay.
It's on Amazon. It's pretty cheap. You would buy it?
I honestly would buy that. I would try it out. But you see that
I thought about you as soon as I saw it. I was like, Electra would love, like, you would like that.
I do. That's really cool. Thank you for showing me.
Yeah, there was a priest on. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say, even with that, like for people watching, if you want to buy the Holy Board Spirit, to still be careful, because even with that, spirits could still try to, fuck with you. It's all about your intention when you're doing the Ouija board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was on the news, and they had a priest come on. He was like, "Don't use it because you're still gonna get demons coming through. Don't think that it's gonna be good." And I was like, "Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense, especially because the last couple of weeks I've been hearing like through different I've been looking at a lot of Ouija board videos for some reason. I've just been back into it again and stuff and like demonic videos. Oh, because we're working on something for the special that involves a lot of that stuff. So some people from different videos and articles were saying like. Contrary to, I guess, popular belief, all those artifacts like crosses and stuff like that don't really work according to them. Like the cross and like whatever kind of artifacts you have that represent like a holy thing don't usually work on demons. It actually just doesn't do anything. So I mean, it was interesting because I guess when you grow up, you think that that's the case, but apparently it's not. So I don't know which way it is. I mean, if a demon is going to come through a board like that, then that seems like it's the case because that's supposed to be like a holy board.
Yeah. So, I can say like truly, even with that kind of stuff, it's like the only way, because it could be the same thing when I do a reading. Like a demon can come through and give me all these messages, like these fake ass messages. And I tell the person, they're like, what the hell are you talking about? But at the end of it all, if you have like, okay, good spirits are going to come through, I'm not afraid, etc. That's usually when it still happens. Because even, for me, when I told you about the possession stuff, I used holy water. I didn't believe in holy water before that, And I remember I went to a church and this priest told me, he was like, well, holy water isn't like a toy. It's literally used for that. And I used it with the intention of, I'm going to kill these motherfuckers, and it worked. Yeah. So I guess it really is like the power that you put into it. Really,
that's where I landed on it too, because I think like you said with manifestation or whatever, like whatever you think, I think whatever you attribute to something, an object, that's what it's going to be. Like if you can hold up a cross, but if you really don't feel it in your heart it's going to work, and you're not really like vibing with it, then it's not going to work, because you're not putting that energy on top of it. It's going to be nothing. So I agree.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, really quick, it's just crazy you say that as well, because I don't know if you remember, like, when I did tell you about the possession story, I remember when I went to the priest, he was like, well, if you're going to sit there and you're going to be terrified of the demon and be like, like, don't touch me, that it's not going to do shit. That's what he told me straight up. And I was like, okay, bet I'm going to have to put my energy into this. And then I did, and it worked. So it is all about that.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, because I think some people would just do it because like you're saying, like they'll just do it because they think it's going to work, but in their heart they don't really feel like it's going to work, so it doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. You got to have like a confidence in there, I think, for sure.
Yeah. So you might mess with a Ouija board. Is it possible?
Yes, but very with protective energy, and also with good ass intentions, because I want only good experiences here.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Would you, or have you ever gone on like a ghost hunt, like an official ghost hunt with tools, and like you got locked up in like an asylum or something at night? Have you ever done something like that?
I actually never have, in like a professional sense, like you said, with like tools and things like that. But I have gone to like certain places that were like deemed very haunted or satanic or whatever, and I know that because I have like the intention of being protected, I'll be fine. But you can definitely feel the energy from those things when you're there. It's insane, honestly, but it's very cool. I think it's very interesting how it's almost like demons are just very, very, very miserable people. Like it's not that you have compassion for them, but you can understand where that energy comes from. You know what I'm trying to say? So yeah. It's like, yeah. You
said you had went to like a haunted school before, right? Or you had been around it? What was that place again?
It was El Paso. It was El Paso High School. So it was in Texas, El Paso. And the high school is like, even like the energy around it was fucking insane. I remember I was like standing outside the school and I looked up at it, and there was like students there because kids still go there. but the school is like, it looks very not ancient, just looks older, yes, but the areas around it, it's like there's dogs like trying to attack you, like in, you know, people's
Yeah.
backyards and shit, and like it's just silent, dead, and I'm like, oh my God, when I went. But it was cool to see, you know, that's what I care about.
You didn't go inside though.
No, I didn't go inside.
Okay.
I don't think I could have, but yeah.
Okay. And then you went to
That would have
the
been cool too, though.
yeah. And then you went to the Zach Baggins Haunted Museum. I remember we
I
talked a
did.
lot about that. Did you go to any other haunted places before?
I went to the Devil's Tree in Port St. Lucie. It's this one huge tree that's located in Port St. Lucie in Florida, and basically what the tree like is involved. I honestly, like, I'm not even gonna lie to you, I forgot what the guy's name is, but there was this man who used to do a bunch of satanic rituals on the tree. Like, I'm pretty sure he sacrificed a few girls on it. And like when I went, because they say do not go there, do not touch the tree, do not do any of that. But I went, of course. And I remember when I went, I didn't touch the tree, but it is really heavy. It's like a very, very huge tree, and you could see like there's slashes in it. There's like a bunch of shit on it. It's like insane, honestly.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
So you felt the vibe off it, but you didn't touch it, you didn't do nothing
No, I
crazy.
got close to it though, but
That's
I
where you
didn't
got to do
like
the board. That's where you got to do the Ouija board right there.
pull that shit out.
Oh, that'll fuck you up probably. You don't want to do it there. That'll be bad. That'll be
That would be
bad.
bad.
Anywhere else?
Anywhere else? I'm trying to think because there's a few places that I've been to that I was like, but off the top of my head, those are like the main areas that I've been to. But I
That's
do
cool.
plan to in the future, like if I travel somewhere to like venture out where the haunted places are or whatever else, you know.
I don't think we talked about it on the two previous shows, but if you're gonna go anywhere, you got to go to Salem. You know Salem, right?
Yes,
For
I
the
do.
witch hunts. I've been there twice with my dad. It was awesome.
Uh-huh.
You'd like
Oh,
that.
really?
You'd probably feel so much energy around that place. It was awesome. You have the witch
What?
museum and what are you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say, yeah, tell me about it. Like, what
Yeah, you
happened?
have. I remember once they have this show. I think it's at the witch. They have the witch museum where you sit down, like it's like in this circle with a bunch of people, and they tell you the story of the Salem witch trials through these mannequins above you, and like they spotlight everybody, like each
That's so
part of
cool.
it. Then then they do it again in another building where they'll have like a play go on of this woman. It's like a small story that they said went on where this woman went into the woods and signed her name in the devil's book, something like that. Then when you're done with the play, you go downstairs to where they actually house the witches, but they redid it. So they have all these mannequins and like these dummies in the cells, and they're like had this audio track going like, "Oh, help me! I'm not a witch. Please help me." It's mad cool. It was cool. It was
That is
awesome.
cool as hell.
There's so much stuff to do, and it's probably way more now because I went when I was like 13 or something like that, maybe even
Oh,
younger.
yeah.
So but I think you're really gonna like the cemetery. That place was cool because they take you on a walking ghost tour. Don't go in the winter because then you won't go on the walking ghost tour. They'll give you a fucking PowerPoint presentation. You don't want to pay for that. You could just
Yeah.
you just Google that shit. You go
Uh-huh.
when you could walk around, and they'll bring you to the sheriff's house where they say, he was like an evil sheriff, and they have a sheriff's curse there from this guy named Corey Giles. Corey Giles was a guy who I think got prosecuted for being a witch, and they crushed him with a bunch of rocks and stones. And they were
Yeah.
they were telling him, say you're not a witch, or say whatever. They wanted him to say something, and he would just say more weight, which meant just kill me. Like, I don't care. I'm not gonna say what you want me to tell you. So he would just say more weight, and they put another stone on him, and he'd be like more weight. They reenacted. It's crazy. But they say ever since then, every sheriff has had a heart attack or has gotten messed up in some kind of way. So they'll bring you to one of the sheriff's house that died. He looks at you from the fucking window if you're lucky, and they bring you to all these places. But the cemetery was fucking cool. It's mad big, and I remember my dad taking a picture there. And when we brought the camera back to the hotel, I looked at the fucking picture, and there was orbs everywhere. Like it looked like it was snowing.
Oh,
It
I
looked
love
like
that.
it was snowing, and you're gonna think I'm alive. Everybody's gonna think I'm alive because you're gonna think I'm alive because we don't have the picture. It's like, how the fuck could you lose that picture? I don't know, but we lost the picture, and we got orbs in the museum too. We got like an orb in the corner, but that one may have been dust. But this one, it looked like it was straight up snowing in the cemetery. That's how many orbs were there. It was nuts. One of my biggest regrets is not framing that picture.
Yeah. One day you'll get another chance to take another
Yes.
picture.
Yeah. So
That's
you'll like
very
Salem. You'll like it.
I will now. Shit. From
Yeah.
what you're telling me, I'm extremely intrigued. Like I'm gonna look into this after I'm done
There's a tree
because
over
that
there too, like a hanging tree, I think, where they hung people. You can go over there. You can probably touch that tree.
there's a lot of stuff that went down with the Salem witch trials, like a lot of sad stuff, but it's very interesting now, to look at it and to learn from it and to feel the energy of it because I'm sure that those spirits are still there, like
Oh
they're still
yeah.
lurking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They'll tell you on the ghost tour. They bring you to all kind of places and they tell you the stories of who's haunting this place, who's haunting that place. It's a really that's like the only place any history I care about. I don't care about no history or nowhere. I care about that's the only place I want to go and like actually know about the town. It's cool.
Yeah. Also, maybe you're like maybe spiritually drawn to it for a reason. Maybe you had a past life there or something.
Maybe I was Corey. Maybe they crushed me. I don't.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. So yeah, you should check it out. But I was gonna say, I think we have a big opportunity here. I think you and I need to shop a show. I think you and I need to do a Travel Channel show. We need to go around. We need to go to these places, and you know all about this stuff. So you could be the spiritual part. I'll just host it, and I'll run around, and I'll say stupid stuff, and I'll be like, "Oh, look, it's really cold over here. It's crazy." But you could do all the actual cool stuff and talk to the people, like, oh, "How did you die?" and stuff like that. And I'm like, "Oh my God, what did it say?" I think we'd have a good show.
I love that idea because you're right. That would actually be perfect. And like two Capricorn, you feel we're gonna be all of it ambitious. And
they can lock us
motivated.
in, they chain us in. You're like, "Oh, we're here for 24 hours in the haunted asylum. We're gonna go touch the devil tree." I think it'll be cool. I think we need to shop it around.
I definitely think we do too. That's a brilliant idea. I actually really like that.
We need to go break into the school that you talked about and shoot the pilot right there.
Oh, literally, but
Let's go shoot
like
the pilot.
it's crazy. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna write the treatment. I'm gonna write the treatment because there's so many places that are like I haven't been yet that I would love to just go investigate.
Oh yeah, there's so many things. Like this world is extremely limitless with the amounts of haunted things and whatever, like mysteries. And even when people say, "Oh, they say that something went down there," I believe it. Like something went down there. You just don't believe it fully. I believe it though.
You've seen the Island of the Dolls in Mexico?
No, I haven't.
Wow, you didn't see the Island of the
I've heard of that though. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like they I guess a guy, I don't know if it was like all the dolls washed up on shore and he just kept putting them up and then he had a heart attack, but you never seen pictures of it?
No,
it's so crazy. Let me see. It's so creepy. Island
them
of
dolls
the Dolls.
That man.
Yeah, I mean that's the legend. But
yeah,
it's
that's
like,
what it sounds like.
They're like all decrepit and they're all like decayed. If you could see. They're just like everywhere, strung up on trees.
Oh my God, that head. Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, and it's like you got to take a boat to the middle of nowhere in Mexico.
Oh my
That's a good one
goodness.
right there.
The Island of the Dolls. That's so cool though.
And it's like thousands of them probably there.
Holy shit. Yeah.
They say the activities there is crazy. We can go with the EMF meter. Beep, beep, beep,
right?
Beep, beep, beep.
Like everything.
You can talk to the dolls. I think they say those like children's souls in the dolls, stuff like that.
Probably.
Yeah. So maybe that'll be our first destination right there.
Yeah, that honestly sounds like a plan, especially Mexico.
Because dolls always freak me out. Dolls always freaked me out. So I'd be spooked over there.
Yeah, child dolls are scary to me too. Like they're like creepy as hell.
Yeah, I was always afraid as a kid, I was afraid of Raggedy Ann. That doll always freaked me out.
Annabelle, man.
Yeah, that was the original Annabelle, exactly.
Yeah,
that was the original Annabelle.
Yeah.
So as we wind down here, as we're gonna go work on our pilot episode after this, we're gonna go buy some plane tickets and go to Mexico. But before we do that, I wanted to ask you because you do a lot of stuff. You do a lot of social media. You're posting 2 times a week. You do the readings and all kind of cool stuff. I want to ask you because I know you've been doing YouTube about as long as us. So for 3 years, right? You've been doing YouTube.
I started consistently at the end of 2021, I believe. So
okay.
Oh, 2020. I'm like, wait a minute. It was in 2021. So about 2 years for me, I think.
Because were you on YouTube before that? Were you doing other stuff before Manifestation?
Before, yeah, I was on TikTok. And then I was like on Instagram. And then I like kind of worked my way onto consistent on YouTube.
Okay. Okay. So have you ever experienced burnout?
Burnout from doing my content kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yes, I have, but not in the way that I think other people have. And I'll explain like what I mean. Basically, for me, I realize like this, like everything that I'm doing online is my job, it's my passion, and it's like my career of choice. So the way that I see it is, let's say, for example, I was working like a 9 to 5 or something, and then I had to do all this stuff on top. Then I feel like I would feel more burned out because I do remember when I first started, I was a full-time student and a full-time job. So I literally would like cram in the extra 3 hours I had after I got off and after I was done doing my homework and shit to actually do what I had to do. And that's when I was like, oh my God, I can't do this. But the thing there is that I didn't get rid of what made me happy. I got rid of what was stopping me from actually contributing my all into what I was doing. So I stopped working. I did finish school and everything, but I slowed it down for me to like actually be able to do what I want to do. And then basically like ever since then, with everything that I'm doing now, I haven't experienced a burnout in a few years, which I'm very grateful for that because I love to do like all this stuff for sure.
Good.
Have you though? Like, what do you feel about that?
Oh yeah. Like I just said, we took a month and a half off early, like a month and a half off. The way we try and not have burnout is we schedule the podcast like a TV show. So they know when we're gonna, like, we have seasons and they know when we're gonna be off and they know when we're gonna be on. So we'll do a mid-season break. Like, let's say we do 30 episodes, 32. We usually do about 32. So we would schedule in, me and Justin sit down a couple months before and we go, okay, so season 3 is going to be 32 episodes. So then let's map out when our 2-week break is going to be. We do a 2-week break in the middle. So then the audience doesn't see us for 2 weeks. Then we come back for the next couple of months. And then at the end of the season, which is usually the 6-hour special, we'll take a month and a half off. But during that month and a half, we'll upload footage on Friday. We'll upload a new video every Friday that we shot while we were still working. So we'll still have new stuff come out. It won't be a podcast, but we won't be working for a month and a half. And then shit went down. So we ended up taking a break a month and a half early because we were supposed to continue till today and then take a month and a half. But then stuff just went haywire with a couple of us. So we just said, we're just going to pull out a month early and we'll see what happens. So it does happen to us. It does happen to us.
I see, but that's actually brilliant. The season thing, I think that's a really, really, really good idea. Like keep it as, as what is it, periodically, whatever, like to have the space in between. Yeah. So that you're able to like recollect yourself and everything. That's a great idea. Yeah, and that way the audience knows what to expect. Like they kind of know. We give them ample time to like, okay, so 2-week breaks coming up in like a month, 2-week breaks coming up next week, so they know. And then we, not everybody listens to everything you do anyway, so it gives everybody a chance to go back. Oh, I didn't listen to this episode. I didn't listen to that one. I missed it. So everybody has time to go back and check out stuff they didn't hear during like, our actual time doing them. So, I see.
Yeah, it helps us out a lot.
Yeah.
But not everybody needs it. We're like one of the only people that do it, probably because, I don't know, we just be getting burnt out. We just be getting burnt.
Literally do whatever makes you feel comfortable. I know like with this, a lot of people think like, oh, I should be hustling more. I should be whatever.
You?
In reality, no, like people. I'm saying.
I was like, how much more?
I think if I do more, I'll burn out.
I was like, who the fuck told you that? Oh,
no, like for you
me.
Or like for anyone else, for example. It's just like, I think it's so important to be able to have space and time for yourself. Like if you physically feel like you need a break, please take a break. You feel me? So I think that's brilliant for you to do for yourself. Yeah. Thank you. And good stuff usually happens over the break too. Like we don't want to do it, but it's just like once we're in it, we're like, oh, we're so glad we took a break because we would have never did this. And then we come back in a better headspace. But usually I find if I don't take a break, life makes me take a break. And I think that's what happened this time. Like stuff will just go down. Like weird stuff will start happening where like I get that intuition where I'm like, I think something's telling me to stop doing this right now. Yeah. It definitely happened. That's what happened this time. Like certain things would go on when I was trying to do the show. And then stuff would happen where I'd be like, all right, I think it's time to just not do it right now. Like even though I want to do it, it doesn't seem like it's the right time. If that makes sense. No, it does. I actually like that as well because it's like you're honoring what you feel and you know that everything, like I believe that everything does happen for a reason, like regardless of all the other stuff. So I do think that even with that, there will be a good thing that will come out of it. Like, oh, I took a break and then something better came out of it, you know, where you're able to do and learn more, whatever, be better, etc. That's great.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Of
So
course.
plug away. I know you got a lot to plug, your website, your TikTok. Tell everybody where they can find you.
That's funny, but okay. Basically, my website is electrasoul.co, as mentioned earlier. If you guys want to check out my reading services, my spiritual services, law of assumption coaching with me, anything that you want. And also I sell some like angel number stuff. But besides that, my social medias are Electrasoul 444. So basically said just like that. The only one that's Electrasoul, just plain like that, is my Pinterest, I believe, actually. Is it my Pinterest? Yeah, I do believe Electrasoul is just the username on there, and then on YouTube. But as for everything else, Electrasoul 444. And even then, you just search up Electrasoul and my stuff will pop up. So that's all you need.
Dude, you know you're making it when they start making like mimic accounts of you and fake accounts of you. You don't know how every time I go on my Instagram, you follow me again, but it's not you. It's like your fake account follows me. I'll block it, I'll report it, and they just make a new one. Like I've been followed by your fake account 50,000 times.
You don't know how many DMs I get every day where people are like, "Is this you?" Or they say, "This is a fake account," and I'm like, "Oh my God." I have told, like, on my stories, I'll like say it. I'm like, guys, like, listen, if it's not this account, it's not me. Please don't listen to it. But holy shit, the fake accounts are getting out of hand. I don't know if they're bots or what, but
it's I never seen it like that. I'm like at least once every 2 weeks for sure. I'll get
really
a follow from me. I'm reporting them, and they just make a new one. I'm
Thank
blocking
you for
them.
doing
It's like nothing I could do. They're like fucking roaches. They won't
literally
die.
like roaches. Like, fuck.
Dude, it's crazy.
Kill
So
them.
you know you're doing something right though when that's happening. I think
I appreciate it,
when
even
people
if
are
it's
making
with
dummy
a bunch of
accounts. Yeah.
Thank
So it was a good time talking to you. Thank you for coming on. Always appreciate it.
Great. Thank you. Always have fun talking. You know,
For sure.
Just like that, we got it. Like, you already know.
What up? And welcome back to another episode of Great Nose Bass, baby! That's right. Listen, today we are going to be celebrating Halloween in July. Well, us, but for the audience, it's going to be Halloween in July in early August because that's when you're going to be hearing it. And there's nobody I would rather have on Halloween in July than the person we got with us right now, Electrasoul. YouTuber, psychic medium, manifester. What else? I mean, many things.
Anything, limitless.
Many things. That's right. The Limitless Electrasoul. That's good. That should be in the bio. Limitless. I like that.
Low key.
So today we're going to be listening to some ghost stories from the internet. And we are obviously going to be eating some candy because what would Halloween be without some candy? I'm glad it made it to Florida. Oh, can I say where you live or no? Okay. I don't know, because some people are weird about that. I'm glad it made it to Florida in the scorching heat and it did not melt. But before we get into any of that stuff, I did want to ask you this, right? Because I know you're big on TikTok, and so am I. Well, I'm not. You're actually big on TikTok where people watch you. I'm actually big on TikTok where I just watch TikTok all day. So I was watching TikTok, and I was listening to a lot of people talk about their lucid dream experiences. So obviously you know what lucid dreaming is, right? Yeah, obviously. So for the audience, maybe you don't know. Lucid dreaming is essentially when you're dreaming and you become conscious in your dream and you can manipulate the dream, do whatever you want, go in the store, rob the store, whatever. So people were telling like their nightmare stories about it. And I want to know if you heard any of these where essentially like you're not supposed to ask the time or the day in a lucid dream or else like the people in your dream become like evil or mean. And something bad happens, right? Did you hear about this?
Yeah, actually, that's funny. I've also heard that to never look in a mirror while you are lucid dreaming because what you're going to see is going to be like totally distorted and fucked up because your brain can't like comprehend how you physically look like in the dream kind of thing. So it's always like a lot of scary loopholes. They also say don't look down at your feet because your feet will be completely messed up. At your hands, they're going to be messed up too. The time. Everything is, and that's funny with the feet and like the hands thing. They usually say that if you want to enable a lucid dream, to train yourself to like be able to look down at your hands and your feet kind of thing, so that in the dream when you do, you realize that you're in a dream, so that you're able to lucid dream. So that's like a
Right.
little loophole for those who want to know.
That's like lucid
Yeah,
dreaming 101, I think, because that's when I would see people talk about that. Like, if you want to start lucid dreaming, look at your hands all day. And then when you,
yes.
I think there's like another step, but once you get in the dream, you could look at your hands and stuff. But that's pretty scary. Like the stories of people being like, they're like at a barbecue and they're talking to people, like their family, and they're like, what time is it? And everybody just switches up. And they're like, they just turn like evil and like start chasing them out of the dream. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it is crazy, and it does sometimes it does happen like that. Like it's super spooky, but it
Have,
is real.
have you ever had an experience like that in a lucid dream?
I've always been very careful when I lucid dream because I know of like this kind of stuff, but I will tell you, it's actually really funny. I don't know what it is, but I'm able to look in the mirror in my lucid dreams. Like when I do, I see myself right back. I look down at my feet and my feet usually I usually don't have like shoes on. That's how I know. I'm like, okay, something's not right because I'm out in the public and I got socks on. Or I'll look at my hands and they'll be like, it'll just look almost like not my fingers are cut off, but more of like how do I say it? It's almost like it becomes blurry, like my fingertips become blurry. So nothing really like with chasing me or demonic things, thankfully, because I always avoid that, but I'm always really careful too. So
Right.
I definitely, yeah, steered away from that.
You know the rules already.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Well, how long have you been lucid dreaming? When did you start?
I started when I was 12 years old, so 10.
Wow. Was it
Yeah.
like a thing where you consciously tried, or you woke up in the dream and you were like, oh shit, I'm dreaming, let me fly around?
That's actually a great question because it happened so naturally. I remember the first thing that ever happened was I got a sleep paralysis. I remember I was
Oh
12
boy.
when it first happened. It was demonic. No, the first one was strange. I remember it was really weird.
That's the one
And
where the
then
hat man was there, with the guy with the top hat and everything you were telling me about last time?
it was within that year. So I just turned 13 when that happened. It was like within the time span. But yeah, I'm trying to remember what did you just ask me?
That
You asked
was
me
the,
before.
oh, when did you, like, if you consciously tried to lucid dream, or did you just wake up and lucid dream in the dream?
It happened like really, it just happened to me. And I remember after that, I started searching it up because I was like, what I had last night was not normal. And then I found out about lucid dreaming, and then I did all this research and I was like, okay, I'm gonna like master this shit so I can do it by command, like on choice, not when it happens to me. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So
Right.
yeah, definitely.
And is it
I
something you
gotta,
do for fun now? Do you do it for fun?
yeah, I love lucid dreaming. I love astral projection and like going into my dreams and dead ass experiencing a whole other world because my dreams are they're extremely prophetic. They're super vivid. I feel like just yesterday I woke up, I remember, and I was like, oh my goodness, I've been dreaming the whole night. Like the whole night I was in another plane. I woke up feeling exhausted, even though I slept like a whole night. And it's basically just soul traveling. So I feel like even if in a dream you are astral projecting and you're sleeping, like physically you are sleeping, if you are dreaming and you're doing all these things, I feel like your soul is not actually resting because you're still on the go. So
Right.
it's really crazy, but
Is there like a
yeah.
favorite thing you like to do in your dream, or is it just different every time?
I will say that when it comes to my dreams, I love before I go to bed, I love to set an intention to receive signs of what I should know right now. I always say that I'm like, show me
Nice.
what I should know right now. And then I'll have dreams about like people that maybe I should know something about or like situations, signs, like things like that. But it always comes through.
Nice.
Always.
So you mentioned astral projection, which was actually what I want to talk about next. So you do astral project,
Yeah,
which
yeah, I
for those
do.
that don't know, explain what that is.
Astral projection, it's pretty similar to lucid dreaming. The difference with lucid dreaming is that it's more of like a dream state. I feel like with astral projection, it's the actual not removal, but the separation from your soul to your body. So you could be laying down on your back and feeling yourself, because people can also like make this happen for themselves. It's not something that has to naturally happen, where you start to visualize your soul leaving your body kind of thing, and then you're able to just go wherever, do whatever. And it is the same concept in a way like lucid dreaming, but astral projection I feel is deeper in the aspect that you're able to go to different dimensions, you're able to see different timelines and do different things. And it's a very open-minded experience, but you have to be careful as well because, you know, with the scary stuff that can also follow you with astral projection, because when you're astral projecting, you're putting yourself into a body with a whole bunch of other spirits that actually exist. So I will say I've had multiple dreams, like so many fucking dreams where I will be talking to a person that I know is an actual person, or I will know that there's someone who passed away or someone who was on this earth. And it always feels, it's so like, it's just so crazy. It's
That's
so crazy.
wild. Because really, astral projection, I guess the difference is your soul is like basically leaving your body. Because a lot of people will say that they notice because they're like levitated and they're looking at themselves, and that's how they know that they, you know, they're astral projecting. A lot of people don't know what it is when it happens. They're just like, what the fuck? Like I'm literally out of my body. Like it's like an out of body experience when somebody's like gonna die, or if if they have like a near death experience. So you can go to. I've heard of people like astral projecting in this dimension, in this reality, but I never heard of people going to other realities. So that's possible, like other timelines, like you said.
Yeah, I definitely do believe it's possible. I'm personally not the kind of person who will go to like a like, you know, some people like to travel to like Harry Potter. What is it? I don't read Harry Potter.
Go to Hogwarts?
Yes, Hogwarts.
Play
All
fucking
that
Quidditch?
stuff. So, yeah, basically like all these things. And I personally don't like go like dive that deep because I kind of want to keep it related to my life. But it definitely, there's different kinds of like dimensions in which you exist in. And I feel like I've definitely become more open-minded to that as well, because I always knew that different dimensions were real, but I feel like I've actually, now I know that they're real because I've seen it myself. Like there's different versions of different people, different situations that can happen. Even people have told me that they remember things extremely different than how it actually is. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe, for example, the Eiffel Tower was actually in Egypt, for example, like a totally crazy example, but like they'll actually remember that, and people, they'll tell them, or they'll say that people have told them that they agreed with them, and like it was like a known thing until they realized that, oh my God, no, wait.
Oh, wow.
That's so weird. What the hell? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Wild.
It's like everything gets mixed up in a different way, but it's normal to those people that exist in that dimension.
Do you have any like weird or scary encounters when you've astral projected? Anything that you can highlight?
Yeah, let me think. I honestly have had a very big amount of like scary experiences with like astral projection because of spirits who have tried like to get a hold on you. But thankfully I've always had a strong foundation because I, you know, over the course of like my life, I've learned how to deal with negative spirits. So whenever that does happen, it'll kind of be like, for example, I'm trying to think of an example. There'll be like a spirit who will come and it'll be known that they're a bad spirit. It's not like they're trying to hide themselves and then to spook you. They'll come to you and start laughing kind of thing, and like, like, haha, I'm going to scare you. And then if you put your foot down, you're like, I'm not going to let you scare me kind of thing. They end up leaving you alone because they notice that there's nothing to scare you with, you know? Nice. So yeah, I definitely had my fair share of scary moments, but nothing I couldn't overcome.
Right. Good. I I am in this reality where I don't go fucking hiking. I know people like, oh, I want to go on this trail. I don't be going on trails. I don't like planes. I don't like the sea. I like being on land. I'm the same way with this reality. I want to be in this reality. I don't want to be no other place. I don't want to go to no other dimension. I'm staying right fucking here. I'll go to that dimension if I'm supposed to go when I die. I do not like exploring. I will tell you that I could definitely see myself lucid dreaming because I do wake up in my dreams sometimes where I'm like, I know I'm dreaming and I'm like, I just want to get out. So I'll just wake myself up. I don't like go, like I'll be conscious of it and I'm like, I'm lucid dreaming. I don't go like, oh, like I want to go fuck around. I want to go I'm like, nope, time to wake up. Let's get out of here. Time to wrap this. I don't want to do nothing with that shit.
That's actually cool because a lot of people I know as well who are not into like astral projection or like conscious dreaming or anything like that, they've told me themselves as well, like you, that they'll choose to wake up from a dream. Mm-mm. For example, my mom told me once that something was going to happen to her in a dream and she was like, okay, it's time to wake up. And then she woke up. That's and right. I feel like, yeah, you're that much in control. It's really cool.
I'm waking the fuck up. I don't even like sleeping anyway. So I'm like, oh, I'm awake in my dream. Time to wake up for real. I sleep like 4 hours a day. I was like that. I don't really like sleeping like that. So that's not my thing. So you did bring up mirrors earlier, and I wanted to talk about this because I don't know if this is common thought, but I've definitely heard it a few times that mirrors could be like a portal to the spirit world. Do you agree with that? Have you heard that?
Oh, absolutely. That's actually funny because recently, I don't know why, I've been thinking about back when I used to make more spiritual based YouTube videos about like 2 years ago. I remember I made a video about how the mirrors are portals because when you put two mirrors together, it kind of like literally
Oh, I heard you're not
enables.
supposed to do that.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't be
not
doing
supposed to
that.
because
You've done that?
when I was little, I used to do that. Like the mirrors in the bathroom when you like open it.
Oh, I
Yeah.
did used to do that. That's right. I think we all did that. That's true. That's true. You go inside like you're in a house of mirrors and stuff.
Yeah, it's
Oh
super,
shit.
super
I was
spooky,
I
but
was
it's
messing around. That ain't cool.
type
So you've
shit.
done it. Yeah, that's right. I think we've all done it. So yeah, so you do believe that they could be portals and stuff. Is that why? So that makes me think like on a I guess we'll get to the negative in a second. But when you talk about doing mirror work and stuff and you look into the mirror at yourself and you're like, I'm this, I'm that. Do you think that's why people believe it works? Or maybe they don't even know that that's why it would work?
I feel like maybe some people don't even know because I do know that when you look in the mirror and you talk to yourself in an empowering way, you might not even realize like you're almost casting a spell on yourself because when you're
Right.
looking in the mirror and you're enabling, you're like, I am this, I am that, I'm this and that. You are talking to the version of who you're saying that you are. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So you're becoming that person in that moment. A lot of people don't realize it, but I'm sure you know as well. Like, for example, in the movies, when they're like, I can do this, look in the mirror, they're like, I got this, I
Yeah.
got this. And they're like, oh, okay, I'm good because
Yeah.
they've casted that positive spell on themselves. So, yeah, definitely.
I
It's
before I even knew about mirror work when I was really young, I used to just do it to feel good. I used to just like I'm gonna go in the mirror and tell myself like all this good stuff so I could feel good. And then I learned
that's
about mirror work later. I was like, oh cool, I didn't even know this was like a thing. So
right.
I guess that's cool. But the
That's
negative aspects, what could go on with mirrors, do you think? What kind of negative stuff can happen?
Okay, I have one example. It's actually from the possession that I've told you about a few times on this podcast as well. I remember when that was happening, the person who was undergoing like the whole possession being haunted like very deeply, they told me they were like I see because the one thing that they always say like people say not to do is never put a mirror in front of your bed because when you're sleeping,
Oh,
spirits like to mess with you. So you might wake up, look in the mirror, and then you're going to see spirit in the mirror. You might not even see it in front of you. You might just see it
wow.
in the mirror. And that's 10 times spookier than actually
Hell
physically
yeah.
seeing it right next to you. So I remember when this happened, the person called me and they were like, I see a black thing because they had the mirror right in front of them. I see a black thing in the mirror, like a tall, big, larky black thing just standing there and it's in the mirror. And I was just like, oh my fucking gosh, like this is not it. But I like even for myself, I remember I was laying down in a bed and the mirror was in front of the bed. And I remember from the corner, you can see that it was a huge black thing like in the corner. You couldn't really see it unless you were really looking, and it had huge horns. And I remember I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yikes.
And I remember it started walking like that way and it disappeared in the mirror. But in actuality, when it starts to walk that way, it didn't just disappear, it's walking that way in the actual world. You know what I'm trying to
Oh
say?
my
Like you were able
god.
to physically see it in the mirror, but it's still spiritually there. So it's still there, but like you're not seeing it anymore. So that, and then the other thing that I will say is I remember as well with like that whole possession thing with that same spirit. Um there was a reflection of I think I told you this a long time ago. I can't remember, but I remember that there was a painting, and when you put the glass on top of the painting, so like it's a reflection still,
Okay.
kind of like to take care of the painting, yeah, the frame.
Yeah.
So I remember that it was kind of okay, the door was here and then the painting was over here, and then reflected back that way was the dining room. So you're able to see the light. So you look at the painting and then you can see the reflection of the light in the background. I remember, oh my, this one was like the spookiest one, I think. I remember my friend called me when that whole thing was happening and they were like, look at this. And on FaceTime, they showed me the reflection of a spirit, like the same black figure standing tall. I'm getting goosebumps, like reflection standing in the living room, but you could see it in the reflection of the painting, of the glass.
God.
Like, I'm telling you, mirrors are anything.
Following them. Oh my
They're
God, that's straight out of a horror movie, yo.
like, actually, I couldn't
That's
believe my eyes.
wild. As I got
Yeah,
older, that's why I thought, like, when I'm sure you know Bloody Mary. Everybody knows
Mhm.
Bloody Mary. You go in the bathroom, say Bloody Mary, all different kind of rituals and stuff. I never did it as a kid. It's my favorite urban legend, though. But as I got older, I was like, you know what? That's probably really, when you're younger, you're probably like, that's not, like, that can't happen. Like, that's like a woman's gonna come through the mirror and like slice you up. Like, that's bullshit. But then when I really started thinking about it, I'm like, that is probably a good way to summon anything. Like, you're not going to summon Bloody Mary, like the actual type of demon or whatever the story, but you're looking into a mirror with the intention, essentially your intention is to see something bad. You're not looking in the mirror being like, oh, I want to see Jesus or I want to see something cool, like good. You're looking in the mirror like, Bloody Mary is a wicked thing. I want to see that. So you don't know what you're actually calling in. And I remember when I did think that, like, this is a backwards thought now. This is a backwards thought. I know I said I don't want to travel other dimensions and shit, but I did do Bloody Mary after I thought that, because I was like, let me see if that's true. Like, let me see what's going to happen now, because now I don't think it's going to be, now it's like not a kid's game to me. Like, I want to see what's going to happen. So I did it, and nothing happened. Nothing happened, right? But I walk out, and my dog flies into the bathroom. Mind you, this dog did not care about me. She only cared about like my mom and my dad a little bit, but she loved my mom. So when they weren't home, I would just feed her, take her out. She would be on the other end of the house all the time. Okay, there is no reason she should have flew into that bathroom like that. She's never ever done that. Rest in peace to that dog, but she never did it before that. Okay, so not only did she do that, she was sniffing around the bathroom. Never did that before. Then I'm going on my computer, and I could see her from the hallway because that bathroom was right by my door. She's laying. I had a old video of her laying in the hallway, staring into that bathroom for mad long. And then she eventually just kind of laid down in front of the bathroom. Never did it before. Never did it again. Only when I did that. Only when I did that.
Protecting you guys from something.
Thanks a lot, Hennessy, because that was nice. I was like, wow, because that dog really did not care about me that much. She would not like come over and like see me like that. She didn't like run away from me, but she never made an effort like to come to my room. So I was like, what is Hennessy doing in the bathroom? But she would always see stuff in the house, and that's what also made me kind of freak out, because there would be times where my mom would call me and she'd be like, yo, Hennessy is tripping out right now. She's looking down the hallway barking, and she's like kind of like freaking out. Hennessy wouldn't bark at anything. She was barking at random shit, barking at the wall, barking at the fireplace. That's how I knew when I was like, that was kind of weird. And it wasn't like, oh, candles blew out and then a fucking face came in the mirror. Like, that was actually creepier, because I'm like, I didn't see anything. I didn't feel anything.
Yeah.
So that was spooky, dude. That was crazy.
Yeah, your dog knew what's up. Like,
that was in my old crib. I'm not doing that in this one. That was one time. I just wanted to try it once and see. That's it.
I wonder what to do. I honestly also feel like when people do Bloody Mary like that, they're probably calling in spirits who are pretending to be Bloody Mary.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. But you know it's not going to be good, because you're calling in. Your intention is, even if you're scared, you're saying, by saying Bloody Mary, you're like, I want to see something evil. I want to see something. You're just saying that 6 times. You're not saying you're not saying Jesus' name in the mirror. You're saying, I want to see something bad, essentially. Did you ever, like, growing up, did you hear about or play any of the other games? Because there was the one where it was the elevator game. That was a common one. Then there was where like you had to be like at a certain kind of elevator, and you pressed all the buttons, and then you press it a certain way, and then you go into hell or something like that. I never tried that. Especially not in my building, because my building's already a portal to something. So coming in my building, my building is probably where the elevator game leaves you. So if you do the elevator game, you'll end up in my building. just letting you know that right fucking now. But there was the one, I think it was, I forgot what kind of, hide and seek, right? Where you'd get the doll and you put like rice in it, you put like a couple other things, but you essentially make like kind of a voodoo doll, and you put it in the bathtub. You turn the TV on to like a static channel, and then you'd hide in the house. or something like you'd put the doll somewhere, I think, and then basically be like, I'm gonna give you 10 seconds, and then you'd go find it. Then you'd put the doll in the bathroom and you would hide, and then you would tell the doll, come find me. That shit, I never tried that. I ain't never tried that, but I could see it being the same thing as like the mirror, where you're like essentially saying, okay, whatever spirit's around, come find me. You know, you ever heard of that game?
No, that's scary. I feel like that's like next level.
Dude, I'm
I
getting
feel
chills
like
thinking about it. Like thinking about what I would like playing that would be crazy.
yeah, no, I feel like you would actually be inviting some demon, bro. Like some demon's gonna pick that thing up and move it over to spook you out, some shit,
Yeah.
but a good vibe.
There was the midnight game where I don't remember how exactly it would go, but it basically, I think it was like you write down on a piece of paper like hi midnight man or some bullshit, slide it under the door. Then you'd have to like walk around the house with a candle, be like, midnight man, come out, midnight man, hi, midnight man, I want you to kill me, some shit like that. And then you like wait around till like 3 a.m. to see if you died. It was wild.
I think I've heard that once when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I've also heard of the elevator game, but I've never played that. Like none of those. But which one I played? That's actually funny. A little bit ago, I did play a game with these two kids that I was watching. I remember we played because they wanted to play like some spooky
That
internet.
is the beginning
like,
of a horror movie right now. Like, oh, I'm babysitting kids. Let's go play a scary game. Like, all right, you're not gonna die.
No, like dead ass. Because I remember, I I made a TikTok about this. I haven't uploaded it yet, but in the like what I was explaining is that basically it's called cat scratches. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
No.
It's about like this, you read this tale out loud about some cat that died, and basically I can't remember exactly how it goes, but upon you reading the thing, you're supposed to, after you're done reading it and reciting it, you look at like your back or something like that, and you should have like scratches on you, like some sort of resemblance of being scratched. And I remember I was like, okay, nothing's gonna happen, like whatever. So we did it, and I remember one of the girls was recording it because she's like, oh, I want to keep this, like whatever. And when she was recording it, I remember like we lifted up the girl's back, or the shirt on her back, and you can see that there was like dead ass like a small red mark on her back, and there was, and then you have to read it back. Once you read it back, it says that like 2 or 3 more marks come up. When we did it again, there was another one on her back, and I remember at that point I got goosebumps because I was like, okay, this is real, like this is something that's actually happening right now, like what the fuck. And I was like, we shouldn't play this anymore. I remember I was like, okay, that's enough guys, let's go watch TV.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's real, bro, I'm telling you. There was other games I played as well when I was when I first got like really started getting interested in spirits around the age of 13. That's when I started to actually really realize that I was like astral projecting and having lucid dreaming and sleep paralysis. I remember I'm sure you've heard of this as well, like the ghost tracking apps.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember it was so like it was so 2013. I had like my iPod, and I remember it was such a like a ratchety ass kind of game, or like it wasn't a game, it was a ghost tracker. But I remember I wanted to see the spirit so bad because I felt at that point I was like, I want to see what I think I know. And I remember I was like, come on, like if you're there, like come out, this, that. I used to have a candle, and looking back, I'm probably like, what did I summon? But thankfully nothing ever actually happened. So I am thankful for that. But I can't imagine how many sleep paralyses I had where maybe the things that I summoned were trying to fuck with me without me knowing.
Yeah.
Who knows? Right? Like
with any of the games, like you're not gonna call the thing you're actually calling. You don't know what it is. You don't know what it could be. Would you ever? Because I've seen this on YouTube before. Would you ever download? Would you ever buy a haunted doll on eBay or some of these websites and keep it and see if anything happens? Would you ever try that?
I actually have thought about that before. I remember I used to look up on eBay haunted dolls, and they were like really bad vibed haunted dolls. Like you can feel that the vibes were really strong. I thought about it, but I also felt like I didn't want the responsibility that came with it. I was like, okay, if I do this, like I have to completely isolate it, and I can't live knowing that, not even live, but I can't be comfortable knowing that there's some demonic doll in my garage that might be flipping shit over right now, kind of thing. So I've thought about it, but never done it.
Well, that's why you put it in your bedroom, so you can always have an eye on it. What do you mean? You can't put it in the garage. You got to put it in your room. You gotta really immerse yourself in the experience. You can't put it in the garage.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know there's a girl, this girl that I follow, Kelsey Davis. I remember it's actually funny. The reason I found her was because the girls that I was actually playing that game with, the littlest one who had the scratches on her, I feel like she was intrigued by like the spiritual realm or whatever. But there was like, on YouTube Shorts, they kind of show any video, and I remember she has like haunted dolls, like she actually has them, and she was like, "Oh, let me click on her channel," and she clicked on the channel, and she has like dead ass haunted dolls that she keeps with her, and it's like normal and it works, and I'm like, I mean, for her, I'm like, that's amazing that she can do it, but personally for me, I feel like I could, but I don't want to. That's more of what it is. Like, I just don't want to deal with it.
No, I remember I bought a Ouija board in the house just to have it as a prop or something. My mom was like, "Get the fuck out of here." She was like, "Get this." She didn't make me take it out, but she was like, "No," like she was not happy about it.
Yeah, a lot of. Are you Hispanic by chance?
I was about to say I'm Puerto Rican, so that's why you tell me that most of us were like, "No, I'm not doing nothing where spirits are involved. Not doing none of that shit." No, I'm half white, so then my white side does come out when I'm like, "Yeah, let's go to this abandoned place and check it out. Let's check out. Let me do the Bloody Mary game." If I was full Puerto Rican, I would be like, "No, I'm not doing none of that." But my white side does come out where I'm like, "Yeah, let's do the mirror game."
That is actually hilarious because I'm half Italian. I'm half Ecuadorian, half Italian.
Okay.
And that's my side coming out being like,
yeah, I'm half Italian too. So yeah, that's where it comes out. Like, let's do something scary right now. I'll do that, but I still won't go on a trail though. I'll leave nature alone. That's why I don't mess with nature at all. I don't do that. I'll do like a baby trail. I'm not doing where I gotta climb up fucking rocks, not like that. Because people be going missing on those trails. You ever seen that?
Yeah.
Or like one guy, there'll be like a group, and the guy behind them, they'll be like, "Hey, Zach," and Zach is fucking gone.
God, kill me.
Like, is it an alien? Like, is it like nobody knows what it is? But people go missing like that all the time, I heard. I don't know if it's all the time, but I heard it happens a lot.
I heard it does happen as well. And then if they're like found, they'll be in like a distressed state or some shit like you don't want anything to be a part of.
Yeah, that's wild. So
yeah,
I stay with the danger I know about. That's the one that I already know about.
Humanly danger.
Right. So you had told a story. I don't know if it might have been your TikTok about this cursed school, right? Like a cursed high school. You want to tell us that story?
Yeah, I remember. Actually, I think I told you about this the last time we spoke. It was in El Paso.
No, not that one. The one about the prom.
Yeah, wait. I'm trying to think.
The prom
the
car.
Prom
yeah.
one. I was talking about El Paso, the haunted school over there.
Yeah, that one we talked about.
Yeah. Oh my God. That was the high school that I went to. And it's actually, I live like right by it type shit. So I can still just go there and see the car. But what happened was a few years ago, these kids got into, like these students there got into a car accident and they died, totaled the car. And I don't know why they thought it was a great idea to bring the car. I guess it was to spook us, but they brought the car back to the campus and they put it up for display. And every year, I remember when my prom year came around, senior year, they were like, "All right, we're going to go, like, we're going to tell you about the dangers of drinking and driving." So they brought us to the car and they were like, "This is what happens when you drink and drive." And I was like, Jesus, like, I remember at the time knowing, I was like, this is not good energy right here. Like these poor souls type shit. But what happened from that is that I remember when I was at that school, people were talking about how ever since they put that car on the campus, one student a year dies. Like one student will randomly die. It can be whoever. And it's actually really crazy because it will be like that. Like there's kids who got into car accidents who died. Just one student, like I said in the video, there was a person who died, a woman. It wasn't a woman, it was a student. I can't remember who it was, but it was someone from the school who was found dead in the woods. And the only reason that they were found was because a football player from the school was jogging in the woods. And there was like a whole bunch of other stories like that where people would just fucking die. And I'm like, Jesus,
in high
thinking
school.
about stuff. Yeah, in high school.
Be dropping like flies.
Type shit. Like population decrease. That's just wild. Crazy. Yeah,
we were talking earlier in the show about like people putting the evil on you, but that's how I think that's like how curses work. Like that was, I don't know how that curse works per se, but people will dead ass put something on you. Like I've been to, like, again, I'm Spanish, so I used to go to botanicas and stuff. I knew friends that owned them, which is like a spiritual shop where you can get candles, you can get this, and you will have people dead go in there and be like, "Listen, I need to fuck with this person. Like they did this. Like this is my boyfriend. I found out he's cheating. I want you to do this. And they're like, okay, here's what you do. You get this, you bury it, you do that, and it's gonna fuck with him. I've seen it, bro. I've seen it. But the thing about it is, the common thought is that it comes back to you, though.
Yeah, like karma.
Yeah, like it will come back.
I feel like it's actually funny you say that, because I'm thinking back as well to like the spiritual shops I've been to. I remember always seeing like everything will be like angels, incense, whatever, and then there'll be one section that'll be like voodoo, black magic, use this candle to hex your enemies. I'm like, geez, like but what you were saying about like the karma thing, basically I feel like I definitely do believe in karma personally. I know that karma is a choice to believe in. Like some people can deadass just assume that nothing will happen to them and then nothing does. But personally for me, like I'm a very conscious, aware person. So I feel like if I'm going to do something, I have to be right about it. Like I can't do some fucked up thing and then be like, go about my jolly day. I have to know that what I'm doing is reflected. Exactly. So that's how I stay good. You know what I'm trying to say? But I definitely believe that even if, like, let's say, for example, someone does something to someone that you know, if that person intends that the person who did something to them gets their karma, they will, because they're intending. So, I mean, it's fucked.
You'll see a lot of wild stuff in Botanicas. I've seen two sisters go at it. One of them pulled on a knife and almost stabbed the other one. We had to kick them out. It was a wild time. Shout out to my friends that owned them, man. They were great. They were great. It was a lot of fun going there. So let's get to the ghost stories. We got about 5. I got some from Reddit, and I got one from Art Bell. Rest in peace. Have you ever heard Art Bell before?
No,
oh,
I haven't.
If you love ghost stories, then you go on YouTube, look up Art Bell Coast to Coast. Years and years and years of people calling in and telling ghost stories. So usually I'll pick one from there. And that one is pretty crazy. We'll hear that at the end. But the first one I got is about a movie that you and I both love, The Conjuring. And I've heard this before, that some of these movies like Exorcist and The Conjuring, that if you watch these things, that kind of energy may come out to you. So, and it's actually funny that I say that, because I remember there was an article about Art Bell, and he was running his radio station from his house at the time. And he came out and he was like, listen, like, I got to shut the show down for a while because too much stuff is happening in my crib since I've started doing it here, because you guys were talking about ghosts all the time. He'd always say in the show, like, if you're listening to the show, just know listening to this stuff can bring it over to you. And he was very serious about it. So let's listen to this ghost story. I thought this was cool.
Strange things have started happening in my house after my husband and I watched The Conjuring 2. Everything was fine until the end of the movie, when Lorraine said the name Valak. As soon as she said the name, our back door swung open, and it sounded like someone came running into the house. When my husband went into the kitchen to check, there was no one there. For the last 3 days, we've heard knocking on our walls at night, and the sound of someone walking up our stairs. I know it's because of that movie, and we're already talking about calling a priest over.
People say it happens.
It does. That spirit probably was trying to mock that demonic entity, because all the entities that are in The Conjuring are real. So it's not like it's a fictional made up shit. It's like they're dead ass entities.
Crazy. That's true. Yeah. I never thought about that they're real. That's right. Yeah.
Say those names, like, be careful. It's not that you're summoning them again, because I do know that those spirits are technically gone, like they're taken care of, but the energy is still there. Like, it still exists. You know what I'm trying to say?
Have you ever, because I know, do you watch a lot of these movies, or is it like just once in a while?
I watched all of them. If they came on again, I would watch it again, but I remember all of them. Like, you know, and if a new one comes out, I'm watching it. You feel me? Like,
we were just talking about the Exorcist movie the other day that I sent you the trailer. How crazy does that look?
I'm excited. I want to watch it. I love movies like that. Dude, a lot.
The possession, like when you get to the end of the trailer and you see the girls like totally possessed and their hearts are in sync. I think they did a great job on the makeup and how it looks from the trailer, at least.
Yeah. Like it looks nice. Very authentic.
It looked pretty scary. I'm not gonna lie. Like that was a little unsettling, the end of it. I was like, yo, this is nice.
Yeah, nice. I like that shit too. As long as it's real to me, I like it, you know?
So you never had anything freaky happen while watching this stuff though?
I will say, I'm trying to think back. No, actually, I didn't, because I remember that when I was watching these movies, it was after that whole possession thing happened, and I was watching it for educational purposes.
Okay.
I remember that the first movie I ever watched from The Conjuring, which was the first one, it was about 6 months before the first like possession ever happened. And I remember when the possession happened, I like used the knowledge that I learned from Ed and Lorraine from that first movie, and I
Wow.
applied it in real life. And then after that, because I am a psychic medium, I was able to communicate with Lorraine, and she helped me so much throughout that entire thing. Like, she really honestly saved my ass in a lot of ways. It was, yeah,
Maybe it was
definitely.
lined up that you had to watch the movie before because you like it was gonna happen, so it had to, your
Yeah, my soul
timeline
almost.
lined up with that.
I agree with that. Definitely.
Yeah.
Divine. Yep.
So let's get to the next story.
I have a 10-year-old daughter who's been seeing a man in her closet for a few years now. My 10-year-old stepson has seen him as well, and so has my husband. Recently, she started not wanting to sleep in her room, and it turns out that she felt like she was touched one night, and he's starting to show up when she sleeps over at her grandparents'. She says she doesn't feel like he's trying to hurt her, but it still scares her. I'm wondering if it's possible this is just a ghost that's become attached, or do I need to worry about something darker?
I'll tell you right now, I didn't even realize that she said years till this I heard it back. It would not be happening for years. I'll tell you that right now. I have the crew in there. I have everybody blessing that closet, throwing shit in that closet. We be cracking eggs in that closet. Whatever we got to do. It wouldn't be going on for years. They're like,
Oh, no.
maybe, we'll see what happens. And he's like, oh, now it's touching her. Like, no.
2-day maximum right there. You're gone to third, bitch. Like, I'm not dealing with
Hell
that.
no. No. Did you ever see like when kids have imaginary friends, they say that sometimes it's just them hanging out with ghosts?
I definitely believe that 1,000,000%. I believe that if a kid genuinely believes that they have like an imaginary friend, it probably is a spirit that is just like is able to get along with this person. But I do believe that they are spirits as well. They can be, for sure.
I dated a girl who lived in the house Aaron Burr hid in after killing Alexander Hamilton. I always said ghosts were BS, but that place was haunted AF. Middle of the night, nobody else in the house but us. I'd hear footsteps, hear whispers, and see shadows moving room to room. Doors would open and close, shit would fall off shelves. One night, I was playing with her dog, rolling a tennis ball into the next room, and the dog was rolling it back. Bounce, bounce, nothing for a few seconds. Bounce, bounce, ball comes back. I did that for like 15 minutes before I realized the dog was behind me, asleep. Then the door slammed. I went straight home.
That is
I would have left.
right. He did the right thing. He was out of there. That's wild. To have the dog behind you,
Oh, hell nah. I would have lost my shit.
that is crazy. Although maybe by now, I mean, I don't know what year this was. I might have pulled out my phone and did it again to see if I could get it on camera, because that would be crazy.
Definitely.
Look, I'm telling you, the dog is right here.
like, look at this. I'm
That
not
would
playing
be
with myself.
crazy.
Oh,
Hell yeah, dude.
for real though. Oh my God.
I had just gotten back from my first or second deployment and went camping with my wife and 2 other couples. We hiked to our not quite backwoods, but pretty far off the map spot on the shore of a lake, with pretty heavy dark woods behind us. It was a fun way to unwind, fish, and drink a little bit. The first night, I slept like the dead. Nothing happened. The second night, I had a real fidgety light sleep and woke up almost hourly. I went outside alone to look at the stars because I didn't want to wake up the wife. And after about 20 minutes, I heard what could only be described as my wife's voice, but oddly distorted, clear as a bell tone, calling out my name and asking for help. I got so unnerved that I stuck my head into the tent to make sure she didn't somehow wander off, and she was fast asleep. I shined my brightest light into the woods toward the voice, but saw nothing. I got kind of freaked out and went to lay back down. Then the next morning over coffee, my best friend, who was in the tent next to me, said, "Jim, why were you calling my goddamn name from the woods at 3:30 this morning? Dude, that shit is not funny." I told him I was in my tent at that time, and we just kind of dropped the subject. It was just very odd to me that it happened to 2 of us in the same night, and I really couldn't blame PTSD dreams or anything like that. The only person I told about it was my wife, and I'm not sure she entirely...
Number one, you went to the fucking woods. I would not be there.
Nope.
You're not into that stuff either. You don't like to camp?
I've never went camping actually, but I feel like I'm open-minded to it. I would try it out, but I'm not like a let me not shower or whatever. Like I gotta be on my shit. You feel me? So
I'm a glamper. I'll glamp. I'll be in the RV. There better be
Right?
AC in there. We need heat, whatever we need. But that's like something I've been seeing over like the last year of like stories where there's like doppelgangers and people mimicking or hearing their voice mimicked or their loved one's voice mimicked. This is something I've been recently seeing, and it's crazy. I don't know if they call it like a skinwalker or something like that, because I don't know too much about them, but it's wicked.
I'm telling you, spirits, that's happened so many times in my life. Like that experience, spirits will call out someone's name and like the person's not there or it's not that person, or you'll hear someone, or I will hear someone who is calling for me and no one's there, but it'll be a voice of someone I know. It's a spirit. Those are all spirits trying to mess with you. It's insane.
It's even crazy when they see it. Like last year on the Halloween special, we had it where the mom was seeing one of the sons in the house, but he wasn't there. He wouldn't be there, but he would be like out for the day or something like that, and she would see her son walking around. Like, how does that happen? That's insane.
Spirit too, man. That's crazy. Spirits are like, I feel like some people underestimate how much they can actually do, you know?
Yeah.
Very manipulative. Some of them, of course.
Sure. All right, now let's get to the final one. As I was saying, Art Bell, I think this was insane.
The following is from Bill in Rockford, Illinois. There's a house here in north central Illinois known to the locals simply as the Penfield Place. The house's eerie legacy began back around the turn of the century when a kitchen fire took the lives of 2 small children and a servant. Next, an undertaker took up residence, whose wife fell headlong down the main staircase there, breaking her back and her neck, killing her instantly. The funeral director's body was discovered a few months later in his own backyard, swaying from the branches of a maple tree where he had hanged himself in despair. Then the real tragedy commenced. A newlywed couple by the name of Penfield bought the place, moved in, and one night, not long after, the young bride, Mara Penfield, went missing. The jealous husband was always suspected in her disappearance, but nothing ever came of it, not until a decade later in the 1940s, when 17-year-old Mara Penfield was finally found again. Her sad remains were unearthed by some workmen in the backyard of her former home, buried beneath that infamous maple. She'd been stabbed, rolled up inside an oriental carpet, appendages dismembered and removed to only God and the killer knows where. Her missing limbs were never found. After that, the house went really bad. Future tenants would experience a frightening presence there, one which loomed over them as they slept and circled the bed, sometimes even touching their extremities inquisitively. A soft voice could be heard whispering, "Am I dead? Am I dead?" And once an abomination was witnessed by a group of New Year's Eve revelers, a hideous shape crawling across the second-floor stair landing in the darkness as if searching blind for something. When somebody let out a scream, the form raised up suddenly and glided away, nightmarish and black with no face to speak of. The large dwelling eventually fell victim to neglect and was converted into a tenement room and boarding. But I can distinctly remember once in the 1970s when a young expectant mother living there broke out in a high fever one night and miscarried inside that same shuttered house, giving birth afterward to a stillborn boy at a nearby hospital. A stillborn baby boy, extremely misshapen and underdeveloped, no legs, no arms. The rambling old Penfield place still stands today, decaying and in ruins, a monument to all our very worst fears as human beings.
That's a lot. That's
Dude,
a lot to digest.
What the hell?
So
Yeah.
3 families moved in at first, and they all died. Right, like the first family the maid and the kids. There was a house fire. Then the couple dies because the woman died and the guy hanged himself. Then the woman gets killed and she's found in the backyard. And then everybody gets haunted after that moves in. It's like a movie.
Oh my God, that is so scary. And did they say where that is located? What did he say?
Let me see if he says it in the beginning.
The following is from Bill in Rockford, Illinois.
There you go. Rockford, Illinois. The Penfield place. We got to look that up. We got to go over there. You want to go?
Yeah, I'll go. Damn.
There's our white side coming out. Hey, you want to go to the Penfield place?
Shit. Oh my God, those poor people.
Dude, as soon as I heard that one, because I'll listen to that show every once in a while, I was like, I got a clip for the show. I got a clip.
That is like next level for real.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff on that. And they're all free on YouTube, so if you're ever bored, just check it out.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Spirits are crazy. I don't want to say all spirits, but negative spirits are definitely, some of them are batshit.
Yeah. I remember we were talking about dreams, and I'm pretty sure I said this on the show, but I don't think we've ever discussed it. But I've rarely had spiritual encounters, really. Like when I was a kid, I've heard I had them, where like I've heard that when I was a kid, I saw my grandfather and I was like describing him, but these are things I don't remember. But the one thing I will never forget was that I was already in this apartment and I had a dream about one of my favorite uncles. I haven't seen him in years. And I had a dream we were like having we were like a family gathering, which we rarely did, but we were just hanging up. He was like, "Hey Tom, what's up?" And I woke up and I was like, "Oh, I had a dream about my Uncle Huey. Wow, that's cool." Like I forgot if it was a couple hours later, had to be. My mom was like, "Uncle Huey died." I was like, "What?" And I was like, "That's crazy. I just had a dream about him." So I'm not thinking anything of it, right? I'm like, that's a wild coincidence, which I don't believe in coincidence that much. But I was like, this is one. I had a dream about him, which I never have, and he dies. My dad comes back from the funeral, and he told my aunt that I had a dream about him before he died, or it was around the time he died. And she was like, 3 other people told me that. Some number like that, like 3 or 4 other people told him that. I was like, yo.
Let people know real quick.
I've never had an experience like that before. It spooked me out, but I was really grateful because I was like, I never got to see him, and I always wish I got to hang out with him more. So if that was him saying goodbye, I feel very honored that he thought of me.
Definitely. It had to have been. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Love that, honestly.
So let's get into these candies. I'm sure you're excited. I can't wait because I haven't had a good Kit Kat in a while. We got 2. We were supposed to have 3. But we'll have to try the other one at a later date. We got birthday cake Kit Kat, which I am not looking forward to. I bought it because I thought it was going to be gross.
Oh, I'm excited, man.
When you said that you were excited for it, I was like, what?
Nah, you can't.
So you like birthday cake flavor?
I just love it all, honestly.
Any flavor, you're fine with it.
Fuck it, yeah.
I was never a big birthday cake flavor guy, so we'll try this one first.
All right, let me open it. Let's see what we got here.
Just get this out of the way.
Okay, shorty.
It smells good.
Yeah, definitely. Always. You ever had like birthday, what's it called? Birthday cake ice cream?
I think maybe, but I don't recall.
I got you. That is good. Here, let's see.
All right, right now, I'm eating my words a little bit. It's not that bad.
It's so good. Oh my God. I'll eat this whole thing.
I know, we got the king size ones too, so you good. I would say it's alright. It's not the best. I would definitely never buy this again. I could not finish this bar. No way, not even half of it. It's very sweet, and that's a lot saying for me.
It is very sweet. It just tastes like white chocolate.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised because it has sprinkles in it.
Does it? Oh, yeah. That right there. Okay. It's not bad. I thought it would be like. Ugh.
Nah, I'm gonna eat this shit up.
I'll give it like a 2 out of 5.
What about a 10?
Like a 2 out of 10. 2 out of 10 too. It's a solid 2 no matter what.
Okay, I got you.
What about you?
I'm gonna say I'm gonna high scale this one. 10. Okay, out of 10, I would say it's like a Like an 8 or a 9. It's
Wow.
not bad. I like it. Yeah,
Wow.
I like it.
Maybe I'll give it a 2.5. I'll nudge it up a little bit. I'll give it a 2.5 out of 5. I'm a 5 scale. My scale ain't that high. My brain can't go that far. It's not bad. I'm a little impressed. And now the one I was definitely looking forward to is the churro Kit Kats. This I've been having my eye on for a hot minute. And I was like, this is Halloween in July is the perfect time. You're still eating the other one. You go ahead.
Those shit. Where'd you get this from?
I got it on eBay, and I'm sure is this limited edition? Yeah, this one's limited edition. It's funny you say that. It's so funny you say that. Because I felt like an idiot the last week. What was the first one? The first one was, oh God. I can't remember the first one, but I recently bought something on eBay for a stupid price. Like, because I usually can't find this stuff here. Oh, it was the new Coca-Cola, League of Legends Coca-Cola, whatever it's called. And I bought it on eBay for like $15 because I never see that stuff here, okay? And the gas station down the street, the Stewart's, they have a lot of stuff, but they never have the new stuff. So I didn't even think about it. It didn't even cross my mind. I buy the $14 Coke. The other day, I go to Stewart's, and what do they have right there? The fucking League of Legends Coca-Cola for $2.
Say that.
I went up to the lady, and I was like, listen, you got to hear this. You want to hear something dumb? I told her the story. She was like, didn't even care. She was like, oh, like, why are you even telling me this? I was like, I need somebody to know.
You need someone to care, bro. Like, oh my God.
She was like,
I felt it.
she literally, that's what she did. She was like, I don't know.
Find your shit, like
nobody told you to do that, you idiot. So then the other day, I buy the birthday cake Kit Kat, and I'm like, I never seen this, so I'm just gonna buy it on eBay. I went to the dollar store the other day. It was there. I could have bought it for $1.
Serious?
Felt like an idiot.
Here, I'm gonna give you a tip. So before you buy shit online with that, search up if they're selling it in stores first. Like, just be like,
dude, literally everybody has said that, and I'm like, everybody's like, why don't you do that? I'm just like, I don't know. It doesn't even because a lot of times I buy stuff from other countries, so it's just natural for me to buy stuff online. Like, even if it's domestic, it's just like habit now. You know?
Yeah, I feel you. All right, you ready for the true?
Yeah, let's do it. Mine is melted.
Mine too. Oh my God. It tastes like brown. This tastes delicious. It tastes like brown sugar.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't immediately hit you, but the aftertaste is pretty strong. It comes in a little bit after, like the initial bite is not that strong, but then it comes in with the brown sugar, like you said. At least for me.
Yeah, I taste it too. It's like cinnamon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that's so good.
This one I'll agree with you on.
Yeah, hell yeah.
This one I'll agree with you on. I might have to give that a 4.5 out of 5 right there.
Okay.
That might have to be. I don't know where it stands. We've tried so many Kit Kats. I don't know. It's probably up there. It's probably up there with in terms of the Kit Kats we've tried. I have to look back on the. I think we did put up a Kit Kat compilation of all the Kit Kats we've tried so far. So I gotta look back. There's been some nasty ones, but yeah, this one's good.
Yeah, this tastes delicious. Like, I really like it.
I wish I didn't take it out of the fridge an hour before this. I thought it would be fine, but it's just melting.
It's melted? Oh my God.
What do you give it?
I'm gonna say a 9 out of 10.
Wow. So pretty much almost what I said. On my short scale.
On your short scale, you're 0.5 above me
right.
with that.
Right. Wow. So that means, so you definitely think this is better than a birthday cake?
I think it is better than birthday cake. I feel like this is something that I would be like, if I was in the mood for it, I'd be like, I'm gonna get that at the dollar store or some shit.
I could finish this. I could finish this bar because some things are good, but they're too sweet to finish. You know what I mean? Like the birthday cake, it's like I cannot finish that bar. I'll send you mine. I'm gonna put it in the mail tomorrow. You can have it.
Eat it.
I do not want it. You can have it.
You meant that.
Yeah, we had the cookies and cream one, but that one it might not come to actual Halloween. So I don't know when that one's coming in. But that one I was also like, that one could be good. No, it wasn't cookies and cream. It was chocolate chip ice cream. That's why I got it. Because like it's not cookies and cream. It's a whole, I wonder if it will taste like cookies and cream. And if they just like named it that to be cool. Like what is chocolate chip ice cream going to taste like besides cookies and cream? You know? Like it seems like it would be the same flavor.
That's true.
So I was like, I want to know what it tastes like. So I'll have to hook you up when I get that in. I'll send you that one over.
Shit, thank you in advance because you already know it's a wrap for me.
Right. Well, this was a lot of fun.
Yes,
I'll celebrate Halloween every day. You already know me. I'm always watching something scary. I'm always listening to something scary. So I always need an excuse to put on the Halloween jersey, my favorite article of clothing I've ever had, and just celebrate Halloween. So thanks for coming on.
Of course, thank you. Like, you feel me? I'm gonna keep
You were the first person I thought of. I was like, Halloween in July, Electra. It has to be. I was like, it has to be.
Like every day is Halloween in the best way. You feel me?
Right.
I just
Because Justin likes the candy. Justin likes the candy, but when the ghost stories are on, he's yawning. He's like, "Oh, that ain't true. That can't be." So shout out to Justin. We love you. But you were like, you fit the skit. You fit the whole show. So I was like,
yeah, I love this stuff. Open-minded stuff. I'm down for. I don't care what it is, as long as it's like cool. Like, you feel me? I don't care.
And you're excited for the Nun 2. We were talking about that a little bit over text, right? That looks nice.
Yeah, when we watch those movies, we can discuss it, everything.
For sure. For sure. You still got to see The Pope's Exorcist. That was good. I keep talking about that on the show.
I remember you showed me that. I do have to watch that. I need to catch up.
I think you'd like that. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't steer you wrong. I'd be like, nah, it's a red. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay,
that
if
was
you
good.
say so.
It's not the best possession movie. It's not a Conjuring, but it's like it's cute. It's cute. It's nothing you haven't seen before, for sure. It's a cute movie, and as cute as a possession movie could be. What I don't like, though, and I think I already said this during my review, but this was on the 6-hour special, so it was like hour 6, and nobody was probably listening. And the only thing I don't like is at the end, it was like a fucking Avengers movie. Like everybody's flying around, crawling up the wall, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe that happens, but it kind of takes me out of the movie. You know what I mean? Like shit is, the floor's glowing. I'm like, all right, this is not Iron Man. Like now you fucking like, got me out of the movie now.
Yeah, now it feels a little unrealistic.
Yeah, I like when the name starts like getting carved into people's chest and their stomach, and then you take the shirt. I'm like, oh, that's cool, and like their voice changes. But once people start floating around, I'll give you a push. You could push somebody. Once you start fucking levitating, I'm done. I'm out of it.
Shit.
But I guess they got to make it entertaining for everybody. Some people are into that.
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true.
So yeah, we'll definitely be back to talk about those movies. October is going to be great. There's a lot of good stuff coming in October.
This year, clutch.
That's right. You're still enjoying the Kit Kats. Do you have anything you want to say before we get out of here? You're saying what you're saying is the Kit Kats are amazing. That's what you're saying.
I didn't yeah. Anyway, thank you for having me. It's always been an honor. It's always an honor. Love being on here, Capricorn Gang. You already know.
That's right.
Thank you, everyone, right? You already know, but thank you to everyone watching. Intending y'all had the best time watching with us, having fun, talking about this paranormal stuff, everything. But we'll be back. You already know.
Now, which Capricorn? When's your birthday again? You're December Capricorn, right?
You're January, correct?
Yeah, January 6th.
Yeah, I'm December 26th.
Okay. Now we have it on record, so now we won't forget. Everybody flood Electra's inbox on December 26th.
Thanks, everyone. Flood your stuff too on January 6th.
That's right.
Yep.
Send her a bunch of Kit Kats. Send her the birthday Kit Kats. You're the only one I know that's gonna like that.
Like everything.
So thanks for hanging out with us, everybody. Thank you, Electra, for coming on. Hope you enjoyed. And Halloween is like literally 2 months away, which I thought. We're doing Halloween in July and August, and Halloween is 2 months away. So you're gonna get Halloween real soon, like the real Halloween. It already started for me. It already started.
That's what is it called? The jack-o'-lanterns behind you.
That's right. So peace and love. See you next time. All right, the new Exorcist movie is out, baby. And let me tell you, there is a lot of people talking about it, and it is not good. The talk is not good, but do we like it? Well, you'll have to wait till later on in the show to find out what we think about it, as well as a few other scary movies that are out. Joining me right now, we have none other than the limitless Electrasoul. Wow.
What's up?
Back for the Halloween season, because you just have to be, of course.
Of course.
We know you love the spooky season. Now, my question is, so you're in Florida, right? How like, you really don't get a fall over there. You really don't get the fall experience being there, right?
You have no idea. It's literally heat the entire year, bruh.
God.
Like, even when it's cold, it's not cold.
Right. So you don't get like you just have to see it on TV, like the leaves and the breeze and like wearing hoodies and stuff. Like, you don't really get that fall atmosphere, right? So does it ever feel like Halloween?
Bro, in order to have like an actual Halloween, you have to like make it happen. You got to put up decorations. You got to
go get fake leaves.
Fake autumn leaves on the inside of your house, like that kind of stuff. But if you're making it feel like it, it will feel like it. But if you don't, you're not going to feel it.
Right. Now, what kind of, because to me, I mean, Florida seems like, if you watch the news, just like a big hot haunted house everywhere. It just seems like Florida is a haunted house. But what kind of fall stuff do you get into? What kind of Halloween stuff do you like to get into during the season?
Oh man, if you could see my house right now, it's literally filled up with like every Halloween thing, lights, fake skeletons, scarecrow, like all the stuff.
Hell
it's
yeah.
not scary, but it's like autumny. It's really nice. So like now we know that it's October because everything is, October up in a good way. Thank
You
God.
got it decked out.
Yeah, definitely.
So do you like to do like the haunted house attractions? Do you like to do, I'm sure you don't have pumpkin picking. Well, I guess pumpkin picking would be like outside of the grocery store, right? Like that's pumpkin picking.
Yeah, it's not like a real patch. They do have little side things that you can pick from, but it's like you said, it's not like a real pumpkin patch thing. But yeah, as far as everything else, it's really just about what you make of it, because there's not really like anything to look for here. I know like in other states, like probably where you're at, it's way more known that it's autumn and fall and everything in October.
Yeah. Do you have like haunted house attractions? Is there like parties? Like, what do you like to do personally for Halloween season?
I do like parties. I like Halloween based parties. Obviously, if it's like costume.
Yeah.
I remember one time I went to a party that was literally just like completely Halloweened out on the inside of the house and everyone was dressed up. Things like that. I get scared of actual walk-in haunted houses and shit.
Really?
Like, yeah, I do. But
wow.
I like the one like when you trick or treat, some people like to open their whole house
like
to
in
it.
the yard and stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. But like the serious ones, I'm too scared of that.
So you'll go and they'll be like, oh, there's a demonic presence in this school. You'll be like, oh yeah, lock me in. Like, we could do that. But a fake one, that's Bro. Too much for you. You can't do that?
I can't do that, because the way I see it is like, I can deal with the demon, but I can't deal with the man trying to fake me with the fucking chainsaw. Like,
I don't get that. I'd rather deal with all the fake stuff. It's like, oh yeah, the demon, he pulls your hair, he scratches you. You're like, oh yeah, great, let's go, sign me up. But a fake one, that's too much.
That's shit too much to me.
Wow. So you've done them before though?
Yeah, I've done it. I was always terrified, but I did it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we know that you like to do the scary movies, which we're going to get into. We're going to get into that at the end of the show. But one thing I do know about you, because we've had this conversation, one thing we have in common is that we love pumpkin spice. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. I do love pumpkins.
That's
pumpkin
right.
Spice,
it is the stuff. Best. People hate on people like us, but I don't understand. I don't know how you don't like pumpkin spice, to be honest. It's one of the greatest inventions ever.
It is.
Which pumpkin spice thing is your favorite?
Sorry, I was just going to say, no, it just reminds me of like people who eat, what is it, pineapple on pizza? Like, I'm one of those.
I love it. Okay,
there we go. Now we know.
That's
right.
But
you asked what my favorite pumpkin spice is?
Yeah, like what is you like the coffee? Do you have one specific favorite pumpkin spice thing?
I think, honestly, it's kind of like a little not like a normalized thing, but like a pumpkin spice kind of cake, like
Oh
things like that.
yeah. Oh
Frosting.
yeah. Did you go to if you go to Walmart, they have these pumpkin spice cake bites. Those are pretty banging. I don't know if you
I saw this last week. I'm
you
gonna
did.
cop
You
them.
gotta get them. You gotta
I
get
got
them.
yeah.
I've had pretty much everything pumpkin spice this year. I've had the pumpkin spice Pop Tarts. I've had the pumpkin spice little bites, the muffins. I mean, I'll go in. I'll go in.
Yeah.
But you
Did
don't
you
do the
get-
coffee, right?
Wait, what'd you say?
You don't do the coffee though, right? You're not a coffee person.
I don't drink coffee, but I did try the ice spice drink. I
Oh,
don't know if
really?
yeah.
What'd you
And
think
it's
of
like
that?
coffee. It's at Dunkin'. They got it at Dunkin'.
Yeah, what'd
Is
you
that
think of it?
Oh, sorry, I can't hear you. I didn't hear
No, it's
you.
all good.
What I think about it, I honestly thought it. I thought it was good, but like they put munchkins in it. I don't know if you knew that. They
Yeah.
like blend munchkins, and like to me, low key, I thought it was. I could taste the donut more than the actual drink. I
Really?
didn't like that.
What was the
Yeah.
consistency? Was it really thick?
It was like it wasn't really actually it kind of was because it's like an ice drink. Like I don't know if you've had Dunkin' Donuts, like the
Yeah.
ice lattes. It's like that. It's literally just added with donuts and then a whole bunch of pumpkin spice in it. So it's not the worst, but I can see the controversy, but I thought it was okay.
I think the controversy came more that it was like a straight sugar bomb. Like it was
Yeah.
just syrup sugar, munchkin sugar, like pumpkin spice. It seemed like a little too much for me now, but I guarantee you, if I was in middle school and high school when I was really on my coffee wave, I'd have drank 2 a day easily.
Yeah.
Easily. But I'm not really on the coffee wave right now, and I don't think they make a decaf one, so I'm good on that. But you thought it was good.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
So not,
It
not
was-
something you get again.
yeah, I probably wouldn't get it again. I liked it
Wow.
more than my sisters did. Let's put it that way.
Really? So the general consensus, do you know like what normally people think about it? Because I didn't really read about what people thought about the taste.
Like it was low key really funny because like under where people were talking about it, a lot of them were saying that they were on the toilet, which like everyone who drank it was on the toilet, I'll admit.
Wow.
But besides that, it was just very sweet. And one thing that I don't like about drinks that are too sweet is that you can taste the syrup and the sugar and all shit like that. I don't
Yeah.
like that.
Oh,
But
yeah.
as far as like the ice things, like the putting ice in it and all that stuff, I like that addition to it.
Yeah.
But if not, if it was literally just a straight smoothie drink, I don't think I would have been able to drink it.
Right. Well, I mean, shout out to Ice Spice from the Bronx. So, I got to support no matter what. I got to just buy one just to buy one, just to support, and then just give it to somebody. Just give. I'll mail you mine. You can have it. You can have it one more time. You got to
Oh, yeah.
support. You got to support. So I thought it'd be fun because I found this article, or I found a couple of articles about like pumpkin spice things that you didn't know you existed, or basically, is this taking pumpkin spice too far? Is what the real general thought about the article was. So you let me know. We'll decide if we think these things are taking it too far, if we would eat these. What do you think about it? So you said your favorite is the cake, and I think I'd have to probably agree and say
Yeah.
like a pumpkin spice cake. You can't beat this, but it has to have the icing. It has to have the icing on it.
It's like red velvet. It needs the icing.
And you know what Walmart has too? The Walmart the red velvet cake bites, which I have right over there, which I was eating at 3 a.m. last night. It's great. They're great. You got to get both.
Yes. So good.
So let's see. This is the first one. You let me know what you think about this if you would try this. Is pumpkin spice salmon. I don't know if you like fish. You like fish?
I don't like fish. I heard salmon killed it.
Oh, so just because it's fish alone, you wouldn't try it.
Yeah, no offense. Would you though?
I mean, I would try all of this. So I think the question would be for me, do I think it would be good? I do not think so. I like salmon with some salt, and that's
Yes.
it. That's about it. I don't really like too much seasoning, so I think that would be way too much for me. But you never know what would surprise you. There's like some weird combos that you're like, whoa, I didn't expect that to be good. I don't think
Exactly.
that's gonna be one of them, but you'll never know. If I ever seen that, I'm trying it though. All right, the next one was pumpkin spice chicken sausages. Definitely a no for me. I don't think that's gonna be good.
What does that mean? Chicken sausage?
Like sausage that's made of chicken instead of any other meat, like pork or
okay.
beef or something.
So
says pumpkin spice flavor.
Hard no.
I don't think that's, I mean, I don't think that's going to be good.
I don't think that goes.
I try it, though. I try it. I don't think it's going to be good.
I would probably try that.
This one I think we could agree on. I think pumpkin spice butter spread, like spreadable butter.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? I don't think that's a bad idea.
No, not at all.
I was talking to some people. They're like, "Oh, that's probably gross." I'm like, "What? What are you talking about? It's gonna. You put it on the bread. You put on anything you want. I don't think that could be bad at all." All right, this one is a little crazy. I don't know if are you a cheese person?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, not many people are not. Pumpkin spice Gouda cheese. Ugh. I don't
fucking know. That's tricky.
You think it might be good?
I don't know, because sweet cheese, like I'm not a fan of that. I like mozzarella and Monster and like things like that. So I feel I would try it, but not keep it. I don't think I'd eat that.
Mozzarella is my favorite too. That's my favorite one.
Good, I know.
I think that I honestly think that the two that we said before would be better than the I think the salmon and the chicken would be better than the cheese. I think the cheese is the worst one so far.
Why? Why do you think that?
I don't know. It's just like something. It's triggering me just thinking about it. I'm like, I can't even imagine eating that. Ugh.
I can see it, but I feel like it would throw me off, like the sweetness.
Everything about it. It's not even the sweetest. There's a spice to it. It's like you don't even know. Like, I don't know. I think that would be the worst. I think that would be the worst. This one is probably the oddest, and the one that makes no sense is pumpkin spice bird feed, like what you feed the birds.
Well, that's up to them. Do they like it? I'm just kidding.
Like, do they even know? Like, does it matter to them? I think they'd eat anything. They eat like.
Yeah, I feel like they'd eat anything, but at the same time, I know that animals do low-key have like a taste preference. Like some of them like, my cats do, so that's how I think.
What do they dislike and like?
Like one of my cats doesn't like salty foods, but he loves sweets.
Really?
If in food, and he'll try to eat it if he knows it's sweet. It's crazy. And then there's another cat that doesn't like sweets and only likes like pizza. If we had pizza, she'll try to eat it. It's like, it's fucking weird, but I think it's real.
But is it pineapple pizza? We should eat the pineapple pizza.
Well, bro, it's pepperoni. Nah, the pineapple is unbeatable. I'm sorry.
It's the best. It's the best. The only thing I'm thinking about, like, so let's say you get this for the fall and you feed it to the birds for the month and then you stop. Are they going to be pissed off when you give them the regular thing? Like, what the fuck? Where's the pumpkin spice? They're going to just like peck your eyes out next time they see it. They're going to like, give us the pumpkin spice back. You might set yourself up for disaster with that.
Exactly. You never know.
Last but not least, this one was actually, I mean, all these are real, but this one doesn't even seem real, but apparently it was in Canada. They made Kraft-made pumpkin spice macaroni and cheese. So back with the cheese. I think that's going to be absolutely horrendous. I mean, but a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, like I want that. Like give me that. I think that's going to be gross.
It's a little tricky because I feel like some macaronis can be a little sweet. So I feel like I would try that over the cheese one.
I'm with you on that. I would rather do that than just like a block of cheese.
Yeah, hell no.
No, I'm with you on that. Did you ever try the Barbie pasta? I remember we were talking about that.
Oh my God, no, I didn't try it. I didn't try it. You have to make it yourself, right?
Yeah, you like put it in a blender. For those that don't know, I tried a Barbie pasta that I had to make on the channel, so go check out how that was. It was like a pink pasta. It's very interesting.
Okay, bet. Yes, I remember that.
That was very, very interesting. But a lot of people thought it would be very, very gross. But you could see what I thought about it on the channel. So those are all of them. I think if I was going to try, if I were to think I would like any of them the most, besides the butter, I would probably think the chicken sausage is the least worst of them all.
I think so too, because you can do things with that. Like you can heat it up and then put it on like another sweet piece of bread, like Hawaiian bread. I think that wouldn't be the worst, you know?
I think. Oh, see, the Hawaiian bread, that would be good. That's a good idea. I didn't even think about that.
So good.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Halloween is a very, very scary time. A lot of scary things going on. There's ghosts, there's haunted houses, there's demons and stuff coming down because the veil between the living and the dead is thinner. But I think we could all agree that the scariest things that could be going on is what's going on in probably all of our heads sometimes. Because Electra, you made some videos recently, and it was very funny because I was literally thinking about these things while you were making these videos and while you put them out. You did some videos about overthinking, and if you're a loyal listener of the show, you already know that that's like my number one talent is overthinking. I can think about things in any kind of way you could imagine, any kind of scenario. But I thought it was cool how you broke it down. You did 2 videos. You did one about overthinking like yourself and overthinking your own thoughts and actions and how you are like, I don't know, appearing in the world. And then you did one about overthinking like scenarios and life in general. So I'd like for you to kind of talk about that a little bit because I thought it was very good. So talk a little bit about like overthinking your own, like just kind of overthinking yourself, because I know you said you've been through that before, right?
Thank you, by the way. But yeah, definitely. I made those 2 videos because I knew it was like, it needed to be said first. I don't really know about what's it called? How do I say it? Basically, who's going to gravitate towards it in that way. Like I want it to be the most effective in terms of anyone who is experiencing overthinking or too much self-awareness, which is a very real thing.
That's what you said, too much self-awareness.
Yeah, because honestly, like, let's be real. How many times do people overthink things that they don't even realize that they're overthinking? Because I've done it a million times before where you don't even realize that you're sitting there coming up with the whole plot case scenario for something that hasn't even, 1, happened, 2, occur. Like the day, it's still today. You feel me? Like focus on what's going on today. Focus on yourself today. Focus on what you're doing right now. It's gotten to that point where even if I find myself overthinking something that I know is bringing me down, because that's usually how it goes. Like in the morning, you could be fine. And then by the nighttime, you'll feel like shit because you were overthinking so much throughout the day.
I start right in the morning, right? I start bright and early.
Literally, like you start good as hell and then you end off on a bad note because you're thinking too hard about something that has nothing to do with you. So the whole case in point there, like the reason that I made that was again for like the self-awareness so that people know that they're doing it, but also because I know what it's like to send myself into a bunch of unnecessary spirals because I was thinking too hard. So I thought that was like a really important thing for people to understand, that it doesn't have to be as hard as they think that it does. And that if they want things to be easier, that they just have to realize that it can be with their own permission. You get me? Because It really is all about what it is that what you're doing for yourself and how far you want to go. Like you have to let yourself go, but not think about every single second of the process of you going. You get me?
Right.
So much shit.
A general amount of self-awareness is good, but not over self-awareness. Like constantly thinking about what you're saying, what you're doing, if that was the right thing, if that was the wrong thing, just like all the time. So you've been through that, and then how did you stop doing that? Like how long did it take you to overcome that mindset?
Okay, so to be completely honest, like when it comes to more like self-awareness, overthinking, I feel like that's been a more constant thing, but like self-awareness was always something that I didn't realize I was being too, like I said, self-aware. So during like my years, there would be moments where, let's say for like 1 year out of 6, I would decide, okay, this year I'm not going to worry about anything. And then I wouldn't. But then as time goes on, it would almost be like something else would occur in my life. Like, let's say, for example, starting a new career or doing this, and it would almost like put me right back into this whole it's almost like
it's like new territory. So you're not used to it. So you just go back into your old habits.
Yes, exactly. Because, even like throughout my life, there'd be points where I felt like I would reach like milestones kind of where I'd be like, okay, now I know how to master my personal life. Now I know this. But then when everything like really, really started back up for me, where I started to overthink that much, was when I started my career online and like doing everything that I'm doing now. And it's because like you have to be like the job that I do, that I want to do, which is like help like literally the entire world, that requires you to be out there. And that was something that terrified me for a very long time, because I overthought, like too much self-awareness was what I said right or wrong. What are people thinking? What if this? What if that? And then as time went on, I started to realize how unhappy I was, because of so much self-awareness over things that just didn't matter. Because, you know, you think about other successful people and you realize that they don't do that. Like, no one does that, because if they did that, they wouldn't be nearly as successful. Because anyone who is super successful, like truly within themselves, they're only going to be focusing on themselves, not on what Billy Bob and Joe is doing. They're just not going to care. So that's really, like, I guess you could say the basis of where it came back, you know, like how I overcame it. I just had to realize that I was hurting myself, that I wasn't happy, truly, genuinely. That was like a really important thing, because, you know, I'm sure maybe you have even experienced in your own life where you think, okay, now I'm happy. Like, now I found the reason and I'm good and everything's going to be fine. And then you realize that you're still overthinking that happiness. Like, what if something happens and I lose it?
Like, oh, what if a truck hits me right now?
Yeah. What if
anything? Yeah, it's too good to be true. Like, everything feels too good to be true, right? That's what you mean. Like, I'm happy right now, but something's gonna happen. Something's gonna ruin this.
And right there, you're literally casting a spell on yourself. Like, you have to realize when you feel good, it's not a moment for you to like, you can realize you feel good, but don't hold on to the moment of, okay, I feel so good right now. How can I keep this forever?
Right.
Like, just like exactly what you were doing to get there. Keep on doing it. That's all you need to do. So I will say, I went to when I went to New York recently, that was actually one of the last final like realizations, I guess you could say, just the things that kind of woke me up with that, where I realized I was like, I want to be as happy as I was in New York. And in order to be as happy as I was, that requires that I can't be thinking so fucking hard. Because when I was in New York, I wasn't thinking about shit. I was thinking about living the moment. I was noticed one of the biggest things that helped me about going to New York is realizing how no one gives a fuck. No one cares about what you're doing.
No.
I've heard 8 million different conversations in the span of 2 minutes. Like, no one cares about you and no one cares about what the next person's doing.
Damn right.
People see shit all the damn time and no one cares. I love that everyone was just so focused on themselves.
Right.
And I want to be as happy as like everyone else here. So let me do the same thing that they're doing. Let me stop caring so much. Because, you know, someone coming from a different state, going to New York, they're going to say, am I wearing the right thing? Am I saying the wrong thing? What if they hear me? What if they don't care? They don't give a fuck about you. So that was like really the biggest, I guess you could say, eye opener for me. Was,
where you're from, is it a lot smaller? Like, you deal with people like talking about each other? Is that what it, like where you're from? Is it like a real smaller community?
Like, here where I'm from, it's more, it's very big in terms of location, because I live like near Fort Lauderdale, Miami, that area. So there's always a bunch of people. But in terms of like, I guess you could say it is a lot closer. There's a lot less places to go to, like the store. You know, in New York, there's like 8 different stores on one block.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, everyone's going to go to the same Walmart that's on the corner or the same store that's over here. And it's pretty funny because in New York, I'm pretty sure if you see one person, you're never going to see him again. Here, it's no guarantee that
you do.
Yeah, exactly.
You won't even remember them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I love. And then here, it's more of like, there's a possibility that you will see the same car at least 3 times. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's not that people talk about each other more, but it's more of just that we're so close in proximity and it's too much for people, I think.
Right. So to rewind a little bit, when you first started your channel and your online career, and you said that you were really overthinking yourself and there was a lot of self-awareness issues. How did that affect your actual process of doing the work? Did it affect you negatively of like how you created stuff?
Yeah, actually, it affected me a lot. I think that one of the biggest reasons that I'm even as far as I am now is because I had to get my shit together, like within my mind, because for a long time, I honestly think like the first about 2 years of like my online career, I feel like that was really preparing me. That was mainly what I think it was. Because even at that time, I feel like I didn't realize that I was being perceived by so many people, but in my head, I thought I wasn't. But in reality, there was a lot more going on around me. So I had to get my shit together, you know, in order to keep up with having such a big foundation around you where you're being perceived by so many people. You literally have to be on your shit. So even like at that time, it would affect me negatively. But I remember that I kept going regardless. Like no matter how bad I felt, I kept saying, if I want to see progress, like I literally can't stop now. So yeah, I just had to keep on going, like despite how I felt. but I did feel like definitely.
How did it affect your creation when you finally said fuck it? Like, did you start making things faster? Did you stop editing as much? Like, what? How did your creative process change a little bit after that?
I would say like after, are you saying like more of when I started to get my shit together? Or when I was
when you finally started getting your shit together and you started to overcome that, did it help the creative process more? Did it make you feel more relaxed and like you stopped, like were there actual like tangible things you did or didn't do after that?
Okay, actually, yeah, there's a lot of things that did change once I realized that hurting myself so much wasn't doing anything productive for me. I just realized that I was wasting a lot of time. I felt like I was wasting time because it wasn't even like a comparison thing. It was more of like a realization where you look at other successful people and you realize that despite what is happening, they're not letting any of that stuff affect their work. Like just because they had a bad day doesn't mean they're not going to go and do the music video or whatever else, for example. Like everyone's still going to get up and keep it going. So for me, like in terms of the creative process, I started to get more things done, I think. I remember I not even get more things done because honestly, I kind of feel like my workload is still the same in terms of what I give out. But more of what it is I started to have a lot more confidence in it, a lot more happiness in it, where I would go to edit and I'd be like, oh, I actually want to edit this video. Like, I love what I'm saying. Back then, I used to literally pick myself apart on purpose. Like, I'd be like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Or maybe I said that to this, and like stupid shit that just didn't matter.
Oh, yeah, I've been
so
there.
now it's a lot more free flowing. Like, girl, it's gonna be fine. They're gonna get you. And then that's it. And I don't know if it's actually funny you asked me this because I was thinking the other day about how on YouTube I used to I feel like it used to be a lot stricter. Even on TikTok, like I would cut out very like unimportant parts, but now I leave in more of who I am in it instead of like cropping it down to what I think people will like. It doesn't matter what they'll like. You get me? It's about me.
Yeah.
So
no, yeah, I get that because I would go through that a lot in the first couple of years of the podcast where I would edit a lot more than we barely edit now. Like so I get that exact. I went through pretty much the same thing, you know. So I totally get it. Yeah, overthinking could be a total killer. And like I said, I was going through your video could not have come at a better time. I think it was a day before that I started overthinking like a whole situation, and it made me look like such an idiot. I looked like such a fool. Like it was so embarrassing. So it came at the perfect time. So if you could say one or two things like to somebody who's really stuck in that mindset, what would you say?
Okay. For those who are like really, really stuck in this mindset, because I will tell you, like, if you are, it is no joke. I completely understand. It is so draining, but
it's draining. It's draining.
It's so fucking draining. It takes away from everything. But for those who are facing, I want you all to understand that you're the only person who can really let yourself flourish in the way that you're supposed to. Like, as long as you're dictating and micromanaging every little thing, you have to understand, like, you're not letting yourself live. You're not living in the moment. You're not having a good time. And then time goes on and you're going to look back and regret it. So just take it upon yourself to learn to just throw that shit out the window and worry about it when the day comes. Not saying don't pay your bills, but you get what I'm trying to say. Just live in the moment and just understand that everything is better than you think. And it really is.
I mean, I don't know if you've had the same thing, but how many times on the subject of overthinking like everything and not more the self-awareness aspect, but it could apply. Like how many times have you really ruminated on something and then it turned out to be just fine or even better than you thought, or you were just like catastrophizing it, and it just makes me feel like an idiot when I do it again, and I'm like, bro, like how many times are we gonna go through this? Like it was fine the 6,000 times that you've done this before. Why would it not be fine this time? And if it's not, there's been other times where things weren't fine and you figured it out, you handled it. Like, why do you gotta be like that? You know? So I've really been working on that lately. So
I'm glad.
It's very good that you put that video out. But when you're not like this, it's way more relaxing. It's way more fun to not be in your head all the time. I mean, it sounds like so obvious to say that, but when you really do it, you really like, it's like a weight off of your body. It's like, wow, I feel really great right now. I'm not thinking about tomorrow or this stupid thing or that stupid thing. But in the moment, it feels so real, and it feels like it's that's the only thing you could think about.
Yes. It's like the good energy. I'm telling you, even because you see, it's literally just about what it is that you apply. Nothing even happened for me to it's not like I got this really big thing. I just changed my mind and now everything is fine. That's
Yeah.
it. That's all it takes. And like you said, it's almost like, how many times am I going to go over the same shit? Because it's really up to how much you allow it. It really is.
Exactly.
As stubborn as I was, I know I allowed it for a very long time. But
Exactly.
it's down. Yep.
So tell me about, because I know you and I kind of agree on this. Same thing with pumpkin spice, is we don't really like to talk about a lot of good things that are going on, or pretty much everything. Like you and I agree that we don't really talk about like, oh, if we got something new or we're doing something new, because certain people can kind of put, I guess, the evil eye on it. And that video came up in like my recommended the other day, and I thought that was funny because I was thinking about that. So what do you think is the evil eye?
Okay, so to me, like what the evil eye represents is just, I guess you could say, malicious energy from somebody who maybe wants what you have or just feels like envious over you and jealous over you or whatever the case may be, but that they send out those energies to you to affect you in some way. Some people don't realize that they're doing it. Not everyone does, but it is still a prevalent energy. Like everyone knows when they're being envious. It's not like a hidden feeling. You know when you're mad. You get me? So that's to me what the evil eye means.
Right. It's like people see it and then they just like, there's so much negative thoughts. And can that actually affect you, you think?
I think only if you allow it. Because I know that for me, I don't allow it. Like I don't focus on it. I used to focus on it a bit more because I feel like I was dealing with it firsthand. But now, even if I do deal with it firsthand, I don't let myself sit there and be like, oh my God, they're evil eyeing me. I have to, like, I'm gonna get fucked up. Like I can't. So, but yeah, definitely. It's there.
Yeah. I don't know if I believe it affects you in that way, but I do just like to keep things private, so it's not even an option for the most part.
Exactly.
Like it's not even in their mind that, I like to surround myself for the most part with people who I know are happy for me. And you and I both had this talk before about, when you see other people kind of manifest or get what you want before you, and it's like you should be happy for that person for sure.
Yeah.
But not everybody thinks that way. A lot of people are like, oh, like why did they get it and I didn't get it? I was telling you this before, like before I got my apartment, I had a few friends get an apartment before me, and it was before I even knew, like I didn't even know what I was gonna do. And I was really happy for them because like, wow, like it's possible. That's the first thing you should think of. Okay, it's possible. Not like, oh, well, it happened for them, so now it can't happen for me. That doesn't make any sense. If it happened for them, that means it can happen for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was never really like that, but I do like to keep things private because, I mean, Spanish people, we kind of, I guess, do believe in that kind of energy can affect you in some type of way, especially how many times I've seen people go into like botanicas and really trying to do something dirty to somebody. So I try to keep my shit on the low just because of that. You know what I mean? Like,
I do. Yeah, especially with what you were saying. Everything that you said is exactly the same. I think that might be just a Capricorn thing because I know
Right.
you also have Capricorn Mercury like me, so we think the same. But yeah, like the same thing. I don't tell people my business, not because I'm afraid of evil eye. I've just never ever done that ever. Like you get me? Like I just keep
Right.
it to myself because I feel like it's for me. And then whatever else, like if anything else happens, if someone's mad or whatever, it's for their own purpose. Like you're mad because you're overthinking too hard about this, or you think that you can't and you're trying to compare. There's no comparison. So
right.
that shit can't touch you without your permission.
Right. Yeah, I do believe in that for the most part, that it can't touch you without your permission. But I think in some cases, if somebody really wants to do something crazy, they can. Yeah. But you always got to remember that it will, in my opinion, always go back to that person at the end of the day. That
I agree.
Whatever they do to you will go back. So I was hearing about this a lot, and I believe in a lot of things. I believe in like ghosts and manifesting, but I'm not really sold on this one. I want to know what you think about telepathy and thought. What is it called? Thought. What is it?
Thought transmission.
Thought transmission. What do you think about that? Have you done that before?
Yeah, I think it's definitely real. I just think like it's not as exaggerated as like Professor X or something else like that. Like it might not be to that extent, but I do believe in it. And the reason that I do is because I feel like I've definitely done it a lot of times before with like people that are always close in proximity to me. That's what I realized. It's always with people that I'm mentally connecting to, not even like having a sibling around all the time. I'm talking about if I talk to that sibling and we just are on the same wavelength, that's usually where I'll think of something, and then my sister, for example, will literally say the same shit right back to me, or I'll sing a lyric and she'll be like, oh my God, I was just singing that same lyric in my head and shit like that. So,
So
I
telepathy
definitely,
is like you putting a thought into somebody else's head, right? Is that
yeah,
basically what it is?
it's more of, yeah, it's like communicating with people through your mind. But again, it's not as like I'm going to talk and then you're going to hear me. Sometimes have heard cases of people doing that. And that's more of like, I guess if you're really, really, really intending it. But from a general sense, yeah, basically it's like when you think of something, but you want like another person to pick up on it too, then you'll think like, for example, let's say you want a guy to bring you flowers or something and you really like him, you'll think like, oh, he's gonna bring me flowers. He's gonna bring me flowers. Like I'm putting flowers into his head. He's gonna get me flowers.
So then
and
it kind of on their end would be more like a hunch, not like, oh, I can hear this person telling me to do it.
yeah, it's kind of like a feeling of like I really want to get Annabelle flowers or some shit. You get me? Like something like that. And it's still, when the like for example, Annabelle meets the guy here, she'll be like, oh, like he heard me, he knew. Even though he may not have heard her exactly, but
he doesn't
knew.
know. But it feels like kind of like an instinct thing for him to do. He doesn't really know that why he's doing it. He just thinks it's his. It's like you make him think it's their idea, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's basically manifesting. Same
Manifesting
thing.
a thought in somebody else's head.
Exactly.
I gotta try that. I don't know. I don't know if I'm sold on that one. I mean, it's possible. What I think is true though is when I've heard stories of twins doing it. That I can imagine. Like when one twin is on the other end of the world and then the other twin is on I've seen that when I was like growing up and they can like talk to each other. I can imagine them being so connected that they could do that, you know?
You could do that with another person. You just have to be connected. I feel to an extent. That's what I think.
I'm going to try it with Justin. I'm going to see what he says. I'm going to see.
You definitely could. You just gotta focus.
That's like my brother. So I think it could totally happen.
It's pretty cool.
So people use that a lot because I've always seen that with people when you talk about like dating and stuff. So that's really where people like use that.
That's more of like where people focus because that's where they want like their SO significant other to know more about whatever. But for me, I don't like really intentionally ever do it because I don't have a purpose to. But I remember when I used to intentionally do it, it would always work with the people that I was the closest to that I would want to try it out on.
Okay.
Like one of my friends or my sisters, like I was saying.
You should try it on me. You should try it on me and see. I won't know. I won't know. Just see if you can try it on me. Try it on me and see what happens.
Hell yeah. For after this, we can try that. That's
all
so
right,
cool.
try it. I'm dead. We'll share the results.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, I think that'll be fun. So let's get to these movies. I've been dying to see. We're going to talk about The Exorcist. We're going to talk about The Elevator Game, which is another new horror movie that came out last month, and Electrasoul, The Nun 2, which we talked about, I don't know how many episodes ago, but now I want to know what you think about this because I know we were talking about that we were excited for that as well. So, like I said, everybody is talking about The Exorcist, and man, is it not good. People are shitting all over this movie. I mean, almost everybody I know, everybody I've seen, I should say, hates this movie, okay? But do we feel like that? You let me know, Electra, what did you think of The Exorcist Believer?
I actually really liked it. I won't lie. I know that like I don't know why. Actually, I haven't looked up reviews, so I don't know why people don't like it. I assume it's something that has to do with chronological or something. I don't know. Is it something like that?
It has to do kind of with how I guess the series was before this and how I guess the mood of the series and like the tone of the series. But I guess this didn't really live up to, I guess, the standards of the movies that came before it. And I think they did some things that they don't normally do. And they just took liberties with it, I guess. That's
what I heard. I think, yeah, because I think someone was talking about how this movie was too personal. They were like, this is too deep. Like, we don't need all the info. And I get that, but I honestly liked it. Like, what I liked. Wow. Can we speak on spoilers or no?
I think we're going to do spoilers. Let's do spoilers.
Because I really like that they went so deep on their lives because I feel like it all correlated together. Like at the beginning of the movie when the mother died from the earthquake, I feel like the energy there. I never forgot that the baby was blessed since before she was born, and that initially I was like, she's probably going to survive this entire movie,
Right.
and then she did. You feel me? So I feel like it to me it was important. I feel like all the information was important. I really liked how it was super, what is it called, societally correct. I don't know how to say it. It was very open-minded, I guess you could say, like how it
With like
should
the different with the different cultures, the different faiths coming into at the end.
One thing that actually stuck out to me was that the black girl had a black doctor. I love that she had a black. Yeah, like I remember I was like, oh, I noticed like she has a black doctor, and then the other girl, I think she had like a Middle Eastern doctor. It was like nothing was how it normally is. You get what I'm trying to say? Like in society, like 10 years ago type thing. So I like that a lot. I also I loved, I won't lie, like the possession parts, that stuff. That was like the most out of the three movies, The Nun, that one, and this, or The Nun, Elevator Game, and The Exorcist. I will say that The Exorcist was the most it was the closest to an actual,
it's
like,
more
possession.
realistic.
Yeah, the only things that were unrealistic was like the face morphing stuff, like, and the spitting and like green gunk, all that. But besides that, what was actually happening was very realistic.
Right.
So I thought that was very cool.
I agree. I think it wasn't. I've heard people say it was corny, but I didn't really agree with that. I think the one I didn't like is when she was like at the end spitting the stuff on the ceiling. I didn't like that when, and then the stuff started spinning around. I think it was blood, right? Was she spitting blood on the ceiling or something?
Black gunk.
Yeah, okay,
blood.
yeah, exactly. She started spitting on the ceiling. I was like, all right, now you're losing me a little bit here. But before that, I thought it was good because I think they didn't really do where they normally do. Okay, people are flying around and people are getting thrown around, and it's just like it's like an Avengers movie. I don't think they really didn't do that until the end, and I thought they saved it perfectly till the end for them to go crazy like that. But all up until then, I think they did the possession scenes as well as they could have. Which I think a lot of people didn't. So what I heard was everybody liked the first half of the movie, that was good, that was solid. And then once they got to the other half, where the possession really started kicking in and the exorcism, everybody hated it. They didn't like the fact that they had multiple faiths doing an exorcism. They wanted it to be a regular, I guess like Catholic exorcism, straightforward. They didn't like the fact that the old woman came back from the first movie, and they didn't like what they did with her, which I thought was great. I thought her getting wrecked like that was my favorite part of the movie.
I feel like it was realistic.
Yeah. They were
That's
like,
how
oh,
it
no, it was corny. And then the fact they brought it back just to do that. Like, I get that because this guy is the same guy that ruined the last Halloween movie. So I can sympathize, I can empathize with people who didn't like this because I'm not an Exorcist fan. I like possession movies, but I don't like The Exorcist 1. It's one of the most boring movies I've ever seen in my life. So I can imagine that these people love this series and then they make this movie that's not like everything they've seen before, and it totally takes them out of, the original concept of the movie, and they're just like, this wouldn't really happen in the Exorcist world that they've known and loved. You know what I mean? Same thing that happened with Halloween. So I can understand why people don't like it, but I had the exact opposite feeling. I thought the first half was okay. It was good. I liked it. But once the old woman walked into the room and got wrecked like that, I thought that's when the movie really kicked off for me. And I thought the exorcism was great. I thought the fact that they had all the different faiths come together, the root magic, I think the Baptist guy, the priest, and everybody came in to do this exorcism together. That was one of my favorite parts of the movie, to be honest with you.
I won't lie. I actually really liked it. I think the first half was, I thought it was kind of slow, like the first half.
Yeah, it was slow, yeah.
Very slow, but it was a good build up though, because you could see how much the dad actually cares, and even both parents, how they had their differences, but they both, it wasn't like
they kind of came together.
They fall off, like one parent, one set of parents is like, okay, whatever, but they both mutually cared a lot throughout the entire film. So I like that. I I also like I said, how realistic the possession part was. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna tell you right now, the only reason that they had as much trouble as they did is because none of the people in the room were 110% not afraid. The only one who wasn't afraid was the first woman, the older woman that ended up in the hospital.
Yeah.
The only reason I know, this might not even be part of the movie, but I think that the reason that the exorcist, that she attacked her like that, was because she knew that she was very powerful.
She was like the strongest one. Yeah.
What'd you say?
Because she was like the strongest one. The rest of them kind of were a little iffy about it, you know. And the first, I knew the thing about, like, they kind of let things be known early into the movie, and I thought I could see a lot of things coming. Like with the nurse, he was like, "Have you seen anything like this before?" And she was like, "No, I haven't seen anything like this." And I'm like, all right, she's totally going to be like a nun, and she's going to come out, and she's going to be like a main part of the story later on. Like, I knew that was going to happen. I knew, and then, like, you know, she's like, oh, like the baby, it's blessed. And then I was like, okay. So like you said, I was like, okay, well, she's definitely going to survive the end of the movie. But what I really liked, and I don't understand how people didn't like the exorcism scene, was because when the demon made the parents think they had to pick between the kids, I thought that was great. And then one of the dads, I'm not gonna give two spoilers, but one of the dads finally breaks, and I was like, "You're an idiot. You didn't understand the question at all, did you?"
Bro, he got manipulated. Like,
I was like, "What is wrong with you?"
No demon is ever going to say, pick me, and actually meaning, okay, if you pick me, I'm gonna let them
live. I didn't think anybody took that way, and I was like, "This guy really." Come on, dude.
All contemplating for a second, remember?
Yeah.
That's why they were like, we can't.
But then when she's like, oh, when the little girl goes, oh, you know, you didn't even want me to be alive in the first place. Yeah. I'm like, oh my God. Like I didn't see that coming, because they didn't say that. They didn't say that he had to make the choice between the mom and the daughter. So when she said that, she's like, you know, you picked my mother to live over me, and now, like, you know, like don't bother picking me now. And I was like, honestly, she got a point. I mean, the movie should be over. Like, you didn't want her to be alive in the first place, so you might as well let her die now. I was like, wow. So I thought I didn't see that part coming, though, that they didn't really allude to that at all in the beginning, that he had to make the choice. I thought it was kind of just made because of the incident that happened. So I have basically the opposite review of everybody. I thought the second half was the way better half.
And I think this might just be me being biased, because I've literally been through something like that. So it might just be me from my own personal experience. But like I said, I think it was very accurate in that sense of how it is. Like, the way that the girl was acting, like the first night that she was back, was so fucking accurate. It wasn't, you know, in terms of her just appearing places. No.
Yeah.
I felt like the way she was acting, where she wasn't herself. And then it got increasingly worse. Yeah. That's how it acted.
I like the subtle build-up too. Build-up. They didn't it wasn't too much build-up. Like, it got a little slow, like you said, but it was all right. It wasn't that bad. But I think it was realistic, like you said, to me.
Yes, I agree. And it's actually funny because the one part when that lady, the nurse, when she's like, this is my destiny, my duty, and then she gets scared. Like,
I was like, are you serious? It wasn't even that she got scared. That wasn't even the worst part. Is that the demon brought up something that she literally talked about with the guy an hour before. Like, she already said it. So then the demon's like, oh yeah, remember when you did this and that? And she's like, oh my God, how could you say that? And I'm like, you've literally said it, and it's a demon. You didn't expect this? Like, that is what happens in literally every possession movie. From The Exorcist 1, whoever's doing the main exorcism, the demon's like, oh, remember when you did this thing like 10 years ago? And they're like, oh, how could you say that? How could you bring that up? It's like, of course it's gonna happen. Like, that happens every time.
It does, exactly.
I was like, that sounds, I mean, for everybody who was saying, like, you know, it wasn't a proper exorcism. I mean, you got that, because they do that in literally every Exorcist movie. They did it in the Pope's Exorcist when he comes into, oh, remember that girl you were banging before and then she died. It was like, okay, again with this, we're gonna bring up dirty laundry, and then she acts like she's all upset about it. So, how could you say that about me? It's like, it's a demon. Like, why are you? She's like about to faint. I'm like, come on. That was one part where I was like, I was in the theater and I was like, get real. Like, I audibly said it. I'm like,
for
you
real.
didn't prepare for that at all? At all.
That is the funniest shit because you're so right. Like all that. And I'm trying to think if there's other part. I actually really love the cultural, like the mixture of like all the
Yeah.
culture. Because it was all actually doing something.
Exactly.
Like
When the chick she put like some kind of root or some kind of whatever into the fireplace, and the smoke from her smoke came out to combat the demonic smoke. I thought that
Yeah.
was cool. I never seen anything like that. That's why I didn't understand. But this is what my friend was telling me, who loves The Exorcist. She was like, it wasn't that was bad. It was just that if this was a movie that wasn't connected to the Exorcist series, it would have been fine. It's just that would not happen most likely in the Exorcist timeline. So, or in the Exorcist world, why would they put that in there? So it wasn't like it was a bad movie to some of these people. And some people said it was just really boring and really lame and whatever. But I personally think it was a 4.3 out of 5. It wasn't the greatest thing I ever seen. I got to watch them back to back. But I think Conjuring 2 is the best possession movie I've ever seen. I think it's the best demonic movie I've ever seen. I don't think it tops that.
Yeah, honestly, The Conjuring will always be my favorite series.
Right?
Yes, absolutely.
So I think a solid 4.3 out of 5 for me.
I think for me, I'm like trying to see it in my head. I feel like it's like a 4.7.
Okay. It's not a 5 out of 5 for you either.
Yeah, it's to me, I really liked it. But the one thing I didn't like I'm still thinking about is what happened to the other little girl.
Oh my God. I loved it and I hated it at the same time. I was like, yo, that is so fucked up, but that is so cool. Because it looked good. It made me feel really bad when I watched it. I was like, no. Because that's the other thing I said to them. I was to my friend who didn't like it. I'm like, you didn't like what happened to one of the girls? I was like, that was so cool. She's like, no, I hated that. That was so lame. I'm like, I've never seen that happen before.
That was crazy. Yeah, right?
I've never seen that happen in a possession movie. Like, you didn't think that was going to happen.
You're going to think, like, I'm going to just say a total side note. That is literally what can happen. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but this is how it is when you're possessed. Okay, there's like a whole demon in your body, and then your soul is still there. You're not dead. Like, they're just using you for a second.
Right.
But you still have a choice to survive or to die. You get me? And then if the spirit thinks it's stronger than you, which in the movie it did, it'll make the choice for you. Like, oh, I'm going to kill you now. And then boom. And then, yeah, basically what happens to that girl. It's like it's similar.
I could not believe it. I thought it was so cool at the same time.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I felt so bad as well.
Yeah, I thought it was one of the best position movies I've seen in a long time. It definitely might be top 5 for me, personally.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I agree with you. I think it is top 5.
Very well done, but this is supposed to be a trilogy, so there's going to be 2 more apparently. But that might not happen because the reviews are bad, and I think the guy that made this, from what I read, may not be if they're going to make them, he might not be making them after this because he already fucked up Halloween and now he fucked this up. So I think they're going to be like, you got to go, which they should. Because, I mean, these people are really invested in these series. You can't be messing with them like that, I really feel for the people who was going into this being like, wow, I love The Exorcist, and I can't wait to see this, and I'm expecting an Exorcist movie, and that's what they didn't get. Because Halloween Ends was one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life, so
oh
I can
God.
relate.
My sister watched it. She said it was terrible.
She didn't like Halloween Ends?
No,
it was the worst. What happened?
That was the one from last year, right?
Yeah, I think it was last year. I don't know. I blocked it out of my mind when I tried. It's like trauma. It's too traumatic. I've only saw it one time. It was the worst movie I ever seen. Probably. It was so bad. It was so bad.
So funny.
You didn't see it?
No, I didn't see it.
Because you don't like killing movies, like serial killers, right? You just like the spiritual stuff.
Yeah.
Well, don't ever see it. Don't ever.
With the killing.
Yeah, so if this guy gets fired, I mean, I'm all for it because he fucked everything up, okay? Happy Halloween. The Exorcist got fucked up. And I don't think they should do another one. I think this was perfect. Why do you need 2 more of these? Like
what else can happen? Just another family gets possessed?
That's it. I mean, I guess so, but then I don't even want to say what happened at the end. And I mean,
Yeah. It'll probably tie into that. I agree.
There's some room there for them to do it, but 2 more? I don't know. I think you're dragging it a little bit now. I think you're dragging it. So that was a review of The Exorcist. See it. I think you should definitely see it, especially if you're not a big fan of the series. I think you may like it. But if you are, get ready because you'll probably hate it. The Elevator Game. I was so excited for this movie. I mean, I was so excited. I was looking forward to this so much when I heard it was coming out. I watched it the day that it dropped on Shudder. I kept refreshing the page for Shudder. I was like, at midnight, I was like, I can't wait. So, watched it day of. Elevator Game, more like Elevator Lame. Wow, this movie was whack. Okay, it starts out like this movie should start out. I'm not gonna give too much away on this one. Girl goes in the elevator. She plays the game. I mean, if this is a spoiler, then I don't know what to tell you because this is what's gonna happen at the beginning of the movie. Okay, of the Elevator Game movie, she goes in, plays the game. A lot of tension. Very good. The elevator demon comes out and kills her. All right, and I think that was good. I can't remember what the kill was specifically, but I was like, all right, this is good. I liked it. I liked the music. I liked the tension. I liked the acting so far. The intro was good. Then you find out, all right, now this movie's going to follow a group of college-age kids. They have like an internet show, and they play spooky games, and now they're going to play the elevator game. So I'm like, all right, here we go. Movie goes on. You find out, somebody who's the girl was related to one of the guys. The girl was related to one of the guys in the group. They go play the game, and I was like, all right. And just like an elevator, the movie went down and down and down, and then the second kill of the movie happened, and I was like, really? If there's one thing I hate, it's a telepathy killing. When they don't touch you, when they don't touch you, the guy's just floating in the air. I thought this movie just got worse and more boring with every minute. So much so that I was falling asleep for real. It is so rare that I fall asleep during the movie. I saw Boogeyman twice this year. Loved it. Every time I saw it, I was ready to go to sleep. For some reason, I watched it. Every time I was extremely tired and I never fell asleep, okay? This movie put me to... I could not have been in a better mood before this movie. And this shit put me to sleep. I mean, even when everything was popping off, they got the circle with the salt. The demon comes out. She goes through the guy's fucking neck. I'm like, boring. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. It was just lame. It was just a lame movie. 2 out of 5. Definitely 2 out of 5 for this. What happened?
1.5 for me out of 5.
What'd you say? What? You cut out.
1.5. No, you're good.
1.5? Oh, so you agree?
Yeah, I didn't. No offense. It was I watched it and I remember I was like, am I watching a horror movie or is this just a fucking teen flick? I don't know. It felt like Halloween. Do you remember the Halloween Resurrection with Busta Rhymes in it?
Yes. Yeah, one of the worst.
Same, but this one was like way less.
Oh
tension.
yeah, it was way worse. It was boring, right?
One killing at the beginning, and then the next most entertaining one was at the end, like the end of the movie.
I like the one when I don't remember the one at the end because I was probably like in a dream state by then. But I like the one in the middle where the guy and the girl go, I guess because they left something in the elevator and she kills the guy first. Remember that one?
I do remember that.
I like that one. Which is the one at the end?
I'm trying to think. Okay, I know that in the middle it was that, but they didn't show anything, did they? No, the guy, the throat. She went through his throat.
The salt one. Yeah, I don't remember what happened when they were at the salt circle. And then this was the thing. So then the guy goes to the fucking red world, right? He's like, which let me make this point. The demon looked cool. I like the elevator game demon to me. Look cool. So he goes to the red world. He's looking for his sister. And listen, I don't know. I love all my friends. You go to the red world, I ain't going, okay? Because you're done. I'm not going to go chase nobody to the red world. You're done, all right? So he goes to the red world. They're like, no, don't do it. Don't. He's like, I have to do it. So he goes. The demon sees him. He's like, because it's an alternate reality, essentially. Like, it's like your world, but it's then evil. So he goes. He sees her in the middle of the street. She sees him, and she starts chasing him. She's like down the street. She's like right down the block. He goes back, hides behind the couch, and I mean, this is the longest scene ever. She never gets him. She was right down the fucking street.
I didn't know
and
she
then
was playing.
then because he's waiting for the elevator. For those that didn't see, that's what he's waiting for the elevator. But then the other two are in there, so the elevator's coming up really slow. He's like, oh my god, like what are we gonna do? The elevator comes after 20 minutes. Okay. He goes in, and then she finally bangs on the door, and it's like, oh, he just made it. No, he didn't just make it. I mean, I don't know what she was doing. I think she was like killing the other people, but it's like, you could have totally killed that guy. He was there forever. I was watching it like, you cannot be serious.
Oh, I was really confused because I thought that what happened with Chris, that was the first guy.
You remember names? Oh, shit.
Yes, I used to remember Chris because he was a piece of shit. They all hate him. I think that was his name. When he was the only person who you're funny. He was the only person who ended up dying that way. I thought that they were all gonna die because they were with him. You get me?
When he died, this is the guy that got telepathy killed?
Yes.
Yeah, I hated that.
The others with him, I thought that they were all gonna end up dying in some mysterious way because they were in the elevator. Like, I was confused why they only killed this one guy.
Is it because she followed him to his house? He was in his own. He was in like a whole different building though.
Oh wait, but you get what I'm trying to say. Like, how I perceived it was, okay, these three kids are doing the elevator game. They're probably all cursed now. They're gonna
because they play the game with him.
Yes.
Well, I think that she was gonna kill them, but then she was like killing them one by one. You know, because he was in a whole different place, and then they were like they were all separated at that point. You know.
Yeah.
Like, she was gonna do it.
I didn't know if they were just gonna end up self-combusting at home or some shit. Like, that's what I was waiting for. I was like, okay, so these two people are gonna die, and then they didn't until the end. But it may have been because Chris didn't listen to the rules. Remember, he like opened his eyes and he was like, oh
yeah. I think you watched this. When did you watch this?
I watched it on Saturday.
Okay, yeah. So I watched it when it came out, which was like a month ago. So I don't remember any of this shit.
Oh, you remember anything? Okay, that's why.
But I know, as you're saying it though, it's coming back to. So I'm glad you are. Yeah, I forgot. He opened his eyes, right, and then he broke the rule, and then they end up not finishing the game, right? So they mess it up, right? They do something wrong.
But they were still okay. They only died when they went back at the end. You get me?
And they go back because this guy. Why do they go back? Because this guy wants to go back for his sister.
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
So he goes to the red room, that red world, whatever. Like you said, he went, and then he got chased for like 20 minutes, and then he goes back at the end again with his friend to look for her or whatever, and then they all die. Bro, the kid with the salt ring. Why in the world would he be like,
lame?
Yeah, no, it's okay. She's fine. Like, bro, she's standing right fucking there. Like, I'm not taking my eyes off of her.
And he's outside of the salt, right?
He was in the salt, but he kept like, he was like, yeah, over here. I was like, can you turn the fuck around?
Because that's when yeah.
Oh my God.
That's exactly the point where I was falling asleep. And I'm like, if I'm falling asleep to like the most action of this movie's boring.
Yeah.
You know, like that's when the movie was at its peak action. And I'm just like, no.
Rated them.
I don't give a fuck. They were on the roof. They were talking about, I don't know what. I'm like, what are they talking about now? I'm just like, what a letdown this movie was.
Even the drama. I didn't like the drama. It was unnecessary.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. They were on the roof doing some dramatic shit.
Like, it didn't make anything happen for me. Like, I wasn't like, oh my God, he did this with his sister. Damn, like.
And then at the end, the lady goes in the elevator and her hand turns into the demon hand. I was like, what does that mean? She didn't even start the game. That's not even a spoiler.
And then her hand went away, and it was like her hand.
The demon hand, right? But that lady didn't start the game.
Yeah, she was about to. That's what she was going to do, which I don't get why the demon would have attacked her if she didn't even fucking start. So
It's like the demon didn't even attack her. The demon turned into her hand. Like that's the even crazier part. Like demon didn't even do it. Didn't make any sense at all.
it makes sense. I agree.
I was like, what I did like though was the backstory of the girl. They're like, oh, she was in the elevator shaft and the elevator. I did like that. I thought that was cool.
yeah, like interesting.
Yeah.
But then they just left it there. I honestly wish we would have saw what happened to her or something, because the Red World was a world that existed. So where is she?
Yeah, but
Yep.
in the Red World was like literally like one block. Like they didn't even explore it in the whole movie. They just went for like 2 seconds. They went into the Red World for like a second, and then he just goes
Yeah,
back.
second. This bitch was just vibing.
This would have been a great TV episode if you would have knocked this down to 40 minutes. It would have been great. You would have knocked it down to 40 minutes. Everything would have been more condensed. It would have flowed better. Not an hour and a half.
Making points because I'm thinking like, you know, those shows that have like a scary episode every episode.
Yeah,
I think
Twilight Zone, Goosebumps, Are You Afraid of the Dark? Something like, something like that. Like, oh, we're going to play the elevator game for 30 minutes. That makes sense,
yeah, because they obviously didn't have enough to build off of.
No. I mean, it's a great concept, but I was so excited that we were going to get a movie about it because we talked about the elevator game on one of the shows. So I'm like, oh, it's one of my favorite like games.
Yeah.
And just no. You gave it less. You gave it a 1.5?
Yeah, I would not watch that. And like, it did nothing to me.
It did nothing. No, nothing. The beginning was it. Watch the beginning, and that's the movie. The beginning was cool.
You're not gonna get anywhere. That's what I want. I wanted to figure out a fucking mystery. Nothing happened.
No.
Just
I
a
don't
straight
even. I don't even remember like how did they even fix it? How did they even like get out of that?
They didn't. They ended up dying. I don't know if you knew that. You knew that though, right?
I knew it at one point. I don't know it now. I
Honestly,
forgot. I forgot now.
They all ended up like dying in the elevator. And then okay,
When the girl's hand turned to the demon hand, said, "Get real." What does that even mean? Is she the demon? Like they just did that to be cool. They were just like, "Oh, you know, it would be great if her hand turns into the demon hand." Like, doesn't make any sense. She didn't even start the game. She was on the first floor still, I think.
They just threw some shit in there to give it for
Bro.
the ending.
Skip it. Skip the movie. You're not gonna like it.
Why?
What do you think about The Nun 2, though?
I actually really liked The Nun too. I liked it. I love the Conjuring series over it, but I think it's better than the first Nun. And I loved that they gave more backstory on Maurice. Like I loved seeing more about that, because I don't know if that's the same guy that they included, because I know that there was actually a case. I don't know if you remember from the first Conjuring.
That was it. Yeah, that was him.
They were in the room and they were like, "This is a demonic possession,"
Yep.
and he ended up dying.
Yeah.
I don't know if this, because I know The Nun is not based on any true story, so maybe it's just a spin-off of that person.
I think it is. It's the Maurice, right? It's him. I think it's him in the beginning of the first Conjuring, right? Where
Yeah,
the
but
show.
he died in that. Like
Yeah.
he was possessed, he died. But in this movie, The Nun, he survived. So I was a little confused on the.
Well, I think it takes place before that. Because remember,
Okay.
I don't know if you saw the
Yes,
end.
it
They were
was-
like, "Oh, we got a problem."
Yes.
So this must be in between.
Yes.
Yeah. Because
And I think-
yeah. Mhm.
Sorry, I was gonna say I think that the next Conjuring, I'm so excited. I really hope it is, but I think that the next one's gonna be about Maurice. I think like about what happened in that case, because like at the beginning of the Conjuring, what they were showing was a case that they did.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah.
And that's where he died or whatever. So maybe they're gonna do a movie on that specific case
I
of
just
when
saw
Maurice.
I just saw the title for it. I got to look at what the title was for that movie now, because I know it's coming out next year. I think.
Yeah,
new
I think so
Conjuring.
too. Actually,
Mhm.
I'm just fucking excited, honestly.
Yeah. So you liked the backstory on Maurice, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
I
yeah.
did.
Okay.
I liked the what is it called? Vera's sister who
Oh,
plays.
yeah. Tessa.
I liked her. I feel like she was literally Vera, like Lorraine.
Right.
The same energy they gave me.
Right. I'm just looking up the name for the next Conjuring.
Oh,
So,
You're fine. You're fine.
so what did you like the whole story of the movie? I mean, what
I
little
liked-
story there was?
Yeah, I liked, honestly, it was not that much of a story, I agree, but I do think that it was very how do you say it? I guess you could say it was accurate to an extent. I do think it was definitely dramatic. I mean, of course, it was dramatized. It had to be, but honestly, their problem would have been solved if they just prayed from the start. Like, have you noticed that the only when they solved the issue was at the super, super end, then she was like, let's pray. Like, girl, the entire time I would watch it with my mom, my sister, my boyfriend, and we all were like, if they just prayed when this whole thing happened, it would have been fine because they would have just had to call upon like the Holy Spirit and all the other stuff. But that's why the demon had so much fucking power, is because they were letting it.
Did you like the ending of the movie?
I liked are you talking about when everything was fine again?
Like how everything was resolved?
Yeah, I liked it. I just think that they could have resolved that like a long time ago. That's how I felt.
I like the ending of it, but I think I already said this on the show. When they tied Tessa's backstory to the saint, I said, "Oh God, why?"
Wait, which part?
When they were like, "Oh, you know, she's a relative of the saint, and that's why she didn't. That's why she was protected. Like she was related to her." I was like, "Oh, can you get any lamer? Like, did you have to do that? Like, because they set it up where her friend, the nun." She's like, "Oh, you know, if you come, you're gonna have to really boss up right now." So everybody, all of us thought like, all right, so at the end, she's gonna have to do something. Like the other nun, the new one, is gonna have to save the day, right? Like she's gonna have to go through some kind of big test at the end because she's like, "Oh, you know, if you really don't believe," and she's like, "Well, if I see a miracle, then I'll do it. Then I really will believe." Which it happened to a certain extent, but you're like, all right, so she's gonna have to do something to save the day. And she literally was useless. Like, was a useless character.
Are you talking about which one?
The other nun that she meets before, that she goes on a train with, and she's like, "Oh, you're not supposed to be here."
Oh, her friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Useless.
Yeah. It was literally, they were all there for like extra detail or some shit.
She was just there to get smacked around.
Oh, how did that girl survive? You know what I'm talking about? The one girl with the horns through her?
She did not. Did she survive?
No, she just kept running.
I don't think she's after she got like speared like that.
Yeah, she kept.
Oh, I didn't notice that. I thought that was one of my favorite parts of the movie when she got wrecked through the door.
I was like, damn, she's gonna die, and she didn't.
Yeah. Did you like the different incarnations of the nun and the demons that came out, like the goat and all this stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, it was very cool. I thought it was very interesting and also historically. I just thought it was cool overall. Like I love seeing France and all this other stuff. But yeah, I guess you could say I feel like it could have been a little more eventful, maybe a little, but I feel like it was kind of spooky. I guess I just feel like there were some plot holes that could have been filled.
I think the action was the strongest part of the movie to me. Like I think there was a lot. When the chick goes in the room, when she goes into the room you're not supposed to go into, and then she gets wrecked by the kid, that was great.
That was fucking crazy. And what about when the main girl got burned? Did she actually get burned, or is it like you said because she's a saint?
Oh, that's what that's what it was, because she was connected to the saint.
Oh,
because they're like, oh, she's a descendant of Saint Mary, or whatever, was Saint Lucy or something like that.
Like what?
It was like and then because they were like, the saint didn't get burned, and that's in the beginning of the movie. They said she didn't get burned. So then when the nun tries to burn Tessa, they're like, oh, she didn't get burned either. So she's like a relative of her, like her mother was part of the lineage. And I was like, oh God, like you could have seen that coming from a mile away. Like, did you have to do that?
That's so. You could say it was like very cliche.
Yeah, I was like, you could have literally done anything else. You could have made this. You could have had the other nun step up and do something cool, because that's how you set it up in the beginning. Like, oh, you're gonna really have to, if you're not supposed to be here, so you're really gonna have to do something. And you're like, all right, she's gonna have to save the day at the end. Nope, she's like, oh, pray with me. She's like, oh, okay, that's it.
And that's literally. Like that was it.
Everything before that, I think, was really good though. I really enjoyed it.
I did too. I liked the wine part. Like it was like the blood of Christ.
That I thought was cool. Mm-hmm.
I thought that was cool how it defeated the nun. Yeah, I like things like that. I just think like it's so crazy because all this stuff, I know it seems so fake to the eyes of so many, but knowing that it's real, like you watch these things from a different perspective. Right. It's so crazy. Like it's more of like informational. That's how I don't take it as entertainment. I take it as like, okay, let's see what this movie's about. You feel
Right.
me? So I thought that that was cool, and I think The Exorcist was also very cool. The elevator game was garbo, no offense, but never watching that again.
What did you rate The Nun?
The Nun out of 5, I would say like a 4.5 out of 5.
So you like The Exorcist more?
Yeah, I did. I think it was more. Yeah, it
Yeah,
was more.
I would agree. The story is better. There's actually a story. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think The Nun needed to have a big story, though, to be honest. I think what we got was what was good. That,
It was enough for the
yeah,
series.
they're looking for the eyes, and I thought that was fine. We don't need every movie to have a big story involved. It's like,
I was sorry. I was actually like, now that I'm thinking about it, can you clarify something for me about the eyes? Why
maybe.
did the nun take, if you know, like, why did the nun take the eyes for? To destroy them?
It made her more powerful.
Why?
Oh, that was the
Who-
thing. That was the thing, too. It was like, all right, so, this movie's been out, so we're going to just say it. We're going to spoil it, I guess. But, like, I think they were like, oh, don't let the demon get it because it's going to make it more powerful, right? So, in the beginning of the movie, the nun elevates a guy, which this was what I give a pass. I usually say I don't like telepathy killings, but I did like this. She lifted him up in the air, set him on fire. That was great. Very powerful, right? So the nun is fucking people up, smacking people around the whole movie. Fine. Doesn't really do anything of substance that she did like in the beginning. She doesn't really flex like that again. Then she gets the eyes, and then it's like, all right, you're gonna literally do everything you've been doing. Like anything you didn't. She really didn't do anything new except spawn those other nuns. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
There was no.
she got the eyes and literally was not that powerful. Like
It was still the same shit. I agree.
like I was expecting something crazy to happen. I was like, oh, here we go. It's about to get wild. And it was like, like nothing really. So that's why the nun ate him, because she's like, oh, I want to become more powerful.
No, like the fuck.
And it was not not that much power was given, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was very intense, but it was also like I feel like more, like you said, more could have been added.
Yeah, I don't think it was that crazy. But I mean, it's not like I'm shitting on the movie, but I did like it. I liked it. I think I gave it like a 4 point. I gave it like 4 point something out of 5. Like it was like maybe a 4.3 or something like that. So maybe around the same as The Exorcist. But I did like The Exorcist more. I did like the story more. It's like two different types of movies to me. Not every movie needs to have a big story in the horror movie. I think The Nun is good because it's very simple. It's a demon. It's going to come out. It's going to kill people. That's what you need. But I like some movies like The Exorcist where there's a little more to it. You know what I mean?
I agree with you.
Everything has its place.
I agree. It's definitely up to preference.
Yeah.
Person.
I mean, you're not going to really care about this part, but for the people that do, I did see the new Totally Killer movie, which was like a slasher movie. There's a serial killer out there, kills this chick's mom, and she has to go back in time because the serial killer killed her friends, the mom's friends, years ago. And she wants to go back in time to stop not only her mom from getting killed, but all her other friends from getting killed. It's straight to Amazon, and I thought it was pretty fun. I thought it was a fun movie. I like those movies with the killer with the mask and he's killing the teenagers. One of my favorite types of movies. It was funny, and I think you guys should definitely go check it out. I think it was good. It was a funny movie, some good kills, nothing spectacular, but you're definitely going to enjoy it. So go check out Totally Killer. So I'm glad you guys. And the Conjuring is going to be called Conjuring Last Rites. That's the one. Yeah, Last Rites. I don't know what this one's based off of because they're usually based off a real event.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's going to be on the Maurice case. Maybe we'll see.
I don't think that one was real.
What happened?
I don't think that one was real. I think they made them up.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'll say the one in the video. Okay, the beginning of The Conjuring. Like the video, I'm pretty sure that was a real case that they did.
Oh, really? I haven't seen that like the original. I haven't seen the first Conjuring in so long that I don't remember.
Wait a second. I think that was. Did they already do a movie on the Amityville horror? No, right?
Not. Well, they made tons of those. Yeah, they made tons of Amityville movies, and I think they showed Amityville in the beginning of 1 or 2 of The Conjuring. They already touched on it.
Okay, the reason I ask is because I know that possession with that guy in the video,
that was in real life, that was Lorraine Warren's like the scariest case that she ever did.
she's
Like
ever
that one
seen.
was the one that's terrified her.
Okay.
So maybe the next movie will be, but I don't know. We'll see.
I don't
But
remember I wish I remember because they show it during the lecture, right?
yeah, let me see if I could pull up a video for you really quick.
Yeah, let's see what
But
this is.
yeah,
I don't
you definitely know.
remember.
You see.
I almost touched my face just now. That would have been a wreck.
God, right? I've been looking at him like it's not tripping.
No, this is some good. This is some good face paint here. For
Yeah,
those that
hell
can't
yeah.
see, I got my face painted today in honor of Halloween. Of course, you know we do it big all month long. We got some more special Halloween things coming up, and me and Electra and I just talked about doing the Halloween special, which actually, funnily enough, this year I think this is the first year the episode will be out on Halloween. So that is going to be fun. So we're not going to film it on Halloween, but it will be coming out on Halloween. I think in the 4 years we've done this show, which is crazy to say, it's going to be the first time that we ever do it on Halloween. How long have you been on YouTube again? I've asked you probably so many times. and
I forget every time. I've been on YouTube like consistently the beginning of 2021.
So that's
Yeah, the beginning of
Okay.
20.
now. I'm gonna ask somebody else who's gonna be on the show this. But we've been doing it for 4 years, and it comes to my mind like how, you know, you have like different eras of what you're doing. In my opinion, different eras of the show. Things change as you go on. Is there anything that you kind of miss, or anything that you kind of look back on fondly about when you first started your channel, when you first started your YouTube journey? Anything that's different now that you're like, yeah, but when I first started, I do remember that. Like I kind of missed that aspect of being new to the game.
That's a great question. I think if I'm being honest, I honestly don't miss anything from back then. I think now is way better, only because of my mindset. But I think if anything, I'll say that I'm thankful that I'm past how much I would overthink at that point. So
Okay.
nothing that I honestly say I would miss, but I think the only thing that I do miss is kind of how I remember back then what I talk about now was a lot less saturated. Like I feel like now a lot of people make a lot of the same kind of videos, but you know, everyone is different. So I will be honest, I feel like some people truly do understand, and then some people don't really understand, but they're still giving out what they think,
Yeah.
kind of thing. So,
Oh, I
you
can
know,
imagine. I can imagine because manifestations become such a big part of YouTube. Same thing with podcasting. Same thing with anything else that when it becomes a thing, people go, I'm just going to get on the bandwagon. I'm just going to get on this. So I can imagine there's people that basically watch other manifestation videos and go, I'm just going to literally copy this shit and I'm just going
Yes.
to make my own. You know what I mean? I can imagine that.
Yeah, especially because manifestation is it's like you said, it's such a big topic that everyone's fucking watching them, especially the people who desperately want what they want. So they'll watch like anybody, and then, you know, it's like oversaturated. So in a way,
Right.
that's the only thing I would miss. But even then, I'm okay with it because I know what I'm talking about. So I don't really care.
So when you first started, there wasn't that much manifestation talk on YouTube in 2021?
There was, but it was like law of attraction based stuff. I'm like law of assumption. Now law of assumption is fucking everywhere and it's mama, so now it's a little different.
Yeah.
But back then when I first started, it was literally like Sammy Ingram, which is she's like the one who really put everyone on to the new age of law of assumption, even though there's Neville Goddard and other people like that. She like brought it back up. And then after that, I was really inspired and I was like, oh, like I want to make videos to help people as well. So then I did that. And then from there, it kind of just like continued on and on and on. So yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, that's how I saw it.
It was an interesting question because I was thinking about it myself, like how things change, seeing it in on the camera, like how we've changed, just how we look, what we talk about. And I was thinking about how like we started the podcast, what it was like being at that time. Like you say, I don't miss most of that time because it was actually not a really good time when we started the show. But the one thing I will say is the group, because it was the pandemic, we had nothing going on, basically. Like none of us had anything going on. So we were a lot closer we're still close in terms of how much we love each other, but we talked so much because we had all the time in the world to talk. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there would be times where we would be on FaceTime at least, like there was 1 or 2 times where we did 24 hours just straight on FaceTime, just because, you know, we grew up together and it just happened that way. So to answer my own question, I think that's the one thing I will say that's different that I kind of miss about first starting out, was we were more together other than being on the show, I think.
Oh, I got you.
Like we would hang out a lot more. Not that we don't hang out. I mean, one of the guys was just here the other day and he lives down the street, but it was just like a different time. You know what I mean? Like we were really all very close together virtually, like pretty much all the time.
I got you. So there was like a lot more. Yeah, that makes sense. So I could see why you would miss that. But I mean, would you say that now that you guys are not closer, but I guess you guys understand each other better now? If that makes sense?
We've always. I think we've understood it. We understand each other, like maybe more about each other. Like we didn't know certain things about each other, but the closeness has been there from the beginning. I don't think it made us closer in terms of how we feel about each other. We know more about each other. But we've always been so tight because we all knew each other since we were like 13 to 16 or even like 11.
I remember you told me that before.
Yeah, you really can't get much closer, but we did like, oh, I didn't know that about you. I didn't know that. And then we would just build like new memories because we would be around each other so much, you know what I mean, at that time. So that's one thing I kind of do miss about that time is like the pandemic. Everybody was locked in. So
like the environment was different.
Exactly. So not saying this is worse or that's better. It's just something different that I look back on fondly. That was kind of my question, you know?
That's really cool. Yeah, I completely understand that. And I feel like I would probably feel the same if I had like something like that for me at that, like that time. But yeah.
Now that you say, what was that time like for you? Because that was, you started after the pandemic, right? Because that was 2020?
Yeah, that's when I really, in 2021 is YouTube. I remember the end of 2020 was TikTok. And then from there was like whatever else. But and I also had my Instagram since the ending of 2019. So I already had an Instagram before that I deleted like years ago, but this one was dedicated to like Electrasoul. So then from there it also built up. But to answer your question, wait, what did you ask me?
Like, what was the pandemic like for you?
The pandemic.
Yeah, what was that like for you?
Honestly, it wasn't as bad as like a lot of people felt like it was for them. You know, like for me, I honestly was just like, okay, well, I gotta keep living in the moment, doing what I gotta do type shit. If I'm being honest, it kind of felt like well, at least like the first 2 weeks of the pandemic felt like, you know, you don't know because you don't live in Florida, but in Florida, when there's a hurricane, there won't be school for like a week, and everyone, like, even though you're trapped in your home, everyone's lit because we're like, oh, let's have a hurricane party, like just chill at home, watch shit or whatever. So it was like similar like that to me, but I did remember thinking that I was gonna make the most of it. I was like, I'm gonna have fun, like
right
whatever.
From the beginning.
Yeah, so it was fine. I actually enjoyed it. I was sewing a lot, and I was eating a lot of ice cream and just shit like that.
Oh, I didn't know you sewed.
What'd you say?
You sew?
Yeah, I sew.
I didn't know that. Do you have anything you could show us? Like, what do you exactly? You sew like clothes, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, like my outfits on Instagram.
Really?
A lot of them.
Shit. How long have you been sewing for?
Literally since the pandemic. No, yeah, like since the pandemic. I'm trying to think if it was at the beginning. It was because my mom was showing me how to do it, and then
so
I
you
never
learned from your mom.
Yeah.
Okay, so what have you sew like clothes? Like what kind of clothes for the most part?
So basically I just grab like any fabric that's like extra, like even a t-shirt. If I like what's on the t-shirt, let's say for example, if there's a, what is it called, tie-dye kind of shirt, I'll get the idea in my head of how I want the thing to be, and then I'll literally sew accordingly. If I'm being honest, I don't use any measuring tapes, I don't use any measurements, nothing. I just do what I can't. It just won't work.
Those are the best cooks I know are like, they say the same thing. I ask my mom, like, well, how do I make this? Like, what do I need in terms of measurements? She's like, I don't know about measurements. You just gotta feel it. Like, right? I don't know. But always the best people say that, like, I don't know. I just feel it out.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. But that's what I do. I love doing that, like sewing all that stuff, because I'll make an outfit for myself out of literally anything. You just give me a fabric. Yeah.
That's tight. I didn't know that.
Thank you.
Wow, that's cool. So the pandemic wasn't and in Florida wasn't really locked down like that.
In Florida, people did not give a fuck.
Yeah.
Like,
so nothing really changed for you?
Yeah, nothing changed. Only for the people who actually cared, like that were
Right.
like taking precautionary stuff. Which my family, I was doing that. You know, I wasn't trying to mess around because I didn't know what the hell was going on. But yeah, there was a lot of people who didn't care, unfortunately. But whatever.
Well, the good thing about being in that part of New York at the time, with New York City, was a lot of stuff was still open, like 24 hours. A lot of stuff did shut down, but being in New York, I still did have the stuff was open 24 hours, so I didn't have to go places at peak time when everybody was around. You know what I mean? Like I could still kind of evade seeing people too much. So that was the blessing, at least where I was. I didn't have to like kind of interact with that many people. I would like go get food. Yeah, like in the middle of the night, just take my bike and go see like the halal guy, go to this shop and stuff. So I really kind of evaded too much interaction with people. So it was cool. Yeah.
That's cool, especially in New York because you always have to like be surrounded by people or whatever.
Yeah, and we had Uber Eats and DoorDash. I'm sure you were doing that like tons of times, right?
Did I? No, I didn't. We were cooking a lot.
Oh, you were doing. Oh, you were cooking.
And I also still worked. I was working at an animal hospital, and even then, like they weren't. You know how jobs were. They weren't trying to let everyone off. So I would still go there with a mask and shit, and they would a lot of times give us like food. I don't know if it was out of guilt or because they were like, let's just do this, but they were giving us like meals often, and I was like, okay,
that works out for you. That's nice.
Thank you. Nice. That's funny.
So did you see the ending? Did you find the clip?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay,
do you want to see it?
Yeah, because I don't remember this.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, so in the movie they show. Do you remember the overall?
It was the witch house, right?
No, this was like at the the beginning of the first Conjuring. It was when they went to the witch house. Yes. But when they were showing the lecture, it was when the mom of the family was like, "Oh my God, like I think I'm being possessed." So then she went to go learn about it.
Oh, okay, I don't remember that.
Remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here, let me skip.
I haven't seen it in so long.
Yeah.
I always watch the second one, but I never really watched the first one that much, which I should.
I see you. You see me.
I was about to say, I see my reflection in that.
Yeah.
I read nothing more than a third-grade education. Yet after he was possessed, he spoke some of the best Latin I'd ever heard.
There you go. That possession.
Molested by his father, who had also tortured him repeatedly.
Oh.
You remember that?
Dark spirit.
No, I don't remember this.
Now, if you look into his eyes, you can see him tearing blood.
So that's not Maurice. That's a whole different guy.
They say that's Maurice. I'm pretty sure.
Or is that Maurice?
That's Maurice.
Okay.
I don't think it's the same actor or whatever. But yeah, it was. I'm a little confused here. Let me do like my proper research right now. But I mean, honestly speaking, though, whatever the next Conjuring is, I know it's gonna be fucking entertaining as it always is.
Hell yeah.
But
I thought the last one slacked a little bit.
The devil made me do it.
I thought it was a little long.
I will say
a little crazy.
That was my least favorite one out of all of them.
Mm-hmm. It started really good though.
Mm-hmm.
But then I was like, they go underground, and I'm like, all right, let's wrap this up.
Like a whole bunch of different shit.
We're in the tunnels now. The lady's cursing people. I was like, all right, let's speed this up now.
Good. Keep it where we were, type shit.
Exactly.
So, go ahead.
Look forward to the Halloween special with Electra and I coming on Halloween. It doesn't get much better than that. Electra, do you have anything you want to say before we head out of here?
Just want to say thank y'all for watching. We always have a lot of fun when y'all are here, and we intend that you learn nothing but the best from us and everything that we got going on. What we talk about, entertainment, everything. But yeah,
learn from Electra. Don't learn from me. Learn from Electra. I got nothing to teach you. I got nothing for you. I ain't got nothing for you except to tell you that if you're on YouTube, you know you can keep us in your pocket and take us around on Spotify and iTunes and all the podcast platforms, and vice versa. If you're on those and you want to see our beautiful faces, you could go on YouTube and check us out on the Gritty Knows Best YouTube, and check out Electra. Plug all your stuff.
Yep, I'm Electrasoul 444. If anyone DMs you, because a lot of people have been talking about DMs.
Every week I get followed by a fake you. Every week. I'm about to shut my account down.
Oh my God. So many people tell me about it, and it's like, I feel bad, but they won't stop, whatever. That I'm Electrasoul 444. I'm Electrasoul, just Electrasoul.
Not a
and then
zero. There's not an underscore. It's not 44444. You got to make sure it's the right one, okay?
Electrasoul 444. And if it's 44444, it's not me. If it's 333, it's not me. 8812, not me. Love you guys.
That's right. Well, you know you're doing something right when people try to copy you, you know?
Gosh, tell me about it. But thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Peace and love. See you next time. Yes. 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 Happy Halloween, baby. It is time to celebrate the greatest day of the year. And we are celebrating it with none other than the Limitless Electrasoul. That's right.
Hi. Happy Halloween.
Get your candy bags, get your costumes, but check your candy because there might be fentanyl in it. It's getting crazy out there. Like 5 people died in my building this month. You know that? That's insane.
Wait, what? Rewind. Are you serious?
Yeah, 5 people this month. And probably somebody just right now that I don't even know. Probably 6 just happened. It's insane.
Oh my God.
That's right.
Do you know why?
That fentanyl. That fentanyl's going crazy. Check your candy, kids. It's getting crazy out there.
I'm sorry. That's spooky as hell.
It is spooky as hell, right? That's just in a month. Wow. R.I.P. R.I.P.
Yeah. Rest in peace, bro.
You and I were just talking about how fast this month flew by.
Yeah, like it's gone.
It was here and then it was gone. I felt like we were just doing Halloween in July. I felt like we just got off that show.
Literally, we're just on that show. It's so crazy. I remember the outfit I had, like everything. I was literally thinking about it this morning. It's so crazy.
Right, right. So how has your October been?
It's been good, honestly. I feel like this month, with a lot of, like the solar eclipses and the lunar eclipse that's hitting and all this stuff, or that hit, I feel like there's been a lot of spiritual witchy, I guess, energy. Like very, but it's all good, definitely. It's always a good vibe.
Have you been seeing things or what? Like what have you seen stuff?
Actually, it's crazy because this month I started getting into, well, obviously because it's October, me and my sisters have been watching like scary movies and shit like that. So like The Craft and like we rewatched The Conjurings, the Nuns, Annabelle's, like all that stuff. And it brought me right back to what it is to be like a psychic medium in the sense of seeing spirits and all this other stuff. So I've definitely heard a lot of stuff. I've definitely seen some stuff, but it's nothing out of the ordinary, but it's a little reminder for me,
Nothing of note really, like nothing to really like talk about, but just little stuff here and there, you mean?
Yeah, I guess you could say that because I'm trying to think. There's been like some instances where it'd be like crazy coincidences would happen, or like we'd be watching something where they said something that we just talked about 10 minutes ago. Like
yeah.
But
you
like,
and I were just talking about something like that off air. That's something that happened with me. So I guess maybe I was experiencing some of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Remember I talked about the dream I had, and then we can't really talk about it now, but.
Yeah, definitely. Just different synchronicities like that. But as far as spirits go, they're always all around, especially now. The veil, it's very thin.
That's what they say. That's the old thought about Halloween, right? Is that the veil is thinner and the spirits are coming out. When does the veil go back up? Like like Christmas?
Not even. I would say like literally a few days after Halloween, like November 2nd.
Okay.
Pretty much be like not even strongly based back up, but it rebuilds back up, because the thing about now is that the reason that the veil is so thin is because we're all talking about spirits, we're embracing spirits, we're doing scary shit, like things with the paranormal. We don't do that any other time of the year except for now.
Well, except for me and maybe you too. That's like 24/7. If you're not us, then you're not talking about it till now.
No, just kidding. But exactly. So right now is like, it's super embraced. It's almost like a manifested thing without us knowing it. We're like giving access to these spirits to come through because we're giving them so much power, which isn't always a bad thing. I don't think that, but I do know that some bad spirits try to take advantage of people at this time because of, all the witchy, spooky energy going on and stuff like that.
Right. That makes sense. If our focus is on it, so much attention and focus is on the spirits that they get stronger and they come into our world, you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. It's crazy, but it's definitely real.
Well, that's what Art Bell said about all the ghost stories that he would listen to and read on his radio show. He would say listening to all this stuff and reading all these ghost stories can bring this energy to you. So he always told people to be careful. And that's exactly what we're going to do tonight. We're going to be listening to some ghost stories, especially one from Art Bell himself from his radio show. And we're going to be trying some special treats that we got earlier this month. So stay tuned for that. So you said you got to watch some old classic horror movies. You know, it's funny. I watched The Craft for the first time this year. I didn't see it till this year.
Did you like it?
It was pretty boring.
Yeah, you thought it was boring? I can see
boring.
why you think that. You want like, murder guts and all this shit.
Not necessarily. Maybe it was just the wrong day. Because sometimes I'll watch a movie and go, oh, this is so boring. And then I'll come back to it like a year later and I was like, what was I talking about? This movie's awesome. And sometimes it's vice versa. I'm like, oh, I can only really watch this movie one time. It's really not that good, blah, blah, blah. So maybe I got to see it again. Maybe. I don't know. But I wasn't a huge fan.
I'll say, I guess it's more of like perspective. Like for me, the reason I liked it so much is because I related a lot to the main girl, the one who was like casted out, basically. Yeah, her. Like so I guess you could say it is that more of like a circumstantial, you know, what you like and all that other stuff. Right. But yeah, I love that movie personally. I liked it.
What was your favorite part of Halloween season this year? Do you have a standout aspect?
My favorite part, I would say, you said of this year?
Yeah, this Halloween season.
Okay. This year, I really liked how we kept up the Halloween energy, like in my house and things like that, because usually every other year we'll like put up lights and we'll have like spooky stuff up, but we won't like consistently celebrate Halloween or I guess take in the holiday season kind of thing. But this month, like for the first time ever, every single night, me, my boyfriend, my sisters, like we'd watch a scary movie every single night. Nice. So then from there, what else? Yeah, like things like that. We would make like spooky food. Like on Halloween, we want to make like spooky, like a little spooky party thing or whatever.
I was just going to ask if you did some Halloween baking.
Yeah, we're gonna. So I'm excited as hell for that.
Hell yeah, that's nice. That's Definitely. What's up. So just the overall like festivities this year, because you don't usually do that.
Yeah, exactly. I when I was little, of course, like I would always trick or treat, and that was always like my big bang at the end of the month. Right. But now it's like it's been the entire month, so that's the difference I like.
Right. I feel like this Halloween got away from me. I didn't do most of the things that I like to do. I didn't carve a pumpkin this year. I always carve a white pumpkin. Those are like my favorite kind. I did it. I mean, I could probably do it tomorrow if I really try, but I'm probably not going to do that. Never got to carve a pumpkin. Didn't go to a haunted house, so I feel like the month just escaped me. But the best part for me this year were all the movies that came out. I feel like this was one of the hottest Halloween seasons in a while. We had The Nun, we had The Exorcist, the Goosebumps show came out, which people hate, and I could definitely see why, but I like it. I think it's fun. We also got Five Nights at Freddy's, which we have not talked about on the show yet. Oh, you rolled your eyes?
I didn't even roll my eyes, bro. I'm like, bro, like, that game was, I never played it, but it always scared the fuck out of me.
Oh, really? Like, okay.
Yeah, the animatronic shit, like Chuck E. Cheese, keep that. Like, I'm not terrified of it, but like the whole concept of Five Nights at Freddy's is scary as hell to me.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Are you going to see the movie?
I'll only watch it if it's encouraged within a group. By myself, no. I'm not doing
like you have to watch it with people?
Yeah, like if other people are interested, I'll watch it. Okay. But for me, I'm never going to be like, let me watch Five Nights at Freddy's willingly.
Okay,
nah.
Okay. Well, I'm literally the opposite. I encouraged the whole group. I was like, you're all watching Five Nights at Freddy's. It's going to be sick. We've been waiting for this forever. I don't really play the games like that because it's not like my kind of mechanics. Like I just like shooting things. But I love to watch people play them, and I could not wait for this movie. And let me tell you, I'm not going to talk about it now because we're going to review it probably tomorrow on Halloween. It'll probably come out a little bit after, probably come out either on Halloween or after Halloween. We'll have our review up. But all I can tell you is this. That was my favorite aspect of this Halloween season. That was the best, and I've seen it like 4 times already. And it just came out. It just because there's basically my review. I got it. We'll get into the details of it in like tomorrow or something. But I love that movie. So that was my favorite part of this year.
Well, I'm happy you enjoyed it that much. That's
people
very
were
impressive. 4 times.
Yeah, because it came out on Peacock, so I got to watch it right from my house. I didn't go to the theater.
Oh, Oh, is that what you posted that on your story, didn't you? Or
Yeah.
no?
Yeah.
You were like watching five. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
'cause
think
I
I
watched
remember.
I watched it right from my computer, 8 o'clock on Thursday. It dropped it like a day early.
All right, that makes sense now.
Yeah.
Now I see why I watched it 4 times.
Yeah, I didn't go to the theater 4 times and like I just kept going back in. No. But yeah, so that was probably my favorite part. Definitely my favorite part of this Halloween season. I didn't get to watch a lot of the classes this year, which is kind of crazy. But we got 2 days. I got tomorrow. I got a little bit of left of today, so we'll see what we could do. But one of my favorite aspects is always listening to ghost stories, and that is what we're going to do right now. We got about 4 or 5 ghost stories that we're going to check out. Let's get into our first one. These are true ghost stories from Reddit, okay? So these apparently really happened.
All right, I believe it already.
My husband and I were visiting his parents, who had just moved into a brand new home. The house they'd moved from was a Georgian property that was big and creepy, and they were adamant it was haunted, telling stories of the dog running away and cowering from seemingly nothing, a grandfather clock that was no longer working, chiming in the night, and my husband himself claiming he woke in the night once as a teenager to a small girl stood in the corner of his bedroom. He's also a fellow skeptic, and accepts he may have been dreaming, but says on this occasion it felt very real. Anyway, we'd been chatting about the old house when my husband's mother said, "I hope the ghost hasn't followed us to our new house." I looked at my husband and we smirked at each other, and I very flippantly dismissed her statement, telling her not to be silly and ghosts aren't real. A couple of minutes had passed and we'd sat in silence watching some TV when we heard a large smash from another room. No one else was in the home at this time, and it startled us all. We went to see what it was, and it was none other than mine and my husband's framed wedding photo that had been sat in a cabinet in the kitchen, completely smashed across the floor. I wonder if it was the ghost letting me know they had followed us to the new house.
Hell yeah, it was. He was disrespectful, so they got disrespectful right back. There
said,
goes
"Bet
your
I'm
wedding
not
photo
real."
right on the floor. I don't think that's a coincidence at all.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I'm glad she knew that. You see, that was her intuition. She knew.
I think that was I don't think you need much intuition to know that. That was a very clear message, right? Like your
That was a
wedding
very-
photo. That was it. I think that was a good one. That was
It's
a
very
good message.
interesting.
All right, here we got the next one.
All
I've been a
right.
mortician for over a decade and have never had any issues with anything paranormal. Around 6 months ago, a new girl started working at the funeral home. She and her family claim to be sensitive, do different divination rituals, and are psychic. She even admitted to me she's done black magic to get back at an ex-boyfriend. So here's the deal. Like I said, nothing has ever happened to me, regardless of the funeral homes I've worked in. I've been there alone all hours of the night. Nothing. So the past few months, weird things have started happening. My other coworker has had weird things happen at her home, like things randomly appearing. Her son is sleepwalking and speaking to someone outside, or pictures are flying across the room. At the funeral home, we've heard whispering on multiple occasions and doors slamming. Now comes my turn. The other night, I'm embalming alone, and I thought I kept seeing someone standing out of the corner of my eye, but I kept telling myself it was my mind messing with me. The door that leads outside is right outside of the room where I'm embalming. I have the door open to the embalming room. The door that goes outside has a metal bar that you pull to latch and lock it. Everything is locked, obviously, since I'm alone. So no more than 5 minutes after I kept seeing someone standing out of the corner of my eye, I hear a massive slam against the metal bar on the door. It was so loud I about had a heart attack. My main question here is, do you think it's someone I've helped over the years making themselves known? Or do you think it's more? I personally think the new girl brought something with her. Her grandmother has even told her she has an attachment. I'm terrified and really don't want to work alone. I'm afraid if it's more than just a spirit, cleansing will make it more upset and make things worse.
What do you think of that?
Wow. So for one, I mean, the fact she said her grandma told her that she had an entity on her, right? Her
Right.
roommate.
Yeah.
Or
The new girl that started working there. The new girl's grandmother told her that, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's like the biggest sign right there. I mean, obviously she has an entity, but cleansing it will make it mad, but it's gonna help the girl. Like she'll be able to get rid of it. I would fucking cleanse.
I don't think she means she's gonna cleanse the girl. I think she's gonna cleanse the place. I
Wait,
think
what?
she's gonna cleanse the morgue. I don't think she's gonna cleanse the girl because the girl's not gonna permit that.
Oh no, not the girl. I'm talking about the spirit. Like
Yeah,
to get that's what she meant, right?
But it's
Get rid of
attached to the girl, not the morgue. So how's she gonna? She has to like get the girl's permission to do that.
Hmm.
You know what I
She,
mean?
yeah, if she was like some sort of like psychic medium or something, she probably would be
Would
able
be
to get
down
rid
to
of the
do it.
spirit without talking to the girl. But in this case, yeah, you're probably right.
I
Since it's a
think
more logical based scenario, I
it's
guess you
definitely
could
that
say.
new girl. She brought it in, and now like she all of a sudden she comes in and everything starts freaking out in the morgue. Now there's spirits and stuff on the side. You know, it's the girl. It's the new element. She's the new element to the situation. So nothing started till she got there.
Shit.
That's a great
Yeah.
horror movie though. Like that's a great concept. The new girl comes, she has an attachment, now she messes everything up. The dead bodies start waking up, they start moving around. That'd be
That was
sick.
a really good concept.
Hell yeah, that'd be sick.
Like, when they fucking call you to the studio.
All right, let's get into our next one.
I'm 19 now and I live in Florida. I grew up in Illinois. For as long as I can remember, there was a thing that I would always see in my peripherals or just barely get a glimpse at whenever I'd be outside or in my basement. It was always a tall woman, maybe 7-8 feet, that would either stand next to a tree or behind me, and every time I'd go to get a full look, she'd be gone. I'd see her almost every day because I loved playing outside. One time I got a very good look at her. I was playing in the snow in my backyard and fell on my back. I saw her face. Very skinny white woman with no eyes or dark eyes. I couldn't tell, because when I shot up, she was gone. Ever since then, I would see her hiding in the trees or peering through the door in the office inside the basement when I would watch TV. I was always so scared of her that ever since I saw her in the hallway outside my bedroom, I've slept with my door closed. When I moved to Florida, when I was 15, I stopped seeing her until in April when I was 17. I was walking my dog at sunset, and around the neighborhood is trees to hide the train tracks and the paths. I noticed her standing in the entrance to the path watching me, so I quickly walked home and looked out my bedroom window but couldn't see anything. This woman thing has frightened me my whole childhood, so I was wondering if anyone had any similar things or answers about what this could have been.
Okay, so the spirit followed her from Illinois to Florida, basically.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
For years.
Okay. That spirit is definitely latched onto her and has been, like she said, since whenever she first started experiencing it. But the thing that's a little tricky about this, like these cases, when the spirit is latched onto someone for so long, is that it's not that the spirit starts to think that this person is mine, but in a way, it's kind of like that possessiveness. So getting rid of a spirit like that would be a little bit more complicated. Like they would probably get more irritated if you try to get rid of them.
Oh, it'd be a little harder.
Yeah, a little bit. If you're afraid, I feel like they'd probably put up more of a fight to stay. You get me?
What a creepy kind of spirit to be attached to, though. It doesn't even look normal. It's like a weird, like, creepypasta looking, sounding entity.
Anything with black eyes, white eyes, like that's like, maybe not even demonic, but it's not a good energy right off the bat.
I don't think we ever talked about this, but what do you think about black-eyed kids? You know about that?
No, I don't. I haven't. Is that a concept? Like
Oh
a
yeah,
thing?
you never. Whoa, you didn't. Black-eyed kids. That's a huge thing. Yeah. So basically, the old adage is it's like an urban legend. So like Bloody Mary, but it's more. Not I wouldn't say like Bloody Mary, but it's more like Bigfoot, like an urban legend like that, where people claim they've seen black-eyed kids. So basically, it's usually at night. You get a knock at your door. You look down, and it's like 1 to 2 children. They're very pale, and they have a very monotone voice, and they usually try to find a way in your house. They're like, oh, can I use your phone? My parents, I can't find them. I'm lost. And then people look down, and they kind of feel like they're being mind controlled a little bit, or they feel off when they're talking to these kids. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
got you.
Like maybe the kids are doing some kind of like telepathy or trying to do some kind of mind control. They just feel odd about it, and they don't. All they notice is the white skin. But then usually before they let the kids in, they notice that the kids have pitch black eyes. And then after that, usually stories are different. Sometimes people close the door and then the kids go away. I remember one of the stories of the people closed the door and the kids were like banging on the window, all kind of stuff. People have seen them in broad daylight before. There was the famous story of the woman who claimed that she went into like the gas station left her baby in the car because it was one of those kind of towns. It wasn't like New York or something where it was like a small town. People weren't gonna do anything. So she left her kid in the car, like I don't think it was a baby, like a very little kid, maybe 3 or something like that. And comes back in the car. When she looks back, there's a black-eyed kid sitting next to her kid. She freaks out, takes the kid out of the car, calls her husband, blah, blah, blah. They never see it again, though. They never see that entity again. They say if you do let it in, though, there's like a story of a older couple who lets one or two of the black-eyed kids in, and the electricity starts malfunctioning, and they say you get really sick. Like, you get bad luck, you can get sick, probably even die. I'm surprised you never heard about this.
That's so effing cool, bro. Like, I'm gonna be so real. I'm gonna do so much research on this shit because that sounds like, honestly, it just sounds like negative entities that want to mess with you, and then, like you said, get you sick. If it gets you really, like, if an entity is able to get you really sick, that means that it has a lot of malicious energy. And like I was just telling you, anything with like black eyes or white eyes, big fat, like, no, absolutely not. So that is so cool, though. Like, it's cool from an outside perspective, but not dealing with it.
I know. I'm gonna plug this now. I did an episode all about the black-eyed kids, like a 30-minute episode where I talked about all the stories that I heard, what they're about, what they apparently want. I did it like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, so you got to go back, but it's there. It's just called Black-Eyed Kids. So if anybody wants to listen to that, especially in the next couple days, check that out. Black-Eyed Kids. It was a good episode from what I hear. I can't really judge it, but people liked it from what I heard.
That's cool. Okay, I'll check that out for sure. I want to do my research on this shit.
Oh yeah, I think David Weatherly is the big guy, like the expert on that. I think it's David Weatherly. He wrote books about it. There's a lot of info about the black-eyed kids out there. Some of it may be true, some of it may be not. We don't really know. That's the fun part.
I got you. I think it's true for sure. Just spiritual.
Oh yeah. I don't think every story about them is true, but I think they're out there. I think they're out there. An entity that I haven't heard much about, but I've heard rumblings of over time on Reddit especially, are these people with no faces. You ever heard about these people?
Yes, I have.
What have you heard?
My friend, a girl that I was friends with a few years ago, she had an experience with something like an entity that had no face. And I remember it was literally right before. You remember, I feel like it always leads back to this, but like the possession that I dealt with a few years ago, it was literally that week. And I remember when I saw, because what happened was my friend saw something. She showed me a picture, not of what she took, but a similar one online. And when I saw it, I remember I've never felt that way about anything that I've seen like on Google or some shit, but it was literally like some lady without a face. And I got so, like, the energy that I felt, bruh, I felt sick. And then after that, like, the whole possession thing happened.
No. Maybe it's a bad omen.
What'd you say?
Maybe it's an omen seeing one of those people.
Yeah, that shit's definitely there. But can you explain, like, from your perspective, what like, is it a good thing or a bad thing to you, or like what is it?
I have no clue. I'll explain. I guess I don't have many thoughts on it, but I can explain whatever thoughts I have once I read. I got 3 stories that I found on Reddit of people who have encountered these faceless people. So we'll get into these. I'll read these myself because they're very short. So this one says, we were sitting outside of the 7-Eleven at night, and we both saw a man that happened to have no face. I pointed it out to my girlfriend, and she saw it too. We were outside for 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, the faceless motherfucker didn't move at all. We went into the 7-Eleven, and when we came out, the dude was gone. This happened to us about a year ago, and we still have no fucking idea what that was. We were not drunk. His face was fully lit, and they had no scars. It was blank smooth. Also, I don't really believe in ghosts, so any alternative solutions are appreciated. I do like when we get stories from people who don't believe in ghosts, because then it's like, well, why would they have a reason to lie?
Yeah, you know? Of course. That's really creepy. Cool. Yeah, that is creepy, but yeah, it's cool.
The next one goes, I had a similar experience many years ago at a train station in Sydney. It was late at night, and I was by myself, and I remember looking up and down the platform to be aware of my surroundings, and as I scanned back, across the platform was a tall figure wearing a suit, but it had no facial features, just blank skin. I remember my brain just not processing it and trying to make out facial features. I ran up the platform, I was so scared, and I didn't see anyone come up any platform. So I ran back down when my train came, and I was looking for them from inside the train, but they were gone. To this day, I cannot explain this. And
Yeah, that was definitely a spirit.
and the third one goes, this happened to me, except I was in a car having an argument with my boyfriend, and this man walks by and had no face, no eyes or a mouth. Dude looked like a thumb. We immediately stopped arguing and tried to rationalize, but yeah, they had no face. Wasn't wearing pantyhose over his face either. So you got all these people saying they've seen something like that. I believe some of this may be a trick of the eye. Maybe not these instances exactly, because I feel like most of these people, except with the exception of maybe the train one, they got it. Maybe they could have been just seeing something from across the platform, you know, like a trick of the light or something like that. But the other two people seem like they were in close quarters and they had like some good time to evaluate what they were looking at. So I don't know what these things are. It could be from what you saying, maybe like an omen of bad luck. We haven't had any updates. Maybe these people had horrific events happen to them after that. We don't know. Well, the first guy said it was a year ago. So unless maybe something bad happened, he didn't really put two and two together. I have no earthly idea what this is. I haven't heard much about it. This is something I've looked into over the years, and I really haven't seen much research on it. I'll look it up. I'll look up more after this because I haven't looked it up in a while. All I've seen lately is these stories, but I think it's very interesting, and I think that these things definitely do exist, and they're walking around. If I ever see one, I will shit myself.
Oh no, literally, I'm pretty sure they're spirits like fucking with people, very scarily, but doing so for sure.
Right, like just seeing that guy standing there across the platform or standing outside of the 7-Eleven. That's even scarier than seeing it just walk by.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And especially when people say things like, oh, I saw this, I saw that. Usually it's like, I don't know, the way that I feel about it is I think if you're not like a ghost fanatic where you think everything is a spirit or whatever, if you see some shit and you know it's some shit, it's probably some shit. You get me?
Yeah. That's why I like hearing stories from people who are not really into it, because you could take their word for it a little more, because it's not always on their mind. Like, oh, maybe that's a ghost. Maybe that's a ghost. Maybe that's a ghost. Like, you know, so it's a little more believable. Very spooky.
Yes.
Very spooky. So you've never seen one of these then?
Excuse me. In person, no, thank God. But I have seen like the instances of it, and it's even that scares me. So
yeah, creepy to think about. Hopefully, none of you see them either, and if you do, let me know. Right into the show.
Yeah, we can talk about it.
Our final ghost story again comes from the great Art Bell. Rest in peace. This is from one of his Halloween shows or one of his Ghost to Ghost shows. Let's check this out.
In 1971, I was working for a company that managed apartment units in San Jose, California. My job was to repair and maintain them. There was one apartment building in East San Jose where tenants were constantly complaining about one of the units on the second floor. All the people who lived on that floor said that people were constantly coming and going from the apartment in question at all hours of the night. They also said there were people chanting and screaming came from the unit late at night. The police had responded to the address many times, but no charges were ever proven. At last, my company succeeded in evicting the tenants, and a work order was issued to prepare the apartment for new tenants. So, the next morning, I responded to the unit to inspect, repair, issue cleaning orders, or whatever was needed to rent the unit. As I was trying to open the door, a kind old black lady from down the hall came over and said to me, "Son, don't go into that apartment before you bring a priest to bless it. That place is evil." As I opened the door, I beheld an eerie sight. The walls were painted black, the windows covered with thick, dark cloth. All the light bulbs were replaced with red-tinted bulbs. In the center of the living room, the carpet had been ripped out, and a pentagram painted inside a circle about 8 feet in diameter was in the center of the room. In other rooms, there were altars of some kind,
and the remains of small animals that had been tortured and killed recently. After the police had been called, made their reports and left, I rented a dumpster and cleaned the place out. As I was hauling all this carnage out of the building, a man approached me and told me not to defile a sacred place, or I would be in great danger. Not being a believer, I told him unless he disappeared real quick, he'd be the one in great danger. After a long and disgusting day, I went home. Not wanting to upset my wife, told her nothing of the events of that day. The evening, a normal one. Later that night, we went to bed. At about 2 a.m., I was awakened by my dog going crazy and my wife screaming at the top of her lungs. As I sat up in bed, I felt the room was freezing cold. There were 2 pillars of blue light that went from the floor at the foot of our bed to the ceiling. The pillars were pulsating blue light and shimmering in the dark. My wife began to pray. I screamed. Several minutes later, the lights faded away. The next day, I contracted the rest of the job and never responded to that address again.
I saw you like scratching your head. You were shaking. You were like, that was going in that crib and messing with that stuff. I would have told him. I would have been like, listen, I can't do. I'm too religious for this. Like, it's against my it's against my religion to touch this. I can't. Would you have cleaned that out if that was your job?
I don't fucking know. I think if I did, I would have to have like the most like closed off, don't think about it, don't do anything, just do it, and that's it.
Well, that's the problem, is that he had that mindset too, because he wasn't thinking that he was gonna get, anything with that was gonna happen. Yeah, he was just doing it like whatever. Everybody else was telling him, don't do it. People in the building, he's like, no, it's fine, don't worry about it.
I wouldn't do it then.
Summoning some blue lights.
Hell no, I'm not gonna get haunted like that.
As soon as I would have took one look, I would have took a picture of my phone so I could show my friends later and say, look at this shit. I would have went to my boss and said, I can't, it's against my religion. They can't tell you nothing after that. What are they gonna do? Give the job to somebody else.
Yeah, right. Because I'm like thinking it. I think if I were to do it, I probably would have like, I would be like saying things to diffuse the energies, if that makes sense. Because that's how that shit works.
That'd be a better idea than not trying to think about it, because it's gonna be latching onto you and stuff. That's probably
like take care of it then. Exactly.
Yeah, you gotta hose that bitch down with holy water, man. You gotta just
the energy, keep that shit up.
The lady said, "Bring a priest." That's what she said. Man, I've heard a lot of horrific noises going on in my building. I've seen a lot of things. I've never seen anything like that, thank God. So that's when I'll think about moving, if I see some satanic rituals going on. I haven't seen that yet, so that's good.
I'm still in shock about, like, your building must be so haunted.
Oh yeah, we should do an investigation here.
Yeah, like literally, I'm pretty sure we'd find a lot of shit.
We'd run into more just like random people scaring us than actual spook. We'd probably have a hard time finding spirits because there's just too many people here moving around.
Yeah, like the people are scary or something.
There'll be people jumping out at us. We'd have to do it when we'd have to do it like if they ever close the building down or something. We have to come in before they like knock it down if it's ever abandoned, which probably will never happen. But
that is.
Or we could go into one of the well, first of all, we could do it in like maybe my apartment or some other apartment, like an abandoned apartment or something like that.
Like work our way to your apartment. Your apartment will be like the master gold.
Well, one of the guys across the hall died like a couple of months ago, so that would have been a great time. We could have went in that apartment. It's taken now. We could have got the key, went up in there, brought the pink Ouija board, and then that's it.
Did he die in the apartment?
I'm pretty sure he died in the apartment. Yeah. A lot of death going on here. 5 was just this month. Forget about the year. That's an astronomical number, probably.
That is so sad.
And that's just my building. There's 2 other buildings next to my building. So Lord knows this whole complex. We'd have to investigate this whole thing. That'd be fun.
Damn, that's crazy. Like, that's a lot. I have to say.
A lot of energy up in here.
Yes, a lot. Jeez.
For sure. Let's get into these beautiful snacks that we got waiting for us. All right, so let's run down what we got here. We got these caramel Pringles, these butter caramel Pringles. When I saw this, I said, for some reason, this just screams Halloween. The caramel. Like, whenever I think of Halloween, caramel usually comes up. Caramel apples. You ever like those? Like caramel apple thing?
They're hard to eat. I like the caramel though.
What'd you say?
I said they're hard. Caramel apples are hard as hell to eat,
yeah,
but I like
break
caramel.
your fucking teeth. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I can't eat that now. My caps will come out. Root canals will get destroyed. No. But the Pringles, I think this is gonna be good.
Okay, yeah. Honestly, I'm down for anything. So, you smell that?
Oh yeah, I was just about to say, it smells amazing.
It smells like a fucking pancake with syrup on
It
it.
smells like a caramel bomb just went off in my house.
All right,
Hope it didn't
you ready?
get, yeah.
All right.
Oh,
I actually like it.
really?
You don't like it? It's not bad. It tastes like syrup though.
I'm going with, I don't know. I don't know about this.
I like it. I like it. No, I do. I decided. It tastes like sweet
I can't
pop.
decide yet. Yeah, like a sweet popcorn, right? Only kind of bad. It's like
Oh my god.
It's like a sweet popcorn if it was bad.
It tastes like a McGriddle.
Yeah. Yes.
That with
That
syrup.
is
Yes,
perfect.
it does taste exactly like that. That's crazy.
But it has a weird aftertaste to me that I don't like. It's not the worst thing I ever had.
The aftertaste isn't
I'm
sweet.
torn.
It's just like chip. You get me?
It's like a very artificial aftertaste to me that I can't put my
Yeah.
finger on.
I agree.
I don't think I'm gonna finish this. You definitely like this way more than me. I'm gonna give these a straight up. No, I gotta give these like a 2. I gotta give these like a 2. Maybe
A 2 out of 5?
like a 1.5. This is not. I'm closing this shit up. Nope. I'm good on this. I've decided these are not good.
That's crazy. They're pretty good to me. I don't think everyone would love them, but I'm okay with them. They're pretty good. Butter caramel.
Well, this is something you're probably not gonna like because we know that you don't like sweet potato.
Oh yeah.
So as soon as I saw these, I said,
this shit right
we
here.
gotta
What
get
is
this
this?
for you. We got the sweet potato Kit Kats, and it's a Halloween theme, which is great.
Yes.
Now, here's the only thing. When I bought
yeah.
these online, they made it abundantly clear that it is past the Best Buy date. So these were like Best Buy in July. All right, so if these are stale, that's why. They may be stale.
We'll see.
We'll have to see.
We'll see. It'll be fine. All right, let's see this shit.
I'm very excited for these. Not a big smell.
Okay, hold on. I'm still trying to get this shit open. All right, I'm gonna grab some scissors.
Smells kind of like a dough. Some of the Japanese Kit Kats smell like Play-Doh. It's giving off a very faint Play-Doh smell.
Okay, here.
Oh,
Okay.
not too stale. Maybe a
Alright.
little bit of resistance in the chew, but nothing crazy.
All right.
Oh yeah, this is
Yeah,
what
you
I'm
like-
talking about.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna see if I can back that.
Oh, there's like a little kind of, I don't know if it's a minty aftertaste going on. I don't like that. Oh,
It smells
God.
good.
there's like a minty aftertaste that permeates through your mouth and into your throat. What is that?
This actually isn't bad.
No, the initial bite is good. For the most part, it's good.
It tastes. What is that drink? Boba. Like the
Oh.
regular boba.
Yeah,
This is exactly what it tastes like to me.
it's good. It's like you feel like that chemically like taste, like aftertaste.
Tastes that factory setting in there.
Oh yeah.
You got
I'm
me
gonna
fucked up.
say like a 3, like a 3.5. It's good.
I would say like 3. Yeah, 3.25.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
good.
It's not
just-
bad.
that little aftertaste is kind of killing it for me a little bit though. Not as much as the Pringles. That was ridiculous. This is good.
This is like a 3.
All right. Although the Pringles are a 3. Oh yeah, you didn't say it right. Oh, I thought you would like them more than that.
I like these. No, actually, Maybe a 3.54 because these are actually good to me.
Okay, I'll send you mine right over.
Oh, bro, I'll make them shits right up. That's good.
What do you give the Kit Kat?
I would say like a 3.25, like I said.
So,
I'm gonna keep it there.
All right, so it's around the same as the Pringles.
They're both actually really good to me.
You said the
but
Pringles are a little better because they're creeping up on a 4.
I low key think, I think the Kit Kat is like.
You don't like that sweet potato? It doesn't really. Would I say it was sweet potato? No, I wouldn't guess that. I wouldn't even know what I would guess. I was like, I don't really have a distinguishing. I would guess maybe like, kind of gives me like a marshmallowy vibe or something like that.
To me, it's definitely boba, like the black boba balls or whatever.
Yeah. I don't really have a distinguishing flavor to it. Definitely good though.
Yeah, it is good. I can back that.
And now, something we both can agree on that we love, sodas.
Yes,
Do you like sugar-free sodas though?
Do I like them?
Yeah.
I never did first, but I'll try it.
You
I don't
drink.
care.
You can drink them.
Yeah, that's straight.
I don't like the like that sugary, fake sugar taste. That I don't like. That aftertaste. It's all about the aftertaste with me today. It's like that has aftertaste too. Is the sugary, the fake sugar.
I like that aftertaste. I think it was okay, but this we'll see.
We got this year's mystery Fanta. I don't know why they only made it 0 sugar. So disrespectful to the sugar heads out there. He's like, okay, you're making this for Halloween, right? You see this Halloween stuff all over it, and the only fucking thing you could do is 0 sugar. Does that make any sense? It's Halloween. We need sugar, dude.
Right there. Goodbye. But I will tell you one thing that actually freaks me out about this is the color. It's black, bro.
It's black. Like that? Scary. Scary.
It's literally black. Like you see it right there.
Smells good.
That's not bad.
It smells like you know what it kind of reminds me of, the smell? It smells like that gummy soda that we had. It smells like a gummy. Now this is a mystery flavor. I already know what it is, so I'm not going to be able to probably. I'll see if I could distinguish it or not. But I'm going into it knowing what it is already, so it might affect my review.
Okay, yeah, because I see it says contains no juice right here, but it smells like fruit juice. But I'm gonna try it.
All right, initial taste is good. This is good. It even kind of tastes like a gummy.
The 0 sugar is killing it, but
it's not the worst zero. It's honestly not the worst 0 sugar thing I've ever had. I've had
zero.
Oh, it's horrendous. That's way worse.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say terrific.
It's horrendous. It's horrendous. Diet Coke is probably the best diet thing I ever had, because Coke Zero and Diet Coke's 2 different things. It has 2 different fake sugars in it. 2 different artificial sweeteners. This is actually pretty damn good.
This isn't bad. I just don't like the 0 sugar shit. I think if it was regular sugar, I'd like it.
Oh, definitely. Can you guess the flavor? Take a couple of sips, see if you can guess what it is. I already know what it is, so I'll tell you when we're done.
Okay, here, I'm gonna try it one more time. Excuse me.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have guessed it. I guess like gummy bear or something. It's giving me like a grape-ish taste like to me.
It tastes like something berry. Is it berry?
Yeah, like
something?
A berry, right? Like I was thinking maybe, yeah. It's not. It's actually blood orange. I would have never got that. Yeah, I would have never got that.
What the hell? It's not citrusy to me. It is a little, but like barely, like not really.
I would think grape or berry, like you said, but definitely not blood orange. I've had a blood orange. What's that salsa water called? Pellegrino. I've had a blood orange one. That is good. I hate sparkling water and seltzer water, but blood orange Pellegrino is probably the only one that I'll drink actually and enjoy it. That was good. This is good. I'm gonna say, for a 0 sugar, this is pretty. They nailed it. I'm gonna say another 3.5. Okay. More like a
Not bad.
3.2. I'll put it down a little bit. About 3.2.
Okay, not bad.
The 0 sugar is not killing it like it is for you.
No, I'm gonna go with the 2, unfortunately. If only for personal preferences, though. I feel like you said, if I wanted like a 0 sugar, that would probably be like a 3.5 to me. But like if for me to see that shit at the store, I'm never picking it up.
Definitely. Yeah, I wouldn't pick it up again.
Yeah, ever.
But I think they did a good job.
Yeah, it's not the worst. Definitely not the worst.
That aftertaste it's gonna be on my tongue for a hot minute though.
Oh yeah, bro. Soda aftertaste, that shit like engraves onto your tongue, bro.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I don't know what it is. Well, I do know it's probably the sugar
It's that
and
artificial
shit.
sweetener.
But okay.
And now this definitely does. They make artificial for this artificial sweetener, but we're not gonna do that. We got the regular sugar 2023 Mountain Voodoo.
Ew. Can
This
y'all
is another
see that?
mystery flavor, which I do know what it is, so I'm going
you
in
do?
bias
Yeah, it's
already.
Mystery flavor. All right, we'll see.
Mountain Dew is one soda I never drink because I think this is like the worst soda for you to drink. It has like the worst ingredients for you. But we're gonna do it today because it's Halloween. Gotta make exceptions. And Mountain Dew always tastes good. I'm not gonna say Mountain Dew tastes bad. It's just the worst soda for you. But the flavors are always good. Blackout, Pitch Black, the red one. I like that one a lot. I never had a Mountain Dew. I think I had maybe one Mountain Dew I didn't like on the show.
I got you.
You opening the can with a scissor?
I'm like trying to open this shit because my nails are not gonna cut it.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Let me take a sip of mine.
Got it. All right, let's test this shit out.
Oh, I
Hear
like
that?
that.
All right, ready? All right.
Okay. It's a cherry. It tastes like cherry soda.
Okay, this is probably like the best thing.
Right? For sure. And everything we had, definitely the best thing.
Fucking good. This is like you said, it's like cherry. It tastes like black cherry or something like that. Like something good.
I'll tell you what the exact cherry is. It's an airhead cherry airhead flavor. I would have never picked that specifically. Like I would have never said, oh, it's an airhead.
No, it literally is an airhead, bro. It tastes just like it.
Yeah, because I don't like airheads like that. I don't really eat them, so I can't pick that out.
Okay. Yeah, I know what they taste like, and this should definitely taste like the red one.
Really? Wow, so they did a great job on that.
It did.
Right on the head.
They did that.
It's definitely good, though. I'm going to say, it's a good 4.7 for me.
I would say the same 4.7 to 5.
Perfect.
Not
I
perfect. Yeah. I don't
It
know.
tastes
I'm
like
trying
black
to
cherry
think
to me, like you said. It's definitely like a different type of cherry, but I couldn't put my finger on it if you asked me. Because I don't eat airheads. I don't really like them.
right. I feel like for me it's like 4.7, like you said, but I also feel like a 4.8. I'll settle with that.
You're gonna go up a little bit.
Yeah,
Is
just
something
one.
you'd buy again?
Buy decimal. That's it.
You'd buy this again?
Oh, would I buy it again?
Yeah.
I honestly think I would. I think I would if I was in the mood for it.
Yeah. So there you have it. There's the taste test.
Oh yeah. Did what?
Maybe you can run out and get some of these before the Halloween season is over. Well, by the time you listen to this, it is Halloween. I hope you all have a very, very safe, happy, and fun Halloween. Whatever you do, let us know what you do. Hit us up in the comment section of the video on our YouTube channel and let us know what your plans are. I'm just going to cook up a nice bloody steak and watch some Halloween movies. Nothing too special, nothing too fancy unless I get a call to go somewhere. But most likely I won't. I'm not going to want to even leave the house probably. I'm just going to want to stay in, cook up a steak, and watch some movies. Do you have any special plans for tomorrow?
I'm gonna see. I don't even know what I'm dressing up as yet. I'm gonna see like something like pretty simple to do at home kind of thing.
Okay.
But we're gonna make some Halloween not candies, but treats and shit. We're gonna order pizza and then watch a scary movie.
What you don't know what treat you're gonna make yet? You haven't decided?
No, we do. Actually, my sister's the one who cook. Like, she's the one who bakes that. So, like, she knows, but it's like chocolate stuff and like little ghosts, shit like that, like Halloween cute stuff.
Nice, beautiful. Sounds great. Any final words for everybody listening?
Thank you guys so much for tuning in today, because you already know what the tea is on Halloween day. Keep manifesting your best lives, live your best life, do everything that you got to do. You already know. That's it. Thank you guys.
Plug away the TikTok, the Instagram, all that stuff, the YouTube channel. For those that don't, maybe you're tuning in, you never heard any Electrasoul episodes.
Yeah,
you are a YouTuber, a TikToker, prevalent on social media, so give us all that info.
Okay, so I wouldn't even call myself, I would just say like I'm someone who wants to help the world, and I'm using every source I can to do that. So you can find me on YouTube, Electrasoul. Find me on Instagram, Electrasoul444. That's same for Twitter, same for TikTok. I have a Pinterest for helpfulness, all that shit. Wherever you go, just search up Electrasoul, you'll find me. Thank you guys.
If Electrasoul follows you back, take a good look at that at the handle, because it's most likely 44444, or there's some kind of period somewhere. There's a lot of imitators out there of Electrasoul. I get followed by Electrasoul once a day. Like every day I get a new follower. Like this is Electrasoul, but it has 2 L's. This one has a 4444444, like 8 4s. This one has this one has like a space somewhere, a money sign. It's always something.
That is an amazing point. Let me tell y'all, if Electrasoul with the U, no, not even, okay. Who followed my sister this week? It was Electra, SOUUL 444. Electrasoul. There's Electra, SIU, whatever. If it's on Electrasoul 444,
look, it's
it
444
is not
right now.
me.
Look at that.
Oh shit! Look at that. That's so cool. Angels all around us. Period on Halloween. But yeah,
right.
Okay. I never reach out for readings. I don't reach out to nobody. I don't. Whatever. Just
right. You don't fucking
not me.
reach out.
You'll know.
Again, we hope you have an amazing, happy Halloween.
Yes.
Peace and love.
Yes.
See you next time. All right, this is the last episode of the season. Unfortunately, sorry to report, but make sure you stay to the end of the episode, because I will be talking about what we're going to do for the break, because we're not going to leave you high and dry. We never, ever, ever do that. So we will have some break content coming for the 6 weeks that we will be off. Today, we're going to be talking a lot about astrology. We're going to be talking about new moons, and we're going to be eating this new Hello Kitty goldfish that everybody's talking about. Everybody wants it. We got some because it's the Hello Kitty 50th anniversary, so we're going to be doing that. But before any of that, we got Electra here, and it was your birthday.
It was. Yes, it was.
How was your birthday?
It was great. Thank you for asking. I just Capricorn things you already know.
Right. You were the 26th, so you're the December Capricorn.
I'm a Capricorn,
right,
yes.
Right.
Yeah. Any day after the 22nd is like the first day of Cap season. But on those days, on December 22nd, I noticed that a lot of them, because it's so close, it's right next to Sag season, they're very like fiery Capricorns, if that makes sense. Like they're usually more outgoing. I don't know if you've ever met one, but it's just
I think I know you. That's about it. I think you're the only December Capricorn I know.
Wow,
much.
That's crazy.
I think so. I know some Sagittarius. So is that why? Because they're more closer to Sagittarius?
Yes.
Okay.
Like even my birthday on the 26th is like 4 days after Sag season. So they say I have like some traits. I feel like that could be true, but I'm very Capricorn.
I can see it. Did you do anything special for your birthday? Are you a birthday person where it's like a big deal?
Okay. I am a birthday person in the way that if it's your birthday or someone else's birthday, like I'm going to celebrate it like it's my birthday, but for you. And for my own, I will never be like, it's my birthday, or like I'll never post it.
You're not one of those.
Shit like that. Like I just feel like it's just not something to point out,
You're not one of the people that have a birthday month where the whole month is their birthday and they need to do stuff for the whole month, and that's insane.
Yeah.
That is insane. I'm not a birthday person either. I'm like you. If it's somebody else's birthday, I'll be excited. Hey, it's your birthday. It's even I don't even remember people's birthdays. I will say that right now. If I ever forgot your birthday, I apologize. I just don't remember birthdays. Some people I do. Some people the Christmas people I remember, because that's easy. I got a lot of people around. You're the day after Christmas. I remember yours. I know a lot of people that are on Christmas or around it, so I'll remember theirs, But other than that, but if I know it's your birthday, I'm going to be excited. It's going to be great. But for mine, I can care less, really. I don't really even think about it.
I feel you.
I forget how old I am all the time. Like, wait, how old am I again? I don't even know. It's just not a big deal.
I feel it. I feel the same. I used to be more like that too. Like whatever, and then just be upset the whole fucking day for no reason. But like over time, I'm like, that's such a waste of time. It's one day of the year. It's your birthday. Like you got to celebrate it, you know, because you wouldn't want like your best friend to be upset or to be not feeling themselves on their birthday, you know?
Right.
So, yeah.
This was the first year I think I did anything. I went to Texas Roadhouse. That was fun. I went the day before, and then my whole birthday I just slept all day, that was the plan. That was the exact plan, so everything went according to plan. But I did want to show you this because my friend got me a special gift, and I think you're the only other person that would appreciate this.
Okay, let's see it.
This is the Ice Spice Chia Pet.
Oh my god, Capricorn as fuck.
Oh yeah, she's a Capricorn, right? Isn't she like the first?
Yeah, she's the first, yeah.
That
look
is
at so
that.
funny. It's easy to do, fun to grow. Oh my god, did you use it yet? No.
No, I didn't use the Chia Pet because I realized that I didn't know it was like a living thing. I didn't know you had to water it multiple times, and I thought it was like something you water like for a week and then it just stays. But you have to keep watering it, and then you have to put the chia seeds back on when they die. So I was like, I'm just gonna leave it in the box, and it's just gonna be beautiful like that. It's gonna be fine.
Right there. Isn't that the chia pets? They're actual like leaves, right? Like they're actual
like
plants.
Chia seeds, yeah, and then it grows. Yeah, I thought you'd water for a week and then it just stays the way it is, but apparently they die off, and then you gotta put the chia seeds back on. I said, it sounds like a little too much work for me, so I'm just gonna leave it there. Maybe I'll take it out the box and put it in the background or something. But Cemetery Girl got me that, and that was a great gift because I was talking about. I was like, I should get the chia pet. I should get it. I just never did, and it came on my birthday.
Damn, you manifested that.
That's true. I think I did. I talked about it ad nauseum already. So it is apparently Capricorn year. You said, right?
Yes, it is.
Tell me about this.
Okay, so it is the year of finance, and as we all know, Capricorns are ruled by boss money work, okay? But like the good shit, you know? So because this year it's like I said, ruled by 8, that means that Capricorns are coming together to basically amp up on their finances, but not even just us, it's like every other sign as well. We're all amping up, but because Capricorns have endured a long battle with Capricorn in Pluto or Pluto in Capricorn for so long, since literally 2008. We can pridefully say that this year we deserve to receive all of our desires and manifestations as they're coming to us. Like we deserve everything this year, but the difference is that this year we're actually acknowledging that, you know, like I feel like as Capricorns, we always know that we deserve good things, but when do we ever actually keep that up? You know, like we don't maintain that mindset. Like sometimes we do, but we're really hard on ourselves.
Maybe like a 2 days the most.
Yeah, like that's funny. No, literally like 2 days, and then after that you're like, damn. But then it's like a cycle, a continuous cycle. So this year we're getting a huge break because it's been a long fucking time since we've had one. But it's okay because we're really we're growing up on a lot of things. It's strength, money. A lot of people who did us wrong are going to be facing heavy karma. I mean, besides Capricorn already being a karmic ass sign.
You're about to get yours.
What'd you say?
I said they're about to get theirs.
And everyone knows who that person is. We all know, but I'm just kidding. But no, seriously. I mean, anything that's basically has been misaligned or like unbalanced within our lives and things like that, it's going to be different, very different. I feel like very, very, very awakening and enlightening. We're not used to that, I think. Like, I feel like we're used to a lot of like, not even pessimism, but more of like dark, like it's kind of like loathing
it's dark.
Energy in the back.
I feel it's dark.
Yeah, it's a
I
little
feel
dark
the pessimism is high over here. It can be.
I mean, shit. I don't blame you, especially as like a lot of other Capricorns in this world. A lot of them I feel like they're coming out of getting through something, like they're overcoming some sort of obstacle, because I've been talking to like quite a few Capricorns lately, and it's almost like their intentions, or not even intentions, but what they think is going to happen, they're changing it around, where before it was like, oh, I can't expect much from this, but this year they're more of like, I think it's going to be okay.
Expecting good things?
Yes, like it's okay to think good things, they'll manifest, don't worry, kind of thing. So I'm excited for that. Definitely. I feel like it's already started. Like I can feel the energy. I mean, it is 2024, but the energy is definitely already taken place, you know?
That sounds good to me. So it sounds like Capricorns are going to be up this year.
Definitely. So happy about that.
And we've been in struggle since 2008, you said, with Pluto. What does that mean?
So basically, yeah. What happened is that Pluto was in Capricorn like since that time, and that hasn't happened in over 100 years. I can't remember the exact amount of years, but it's been a very long time since that last happened. And because Pluto is it's a very transformative planet, but it's very heavy because it was the ancient ruler of Scorpio. And I don't know if you know about Scorpio, but Scorpio rules like death and rebirth and transformation and like the secrets and all that stuff. So because Capricorn already like a detrimental planet, or not planet, but like an energy, because it's ruled by Saturn being like down there with Pluto in a way. Like those two energies, it's like, you know, in like a big fat, like a smoke bomb went off type shit.
Right.
So I can say that, I mean, for me personally, I will say I can definitely see how that played out in my life. I feel like it's actually funny though, but I've seen a lot of other Capricorns as well talking about how it's been like that for them too. So has it been like that for you? Out
Like
of
a
curiosity,
struggle?
like since 2008? I don't know. Maybe not even the struggle. I feel like the Capricorn struggle is it's so specific in the way that it's not even like to bring us down. It's just to make us way stronger. So like, would you say that has been the case for you?
I could imagine. I could see that. I could see that being the case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In school, shit, just anything, your social life, things like that. Because it's not even like things went downhill for us. It's more of like that hurdle of transformation was enormous. And that's another thing. This year, we're going to be transforming beyond words, beyond like a lot of shit.
Really? I'm gonna be transforming like Optimus.
Like
I want to see that.
We're gonna be even better, bro. Like we're gonna be even better. We're gonna be, I think, more optimistic, and we're gonna stop letting, what is it called, the old cycles that we've been so used to for so long.
Like thinking about the past and stuff like that.
Like all that shit, or even like toxic
past?
things I used to do. Excuse me, or like talk, like, you know, things that don't align
like
with
toxic habits and stuff like that. We're gonna be breaking free of those toxic habits. You're saying?
Yeah, we're done. It's over. We have new shit to do. We're not playing. Like we're really not playing.
I don't know. Sugar's too strong. I don't know. That's pretty toxic. But I don't know. If I could break out of that one this year, that'll be great.
Oh yeah, you can. You just gotta push yourself too. You got this.
I don't know.
No.
I'm always drinking some kind of sugar.
Yeah, right.
So what does that mean for the other signs though? If like that, what does the year look like? Have you looked into like what the year looks like for non-Capricorns?
Yes, I actually wrote it down, so I'm gonna pull up my notebook.
Nice.
But basically, okay. So there's different opposing signs in the zodiac. As you may or may not know, Capricorns are the sister signs to Cancers. So we're the opposing sign to Cancers. And then Scorpios and Tauruses, Leo and Aquarius, things like that. So the way that it is like a unit. So we're cardinal signs, okay? Capricorn's cardinal, Cancer's cardinal, Aries and Libra are both cardinal as well. And then there's mutable and fixed signs, okay? So basically, because there are so many different like units, they're all going to be impacted in different but similar ways. So like the cardinal signs like Capricorn, Cancer, Libra, and Aries, we're all going to be impacted in a similar way, in the way that we're going to evolve together. Like, of course, Capricorns are eating for sure, but like everyone else is going to be eating in different ways, you know? Nice. So what were we going to say?
I was just saying nice.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, right. But so what's going to happen is this year for Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces placements, Virgo and Pisces being the opposing, Sag and Gemini being the opposing, they're considered the luckiest signs of 2024 because basically Saturn was in Pisces, which is a mutable sign. All of these are mutable signs in 2023. And of course, like Saturn, that rules work. It rules all the shit with Capricorn, you know? So that with Pisces is a very free and imaginative sign. So in a way, it was like Pisces and Capricorn are here, you know, fighting on end, Saturn and Pisces, because it's not a comfortable energy all the way. But you can say for sure that all the stuff that they have been working on in the last few years, this year is when they're going to actually see the results of that manifest for them. So again, this is for Gemini, Virgos, Sagittarius, and Pisces. It's like anything that you've been doing for the last, I would say like 10 years, even 5 years, however long, this year expect to see rewards. But honestly, I will say for these signs, I feel like they've had to put in work a lot less amount of time than other signs have. So even if they've been working on a new thing from like just 2023 last year, this year they will see that bless them in a good way. And then the other thing is we have Leo, Taurus, Scorpio, and Aquarius is okay. So basically what's happening is that Pluto is entering Aquarius, which, well, it has already entered Aquarius. It entered it last year because Capricorn was in Pluto from 2008 and it left in 2023 of March. And that was when Pluto in Aquarius began. And that was when like a whole different thing started. I will tell you, they said that when Pluto goes into Aquarius goes into, I keep saying it the wrong way. Aquarius goes into Pluto, whatever. That
when they come together. When they come together.
They come together. I think it's let me search it up just to be informationally correct. But what I was saying is that basically because of that with Pluto and Aquarius, the amount of privacy that I don't know if you've noticed, but like a lot of people's privacies online and in general have been very affected because Aquarius is ruled by technology.
Yeah,
so Pluto again is like kind of like a detrimental like effect.
I think we've seen some people's spots blown up the last couple of weeks online.
Yeah.
I mean the list came out, so that was a pretty big spot blown.
Yeah. No, I'm saying it's really crazy because I feel like I definitely have already seen the effects of Pluto and Aquarius, and other people have as well. And I feel like a lot of people online, that's why they also say to be very careful about what you're sharing online. I would say, especially if you're an Aquarius or like if you are any of these signs, Leo, Taurus, Scorpio or Aquarius, which are all fixed, they're typically more stubborn than other signs. So it might be a little harder for them to like stop doing the things that they were doing before. But I will say that if either of these signs know that they're doing something that could be like jeopardizing to them, like something that's not completely safe, but they used to do it all the time. Yeah, like just be careful. Don't share. What were you saying?
Chill out, relax.
Okay, basically, try your best to not show the inside of your house if you are any of these signs. Like house tours are cute and all, but try to keep it to like a minimum. Like don't show people your location, because with Pluto and Aquarius, people are somehow finding out, and I think, yeah, it's Pluto and Aquarius. People are finding out how to locate where the fuck people live. You get me? Like even like, let's say for example, this background, they'll be like, oh, you live here. This people are doing that. And it's very scary, but that's the detrimental effects of Aquarius. Yes. But as far as that, okay, so Pluto entering Aquarius will make them let go of karmic relationships. They're going to transform a lot. It's going to be huge for them. And Taurus and Scorpios are already constantly changing and developing as they are. This year is going to be even more of that, but it's not going to be in no. Okay. If you're a very stubborn person, it's going to be a bit painful. If you're more so willing to do what's best for you, you will have a much better year. You know, like everything's going to come to you as it will. I will say I do have a Taurus in my life, my sister, and she's already like drastically started doing different things within the year. And I just feel like for her, because she is a stubborn person, but she's not like, you know, I can't do this, don't get that shit in my face or anything like that. So it was a bit easier for her to be able to do this. So definitely, I will say as well, for Capricorns, we're going to be experiencing a lot more new beginnings. But nice. As far as everyone else goes as well, everyone is going to be changing, developing, growing, like I said. And I feel like transformation for everybody will be huge again. I think love in certain aspects is because, okay, like this year it's going to be, things are either going to be falling apart or coming together for real. So if you're like engaged with someone that you think you can't marry, but expect it to fall apart. Expect it to not work out this year.
Cut it off.
Yeah, it'll be great for you because you'll be free, but expect a little bit of, it's not fear, but just for the unexpected to occur in the best way possible though. Like you will be set free genuinely. So yeah, that's basically most of the stuff that the signs are going to be facing this year. It is a lot, but it's going to be good. I just feel like I don't want people to be afraid. That's more what it is. Cause like a lot of people get really scared and they start to overthink, like, what if this happens to me or what if that? But in reality, like nothing in this regard will affect you negatively, of course, unless you intend that, but we're not doing that, So
Okay.
yeah.
So the only thing we need to look out for is oversharing, you said.
I would say oversharing, creating issues with people unprovoked. You know how maybe
That's
a
never a
while
good
ago
idea.
people could say whatever they wanted and not receive any kind of backlash
Uh-oh.
or whatever, but this year it's like if you're attacking someone who doesn't deserve it, or like you're wrong, you're gonna face some shit. So like don't do people wrong,
Gonna get your
please.
ass beat.
Yeah, like don't overshare shit. Don't basically don't overstep something that you shouldn't, if that makes sense. Like let's say if you see someone online and you think, oh, it worked for them, I should start talking about this because it worked for them. It might not work for you, So
Okay.
it's just very important to be cautious of everything that you're doing, I think. Just
Now,
safely.
I want to know this because usually when you talk about, okay, this is for Aquarius, this is for Capricorn, you're referring to the sun sign, right?
Yes, and placements though.
Okay.
I do also, yeah, I do include placements because placements it's just important all around. Like honestly speaking, anytime I mention any zodiac sign, I will include also the placements because the sun is literally like barely anything, I mean, it is something,
That's what
but
you
it's
usually, that's what, like, if you read the newspaper or like when people usually do a reading on somebody, they usually go by their sun sign, right? Which is, that's like the typical metric.
Okay, yes, I will say like in newspapers or when they say, oh, your horoscope for today, they're usually going off of your sun sign.
Right.
But if you get a reading and you schedule a reading with an astrologer, they're more than likely, no, they're definitely going to go like into your chart because they know that the sun that's going to tell you like literally the smallest fraction of your life.
Right.
If you want to know the real tea, it's in the chart.
Well, I know you're going to read mine in a little bit, so we'll get to that. Yeah. But like if somebody, if you're saying like, how should somebody base it though? Because I know there's the sun sign, you got the moon sign, you got the big three, the sun, moon, and the rising, right? So those three, the sun, what is the sun one again?
Okay, so the sun is like your the way that you appear, it's like your ego kind of. It's similar, it's not similar, but it has like a similar term to the rising sign because the rising sign is also appearance, but the sun is not your physical appearance, it's like your energy. The rising is more physical appearance, like how people see you, if you're wearing this, whatever. So it all differs in the way that, like I said, sun is like ego, self-image, self-esteem, like very Aries based things because what's it called? Like the first house is ruled by Aries and it goes like in order of everything. So it's kind of like like your self-image.
So the sun is like the ego. And then the rising is the way you appear to people, and then the moon is your emotions, right? Like internally.
Like
okay,
feelings, yes.
That one I know the most. That one I know the most about. So if how would you base it then? If somebody knows all three of those, how are they gonna base them? Like, what would they really identify with? What's the most important one? Do you think?
I would say moon. That's what I feel. I feel like the moon sign it tells you straight up how that person like feels and reacts to emotional things. And of course, like I feel like everyone is an emotional person, whether they want to admit that or not. Everyone's emotional. So I think that the way that people react based on their emotions is important. So if your moon sign is like Aries or something like that, I'll know that you're a little bit more rambunctious with your feelings and maybe you'll wear them on your sleeve more. And then if you're a Capricorn moon, I'll know that you will not wear your emotions on your sleeve. You're going to be very quiet about how you feel. And that's another thing. It's like if you are the most outgoing person, or not even person, but you have the most outgoing zodiac sign, you're a Leo, and then you have a Capricorn moon, that Capricorn moon is going to make you into a different version of what a typical Leo is, like
different combo.
That outgoing spotlight energy, it's going to be backed up with, okay, but am I doing the right thing for myself? Do I really want to let these people know how I really feel about, things like that. It's like, it plays a huge role. So yes.
So you think people should, like, if like they're watching a video about a certain zodiac sign, they should go based off of their moon sign most of the time?
I would say if it's a vague video, yes, because nowadays people are more in depth. Thankfully, like they talk, oh, if your Venus sign, if this, if that. So if it's just saying you're this, your sign, whatever, I go based off of my first, like my sun sign. But if it doesn't resonate with me, like I'll also look towards my moon. Like I'll
Okay.
apply it to my moon sign, you know?
Okay. Well, speaking of the moon, we had a new moon recently on the 11th, which was a Capricorn too, right?
Yes.
So what is
Yay.
the new moon about?
Okay, so new moons are always for new beginnings. So anytime like a new moon occurs in general, like every month, we it's mostly guided for us to start focusing on the things that we want to begin for not the month. I mean, you could use it for like a monthly thing. It doesn't have to just be let me start this new project for the next 6 months, but just saying that if a new moon, well, when a new moon occurs, it's usually best to work on your new project when that time comes because the energy of new beginnings is very prevalent and letting go of the old stuff that you had going on and all that, like the energy from before, you can dispose of it, but of course in a very healthy and good way. But yeah, definitely it's just all about new beginnings and starting new projects and starting over, letting go of the old shit.
It's the energy that would help you create something new, basically.
Yeah, and of course because this one was in Capricorn and on 111, which is 111,
Right.
manifestation on 100 and Capricorn, ambition as fuck. So I feel like a lot of people this month were I feel like they were pretty ambitious, honestly. I think more than other years, people have said less this year of what the resolutions were, but they've acted more.
Right.
Before was a lot more talk and not doing. Now it's the opposite. So I like that.
So when a new moon is in a certain zodiac sign, how does that affect it?
So, I mean, it's kind of like the traits of that zodiac sign plays a role in the moon. So, let's say, for example, that the new moon is in Aquarius. It's going to be, it'll be not weirder vibes. I mean, Aquariuses are known for being like weird, but it would be the vibes of like starting with innovation stuff. Like if you want to start maybe a new social media project or you want to start up a new online business or something like that, an Aquarius new moon would be ideal for that. And of course, it's not limited down to that. Like you can do whatever, but it's, it all plays a role in that way where the traits of that sign goes into that moon too.
Right. So what is it? How does it differ from a full moon? What does a full moon usually do?
So a full moon is about releasing a lot. Like I will say, well, they also say manifestation is great on new moons. Full moons, because when the moon is full, it's like it gives off a very, very powerful energy of just overall cleansing. So a lot of people like to cleanse during full moons. They like to release like exes or whatever this person did to me and write it down and burn it and things like that. So it's really about your intention behind what you're doing. But with the full moon, I will say it opens more of an energy up for you to feel relaxed within releasing the old shit, So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, you said people like to burn stuff. I know people like to make moon water. They put it outside. Do you have any rituals for the moons they usually do?
Okay. Usually, like, I'll write down what I want or whatever, and then I'll either keep it or I'll burn it. And I feel like burning it for me is better, just so that I just don't like to know that I have it. Like, I just want
Not
it out,
around, taking up space.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
that's like usually what I'll do. But that's
feel
pretty
that.
much it. I'll just like have my intentions and just be like, everything's going to be great and all that stuff. And then, yeah.
Okay. So I know you came with a birth chart for me. Let's get into that. That sounds fun.
Perfect. All right.
And
Let me
explain
pull it up.
what a birth chart is for maybe the uninitiated. What does that mean?
Okay, so for the uninitiated, let me show you what a birth chart is. It is that thing right there. Okay,
Big
so
circle.
basically, right here, it's going to show you, can't see it, but what it shows you is all of your planets, their placements, the houses they're in, the degrees they're in, everything that you got going on. It's going to be in your birth chart in the way that it will expose to you exactly how you might be as a person as time goes on. I will say for some people, they don't always fully resonate with their chart initially. And it's usually because different parts of your chart can be activated at different times of your life. So maybe something that resonates with me now wouldn't have like 10 years ago, or maybe something that resonated with me like 8 years ago won't resonate with me now, So it's basically a printed version of your life and you have to dissect it. That's it.
Okay,
So yeah,
okay.
it's amazing.
Let's see
It's
what I got.
weird.
Let's
Yeah,
put
let's see
all
what
my
you got.
business out there. Let's see.
Okay, you asked for it. I'm just kidding. Okay, so your sun, your Mercury, your Uranus, and your Neptune are all in the fifth house. So from what I see here, your fifth house stellium. So, someone told me it's pronounced stellium, but I always say stellium because it's Stellium. Whatever. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. The fifth house being ruled here, this means that you are somebody who is rather creative. I mean, I can tell obviously like from you do definitely. You have, well, for one, let me just say this. The fifth house is ruled by Leo. Okay, so you have 3 planets in Capricorn. Nope, you have, yes, you have 3 planets in Capricorn here. Is that 3? No, you have 2 planets in Capricorn there, and then you have 2 planets in Aquarius in the 5th house. So what that means is like that energy with Capricorn and Aquarius, it's underlying with Leo. So anything that you'll do in regards to putting yourself out there, like again with the sun, that's very out there energy, self-image, things like that, is going to be reflected by something that is very creative or something that regards you being out there with, you might get along with children. That's another thing with the 5th house. They have like a creativity that's like inner child that it's like they can't let go of it.
My nieces and nephews, I think we get it. They love me. I think they love me. So I think that's true.
That's sweet. Okay. And then you also, because you have your Uranus and your Neptune, for your Neptune, you might have dreams that regard your creativity. So maybe you get some ideas from your dreams, or maybe some things are presented to you through your dreams that you can use to better help your self-image in the way that, like, I guess you could say more success for you and, you know, just putting yourself out there more. But let me see. You also have this one was interesting. So you have your Mars in retrograde and it's in the 12th house and it's in Virgo. That right there tells me you might be someone who maybe you don't tell anyone because it is in retrograde, and it is also in the 12th house. The 12th house is like the most subconscious house. This is like the house of it's the house from like all the way at the back, but it's in Mars. So that means that maybe your anger, and because it's in retrograde, you may not have always felt like you could express your anger properly, or like you were never able to really like bring it out in the way that you wanted to, or maybe you came off as too overly critical. You're too mean when you're mad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it.
I think people would agree.
Okay. You might be someone, I don't think, okay, with this placement, I wouldn't say that you're the type to just throw out insults, but it is the type of sign to kind of like bash that person, like really bash whoever it is. You get me? Like you're like, or even yourself. What'd you say?
I said I've worked on that a lot.
Okay. Yeah.
I reeled it back significantly.
Yeah. I mean, it's also,
but it was definitely there.
Bro, I'm saying it's easy. Like I'm looking at this right now. It's at 2 degrees as well. So that's also, you're stubborn when you're mad, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. That's a Taurus degree. So I had a feeling that had something to do with it. But let me see here. Okay, so you also have your Chiron in the 1st house. It's also in Virgo. You may have been very self-critical of either your appearance, because it is in the 1st house, self-critical of your appearance, or self-critical of the way that you are. Maybe you didn't always love the way that you were as a person. You're like, I could be better. Okay. Yeah. Things like that. So, but the thing is with Chiron is that it's a very wounded, well, not very, but it's a wounded planet, not even planet, but it's like an aspect that pertains to the wounds that you have. So with it being in Virgo, because Virgos are known for being like perfectionists, and they're known for being super smart and very organized and all that stuff, that here you may have felt honestly like you lacked in that area. Maybe you felt like you were not as smart, or maybe you felt like you weren't as smart as you wanted to be, or that you could be. But as time goes on, which is actually funny, we were talking about this before, but the fact that you're learning so much now, that is a thing that you use to heal the Chiron placement. Okay, so you're healing that placement by doing things that you would want to do pertaining Virgo, if that makes sense. Okay, like I said, Virgo is very like self-critical, but also is very self-helpful. They're very they're big service people. So what you're doing for yourself now, and because it's also in the 1st house, is that you're doing things to settle that energy within you, so that you don't feel so behind in your life, and you don't feel like, oh, I don't know anything, so let me not learn anything. Like you're actually taking initiative to learn. And depending on how quickly you want to actually heal that depends on you. And obviously you taking matters into your own hands, because you are learning more than you did before, you know, like by listening to audiobooks and things like that, you're actually taking the initiative to do that. Whereas if you didn't, you would probably be bashing yourself right now for not doing it.
I just do both. I just do both of those. That's fine.
That's funny. No, seriously. Okay. And then Oh, this one I love. Okay, this one I love. So your moon is in Pisces and it's
That
in
I know.
the seventh house at 28 degrees. So you might be okay. The 28th degree is it is a household name. So what that means, because it's in Cancer. Oh, actually, yeah, let me take a look at this shit because it's in Cancer and it's also your moon. So that is a very comfortable place for that degree to be in. Okay, so what that means is that you might have an easy time being able to get your name out there in the way that you want to, but not even just your name. It's more of like the way that you make people feel they don't forget it. That's more of what it is. Like the way the emotions that you spark in people, those people probably really remember you, or even if they don't remember exactly what happened, they'll remember the feeling and they'll remember like, oh yeah, this person this and he did that or whatever, you know? So that's something that I think is really cool. But because it's in Pisces, you're definitely very intuitive, whether you know that or not. Okay. It's up to you to actually like channel that, but you are intuitive. You can be very, especially because it's in, bro, moon in Pisces. The moon is ruled by Cancer. Then you got Pisces with it. Then you got a Cancer degree with it. You're a very caring person. You really, oh, it's also in the seventh house. Yeah, that's Libra. So those are all soft energies. You get me? So I can tell right off the bat that you care a lot about people. You really care about people's emotions. I don't think that you shelter emotions, but you probably let people down easy. You don't like to hurt people's feelings and things like that. And you also, okay, in relationships, I actually wrote this down. Okay, let's see what I wrote. That you have a balanced mind. Your partner will be a huge help to you. If you have a partner in your life, like whether it be a buddy or a romantic partner or anything like that, they're going to be someone who's going to alleviate a lot of the worries that you have inside. Like they're going to make you feel very safe. That's what it is, because you guys need to feel safe, especially with all that Cancer there. You need to feel safe with everything that you're doing. And let me see. What else did I write? I said you may deal with emotional problems as well. You may be intuitive in relationships. So maybe even in a relationship, let's say, for example, you are dating someone and it starts to like fall apart or whatever, you would know it's falling apart before even that person did. You know, like you're going to peep shit before they even know. And that's something else that you also have to practice. I will say, because it is in Pisces, like you have to, anytime you feel an intuitive thing, don't write it off as like, oh, it's nothing, whatever. No, it's something, and it's going to do something for you.
Uh-oh.
And going back to the Mercury in your fifth house in Aquarius, the fifth house is ruled by Leo, like I said. Aquarius, that's the opposite of Leo. So you have a lot of spotlight energy. Even if you have a tendency to get away from the world, when you are back, you do love to be back and you love to be out, but you will disappear when you want to. It's
All
not.
the time.
Yeah, it's no one's choice. No one's gonna tell you you gotta
I
stay
love
and do
to
this.
disappear.
Like that is so unbelievable. Yeah, and it's also at 0 degrees. So this is something that's very, very strong in your life, and that you've probably had to learn how to master in the way that maybe at one point in your life you may have left people hanging unintentionally, and then you came back with full energy and they were like, okay, hey, like what's up? Now, you know, as time goes on, you learn how to like communicate all that you're feeling and all that you want to and things like that, and then that's how you master that, you know, that's how you master that placement, or you really channel that energy all the way through. And then let's see, okay, you have your vertex. Your vertex is also in Aquarius, very cool, and it's in the 6th house. Okay, so your Virgo, is it in the, oh my God, no, I actually think it's in the 5th house as well. Oh my gosh. Okay, so your destiny, Vertex is like your destiny. You're meant to be in the spotlight. Like I'm so serious. Like you're actually meant to be out here. You're meant to be doing creative shit. That's really like really
even
the
though I
big
like
thing.
to hide and get it, and even though I like to disappear.
Oh yeah, you like to be out, but you like to disappear. You are definitely somebody who your creative ideas are pretty much, I feel like it's one of the reasons that you're alive. Like this is your destiny, you know, like a lot of the things that you do on your channel and everything else that you do in your life are all things that are a lot of fun for you. And you cannot, fifth house stelliums cannot live without fun. They need some sort of incorporated entertainment into something that they're doing. And again, because it is in Vertex, that's your destiny. You have to be like entertained or entertaining, or being entertained while you're entertaining. It's like all a matter of
That's the
things
best.
that get together. Yeah, that's literally your entire thing that you got going on, you know? So that's I love that. Oh my gosh. Okay. And then another thing that I wrote down. So your North Node is in the 3rd house. It's in retrograde and it's in Scorpio. So retrograde, let me explain that a little bit better for you because I want you to understand. Retrograde is when a planet is orbiting backwards. So it gives like a not a negative effect. It gives like an opposite, more of like you need to, how do I say, master this energy before you can like really, really enjoy it all the way through. Because it's kind of like life's challenges to you where you have to learn how to be strong about whatever it is that's in the retrograde, things like that. Like I'll give you a short example. For me, I have my Saturn. My Saturn is in, no, I'll say Jupiter. My Jupiter is in the 3rd house. It's in retrograde though. So what they say about that is that because it's in retrograde, I may have had some trouble learning in school, or I may have had trouble having like my luck work in my favor. And it's kind of funny because now it's definitely better. But when I was little, it's not that I had trouble learning, but I would write down notes and then forget everything I wrote. Like it was like that. Like I just couldn't sit there and learn the shit. And then another thing, like things like that actually. No, like things with school, it would be kind of like, it would be good because Jupiter loves school, or in the 3rd house, sorry. The 3rd house loves school, and Jupiter does too.
Sure, I don't got that.
Yeah, but it was like a little bit of like it kind of issues for me. So I can see where that would play out here, but I'm going to explain. So your North Node is in retrograde and it's in Scorpio in the 3rd house. So I wrote down that your communication, your interpersonal relationships with family, friends, communication, community members, things like that, that these are all factors that do play a role in your world. But because it is in Scorpio, you're probably kind of more low key when it comes to what it is that you're connecting with, like the people that you will talk to and the networks and things like that. You do want to make networks, and you feel really drawn to working with people who are on your level, but you might also find yourself feeling like you can't always get, not your way, but more, you can't get your point across to these people. Or maybe like you guys aren't always on the same page, always. So maybe like you knew, or maybe you have connected really well with some people, and then after some time it kind of like falls off, or you want it to keep going, but you're like, I don't know how to keep it going from here, so I'm gonna just leave it. Things like that. So, or even if you have siblings or people around you that are very like cousins, things like that, maybe you've had a little bit of issues trying to like really harness the energy of it. But as time goes on, again, like you get better and stronger. So what I wrote here is that you might be fighting your demons, or you may have fought your demons quite a bit, especially again, because it's in Scorpio. Mm-hmm. Scorpio has a lot of, has a lot of shit there, not in a bad way, but just a lot of heaviness that they need to work through. But besides that, like other conflicts, you guys are known to be old souls, okay? Because it's in retrograde and your North Node. Yeah, this is your North Node. Or you're definitely an old soul. But because it is in your North Node, you being an old soul is exactly what it's going to be, because you've had multiple lifetimes before. In retrograde, this is just telling you that this lifetime is about you mastering all the shit that you didn't in your past lives. Oh. So anything that you didn't do before this lifetime is forcing you to do it now.
Sounds a lot of pressure.
That is a lot of pressure for real. And then, okay, let's see. Yeah, so I wrote, many past lives you've lived and are now dealing with in this lifetime, major transformation constantly. That is the Scorpio energy. You definitely have faced a lot in this lifetime or in the last lifetimes. I feel. Are you afraid of fire by chance? Do you like fires?
I don't have an irrational. I mean, I think I like fire more than I'm afraid of it.
Okay, I asked that because I don't know why, but I was talking about your past lives and then I saw a vision of a fire. So maybe you passed away in a fire before.
Maybe. I don't have any aversion to it though.
Shit. Okay,
I'm probably more afraid of water than fire, really. I'm more afraid of like tsunamis and stuff than fire.
Maybe fire, you passed away in a tsunami before too.
I might have, because I don't even like watching movies about tsunamis. I don't even want to see it.
Oh,
I don't like that kind of stuff.
I'm sorry, I'm blown. That's so anytime someone tells me that they have like an irrational, I can't do that, I don't want to look at it, get me away from it, and they have no connection to it in this life, it's like, I know some shit.
I don't like those end of the world movies where everybody's drowning and there's water's everywhere. I don't like that.
Hell no, I feel that. Man. But okay, now let's see what else you got here. Okay, so okay, your Lilith is in your 10th house and it's in Gemini and it's at 0 degrees. Damn. Okay, like you got 2 0 degrees. Yeah, you got 2 0 degrees. Okay, so you got a little bit of energy in there that says, all right, it's time for you to change. We're gonna get you going. And this, oh damn, you also got, okay, you got some fame degrees. You got 29 degrees here twice. You got 2 degrees, which is a fortune degree. So maybe you're gonna make hella bank.
I'm hoping that's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, right. Period. And then the 28 degrees, that's also, like I said, a household name. So with what I was saying with the household name thing is like people will remember you by that thing, like I was saying. So like if you have changed someone's life or their emotions or things like that, they're gonna remember you for that. They're gonna be like, I remember when he taught me this, he showed me this, and I was never the same after that. Yeah, so it's impactful. That's great. But okay, back to what I was saying. So the Lilith in the 10th house. It's in the 10th house. Oh no, yeah, it is in the 10th house. Okay, so it's not in the 9th house. Great. So it's in the 10th house and it's in Gemini. So the 10th house is ruled by Capricorn, Saturn. You may have had some issues trying to be, or maybe you felt more wounded because it's like the wounded divine feminine healer kind of thing. Maybe you've had some issue really feeling, I guess you could say, authoritative, like very like having your foot down in the industry that you're in, or maybe there were people around you that made you feel inferior and things like that. Or actually, I will say, because this is in Gemini and it is in the 10th house, it may have had something to do with people who were close to you, like siblings, friends, or even like in class peers, like your classmates and things like that. Maybe some people made you feel like really inadequate because with the 10th house really wants to prove themselves, because it's not about you, it's not about them, it's about you proving yourself because you need to, like you know who you are.
That's right.
And in the 10th house, because it is there, you may have felt really shat on a few times in your life that you're like, bitch, like I'm worth more than this, but this person's trying to make me feel like I'm not. And things like that. Or even in your work, it may have been a little bit difficult, or there may have been backstabbing, talking shit, like fake stuff behind the scenes, whether it be at work, not at school more, but mostly at work or in professional areas in your life, or even out in the public. You get me? Like people who know you and talking about you and all this shit, things like that. So this one's a little trickier only because it's kind of more of like guiding you towards stay away from people who you know aren't good for you, of course, but don't entertain those who try to make you feel like you're inferior, because the reason that they're doing that is because they feel threatened by you. You get me? So this is going to be very important, especially because this is in Gemini in the 10th house. That's like it feels a little more difficult. It's not difficult though, but it seems like that way because it has to do with other people as well. This is not just you. This is your communications with those around you, your connections, even learning in school. Maybe you had a hard time. Actually, yeah, like maybe you had a hard time with some things in school, in the professional area. I mean, shit, that's crazy, honestly. And because you had trouble in school and all that stuff, maybe you've grown. This is when you use your Lilith in a detrimental way, and you shouldn't. But in the case that maybe you started to grow resentful towards school or the people who did you wrong, and I hate this work because of how it treated me, shit like that. That's when you got to be strong and you got to get up and you got to be like, okay, I'm not gonna let this bring me down though. Like I got to master myself where I am in my 10th house energy, in the Capricorn energy, instead of running away from it because people have hurt you, you know? So yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything else that is important to mention here. I will say as well, because your Uranus is in the 5th house and it is in Aquarius, that you probably get a lot of random ass ideas when you are being creative. So maybe you do receive like weird ideas and, oh my God, we should totally do this when you're
all the time.
Yeah, period. Maybe it happens when you're watching a movie, like at the most random times, or maybe you're having a conversation with someone and you're just like, actually, hold on, totally off topic. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that makes so much sense here because I mean, within everything that you got going on, it's like, it's so you, like it's so cool. I love to see this. Now I'm gonna look a little bit into your aspect. I'm gonna see if there's anything that's worth mentioning, really. I'm sure there will be something. So okay,
a lot of this sounds on point to me.
I'm glad. Yeah, because bro, astrology is a totally different thing. You have your Venus conjunct your Lilith. No, it's not your Lilith, that's your Chiron. Oh my gosh. So you may have had some hardships in love romantically. You may have had like some real shit that was like damn, okay, can I get a break? I don't know why. This might be my intuition, but I see that this may have occurred more when you were a teenager, like an
Yes.
early young teenager. Because I see 14-year-old you.
Yeah.
I don't know if that resonates, but that's what I just saw. But okay, basically, you may have had like a lot of shit in love that was like, bro, come on. But you also have a very strengthening energy with that because it is conjunct. So what that means is like maybe low key, you would be a really good healer for someone who's wounded in a relationship. Like if you were dating someone who had like a lot of issues, you would naturally have the energy to help them and be able to redirect them to be better.
Boy.
So that's like a natural healing, loving energy that comes with you anywhere that you go in any relationship.
Wow.
So I will say that with this, it's important to not let people take advantage of that because it just seems like with everything, all the other placements you have, I feel like you are very careful with all the Capricorn that you have and the Aquarius and things like that. Like you're not someone who's just gonna be a simp for anybody, but you also
True.
have that like that energy with you that's like I do want to help though, because again, like your moon is in Pisces, you have that natural healer
I help
energy
everybody.
too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like you care a lot naturally. Even if you say that you don't, it's not even like, oh, I don't give a fuck about nobody, this, that. It's like you care, but you're not going to state that. You just care.
Right.
That's it. But okay, let's see what else you got here. You have a lot of trines. So trines are really great. They're very harmonious aspects. I will say that that means that a lot of the placements that are in your chart have played out more positively than detrimentally in your life. So yeah, definitely because you have some squares here, but if you had a lot of squares, that would have made your life honestly
time?
like a little harder. What'd you say?
No, it'd be rough.
Yeah, it'd be rougher. You would have to, I would say that honestly, I feel like when people have more squares, it's because they have so much shit that they need to work through and they just have to do it. But I think that you work through a lot of your shit in other lifetimes. I feel like in this lifetime, you've wanted to make things easier for you. Like, let me see your vertex. Yeah, your vertex is conjunct your Mercury. So your destiny in this life is to speak. That's exactly what your job is.
That's
to
what I'm
fucking
doing
talk.
right now.
Exactly.
And I
That's
don't
all
stop. Even when I'm off here, I'm always talking and talking. Ask anybody.
Yeah,
Go,
exactly.
Shut
That's
up.
my God. And that's amazing because vertex, the only planet that's conjuncted your vertex is Mercury. So every other planet, I got sextile here. Yeah, like everything else is pretty much harmonious, but that one is the one that's like locked in. This is where you are. And then you have Jupiter, it's sextile your okay, Jupiter sextile your vertex. So with your destiny, with your life purpose, if you do actually like commit yourself to it, which you are going to reap a lot of positive benefits. Now, let me check your Jupiter one more time to see something. Yes. Oh yeah. Okay, no, definitely. Because it's at 5 degrees. So you can definitely expect that whatever benefits that you will be rewarded are going to be things that will be monumental. It might not even be like on a national scale or anything, but more of like it's going to be known by either those around you or the whole world. It could be either way, and because it's all about yeah, it's all about like your purpose in that. It's definitely it's going to bless you. And because it's also your Jupiter is in the 4th house, I will say that you will receive the most luck when you are actually helping people with your words and with your intentions to basically see them be better. I actually feel with this is like a confidence booster placement. You might be someone who you don't like to ego stroke, but if you know someone got credit, like you're going to give them credit. You're not going to sleep on it. You're going to be like, okay, you're the shit, like good for you. And that energy will also bless you as well. Unintentionally, because you won't be doing it to bless yourself, but it will bless you all the same. So that's really cool. I love that a lot. Let me see what else here.
That sounds good to me.
It sounds very good. Yeah, you got your moon trine Jupiter as well. Oh yeah, this is definitely healer energy for sure. You're going to use your voice to help a lot more than you think. I feel like even from now, you're going to expand like intuitively. I just felt that. I feel like you're going to do different things that I honestly feel like you're going to step outside of a box that you're going to think, I never even thought I'd do this ever. But it's going to be very good.
I can't wait to see what that is.
I see it. Oh boy. I just got like goosebumps in my hand or whatever, tingles.
I can't even imagine what that could be.
I know this is real. What I saw is that you're gonna go even more public. Like you're gonna want to be more public out, whatever, like just out in the spotlight even more. I feel like it's gonna be something that's gonna challenge your confidence in the way that it's like, okay, do I really have what it takes? Like, let me put it down now. Like, let me not be afraid of this shit. So it's gonna be your call entirely. But what I see here is that with your moon trining your Jupiter, it's definitely going to be fucking monumental for you.
Gritty knows best.
Yeah. And your fifth house stellium, it comes natural. Oh my God, fifth house stellium, you all got this in the bag, all of y'all. You guys understand exactly what it is to be creative, to be healthily childish, very just good energy, very good energy. I love the fifth house because it does have really a lot of good energy. Although some, I will say, underdeveloped, they are attention seekers. That may have been you when you were a child. Maybe you were like, maybe you needed someone to pay more attention to you,
It's
because
true.
fifth house stelliums do love to be placed the attention on. You get me? But as time goes on, you guys learn how to healthily communicate that and make that a reality, But let me see. Okay. Let's see if there is. Okay. Ooh, this is a good one. Your vertex is trine your midheaven. So your midheaven is your like public status. It's like that's your work as well. Okay. So you being out there, your midheaven is how your work world sees you, how the people at your job see you, this, that. With it trining vertex, it's easy to say that with your destiny, which is what you're doing right now, your work, that people really, really like what you're doing, that they appreciate your presence, that they like to see more of what you got going on, because they feel like you have like a natural, it's like a natural ease. I see like a confidence to it, that you know what you're doing, and it's not like you're figuring shit out. You just came through and you got the tea, and everyone's listening because they trust you. It's almost like an energy that people just feel like they can trust you with the work that you're doing. They don't feel like what you're doing is inauthentic. They feel like, okay, if he's coming through with this must be real. And on top of that, because it is in the sixth house, it's in the fifth house. Yes. Okay. Because it is in the fifth house, it's easy to say that you will gain a lot of attention because of the public and good persona that you have. And that basically like the reviews that people give you mentally, it's going to be really fucking good. I like those
mental reviews.
Yes, mental reviews. They're really, oh, I fucked with him, he's really cool. All that. So yeah. And then the last thing I see here. Okay. I don't know why. Okay, I'm getting like a feeling to mention this to you, and I feel like it's for help. This one's another Venus one, so it's like a love one. You remember I said your Venus was conjunct the Chiron, so it's a lot of healing and love. Maybe you've been through a lot of maybe you didn't even go through like cheaters and shit like that, but maybe you've been through a lot in love in general, whatever it was. But what I see is that you got Venus opposing your Lilith. So what that means with the Venus opposing Lilith is that you've had to learn how to be more delicate in love. Maybe you were not always the most, oh, what's wrong? Like that kind of guy. Like you were like, bitch, get over it. Like, no, I'm just kidding. But low key, it's like y'all had that thing there that was kind of, it was harder for you to open up in love, maybe when you were younger. Again, I keep saying maybe when you were younger, because every time I say these, I keep seeing visions of you when you were younger. So I keep assuming this is when you were a kid, and you can confirm that with yourself. But basically, yeah, this is just telling you that within all of the wounded stuff, maybe you've had trouble with your mom, things like that, or like a feminine figure in your life, something like that. But as time goes on, again, you have to learn how to not take advantage of, but to properly use the feminine energies in your life, and also the ones that are presented to you. So like in relationships, if you are in a relationship with somebody, to just be mindful of the way that they are and what they got going on and things like that, and maybe even heal not woman issues, like feminine issues that you may have with feminine. You get me? So if you have any issues that in that regard, because this does indicate like issues with that, with like female people, I guess, but not even female people, just people who thought they had power over you, and that you had to like learn. Yeah, you had to learn how to not let this power over dominate you, because some people in love, some people may have thought that you were like easy to manipulate, or maybe that you were going to do whatever for them, even though you always knew you weren't going to, but they had the wrong idea.
That ain't happening. You got the wrong idea.
Period. Exactly. Because yeah, like with that, you're not playing games. Like you understand. Well, now you don't. Now you do, because as time goes on with a lot of these placements, I will be honest, it is about working on them. You have to be able to like work on the placement that you have and this, that, to master it. Like I was saying, it's not even about mastering though. It's more of just embodying the energy properly. So again, with Venus opposing your Lilith, it's definitely safe to say that you've been through quite a few things with either women or in love and things like that, or even with your self-image where your beauty, you didn't think that you were as beautiful as you wanted to be at one point or anything like that. But as time goes on, you learned how to embrace like the softer sides of yourself, and it becomes easier for you to open up, for you to love, for you to be kinder to yourself, and basically to enjoy everything that comes with being a loving, open person. You know, I feel like in general, you probably were pretty closed off though. Like I feel like you had to learn how to open up in any way, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, definitely. You have a lot of things that represent the closed off energy, but that Pisces moon, I think, saved your life.
Oh.
I think that's what kept your empathy.
I was definitely more closed than I am now, that's for sure.
You said you
I
were
was,
more
yeah.
That's how I was. Definitely. The same way. I was way more closed off
Definitely.
As well. Capricorns.
Definitely.
But yes, okay. If there's anything else, this one's a little interesting. You got Jupiter square Saturn. That's kind of like it's like a more difficult aspect. I'm not gonna say difficult, but more of something that you had to work through, whether it be in school. That's a good school trouble indicator, definitely.
Oh,
school and being serious about school. You couldn't keep it down when it came to school. You were you were not dealing with it. But at the same time, I will say that even with your work life, like this does indicate some sort of like an issue with that, but maybe you've already surpassed that. You know, these are things that you could have like already been through. Like maybe before you didn't know what the hell you were going to do. You were like, I want to do this. I don't know how I'm going to start. I don't know who I'm going to do it with. I don't know when, this, that, whatever, but you overcame that. And that's what makes these placements more beneficial for you. Yeah. So yeah, that's basically like the most of what I'm getting from this. Like I'm looking at everything else, and
so with all that considered, give me like maybe some tips on what I need to be doing maybe with that info.
So the one thing, and I'm going to just say this as like, I'm going to pretend like I don't know you at all. Okay. I'm just going to say like whatever, and you can decide. But basically with someone with all these placements, you have to learn how to not let your closed off solitude energy overcome you to the extent of literally not wanting to talk to anyone, not wanting to be around anyone, not wanting to this, that. You have to let your Pisces moon in the, in the 7th house in a little bit more. Like you got to be able to, not even be able to, but you have to be willing to actually want to communicate with others more, if that makes sense. Because that's what these placements entail, is that yes, you are very closed off, but you also have a very underlying energy of, I want to be out there though. Like I don't want people to know my business, but I want people to see me. You don't got to know me, but you got to see me.
That's
so
right.
that
don't know me, but see me. I like that.
Yeah, right. Don't know me, just see me. Shit. But yeah, I mean, it's basically just about anytime that you do anything, like when it comes to work or your everyday life, commit yourself to making your point. You know, doing what you got to do for you, but don't overextend yourself, but don't underextend yourself because you're afraid of opening up or anything like that. Just embrace the emotions that you feel. I feel like for you, this is intuitive again. I feel like you have moments where, not even moments, but you're pretty closed off generally. And then you have a moment of like gush of love, or like, okay, I feel this. Let it come as it does. Do not fight it off. Because if you do, it's going to repress the fuck out of your Pisces moon. And it will, honestly, this might call for like depression eventually. You got me? If you're like closing it off and you're like, I'm not going to brace myself, you're going to eventually feel like the Grinch. Like you're going to feel like
eventually. That's like a couple times a week.
I mean, shit. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, especially with like you have 2 personal placements in the 5th house, and with your Jupiter in the 4th house and everything else like that. It's like the energy of being out there and being a caring person is still it's just so strong, you know? And because you do have some 3rd house placements, you have to you have to continue networking and communicating. So I recommend that you continue to keep your communication open. If you ever feel like you don't want to talk to people or whatever, give it some time. That's your Capricorn placements trying to recollect. But as soon as you're back on, bounce out and keep on going. Like, don't overthink it. I know that you know this, though. I know that you're mature enough to like actually apply this, but just take it upon yourself to actually like commit yourself to it and then stick it out all the way. And then you're going to see the results positively manifest in your highest favor. So that's mostly the advice I will give you. I will say as well, if you have any feminine issues, like issues with that, please try to heal that so that you can make your life better and easier, and so that you can open your, because I see that you would have a lot of really great connections with women, like certain women.
I do.
Oh, okay, so maybe you've already done this. That's great. But you would have, that's actually I intuitively
I can
saw
think
that
of at least 4.
Okay, good. Yeah. And upon you having those great relationships, that makes your life more fulfilled. Because what I see right now is a version of you that's you right now. And there's a version of you that would have been you if you had chosen to like close yourself off to everything. And what I see is that that version of you would have wanted to connect with like women and things like that, but you would have been like, I can't though. Like, nah, you would have always written it off as I'm not going to do that. And I don't mean connect like romantically. I mean, as a friend, you know, like, oh, I want to be her friend, but whatever. I'm not going to do that. I'm glad you didn't do that because you're way happier this way. You would have been much unhappier that way. And because it is your Lilith, it would have affected you a lot more. You get me? Like that would have made you feel you would have just felt like you were missing out. That's basically it. But besides that, I will say, okay, like your part of fortune, it's in the 10th house and in Gemini. So as well as you may have some wounded stuff in this area, you will also have a lot of great things manifesting because of your networking, because of communicating with others, and because of your work. So this is where your fortune is again. If you really want to connect with the most glamour that this life can give you or whatever, continue working on your craft for real. And you're going to see that actually manifest a lot of wonderful blessings, whatever.
Hell yeah.
But you can you can actually expect that, you know, but always with due time, in the way that 10th house is ruled by Saturn. So, you know, with Saturn, Capricorn, we are kind of pretty slow moving. It's not that we're behind, but it's definitely that we have to develop with time, you know, like we're a little bit slow track in that way. So I'm just going to say, if you feel like you haven't gotten the results that you wanted, or if you're waiting still like on something or whatever, just give it time for real, because it's going to end up blessing you. You're going to, if you like actually let this stuff roll out in your favor and you continue the way that you're going and doing what you're doing, you're going to see that all of the stuff that you have been putting into this is going to come back to give you such a huge blessing. And you're going to be thankful that you waited and that you didn't rush.
Really? I love to rush, so I should stop rushing.
I feel you. But yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but take it easy. It'll definitely benefit you the most, I promise.
Well, thanks a lot. That was great.
Of course.
Now, you do this for people on your website, right?
Actually, it's funny. I don't have a service up for it, but if someone like asks me, I'll do it. You know, like I'll be like, yeah, I'll give them like a price for whatever they're looking for, and then we'll just go from there, and then that's it.
Well, tell them what you do offer, so they know. What do you offer on the site?
So what I offer on my website, I offer readings, like psychic readings, spiritual readings. I offer like different forms of readings. Like I have multiple different options. If people are looking for different things, like a recorded one, I could do one like a PDF file kind of thing. And then I also do, like I said, voice recording. So that can differ from as long as the choices are. I also offer aura reading. So like reading auras.
Yeah, we did that on one of the episodes. I forgot which one by now, but we've done it.
Yes, I remember that. I was just thinking about that. Besides that, I also offer coaching, of course, like spiritual law of assumption coaching, which is like manifestation coaching. I offer cleansing of energy, Reiki, healing and cleansing and things like that. And even spiritual, if someone's looking for like a spiritual phone call, because that has happened a lot of times, like people ask me, can I get on the phone with you? And then I'll be like, yeah, you know, you can book a phone call with me if you'd like for 30 minutes or an hour. Nice. So it'll be like that. It's basically all of that stuff. Just whatever you're looking for, I probably have it. Just check it out, you know?
Nice. And you started a new project with your sisters, right?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about that.
Starlight. Okay, yes. So we are called the Eternal Starlight. My sisters and I, we have come together like officially, because we're all so alike already as we are in different ways. Like a lot of things that people have been saying lately when they see pictures of us is, I love that you guys have different styles. And I think that I love that, hearing that so much. Like, I think that's so cute and so sweet, because for one, I'm an Aquarius stellium and I love to be original. Like, I'm not, of course, nothing on my sisters at all, but I just don't want to be like the exact same as anybody. I want to be my own. And I love that we all have our own shit. But what we do is like, we come together and we just talk about like any spiritual thing, positive topics, manifestation. We want to actually change the world. Like, we intend that. And I'm on God, like I know it's happening type thing. So we are committing ourselves to eventually get up fundraising. We're going to start fundraising for like different causes, and we want to like expand in all those ways. Like, we've already started filming our YouTube videos and things like that. We haven't posted any yet because we haven't channel yet, but we're getting it just continuing on, you know. And this only just, the idea was born in July of 2023. And I remember it was because I told my sisters, I was like, I want to do something with you guys. Like, I feel like we're meant to. I feel like we're meant to be a unit, and that we can all help everyone, because we already had our own separate things, but it just felt even better together. So we came together, and then from here on out, we're just going to keep on doing what we've been doing, like keep on helping, keep on promoting ourselves in the way of like, whatever you need, we got, you know, like we're here for you. It's not just like the difference with everything else, not even that I've ever had, but more of just the energy behind everything, is that this is not something that's temporary. Like, I don't even plan to just do this for 10 years time and then it's over. Like, this is going to be a huge fucking thing in general, for my career, for my life, for us, everything. Like, we're not playing, you know, it's going to be monumental. I promise you that. And yeah, that's basically like the rundown. That's the tippy top. But
so
yeah.
The YouTube channel's coming soon.
Yes.
Right. But where can they find you right now?
Right now, you can find us on Instagram, on TikTok, on Twitter, from the name The Eternal Starlight. And that's basically, yeah, and also on Pinterest, but yeah. But yeah, you could look us up on anywhere, honestly, like besides YouTube. That's where we will be for now.
But soon.
Yes, very soon. Yes.
Well, how has it been working with your sisters? You guys were close before this, or?
Okay, that's actually so funny. We were always close in the way that, for one, I've always had to share a room with my sisters. I've never had a room to myself ever. So like, I've always had to share a room with my sisters. And besides that, it would always be like, when we were younger, one would beef with another permanently. I would beef with one permanently. It was kind of like that. Like, one sister had beef with the other, but me and the other would get along, and the other and other would get along.
It'd be like factions in the sisters.
Yes,
like
in the sisters.
Groups.
Yes, but this was like when we were little and shit, or yeah, a few years ago type beat. But over time, it's like we realize, I mean, they have grown up so much, because I've already been like on the stuff that I've been on for a few years now, but I feel like they've caught up to where I am mentally. And that's why we were able to do this, you know? So we get along so much better now, in the way that we just had to sit down and be like, okay, we got to like talk about everything. Like, we need to discuss miscommunications, if we get mad at one another, instead of being like, hey bro, what the fuck, like let's talk about it
right there.
You know. Yeah. Like things like that. I remember I made it a point to my sisters. I was like, if we're gonna do this, we have to treat each other like we're friends. Like, we can't just, you know, we could be sister friends, but we're friends, you get me? Like, we have to respect each other. Wait, sorry, I didn't
right.
Yeah, definitely. So I thought that was like the most important thing. But I can definitely say that as time went on with the Eternal Starlight, we have grown together so much more than ever before, because it's just a further embracing of what we already had, if that makes sense. Like, we were already getting along and we were cool for like the last year or so, but now we're all on that like star mentality, so we can all just evolve together now.
How
like
cool.
We're finally there. I mean, this was definitely divine timing.
Okay, so you weren't close from the beginning. Like, it wasn't everybody the way you are now. It took some time to get there.
Different, kind of like me and my sister Leo Venus. She's a year and a half younger than me, so we were growing up together. We were like this up until she went to like 5th grade. And then after that, it was like, okay, like she had her own life and shit. But I remember like noticing, I was like, okay, like she's growing away from me, but it's fine, this, that. Because in general, we always had our little like prideful beefs. like very prideful. I feel like some of the stuff that we learned in shows is what we would also like rub off, like fighting with each other and stupid shit like that. And then, but me and my youngest sister, Santora, we've gotten along since like she was born, basically. She's 5 years younger than me. So, or like 4.5, but we've gone along since then. But her and Leo Venus, they had beef for a long time.
Wow.
And, yeah.
But
they had beef for a long time.
Oh my God.
And
That's family though. That's family.
Yeah, this family, bro. But like at the end of it all, no matter what it was never the type of thing where we would not look out for each other or disregard each other. Like we wouldn't do anything that was genuinely flaw to each other ever, you know? Like we knew that we were sisters, and my mom always, like, since we were kids, she'd be like, you guys are sisters, you need to get along, you what did she say? Like, family's the most important thing, and that when you get older, you guys will have each other, like, you need each other. Right. And I remember, I always knew she was right, and I never disagreed with her, but I was like, yeah, right, like, type shit, but it's true.
Well, that's great. You guys are getting close now, and you're working together. Do they do outside projects like you do? Do they, like, do YouTube or anything like readings and stuff?
So actually my sister Santora, she does do like little, like on Instagram, she'll be like, oh, like reading of the day kind of thing. But in general, I will say, as far as like YouTube, I'm the one who like really has like all that shit going on. And I think it's really because we all have different intentions for our life, if that makes sense. Like for me, I have like a huge mission. I'm gonna change the world. Like I have to. I dead ass have. This is my life. Like since I was born, I've known that this is my purpose. And I feel like it goes the same for all of us, but in different ways. Like that's my sole purpose. You get me? And alongside that, I love to model. But like with my other sisters, they focus on other things. Like one of my sisters love to craft and like do things like that. And she makes that a huge part of what she does. So yeah, I would say it's like different interests, but also very similar, if that makes sense. But it's also, yeah, they don't really have like a side thing, I guess, like what you're saying.
Okay.
You know?
Is there anything we can expect from the channel? Anything you can leak out a little bit? Any info? Is it what's going to be going on?
Okay, definitely a lot of spiritual stuff. We're going to be talking about real stuff. We're going to be talking about the importance of a lot of things, like a lot of things that we need to further do in our lives and, you know, to make our lives better and things like that. Talk about astrology, angel numbers, literally everything, affirmations, even important matters in the world, just things like that we feel are actually really positively impactful, how to be more positive, how to help yourself, spiritual care and all that. So you can expect a lot of help, really. That's the main thing.
We'll be looking forward to that. We'll let you know when it drops. You let me know and we'll let the audience know.
Yes, we will.
That sounds great. You know what else sounds great is these Hello Kitty goldfish that I've been sitting on for a while. Right? These are strawberry shortcake flavor. And these came out because Hello Kitty is 50 years old now. The 50th anniversary.
It's limited edition right there.
Yeah,
I didn't see that
edition.
Before.
Yep. I had to call a couple people to get this.
Oh my God.
Black market and some tunnels I found. I had to get these. It was a lot of work. But she's 50 years old now, so congrats. She's a Scorpio. November 1st.
Oh, yes. That's right. All right,
let's see how these are.
Let's see what we got. Oh my God, they smell so good.
Oh, hell yeah. I love strawberry shortcake. Strawberry shortcake ice cream.
So good.
It's a great flavor. One? Yeah, you can try all of them. You can eat all of them.
Stop.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, nibble, bro, of it.
You could taste the strawberry.
Shit is so good.
That is strawberry shortcake if I ever tasted it.
Damn, it did that. Like.
Oh, man. I mean, there's no way this is not a 5.
This is like a 6, bro.
It broke the scale.
It broke the scale.
This is a 5 out of 5 for sure.
Oh my God, so good. Definitely recommend to y'all.
Best goldfish I've ever had. Last, I think it was December, I had the maple syrup flavor from the Elf movie. This definitely beats that.
Yeah, was it good?
Oh, good. It was close.
Great.
It was close, but this is good.
That shit is good, like for real. I want to eat more, but I want to eat dinner first.
I'm killing this bag. I am killing
Right?
this bag probably today.
You're right. I'm gonna do that shit after dinner. Ugh, so good though.
That's a lot. That's a lot of self-control you have. These are gonna be my dinner.
No, I don't blame you.
You can get these at Target. I think if they still got them, I know they were originally at Target. So see where you can find these. But I think these are flying off the shelves right now.
Oh, they are. They taste like, for anyone who wants to know, they taste like graham crackers.
Yeah, graham
Like-
crackers, strawberry shortcake. Like that's the flavor. It's not ambiguous at all. Sometimes when I'll try stuff on here, like, oh, it says it tastes like this, but it kind of doesn't taste like. It tastes like that. A little.
Yeah.
This is not that great of a flavor. Doesn't taste like exactly like it says. This is to a T.
Yup, just like that.
To a T. Are you a big Hello Kitty fan?
I would say, like, when I was little, I had so many Hello Kitty stuff. I'm not like a active Hello Kitty fan, but I do like it. I think it's really cute, and I don't know. I love the,
You like the whole company because there's like 1,000 characters. The Sanrio company.
Yeah. I like some of it. I remember used to babysit this girl who really loved Sanrio. Like, she had Sanrio everything. And I would just get her like Hello Kitty stuff for her
that's
birthdays and
nice.
things like that.
They make everything Hello Kitty. They make waffle makers, pasta.
Lip balm.
I mean, it's endless. The stuff she's on. They have whole hotels in Japan. They have Sanrio theme parks. It's insane.
shit.
They have rides and. Have you seen that before?
Yes, that's amazing. I
If
love that.
if I go to Japan, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go see what's up in there.
Absolutely.
It looks
we have-
crazy, and it looks like nothing. I don't know if anything goes fast in there, which I don't like that. So I think everything goes slow. Probably, I don't know. The rides I saw, the way they go slow. They might have a fast roller coaster. I don't know. I'm not going on that though. I'm going on all the slow stuff.
I love the. Oh God, I got the hiccups. I love the fast roller coasters.
Yeah, there's Hello Kitty's on everything. I was looking at videos of like all the crazy products she's been on over the years. I mean, it doesn't end. She's been on.
Yeah, I mean, now that with what you're saying, I didn't even know they had a Hello Kitty hotel. That shit's
Hotel.
crazy.
She was on like condoms. I mean, if you can think of it, she's been on it.
Probably been on it. Yeah.
Wow.
That's so cool.
I would
used
just
to have Hello Kitty like sheets and shit.
just
when I
give me
was little.
1% of that revenue. Just give me 0.5% of that revenue.
Right?
You could live
Oh my
on-
gosh, it's crazy.
God, man. All right, so like I said, unfortunately, we're going to go on break, as we usually do in between seasons. 6 weeks, but it's going to fly by, especially because we got content that's going to be posted on the YouTube channel every Tuesday. So you can come back to the channel every Tuesday like you normally do, and you're going to see some stuff. It just won't be the regular podcast. We're going to start off. I'm going to list off some of the stuff that's going to go down. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to be trying a dog soda, a soda that's made strictly for dogs. It's going to be interesting. It's probably going to be disgusting. I can't wait to try it. I can't wait for you to see it. As soon as I saw the article about it, I bought it immediately. I had to have it. There's 3 dog sodas. One is turkey, one is chicken, one is beef. They specifically make it like they take out the carbonation and the sugar. So it's going to be horrible. It's going to be horrendous. And I'm going to try it. So we'll see how that's going.
That is crazy.
Other than that, Cemetery Girl and I are going to be doing a little podcast of our own. Not Gritty Knows Best, but a special podcast that we created. So it's going to be a little different. It's going to be fun. So that's the subsequent week after that. And then looks like on the 5th of February, Clay and I are going to be playing some games. We're going to be doing some gameplay for some new games that are coming out. On the 12th, we have a little mystery slot that I don't want to say what that's going to be, but you can expect something interesting on the 12th. On the 19th, I'm going to be doing a weird taste test, a weird combos taste test. So putting weird food together that some people like that they think is good, but it sounds hideous. Going to be doing that. And on the 26th, right before we come back, Clay and I are going to be doing some more gameplay. So you got some stuff to watch before we come back for season 6.
You're entertaining and you're giving.
We're trying. We're trying to give. I can't believe
Damn.
we're on season 6 already. It's hard to believe.
Damn, the show that keeps on giving.
We try. We try. We try. So plug everything you got to plug before we get out of here. Make sure everybody knows exactly where to find you.
I'm Electrasoul. You can find me on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Pinterest, literally basically every
Pinterest.
social
People still use that?
What? What'd you
Pinterest?
say? Pinterest? Yeah, people use the fuck out of
Or is
Pinterest.
it Tumblr the one that they don't use anymore? They still use Tumblr too?
People don't really use Tumblr.
Okay, that's the one I'm thinking of. Okay.
Yeah. But you could find me everywhere with Electrasoul at Electrasoul444, Electrasoul. Be aware again, no fake accounts. If anyone DMs you, it's not me.
There's
Please,
a lot of fake accounts.
A lot of fake accounts, not me.
I get followed by you like 3 times a week. Different
and
news, different versions of you.
It's ridiculous the amounts of shit that I hear every week. But besides that,
That's how you know you're doing something right.
Thanks. But you guys could also check out the Eternal Starlight. Like I said earlier, with my sisters and I, we've come together. We're changing the world. Definitely check it out. You could just search us up, The Eternal Starlight. On X, it is Eternal Starlight 3. Okay, so that's just like to let y'all know. But besides that, it's the Eternal Starlight. So yeah, just keep an eye open for new videos that we will be dropping on the Eternal Starlight on our channel, and also for my own videos, Electrasoul, which I drop every Monday and Thursday. All right.
There you go.
So,
I had it a day off. I thought it was Tuesday and Friday. It's Monday and Thursday. Okay, I was a day off. Okay. Beautiful. And you already know where to find us because you're already here. Come back to the YouTube channel every Tuesday for the next 6 weeks and after that, because very soon we will be back with season 6. Okay, so until then, peace and love. See you next season.
Love y'all.
All right, it's about to get spooky right now, obviously, especially when you see us two on the screen. You know it's going to get paranormal. We're going to be talking about some paranormal entities tonight. But before that, I want to talk about TikTok because I know you're big on TikTok, Electra. You love TikTok, right?
I love to upload on there. I feel like it's a great place to share more information. That's what I care about.
Are you a big TikTok consumer though, or are you just a poster?
Honestly, I'm not a big TikTok consumer at all.
Really?
I used to like just scroll for hours like other people do. But I learned I can't like spend all my time on there, but it's really funny. I just love funny TikTok.
It'll happen. You'll fall down a rabbit hole. Like I'll open a TikTok for the show, like to download it, or like I have one today that we're gonna show on the show. So I'll go download it, and next thing I know, 2 hours later, I'm like, how the hell am I here now? I just came off for one thing, or Justin will get me the most. He'll send me a TikTok, and I'll text him back like, bitch, you got me on here for 45 minutes now. Like, what the hell? He's like,
You just
I didn't do
scroll
that.
one.
Yeah, I'll just keep after his. I'm like, oh, that was funny. Let me see what's next. Wow, so you've overcome the TikTok consumption. You've overcome the addiction. Good for you.
I had to. Thank you.
So you just go on there, post, and you leave. You're done.
Yes, I post, I clear my cache, and then I just pay.
You
That
just,
shit blows.
you
It's
just
really
use
hot.
it as a bank now. You just take the money out of there and you're done.
I'm out. Bye.
Wow,
Like,
good for you. Good for
Thank
you. Yeah. So how do you feel about the ban then? Because they've been talking about banning it before, and now they're talking about banning it again. How do you feel about that?
It's actually so crazy you say that because last night I was just watching a video on someone's opinion on that. And I actually think this is the least concerning thing of this world to be focused on. I feel like a lot of things are very distractment based kind of thing. I feel like it's very oppressive because I mean TikTok is very clearly to me the most, maybe not the most reliable source, but definitely a very, very helpful informational source that people actually look forward to going on and using, looking up knowledge and information that is very helpful. And I've learned a lot of tips on there. There's crazy amounts of information that people know. I just feel like it's very unnecessary to attempt to ban something like that.
Right.
It's impactful, maybe that's why they're doing it.
That's what I think anybody with 2 cents to rub together will think. It's not an app that is censored like every other app, so that's probably the problem. That's the problem. That every other app is heavily censored and heavily swayed one way. So since this app is not that way, that's why they want to get it taken down, because they don't actually want it to get it taken down. They want TikTok to sell to an American company. If they don't, then they want to ban it. That's what their first thing was. Like, oh, we want you to sell to an American company, and if you don't, we want to ban you. So I think it's out of control. I think it's crazy. I love TikTok, and now they got the TikTok shop on there. Did you see that?
Yeah, they've had that up for a while, I think, but they invite, I believe, creators or something to sell on there. I
Which
can't
is
remember
great
exactly how.
because it's hard. I feel like it's hard to start selling stuff on your own. You know, I mean, it's a little easier these days, but if you're a TikTok creator and you having your own shop on that app, they don't even have to leave the app. That's amazing. I didn't even know they were doing that. I didn't know that they were letting small creators sell stuff on there.
I believe so. I know that I've gotten an invitation a lot of times, but I never like truly looked into it. But now that you say that, maybe I will. We'll see.
Yeah, you should. Hell yeah. Let us know what you selling and how much it is, and
Right?
we'll plug it for sure.
Put it right up.
I think the TikTok shop is cool. I like it. Love TikTok. And especially because I found a special item that we both got the other day on the TikTok shop. I was scrolling Instagram at like 3 a.m, and I got an alert that Coca-Cola was doing a special Coca-Cola briefcase on TikTok for only like $7. Okay. This right here, which we both got, and this has 2 Coca-Colas in it and a couple other things. We're not going to say what it is because you're going to have to wait till Friday when we unbox this on the channel. But we got the very exclusive TikTok Coca-Cola briefcase that you can't even get anymore because it's only $7,000.
That's crazy.
We got it for only $7 freaking bucks. So stay tuned for that. Come back Friday so you can see what's inside the briefcase. Love TikTok, especially because there's tons of paranormal, creepy videos on there. Let me tell you what, if I was a kid, I would be on TikTok all the time watching spooky videos. Like I would be on there way more than I am already now. And a lot of them are fake. Let's put it. Let's be real about it. A lot of them are bullshit, but it's fun. But I saw one in specific that I thought was very interesting, and we're going to take a look at it right now.
Okay, first of all, why didn't anyone tell me that if you have... Yeah? My bad. So I forgot. I didn't think about it. I'm home alone, and I thought someone called me, and maybe it was my cat, and she sounds like a human sometimes.
Ew.
Did you hear both of the voices in that video? Because there was 2. That's insane, right?
Yes. Right. I feel like that's some dark spirit. That's what it feels like. Like energetically, it feels like an entity trying to mess with that girl.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really as strong as she thinks, and that's just my intuition right now. But go ahead.
So for those that were just listening to that and they don't know exactly what's happening, it was a woman making a TikTok. She was like doing her makeup or something like that. She was just making a regular TikTok, and all of a sudden she hears something call her name, and she responds, and she looks around, but she's home alone besides her cat. And then she starts talking to the camera again, and that's when you hear her name again, but I don't think she hears it that second time. Very, very creepy video. So you think it's a dark entity in that video?
I feel like it is, like intuitively, because I deal with that kind of stuff a lot. Not even like for myself, but for clients and things like that. And I can immediately feel if the spirit is not so good, if it's a good one and things like that. And to me, that feels like a spirit that's trying to mess with that girl. Like I can feel it for real.
So you think that video is legit? You think it's real?
Yes, I feel like it's real.
I'm going to say that I'm leaning towards real. I can't say 100%, but I'm damn sure close because you can easily fake that video. I'm going to put it that way. But the ones I looked at her TikTok, her account, and none of it is about ghosts. None of it is about anything scary. That was the only one she made besides the update on that video. It's not like she's into the paranormal like that I know of from what I've seen. So that was my first clue that could be real because it wasn't like she was in like she's trying to go viral on that side of TikTok, on the paranormal side of TikTok.
That's true. Yeah, I feel like that was just an experience that she did not expect. Yeah, and she's that it's crazy.
So after that video, I saw a couple other videos where similar things were happening, where people were like, oh my God, something's calling my name. And it was a lot more dramatic than that video. The other videos were a lot more dramatic. And some of the creators were super niche into paranormal. So that made me think, first of all, the over dramaticism of it and how, they're pretty much all about the paranormal. I think those are all fake. in my opinion. If any of them is real, it's this video right here. And that would be insane if it was real.
I feel like a lot of it, you just have to feel your intuition out, because a lot of people do make videos for clickbait, kind of, for just for skits and, I mean, any kinds of video, but even that, especially, someone could be in the other room knowingly and making the noise for them on purpose. But yeah, for sure.
That's what I got from one of them. It was like, oh, something's behind this door talking to me. And I'm like, okay, there's definitely a person there. And some of them, I'm like, it's easy to edit these. Everybody can edit a video and edit in a creepy sound these days. This one just seemed a little too real for me. The only thing I wish she did was scan the room with her phone. Do a 180 of the or 360 of the room, so we knew that nobody was there. Yeah. But if she edited that, she did it in a very smart way, because it wasn't overt. It wasn't like super. It was just creepy. How low it was, and it was good. If that was a fake one, it was good. But I'm thinking that was real. Okay, and this video sparked me going down a rabbit hole on TikTok of something called a mimic. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
You want to say what it is?
Yes. Well, first let me ask you, are you referring to basically when a spirit talks to you or calls you in the voice of maybe someone or a human voice, and it's not anything?
Exactly. Exactly. It's a spirit that can copy your voice or a person you love's voice. And actually, from the research I've been doing, and I think you might have been on the Halloween show, because you were on the last two that we did, Halloween in July and Halloween, where I'm pretty sure we had that story where the girl was walking around her house hearing her son and seeing her son when he wasn't there.
I remember that. I remember saying this too.
Right. So the mimic looks like it can materialize into the actual person as well, like the actual form of them, not just the voice of them. Because as I was going down rabbit holes, I was reading stories of people saying that they have actually seen their loved ones in the house when they weren't there, or like somebody would say, oh, my boyfriend was taking a nap. Next thing I know, he's in the kitchen, and then he actually like comes out of the room, but I thought he was in the kitchen, but he disappeared from the kitchen, whatever, and he was still in the bedroom the whole time. Or they'll say, I saw my wife go into the bathroom, and then I walked in and she wasn't there anymore. She was actually in the bed the whole time.
That's definitely happened, and I know people who had experiences like that too.
Really?
Yeah, it's crazy.
You have like firsthand or secondhand accounts of this.
Yeah, I know. One of my tattoo artists, actually, he's from Mexico, and he said that when he was in Mexico, he was watching a movie in one of the rooms, and then he saw his mom pass by to go to, in the hallway, I guess, to go to her room. And then he called her, and then he got up to go see her, and she wasn't even there. She was in her room. She was in the other side of the house. It was not her. And he told me, he's like, I know that was a spirit, and I just knew too, bro. Like, that definitely was something.
That is insane. Can you imagine if you've seen something like that? I don't know what I would do.
Oh, mother, I'm good.
That is out of control. The stories I like reading is when the whole family is getting it, though, because then it's not just one person getting it. It's not like that person's crazy or they're losing their mind. I mean, some people bring up carbon monoxide leaks, which is definitely possible, but I've been reading some stories where the family have been saying like they've been dealing with mimic behavior, mimic activity in the house for years. So I got one story from Reddit that I'm going to read. We got some other stories that we're going to read later on, but I got one mimic story here. It says, my kids have always said our house is haunted. Recently, we've all had experienced what I would describe as a mimic, and it seems to be ramping up. The first time, just a couple of weeks ago, I heard my 17-year-old son say, Mom, hey, Mom, right behind me. He was at school, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Yesterday, I heard my husband say, what are you doing, babe? And today, my son heard his dad calling him from the basement. Is this demonic? So this one, you can see the whole family is hearing. The son's hearing the father, the mother's hearing the son. Absolutely frightening. This one, they didn't see anything, but I did read other stories where like, oh, I saw my wife walk into the bathroom, and then I turn around, she's actually in the bed. And I've read a lot of these stories. I thought me going on Reddit or going online, I would see like maybe 2 or 3. I saw a bunch and most of them seem legit. Mm-hmm. Most of them seem realistic.
Yeah, they definitely are. And that's definitely real. It happened to my brother. He's heard me call. I remember back when I was being being haunted basically a few years ago.
Yeah.
My brother was hearing back to back to back me calling him, and he kept saying, yeah. And I was like, I'm not calling you. And he kept telling me, I keep hearing you calling me.
My God.
Yeah.
See, like, everybody has those like the little tricks that your mind plays on you. You know, you hear your mom calling you, you're like, oh, that actually wasn't my mom. That was like maybe something else, or maybe I was just tripping out. But when it happens consistently like that, and then you start seeing stuff, that's when it gets out of hand. That's when it gets crazy. So now I thought all this was the only one I remember like that's like this was doppelgangers, because we talked about that, and I thought that in the last episode that I'm referring to that it was a doppelganger, but now I know that there's another one called a mimic. So I think like a mimic is a spirit, and who knows what a doppelganger is? It may be like it's more like a real, like a more tangible entity probably. Who even knows?
Yeah. They say like with doppelgangers, it's like a real version of you, like parallel kind of, but not parallel. It's just you in a different form.
But you're like, it's a physical thing. It's not like a spirit. Not like a spirit.
That's not spiritual. Mimic is definitely a spirit that is doing exactly that, mimicking you or a loved one to trick you, to scare you and things like that. But I mean, if you don't entertain it, they'll leave you alone. It's just it's always about energy.
Would you rather deal with a doppelganger or a mimic?
A mimic. I could get rid of that in 2 seconds. Thank God.
Doppelganger, you have to kill him if it's real. It's like a real person.
Like that's some real shit.
If it's flesh and blood, that's wild. That's wild.
Yeah, it is.
On the last show that you and I did together, I told you about Black Eyed Kids, right? And you didn't know what it was.
I remember you told me, and I remember all that, yes.
I was shocked that you didn't know about Black Eyed Kids, because that's one of the most famous entities around, one of the most famous urban legends. Did you ever do any more research on them since that episode?
I did. And it's funny, actually, I feel like I've actually dealt with that like years ago, and I didn't know it until you told me.
Really? What happened years ago?
Oh my goodness. Like I was being haunted. My boyfriend and I were both being haunted by just spirits on just not back to back to back spirits. And I remember it was a group of like children. I guess it was a boy, a girl, and another boy, but they were all younger children. And I remember we were being shown visions of these kids and everything, and they looked so freak. They had like no soul, no eyes.
So you saw them like in your head.
Yeah, well,
okay.
Yeah, I saw them, from a psychic perspective.
Like a vision. Yeah.
Yes, very scary, but I remember hearing it, and I remember you can hear them and things like that,
Ooh.
And then seeing them and having dreams. I would have dreams about it, and I remember just,
That's scary. That's scary. Black Eyed Kids have been around. I think the first sighting was 1966. From this dude, and he was talking about it. They came up to his car, and ever since then, stories upon stories of Black Eyed Kids have been circulating the internet all over the place. One of my favorite things to look into, one of my favorite things to just listen to, but it's actually one of the scariest. Whenever I got some Black Eyed Kid content up on YouTube or something, I'm freaked out the whole time. I'm always on edge, thinking the door's gonna knock. And our buddy Justin, he's terrified of the Black Eyed Kids. I texted him last night, so you better get fucking ready, because the Black Eyed Kids are coming back on the show. He said, oh, no. He didn't even want to listen to that episode that I did about them. He think it took him like 2 weeks to get around to listen to it, because it's scary, man. It's actually one of the most fascinating, along with the Hat Man. The Black Eyed Kids go hand in hand with that for me as the scariest entities around and the most fascinating, because there's so many stories about them and no real evidence, I guess, but so many different stories, so many different accounts of them. And we're going to hear some of those accounts right now. I picked some. I scoured the internet and went on Reddit and stuff, and I found some Black Eyed Kid stories, so we're going to listen to some right now. Let's check out the first one.
I was working in an office that did mainly business-to-business sales and rentals. Since we weren't in a great part of town, and we weren't exactly open to the public, I kept the door to our office locked. The only way to work the lock was with a key from either side. I had stepped outside to go on a sales call. We had tint on our door that allowed me to see out, but was mirror tint from the outside. I tended to look out before leaving because it was a rough area, and I was a young female working alone. This was about 12 years ago, so I was mid-20s. I looked out, and there were 2 young men walking about a block from me. No big deal. I could easily be safely to my car before they reached where I was. Before I know it, the kids, Both looked around 15-ish, were much closer than they should have been, like they had walked a city block in a split second. My flight or fight kicked in. I had no reason to be afraid, but I felt deep fear, so I went back inside and locked the door from the inside. I'm not even sure how to describe the fear I felt. That led me to rush back inside. These kids started banging on the door. Only one of the two spoke. He said, "We need a phone. Let us in." I yelled no through the door. He kept banging on my glass door so hard it was vibrating. I threatened to call the cops. They kept banging and begging to use the phone. I finally got brave enough to get a better look at them so I could give a description to the police, and their eyes were pitch black. I'm not super religious, but I just yelled, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave." And they disappeared. Just vanished. I had never heard of the black-eyed kids phenomenon before this event.
There you go. That's what you got to say. You got to summon Jesus on them.
She did that. I'm proud of her. Usually, like, the story ends like, I was terrified and they disappeared, and that was it. She took matters into her own
cowered in
hands.
the corner for hours till they were banging on the door, and then they left eventually. But nah, this is the only black-eyed kid story I ever heard where Jesus was involved, where somebody threw that name out there. That's what I'm talking about. That's great.
It helps. Believe me, it really does.
That's great. Yeah, I wish I didn't really preface the story with what the black-eyed kids were in case you didn't know. It's like I said, it's a urban legend from 1966 where people claim that they see these children. They usually come to your front door and they ask for some assistance. They ask to come in, and people notice something creepy about them. They notice that their skin is pale, and then they all of a sudden notice that their eyes are black. People think that the kids can read their minds, and they just have a very evil sense to them, a very evil feeling to them. But they never harm anybody. Usually, I've never heard a story of them actually harming anybody. There's only like one or two stories of them coming inside, but nobody's ever died from a black eye. So I guess that's good to know. It's scary in visually, but you most likely, the chances are you're not going to die if you run into a black-eyed kid.
Yeah,
well,
for sure.
Unless I guess the ones that died, how do we know? The story's never been told.
That's a good point. I feel like if you let your fear take over too much, you could potentially die. But that's only if you like wholeheartedly believe in that more.
You hear that, Justin? You might die of a heart attack if the black-eyed kid's coming to you. He's scared. He's terrified. I am not as much as him, but it's scary. All right, so let's go to our second account.
I was staying in my motorhome with my dog and got a knock on my door just around 3 a.m. It was completely pitch black, raining out, and what I noticed was a teenage girl with a hoodie on and backpack, and she had asked if she could come in. I said no and asked where are her parents. She didn't reply. I asked her if she was hungry or thirsty and dropped a lunch sack out my window for her with $20 inside. I made a comment about her safety and well-being, but again she stayed quiet. But this time she looked at my dog who was next to me and chuckled. It wasn't until my dog started going crazy that I realized this young girl was pale as a ghost, and she had strange black eyes. I immediately closed my window shut, grabbed my revolver, and watched her walk into the old railroad tracks along the highway.
That's what you got to do. You got to get the gun.
Yeah, I was going to say, another guy who took matters into his own hands. He ain't playing.
That's right. But what a nice guy. I never heard of anybody feeding the black-eyed kids, though, and throwing them a 20.
Yeah,
that was the first one I ever heard.
That was definitely an energy thing.
Very nice of him.
That is.
I don't know if she ever. I don't think she took the money, or I don't think she needs it where she's going or where she's from.
It probably didn't go anywhere. That's funny.
I'm not. I don't think I'd be involved in any black-eyed kid stories unless like they ran up on me on the street like the first lady, because I don't open my door. First of all, I don't even answer my phone, let alone open my door. So if I've gotten especially with my building, I got people knocking on my door looking for money, for crack, for whatever you need. So I don't answer for nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
So I will never be caught up. The fact that these people the fact that you're going to answer your mobile home door in the middle of a rainstorm in the middle of the night, I would not be doing that.
Oh, no. Good luck, Charlie. You got that outside.
All right, let's go to our next one.
I once worked at a department store as a warehouse stalker guy. One night I was on a ladder and saw this girl. She looked like she was in her 20s, but was dressed like a little girl. She had blonde pigtails and a pink dress with a lacy tutu-like pink bottom on it. She was leading this old woman around the store, begging for candy and toys, much like a small child would. I thought it was odd and was just watching from 10 feet above them. The old woman was not responding and just seemed dazed as this girl was throwing things in the cart and laughing. The girl turned and made eye contact with me, and I have never been more frightened in my life. Her eyes were blacked out, like blackout contact style. She kind of snarled at me and laughed. It was terrifying. I got down that ladder in record time and went to my warehouse terrified and told my co-workers. They laughed at me and went looking for the duo and could not find them anywhere. They thought maybe it was a weird kink or something these two were playing out. The cashier said they saw the old woman buying all of the candies and toys, but there was no girl with her.
Wow. That last part is insane.
Damn.
There was no girl. Nobody saw her but him.
Yeah. So they were trying to fuck with him specifically.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, you got to check the security footage at that point to see if she shows up on the camera, but I don't think she would.
I doubt it. Highly doubt it.
That's
the thing about spirit. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the thing about spirits is like they can really appear to you as so real. It's unbelievable. That's why I mean, of course, there's countless cases where people have seen something and they know that they saw that thing, and even if no one else has, that person has, it's because that spirit chose to not even materialize itself for that person, but it's messing with that person's
like psyche,
spirit vision. Yeah, like psyche kind of thing.
Just like appearing just to them. Or
yes,
maybe they're like on the same frequency with it. You know, maybe they're the only ones that could for some reason they're just vibing at the same level, or they're in tune, you know what I mean? Like you probably pick up on way more stuff than me if we walked in a haunted building.
Oh my gosh.
You'd probably be hearing shit. I'd be like, the spirits will be talking to you.
Oh, they do like regardless, but you have to stay protected. That's why I stay protected.
Help me, get me out of here. I want to do this and that. They won't talk to me because I don't, like I said, I don't even answer my phone. So
yeah, I wouldn't be listening.
They're not gonna get in my head.
Exactly.
They'll be getting in your head though. That's one of the only Black Eyed Kid stories I heard that was kind of in public around a bunch of people. So that was cool. The only other one I've heard is a very famous one, which I don't remember if I told this on the show before. I don't think I said it to you on that last show, where it was like from the account of a little boy, and his mom was getting her nails done in like this nail salon or something, and this black-eyed kid walked up to the car and asked the boy if he can come inside the car, and the boy was like, no, like, what are you doing? Like, get out of here. So then it goes to the mother's perspective, and she says that the little boy walked into the salon and asked her for the keys to the car, if he can get let in the car. And when she looked at him, he had the pitch black eyes. And they both saw the kid with the pitch black eyes. So the kid just walked into the salon in front of everybody with the pitch black eyes. That's the only other account that I remember hearing that was where the black eyed kid was in public, like in a populated area.
Yeah, no, that's insane. That's definitely something. Like, it's all...
Actually, there's more, because I remember I've heard a few where it's adults, like kind of like this one, the last one we just heard, but it's in passing. People will see them in passing. I remember now. I've read a few when I was researching this, where people would pass somebody on the street and they got black eyes. I think we read the one here on where the guy was on the bus and the guy was on the back of the bus staring at the guy and he had pitch black eyes.
Yeah, I believe, yes.
Yeah,
we did.
And people report driving by other people and they'll have the pitch black eyes, like they'll just drive by somebody on the street, they'll have the pitch black eyes. So there are a lot of reports of black-eyed, more black-eyed adults in public, really. Which you imagine, I'm going right home.
Yeah, right?
I'm calling an Uber right there, getting the fuck out. That would be wild, bro. That's crazy.
It is crazy. It's real though.
We got something crazier. Because along with the black-eyed kids, there is another entity around that is far less known, but I've heard rumblings of it for years. When I got into this whole stuff, when I got into researching the black-eyed kids, there was another entity that went hand in hand that there's not actually many stories of at all. When you look up black-eyed kids on the internet, there's many YouTube videos, there's many Reddit posts, there's all these different articles about it. But there's another one that isn't talked about that much, and that's the white-eyed kids. Oh, Justin just shit himself. I can hear it now. He's probably now he's messed up for real.
Oh
the white-eyed kids are as it sounds like. It's the black-eyed kids, but they just got white eyes. And people say that their thing is that they're more the harbingers of death. that if you see them, that means you're gonna die or somebody you love's gonna die. Because the Black Eyed Kids is not really known what they want or what they're there for or who they are. Or what do you think the Black Eyed Kids are?
I honestly, like, intuitively, I just saw the word coward and fear. So I think that they're just trying to scare people.
Right.
So I feel like they're entities that feel as though, I mean, it's easy to mess with people like that, you know, because I've seen a lot of black-eyed spirits, not exactly kids or people.
Yeah.
I've seen some, but even then, those are entities that they make themselves appear as humans to scare that person. So I believe that that's more of what that is. I feel like it has less purpose as opposed to what you're talking about with the white-eyed people.
Right. I agree. I think that the Black Eyed Kids are just basically entities appearing as something that would scare the shit out of you.
Yeah,
like,
to get a rise out of
Because it's even scarier for it to be like a child with black eyes. It's something way creepier about that. But the white-eyed kids, the rumor is that they kind of bring the word of death, like whether it's you or somebody else you love. So I got one white-eyed kid story that we're going to listen to that I found on Reddit right now. This is somebody's firsthand account with a white-eyed kid, and there's not many of these.
I got a job at this retirement home after I had to move out of my parents' house at the age of 18. Finding employment was proving difficult, so my best friend's mother, Lola, did me a solid and got me a job at the place she worked. The building was old. It was formerly a train station before it was converted into a retirement home. Since it was where many people lived for the remainder of their lives, there were a lot of deaths over the years, which meant there were shadow figures. I remember asking my coworker about them, and she said it wasn't uncommon to spot one in the corner of your eye. She told me not to worry about it. They were harmless. That was about the extent of the paranormal activity I had encountered. Anyway, the day I saw the white-eyed child was just a regular work day. I worked as a dishwasher, but I also helped prep, mainly peeling potatoes and helping with other little things. So, I was on my way to the pantry to grab something when this little girl popped up in front of me. It startled me so badly that I stopped dead in my tracks, half expecting to mow a little girl down. But she was gone just as soon as she appeared. I remember glancing around the kitchen, seeing if my other coworkers spotted the little girl, but they were all carrying on with their tasks as if nothing had happened. I recall some of her details. She wore a white, olden day dress, blonde pigtails, a white nightcap, with white eyes. I might have only seen her for a millisecond, but I'll never forget how her eyes had no irises or pupils. Beside my workstation was a door that led out to the dining room. The door had a small window. This is important to the story. These large windows in the dining room overlooked the street in front of the building. It was around 2 p.m. when I spotted red and blue flashing lights in that little window. My coworker came in shortly after in tears. I asked her what was wrong, and she informed me a resident had taken their life. For some reason, I decided to walk out of the kitchen to see that the entire street was filled with fire trucks, ambulances, and police. Again, I won't go into detail, but I will say it was horrible. I knew who the resident was. They were kind, they were caring, and they were a wonderful human being. Their passing weighed heavily on us all, making working at that place even harder. I'm unsure how to describe this next part, but the atmosphere felt heavy, not sad, but evil. I know I sound insane, but it was like on top of being sad for our friend. It was also like something had taken up residence in that building, like it was feeding off of our misery. There were a lot of deaths following this passing, a lot of health problems, and even the employees were suffering from the effects. I fell into a deep depression that I'm still suffering from, although that has been something I've been struggling with for a while.
Something is up in that building.
Some peas. That's sad.
And that is what they say about like negative energies, right? That they want to feed off of the negative energy that you give back to them. That sadness, the fear, all that stuff is like fuel to them.
Yes, it is major fuel. And I was actually thinking about that during the story when he was saying that it affected everyone very negatively, basically. And then he felt like something was feeding off of that. That
Exactly.
definitely it ties in together.
It's like a cycle. They deliver the negative energy to you, and then you give it back to them with the fear and with the depression and all that stuff. Yeah,
They
it's
become
like a sick cycle.
and you become weaker. Yeah.
Exactly. They feed off of you. I mean, so if the speculation is correct, that's what it sounds like, because the white-eyed kid was in the kitchen, and then all of a sudden, a couple hours later, somebody committed suicide. And it wasn't like, oh, it was an old person, so they had to, they died of natural causes. It was like a suicide. They jumped off. Sounds like they jumped off the building or something like that, because it sounded like it was a messy death. So very, very bad.
I don't know that person at all, and I'm not going to say much, but I intuitively feel like they had a lot of negative, like, I feel like maybe it may have been because of spirits, is like bad spirits, but I feel like they had so much negativity that piled up in their mind that it felt like overwhelming. They probably felt like the only way out was through passing away.
I can imagine. That's what they said about the building. Like, I could imagine they said the building was like really just a bad place before that.
Yes. All that energy was probably really weighing. I feel like that person may have been really empathetic, and they probably picked up so many energies that was not meant for them.
Right. Very possible. Very possible. So that's pretty much it for the black-eyed kids. That's it for the white-eyed kids. There you go. There's not much known about the white-eyed children. You let me know if you've seen one. You let me know if you've heard anything about it. But I still think the black-eyed children are scarier, to be real.
Yeah.
I think those are...
I feel like they're both very...
They got more of a
I
rep.
feel like they're both very weighing. I think that the black-eyed kids are more intentional. Like, they want to really piss your pants. But I feel like the white-eyed kids are more of just, this is what's going to happen.
They have a
and
purpose. Like a different purpose. Like, we're here with a message.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that black-eyed kids are usually seen together. There's multiple. It's rare you hear a story where it's just one. There's a few, but you usually hear about them when they come to people's doors. They're in like 2 or 3. But white-eyed children, they say, usually roll by themselves. Mm-hmm. If somebody were to see them, and that's what happened in this story here. So there you go. What'd you think of that? There's some more spooky black-eyed children stories for you.
I loved it. You already know. I'm sure Justin's happy it's over now.
He's in the corner right now. He probably paused it 5 times, and he probably stopped it. Shout out to Justin.
Through the Reddit stories.
Oh yeah. So hopefully we'll come with some more of these down the line in the future. And if you've ever seen one, you let us know. Speaking of seeing things, we saw the new trailer for the movie The First Omen, the next horror movie on the chopping block for us to watch. Electra, what'd you think about that trailer?
I actually thought it was pretty good. I thought it was I feel like it didn't reveal too much, so I feel like there's definitely mystery. Like, who is this girl? What is she doing? What's the purpose?
I can tell you that right now, because it was pretty. Oh, so you've never seen The Omens before?
No, hold on. So,
Okay.
like, I remember I went into read some of the comments, and they were saying that they're like, oh, this is a new version of that movie, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know anything about the original. You can tell me if you look.
Okay. You've never seen the Omen series before, where it's basically the devil in a little boy. He's like a little.
Okay. So that's what it is.
Satan as a little boy. So this is from what I'm imagining, because this is what people are saying in the comments, and I had to like clarify with people I know that are older than me that were around when the Omen pretty much came out, and they said that this is going to be Damien's mother. The kid's name is Damien, and so this is him being born. Because I couldn't remember if he was like adopted or what happened in the first movie. I haven't seen it in so long. So this looks like this is when he's born.
Okay, so Damien is the little boy
who's the devil.
He's possessed by the devil.
I think he like is the devil or something like that.
Oh, is the devil? Yeah. So this movie is a before
the Omen. Yep.
Before
the
okay.
original Omen.
I get it now.
You should definitely watch it. Let me know what you think about it.
Oh, that's cool.
Let's review this movie, and then we can talk about the other ones.
Yeah, maybe I should watch this one first, and then I'll watch the other ones after.
Just go in succession.
Yeah, that's cool.
That'll be good. It comes out April 5th, so we'll schedule it in if you want. We can talk about it when it comes out. So so continue what you thought about the trailer.
So I thought it was very interesting. I feel like it was very, how do I say it, kind of it seems very scary in a way. I feel as though for myself, I have a different, because of my own experiences with paranormal, I feel like my perspective is a little different. But excuse me, I feel as though if someone who isn't as, they're not as involved in that, they probably would get freaked out by something like that. And whoever that woman is, who I assume is Damien's mom, she feels evil as hell. Even I just feel like there was probably maybe even an energy on set or something, but something about that movie actually feels very sinisterly dark.
Like
I don't
the
know how to
actual
explain
movie,
it.
not like the story.
Yeah, it's just maybe both
Oh.
included. It just feels like the energy of the movie is dark.
Uh-oh.
But interesting.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
like people are gonna claim they got haunted from watching it, like with The Exorcist and The Conjuring. Better watch it with some
Yeah.
holy water.
Right?
Wow, well, you're more in tune than me, so you might be right. I don't know,
You don't see, like, I'll let you know.
but you're gonna watch it.
Yeah, I'll watch
That won't deter you from watching it.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
I
We'll
thought
see
that,
that.
I thought it looked cool. I thought it looked very much like The Nun too, though. It was like kind of like the same deal. But they're in the school, right? The girls in like a Catholic school or like a Christian school.
Something like that.
Or like in a
And then
boarding
they're all
school.
like together and afraid of this one girl. And
Yeah, it kind of very, very reminiscent of The Nun 2. Not that The Nun 2 was innovative at all. Not that it broke barriers or created a genre, but it just seems. I guess it's very close to when that came out. So it seems like very, very much like The Nun 2. And other people said that in the comments, but I think it looks good. I think it could be I think it could be better than The Nun 2 for sure.
Yeah.
Because The Nun 2 was alright, but this could be. I think this could be pretty good. I think this has a shot of knocking it out. Like you said, I don't think they gave too much away. Me watching have seen The Omens before. I kind of picked up on like little callbacks from the original movie that I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to let you pick up on those yourself. There was one major one that if you've seen The Omen, like the part on the roof. So I'm excited for it. I'm very excited for it. I think it's going to be better than the last two that we've discussed on this show. Hopefully it does not disappoint. Comes out April 5th, I believe, and we'll be back to talk about it.
Yeah, it's going to be great. You already know.
And we'll talk about the other ones because I haven't seen the other ones in so long. And I've actually never seen the original. I've seen the remake of the original. In 2007, I think they came out with the Omen like remake. So I've never actually seen. So I'm going to watch probably as many of the Omens as I can. I think there's 3 originals, 1 remake, and now we'll have this one to watch.
Hey, that's a lot.
So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be good. It's going to be great. Electra, you're on a lot of social media websites. You got a YouTube channel, so plug away. Tell us what you got going on, where to find you.
You could find me as Electrasoul, ELECTRA Soul. And I go also by like Electrasoul 444. If you look that up, you'll definitely find me. But the handle is Electrasoul on YouTube, Electrasoul 444 on Instagram, TikTok, and on Twitter or X. And yeah, that's basically you could just search that up alone and you'll find me. So yeah.
But beware of the imposters. There are many imposters.
Oh my goodness.
Not Electra 44444 or Electra 44. Yeah, underscore, money sign. No. There's many imposters, but heavily duplicated. But this is the original right here. You have many doppelgangers. I'm not talking to your doppelganger, am I? This is really you.
Keep that.
Okay, good. And you just started doing like some kind of like a new type of video on your channel we were talking about before we got on air. You want to talk about that? You want to plug that?
Yeah, for sure. So as everyone already knows, I already talk about a lot of manifestation, spirituality, and things like that in that area. And what I decided to do was, aside from the law of assumption, manifestation, and spiritual advices that I can give, I wanted to give advices that I know for myself has been extremely useful, things that I've learned over the course of my own experiences in my life and everything, just applying it and putting it out for people to pay attention to, whether it be as a reminder or, for something that someone can learn from, anything. But yeah, so it's just like a quick little, I don't edit it. That's the one thing. I don't trim any of it. It's from beginning to end. I'm talking straight. The only thing that I edit is I put in subtitles so people can understand it better. Nice. And yeah, that's basically it. I like how raw it is, though. I feel like it's a good touch to my channel, so I wanted people to learn from that.
It looks good. It's a good addition to the channel.
Yeah, I appreciate
Electra
that.
Unedited. The unedited files. That's great.
That's a good way to put it.
Make sure you come back to this channel on Friday because we're going to be opening up the beautiful TikTok Coca-Cola briefcase. You can see what's inside. Obviously, we're going to be doing a taste test. Obviously, there's a Coca-Cola in here. But, oh, there you go right there. You got to see what kind of Coke this is, what it tastes like. There you have it. Oh, how's the manifestation community going? Is there any like beef? How's the actual community? I haven't went down a manifestation rabbit hole in a while. Is there anything new we need to know about? Any new topics? Any new things?
If I'm being completely real, I do not do any research on any manifestation. If I'm being honest, like I just feel I definitely would say I'm a part of a lot of different kinds of communities in that regard, but I never ever take it upon myself to kind of, I don't know how it's not that I wouldn't branch out. It's more of just I don't put myself into a certain clique, I guess you can say. So honestly, I wouldn't know. I just know that what I'm doing, I'm fine with.
You're the big dog. That's right.
You feel me?
You're the big dog of the community. You don't need to do anything. You just do what you got to do, and that's it.
I'm humbled. Thank you.
That's right. The big dog, Electrasoul of the manifestation community. Head honcho, the boss. Yeah, so there you have it.
Shit, you already know.
Peace and love. See you next time. All right. Electra and I are fresh off of vacation to New York. Not together. We took separate trips, like 2 weeks apart or something like that?
Pretty much. About a week.
2 weeks apart. We both went to New York. Electra, how was your trip? Because you love going to New York. You go like way more than me. And I used to live there.
New York. I do go more than you do. Oh my God, it's always a blast. Honestly, when I was there, though, it was pretty freaking cold. But the last 2 days, it was actually pretty hot. So it was crazy to see how it went from like 40-degree weather to about 70. It was very contrasting, but it was very good. What'd you say?
It's like 70 now.
Yeah, it's hot there, no?
Yeah. It was like in the 50s when I was there. It was like perfect weather. It was just right when I was there.
Yeah, it's very windy at night. I love that.
Yeah. So where did you go? What did you do?
My sisters and I, so the Eternal Starlight, Suntora, Venus. Oh, yep. We were in New York City a lot. We were in Times Square a lot. Ugh. We were just going around to a lot of like the different areas of New York. I would say more of, honestly, we did stay in Jersey. So we stayed in Jersey and we would have to go to the city every day, but it was very close. It was about 20 minutes on a bus. And it was like all those kinds of different areas. I would say like Times Square again, Central Park, things like that. So all very local, but as beautiful as always. I'm sorry?
All the tourist areas.
Yeah, I would say so.
Everywhere I don't want to go when I go to New York, you go.
Yeah, right? There's a lot of people. I like people, though, so I understand.
No, definitely the opposite. Definitely the opposite. But we'll talk about mine because I ended up going there when I was there, which I haven't gone the last 2 times. So I ended up being in Times Square. But where's your favorite place to go when you go to the city?
Okay, honestly, I really love around Central Park area. I wouldn't say like in Central Park, but I like the area where it's very calm. I don't know if I'm getting it right. It's kind of near the ferry that goes to the Statue of Liberty. I like that area as well. I don't know what it's called. I forgot. But it's really pretty and it's very calm. And I feel like it's very beautiful. Just looks very nice, especially when the sun is setting.
Right. That's wild. Yeah. So you like Central Park, but we were talking earlier, you didn't know you'd ever been to the Central Park Zoo.
Yeah, I haven't been to the Central Park.
I would think you'd have been there like 5 times by now.
I know, right? Honestly, maybe I'll plan it for next time.
You've been to New York more times in last year than I've been in the 4 years that I've lived upstate.
That is so funny.
That shit is crazy.
Crazy.
But I should be going back more as time goes on. I'm going back again one more time this year. No, I think I'm going back twice this year already. So I got my times planned.
Yeah, you're catching up to me.
I got to get my numbers up. That's embarrassing.
Right?
You're there way more than me. What spots do you like to eat at? Do you have any favorite spots?
Man, I have been trying to go to Stoned for the longest. I don't know if you've heard of it.
They infuse everything with weed?
It's a THC induced anything, basically pizza, chicken wings, desserts. But the only thing that I've heard, one thing I've heard about is that I know somebody who ate there and they were knocked out for like 2 days straight. Yeah. So I'm a little
because anything you eat with weed, like the littlest bit will mess you up. So it's like you're gonna eat a whole slice of pizza, you're gonna be out for a week.
I'm not trying to be deceased.
Hell no.
Yeah,
I ain't
but
trying to get
besides
that stoned.
yeah, right? They have what's it called? Birria tacos. I think it's called birria. I can't remember if it's called that. I'm pretty sure, but it's like an outside taco place, and oh my God, I wish they had it
That's your
here.
spot.
We've been craving it like crazy.
So you mostly stay in Manhattan every time you go? You don't go to like the other boroughs?
In different areas. We usually stay in Queens, Brooklyn more,
Okay.
more in Brooklyn, the Bronx. Every time, not the Bronx. I'm sorry, in New Jersey. It's been different every time,
Okay.
literally every single time.
Okay. But you have gone to the Bronx Zoo,
Yes, I have.
which we'll bring up in a minute because I took my trip last week and man, was it a trip. It first of all, it started off with me having diarrhea. Let's just get that straight.
Oh God, at the zoo?
I don't know. No, not at the zoo. The zoo was later. There was a couple great parts of my trip, and there was just a couple of I don't even know what to call them. I don't know if to call them lowlights. It was just interesting aspects of my trip. There was one where I had diarrhea at my friend's house, and then she goes, "Oh, I'm gonna give you this tea. It's gonna help you. It's gonna help your stomach, right?" So I'm like, "Oh, I don't really need it. I took a Pepto-Bismol. She's like, no. She just makes me the tea anyway, and she's like, "Listen, just take 3 sips of this tea. It's gonna help your stomach." I forgot what she said it was supposed to be, like turmeric or something like that. And she's like, "Yo, this is gonna heal your stomach right now." So I drank the tea. I drank like 3 sips. Like, "Oh, it's okay, whatever." I'm still going to the bathroom, right? And she, maybe like, I don't know, maybe like 10 minutes later, she calls me in. She goes, "You're going to be really mad at me." And I was like, "What?" She's like, "That tea I thought was such and such, but really it's this thing." And she's like, "Do you know what it does?" And I'm like, "I can imagine." And she's like, it loosens your bowels." I was like, "Bro, they were loose enough. What do you mean?" No wonder I'm still shitting everywhere.
Sometimes, oh my
I'm
goodness.
like, "Bro, thanks a lot. Thanks for." And she usually helps me out on every other aspect, but this was just a little oversight, I would say.
Had to let him out.
Just
let out the nutrients.
My bowels were already loosened enough in that moment. So that's how my trip started. Okay, that's how it began. Then I go to my buddy Clay's house, which we all know and love Clay. And as you can see, I have an injury on my hand because when I was at Clay's house, he has a beautiful dog named Shally, who I've known for a long time. She's 10 years old. She's not a puppy. And we were hanging out, and I hung out with her the first day, and I patted her on the head, and she started growling at me. I'm like, okay, probably not gonna do that again. But she doesn't like do anything crazy. She hangs around, she sniffs you, she chills out, blah blah blah. So then I just kind of forget that she even growled at me.
Yeah.
And then the next day I'm playing video games, hanging out, and she's sitting in my spot on the couch, and she looks really cute. She's like, it's like a little dog. She looks nice. She looks just so cute. So I end up reaching to pet her back, and bam, she snaps onto my hand, bro. And she treated my hand like a rat, like if she was killing a rat. Like she just chomped on, and then just started shaking my hand. And I was trying to get it out, bro. She got a nice piece of my hand, bro. There was blood everywhere, blood on the floor. Oh my God. Yeah, I did not expect to get a tetanus shot on my trip to New York, but I had to.
You get one?
Yeah, I had to get one. I thought about it at first. I was like, should I get a tetanus shot for this? And then I said, nah. But then then a few people were like, did you get you don't want to get a tetanus shot? I was like, oh, I guess I should. I thought it was only for like nails and stuff, but I guess it's for dog bites. And I can't remember the last time I got one. So I was like, I got to get one now.
I cannot believe that.
Yeah, so Shally took a nice little piece of my hand. It was great. It was wonderful. She looked like she had a great time playing with my hand. And I was there for like the rest of the week, and she was fine. Like she didn't even. I just didn't touch her again. I did not even go near her. She would come to sniff me, and I'd get all tense. Like, oh boy, you gonna take a chunk out of my leg now? Like, what's about to happen? But other than that, she's a real sweetheart. That was the first. I don't think I've ever been bitten by a dog. That was the first time. Yeah, that was the first time I ever got bit by a dog, let alone my friend's dog. Yeah, it was pretty wild. Right? It hurt. Oh my gosh, she dug her fucking teeth in there. and moved her head around like she had a great time.
I'm sorry, that's so funny. Like,
Yeah, she had a great time with my hand. So
yeah, clearly.
then that was another aspect of my trip. Then I decide that I'm gonna do something I never really do, and that's go to the Bronx Zoo. So Cemetery Girl and I go to the Bronx Zoo, and it's a Wednesday, which I knew that Wednesday is like free zoo day. So you can go for free if you sign up. I didn't know you had to sign up online. So we ended up paying like, I think, half price or something like that. So it's basically like a free day at the zoo for a lot of people. Right. So I'm like, oh, okay. It's going to be, I said, the zoo's going to be a zoo. It's going to be a little packed. So we go in, and it is like 10 times more packed than I can ever even imagine. Okay. It was like walking through like a street in Times Square, but the whole zoo. The whole, you couldn't, like, we're like bobbing and weaving in between people. You can't even see any animals because there's like 10,000 people in front of you, and we're lost because we didn't bring a map. We're looking for like, oh, she wants to go see like a panda or something like that. And I'm like, okay, let's go. And we can't even find everything. There's people behind us. There's people in front of us. And then I realized, I was like, oh, there's a lot of families here. There's a lot of children here. That's because it was spring fucking break. And I didn't realize it till I got there.
Wait, in April?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was in March.
I don't know if it's spring break, but my nephew was off. So I found that out on Tuesday night, and I didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
So my mom was like, oh, your nephew's off for the week or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay. And I just said, you know what we should do? Let's go to the Bronx Zoo on free Wednesday with all the kids off of school. And man, those kids were coughing and sneezing. I looked at her, I said, we're getting the fuck out of here. Only thing we got to see was the red pandas. We got to see the red pandas because we snuck into like there's like a wooded area that you're not supposed to go in, that's like next to where the exhibit is. And we just snuck in there. We looked at the panda, and then we kept hearing the sneezing and the coughing and the hacking. I mean, it was just I've never seen the zoo like that ever.
Ooh,
it was horrendous.
It was a zoo everywhere.
We probably spent 15 minutes in there.
I would have dipped.
I think I spent 30 because then another 15 was her trying to go to the bathroom. The bathroom line was out of control.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
But she had to go so bad. So I was like, all right, I'll wait for you to go to the bathroom. It was an absolute. Then some little kid is like stabbing me with a sword, and his mom was there. She's like looking at him. It's like a fake sword. He's just like, looking at, he's like stabbing me, and I'm like, and his mom is just looking at him, and she doesn't even care. This kid is harassing me. He's like 3, so I'm just like, I'm just playing along. I'm like, oh my god, but I'm like, I don't really want to be poked right now, kid. Like, thanks a lot. No, mom's just hanging out, doesn't even care.
Jesus.
It was an absolute mess, man. It was an absolute mess.
I
did go to Times Square, and that was a mess. I did go to Fordham Road. You ever been to Fordham in the Bronx?
Fordham?
Yeah.
No.
Ugh,
no.
Don't go. Dude,
what is it?
Go. It's just like it's like a Times Square version of the Bronx, I guess. It's just like very populated. Like there's stores everywhere. It's not like exactly like Times Square, but there's stores everywhere. There's people everywhere. Every time I go there, somebody's either getting beat up. Like every time I went there, somebody got beat. I think somebody got shot last time we were there. Like when we were there, they had the police tape out. Yeah, they had the police tape out, and I think Cemetery Girl said somebody got shot. So every time I go there, somebody's getting injured, somebody's getting harmed. There used to be a guy around there that Dre and I used to see when we would go. He was like this. He was like this guy who used to take pictures of his penis and staple it to himself.
Are you serious?
Yeah, like and tape it to himself. He had like pictures of his penis tabled. Like, yeah, it was crazy.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Fordham is just packed. It's just too much noise. I hated it, but we ended up stopping to get some good food, so that was good. We got some good food.
It can make up a whole day.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely a day. My feet hurt after the day. We went from the Bronx Zoo to Fordham to Times Square, but we had a good time. We went to the movies, and let me tell you, the movie theater concessions like $10 a pop for everything now. It was like $10 for popcorn.
$8 to $12 now for everything. Yeah,
like,
pretty much. You're right.
I was like, damn.
It's also because of the area. You feel me?
Oh,
They
yeah.
know. They know
Yeah,
motherfuckers gonna pay. You feel me?
So other than having diarrhea, getting bit, and possibly getting some kind of disease that I don't know, because, you know, kids got all kind of shit. You got to ask Dre. He's always sick from the kids he's working with. So I was expecting to walk out of there with some kind of fucking flu, some kind of new strain of the flu out of the Bronx Zoo. Thank God, I nothing yet. I don't know if it's incubating, but I walked. Besides that, this was like the best trip to New York I've ever taken. I hung out in Staten Island for like the whole time.
Yeah.
And all I did was play Xbox. That's like literally all I did was play the new RoboCop game. And let me tell you this. I saw the RoboCop game come out. I saw the trailer. I said, it looks all right. Like, it looks like whatever. I'm probably never, ever going to play it. Well, Keith had it on his Xbox, and I played that shit for days. I was really trying to beat that, yo. RoboCop is the shit.
Damn.
You're blasting people's heads off. There's like all different kind of enemies. There's like these different, like there's like robot enemies, human enemies. I'm not even paying attention to the story because I'm just trying to get through the game. Like they're just talking and I'm just fast forwarding through all the dialogue. I just want to shoot people. I just want to choke people out, blow people up. It's kind of I don't know. It's kind of a long game, I think, because I played it for a couple days and I didn't beat it yet. But now I'm tight because now like I'm gone and now my game is gonna be. They're gonna play over my game now.
Right.
So now I gotta buy an Xbox because I don't even have the Xbox to play it. I gotta get Xbox S. So now I gotta get a new Xbox so I can play RoboCop all over again. It was the best, dude. Like I literally just ate and played RoboCop for most of my vacation.
That sounds like heaven.
If you guys ain't played that shit yet, you gotta get on the RoboCop. The only thing I don't like is I had to upgrade him because he's like a robot. And I didn't even know how. I'm not even good at anything like that. So I had to like upgrade his motherboard. I don't even know how to do that. So luckily Keith was there to. He was there to do it for me. He was like, "All right, I'll hook you up. I'll get your guy ready to go." And I accidentally erased Keith's game. So his guy was like suited out. Like he had everything. He got all the guns, all the hardware, and I just erased his game. So that was obviously that was a bad move. I felt very bad about that. So I'm sure he's playing it right now, upgrading the game again.
Probably even better than the first.
Oh yeah, that dude's a nut. Every game he has, he maxed it out. He played Harry Potter. He got every wand. He got every cloak. He got every animal.
Every Fortnite skin or whatever.
That's it, because I don't even play video games here anymore. I rarely play video games in my house. So to me, a vacation is just playing video games. Clay said I'm a very easy person to please. Just give me sugary drinks and a console. And I'm good. I don't need anything else.
Right there.
I don't care if the dog bites me. I'm fine. I'm staying.
Yeah.
I'm still playing.
I like how optimistic you are. I like that.
I was like, listen, I touched her, so I started it. You know, she popped off on me. I touched her first. She growled at me the first time. That was her warning. I was like, listen, I gotta play. I don't care about no injury. I gotta play my RoboCop. I don't care what happens to my hand. I'll play with one hand. I gotta do it. So it was the best trip. It was definitely the best trip I've ever taken there. I've taken 3. This is the third one, and this was the first trip that I was like, do I want to move back? Like, I've never said that before. I'm always like, nah, never. I never go back. Not a chance.
Yeah, you used to say that a lot. You're like, I hated it there.
I hated it. It was terrible. I went on the train so much. Like, and I know that it's worse now on the train, but I didn't experience any of it when I was there.
Yeah, you see, it's all about his perspective. Because even when I was there, when we were there, it was so much. It was fun as fuck. You know, there was not an issue. Yeah, we saw a dookie in the subway, but like not in the subway
I grew up seeing that
subway. But like, whatever. You know, it was.
I think if I was commuting every day, I'd see a lot because most of my that's when my friends see a lot of stuff is when they're commuting, not really like going out on the weekend. It's just like the more you take it, you know, the more you're going to see. But there's definitely a lot of people smoking K2 on the train and smoking crack on the train, which I've definitely seen my fair share of, but I think it's a lot more now.
Yeah, you're probably right. I still think, thankfully, it's about perception.
Right.
So manifesting, seeing the best.
I guess I manifested the best trip to New York yet because that's what this was.
I love that for you.
Just fucking ate and chilled. Had a few days where I went out, but really most of my time was inside, which is everybody knows that's what I love about. That's how I want my vacation to be. inside.
Yes.
1 or 2 days where I walk around and I do things, but most of the time I just want to hang out. I just want to chill. Like I'm not that active, you know what I mean?
Active, yeah, I get you entirely.
So I should be back to New York very, very soon.
It'd be so fun for you.
You got any more planned for the rest of the year?
Me? Honestly, I might. Don't know. We might go back to New York in June as well, actually.
Really?
Yes, we might. We don't know yet. But besides that, we wanted to plan some more travels and things like that. But I think it's more about waiting to see the perfect time for everything, you know? So we're gonna wait, we're gonna see. And yeah, that's basically it. But I'm, you know, I want to live my best life no matter what. So
would you ever move there?
To New York?
Yeah.
That's definitely, since I was little, are you kidding? When I was little, I used to cry obsessively because I wanted to live in New York.
Wow.
I have family there and I just loved it there and this and that. And even I remember last year in March 2023 when we all went to New York, I began to miss New York again in that way where not crying and all that, but more of just I really want to be here. And I feel like there's a place in New York for me. I do feel like that. I feel like maybe own a property there and somewhere else maybe.
Property, man, you got some good investments. You getting property in New York?
Yeah, you gotta, you gotta
be making some big money to do that. You're paying a lot for just like a 1-bedroom over there.
Fuck that. If I'm gonna live in New York, it has to be top tier. So I'll wait it out.
You want to live like in the city, or you want to live on the outside and then get it like travel in the city?
You know, it's actually funny. The last time when we were there, we were talking about how living in New Jersey low-key seems more ideal, only because I feel like New Jersey is a lot cleaner. For one, I need cleanness. I need clean shit.
Right.
New
York is definitely not clean.
I think it's different. What'd you say?
I said New York is definitely not clean.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But I do like the Jerseys. It's like not an off-brand version of New York, but it's a different version that you're easily able to commute to New York. So if I were to live in New York, it'd probably be in Jersey. And then I would just go over to New York anytime I please.
There you go. That's what you got to do.
Exactly. You got to make it work, you know?
Did you see any of the new turnstiles? Because I didn't see any of those. You know the new turnstiles they apparently got where it's like you can't hop it or you can't get around it at all? I think it's like doors now. I think it's like plastic doors. They have like these new turnstiles they're working on, so they're big on stopping fare evasion right now in New York City. New York City, you know, they got nothing better to do because, you know, the crime is so low there that really they just focus on fare evasion. Like that, nothing's happening at all where they need to focus on anything else except people hopping the train. That's exactly what New York should be focusing on, is people hopping the train, not any of the murders or anything else that's happening there. People cutting each other's faces, which happened a lot when I was there, but now it's like happening even more now. And you know, they'll just let people out the same day. My friend's a cop, and he says like he'll arrest a guy that got like a bunch of assault charges and a bunch of felonies. They'll find him with like a big knife that's like as big as a machete, and next thing you know, the guy's waving goodbye. He's right back on the street, and he'll arrest the guy like another week later, and they'll let him out. So, you know, New York is really they got their priorities in check, as they always do.
They're just lazy? Like, I don't understand.
No, they're not. No, because now they're working on getting gun detectors in the subway. Because, you know, if there's one thing New York should do is spend money on gun detectors. That's what, you know, not anything else like education, or we should totally spend money on AI gun detectors. So that way when the guy gets caught with a gun, nothing will happen anyway. The guy will just go get a new gun.
Yeah, you know. That is incredible. I did not know that.
Yeah, I was hearing about that while I was down there. That apparently they're trying to test out gun detectors in the subway. Which now their new thing is they want a more police presence in the subway. But it's like you can't spread. Okay, they want police presence in the subway, but then they're gonna cut down on the police. So it's like you're gonna put the officers in the tracing, but you're not even gonna have that many officers to begin with. Exactly. So that doesn't make any sense. And yeah, that's their new thing, is keeping the subway safe. So they're gonna have these, apparently working on these gun detectors for so they're gonna just spend a bunch of money, and they're not even gonna be in all the stations, by the way, because it's impossible. So it doesn't even make sense. They're gonna have them in Times Square, probably have them on 59th Street. They'll probably have them on maybe 14th Street. So it's you don't think the guns are gonna come from everywhere else?
Yeah, seriously, that's insane.
It's just you're not gonna be able to stop the leak. You're not gonna be able to stop it by putting gun detectors in 5 stations.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. I'm disappointed.
New York
I'll be honest.
I mean, they know what they're doing. Mayor Adams. Did you ever see when he went on the Breakfast Club and he was talking about how he used to roll? What did he say?
No.
He used to. I have it in my phone.
He used to roll.
This was a classic here.
I know what it is to buy a nickel bag and make 8 joints so mommy can feed herself. I know what it is to run numbers.
He knows what it is to break down a nickel bag into 8 joints. I don't know if nickel. First of all, they don't even make nickel bags anymore. That stopped when I was in 8th grade. But if anybody remembers what a nickel bag was, it was this big.
It's
big, $5. $5 worth of weed is a joint.
Wigs, I'm asleep because what the fuck?
I don't know if he meant an ounce. I don't know if he meant he was buying an ounce and breaking it down for to make some joints. But honestly, I mean, that's what I want to. That's exactly the credentials I want in a mayor, is that he was dealing drugs. That's exactly what I want to hear. And not only do you say that, but you get it wrong. So it's either you're being disingenuous, which is definitely the case. Like when Hillary Clinton went on the show and she said she carries hot sauce in her bag when she was running for president. We believe that one. Sure. Yeah, sure, buddy. We really bought that one. I don't know why the politicians love to come to the Breakfast Club and they love to just act like they're so urban. It's so transparent, man. It's so ridiculous. This is the mayor that literally has a theme song when he goes into the press conferences. He plays Empire State of Mind. Did you ever see that?
No, what the fuck?
He plays Empire State of Mind when he comes into New York, which is literally, honestly, not even a New York song. It is, but if you ask me to make a New York playlist, that's not the first one on my playlist.
Yeah.
That's at the end. I'm gonna put on some, I'll probably put the New York song that Jadakiss and fucking Fat Joe made when I was. That's a way cooler song,
That is crazy that you say Jadakiss. I watched Honey, the movie. Honey, the movie.
Yeah.
Alba the other day, and in the movie, she's in Jadakiss's music video, and you saying that reminded me of that.
I forgot about that. Yeah, so he'll come out, he'll play Empire State of Mind, everything's great, everything's awesome in New York, like it's not overrun and overpopulated, and people are just in the streets everywhere. It's just a beautiful place. And let me tell you this, I heard Empire State of Mind in Times Square, and I just wanted to vomit because I've had enough of that song.
I've heard that song so many times in Times Square.
It's so annoying, is it?
It's like the tourist national anthem.
Exactly.
On purpose.
Exactly. It's a tourist national, and you know who's playing it? I didn't even realize it. Those guys that have the bikes and you can ride in the back.
They play it
for $50 for 2 blocks. It's okay, so if I do pay for this, do I want music blasting behind my freaking head? Let alone this shit that I've heard this a million times. I cannot even count. And then it was stuck in my head for the rest of the day, which pissed me off because I don't even like it anymore.
Oh my god!
I liked it when it came out, and then it was played out.
It's always just Alicia Keys' part.
Yeah, they don't even play. Yeah, that's the part I always hear. It's like they put on a loop.
New York.
They put on a fucking loop. I remember when I was on the wrestling team, and it was the year that song came out. And they're like, oh, what do you guys want to come out to? And I'm like, oh, how about we come to something cool, like Metallica or like DMX, or how about we come out something really, we're gonna fuck you up type of music. Like, how about Empire State of Mind? And that's what we came out to for a whole year. Empire State of Mind.
Not a wrestling song.
No, I did not feel like I wanted to do any wrestling. I felt like I just wanted to just get out of there. I felt embarrassed.
That is so funny.
I'm doing push-ups to Empire State of Mind right now. That's gonna strike fear in the opponent's heart. The other kids are coming out to Metallica, and they look all tough, and No, here we come out to fucking Alicia Keys.
Bye.
It was bad. It was bad. And I haven't heard that song till I went to Times Square. I have not heard that song in like years. It's like not on anything that I watch or anything like that. So as soon as I heard it, I was like, ugh, I did not.
Its sleeve.
It was
Came there.
played out.
Yes.
But of course, that's a song that the beautiful mayor comes out to, you know, our wonderful drug dealing mayor who is on top of crime. The guy on top of things. He knows exactly what's going on.
New York has so much potential.
Yeah, we need to get that. We need to get him out of here. We need to get him out of there. I don't think I've ever in my life disliked a mayor before. This is the first time in history. Either I'm getting older or he's just that bad.
I'm asleep. He said I'm getting older or he's just that bad.
Yeah, either I'm just getting into politics or he's just that bad. I don't even know. But switching gears right now, Late Night with the Devil, new horror movie that hit streaming services and apparently is breaking records right now. I didn't see exactly what records, but I saw the headline and that was good enough for me. So I'm just going to repeat the headline and say it was breaking records on streaming sites. It's a movie that is set in the 70s or the 80s, right? Something like that?
70s,
yeah. The 70s of a talk show host who is doing a Halloween special and he has a possessed girl on the show. And that's really all the synopsis I'm gonna say. I don't want to give too many spoilers out, but we watched it last night. What did you think of the movie?
Oh my gosh. Okay. I actually really thought it was very interesting, very dark. The ending isn't good, which is fine because it's not like good, I don't mean good in the way that it was bad for me. I'm saying the energy wasn't good, but
it was like a bad ending for the movie, for like the story.
I thought it was very informational in the sense. I like how it opened up with how the 70s had a lot of demonic things in it, like Charles Manson and all these cults and all that stuff, because that is very true. But the one thing that bothered me, if I'm honest, I really did not like how none of these actors had a 70s type voice at all. They all sounded modern day. All of them.
They 70s voice. I got to look that up and see what a 70s person. What does that sound like?
Look it up. You'll hear it. You'll hear a difference. They sounded like they were just on TikTok on break 5 minutes ago. I don't know how to explain it. Like they just had the normal modern day voice. And it bothered me. But besides that, it was very interesting. I thought it was very cool. I thought it was very dark, yes, but very accurate. I will say that. It's very accurate, for sure.
Right. You already know what's going on there. You like the possession scene and all. The possession scene was good.
Yes.
When she finally, when they let the demon out, I guess, and the demon takes over her body and she's talking to the camera. That was actually good.
Hypnosis part, very accurate.
The hypnosis part was really good. Because you were like, what the fuck is going on? And then it's like, not that, but then it is that. It's crazy.
Like the demon stuff, that's really how it is. They make you see things that aren't there.
Yeah. And I like how you said in the beginning where they showed the background in the 70s, but I like how they don't not only showed the background in the 70s, but the beginning kind of looks like a documentary, and then it leads into like the actual movie itself because it has like a narrator, and it shows the progression of the talk show and the guy's life and how they end up where they are in that point in that time, like how they end up at the Halloween special, like why they're there. This is not a big spoiler, but the guy's wife dies, and like the show is tanking, so they're like trying to get ratings, which is why they end up having this possessed girl on, and they don't like get her off when they should. Because there's a point where they're like, all right, you shouldn't have this girl on anymore. He's like, well, we need these ratings right now, so. Yeah. We got to keep her on. So I did like that aspect of the movie, the beginning, when they kind of gave you the rundown of how the guy started the show. And it's like maybe 10 minutes, maybe not even. And he shows his life and everything. And then they just go, okay. And then it's essentially a found footage movie where they're like, all right, well, now we're going to show you what that whole airing of the talk show. Like we're not an unedited version of the talk show plus behind the scenes stuff that was captured. I was like, I like the way they formatted the movie.
Very much. I did too. I was unsure at first if the narration was going to continue throughout the whole movie, but I actually liked that it was like the first 10 minutes, it showed a very clear picture of what was occurring, how it was happening. And then, yeah, I just thought it was very interesting, especially the behind the scenes stuff, because, usually it was more of the way that the camera was, okay, you're going behind the scenes or like you're going behind stage, the camera would just follow the person behind stage. It wouldn't be like a cut.
Yeah,
Now they're
yeah.
behind. It was very continuous within everything. I like that a lot.
And they definitely made it good. Like they changed the way the cameras were for the behind the scenes, so it didn't look like
Yes.
the talk shows. Like definitely two distinct looks.
Yes.
Yeah, that was really cool. I like the cast, what they did. Not like the actors, obviously, but like the characters were good. How they had the skeptic there that was like totally just calling bullshit on everything for the whole movie until everything popped off, and then my man was sick after that. Like he was tight.
Shit hit the fan.
And they did a good job of doing the background on why the girl was there. I like that too. It wasn't like, oh, this is just some possessed girl. Like she just played with a Ouija board and she was possessed. They gave her a good backstory, which I'm not gonna say. I don't want to it's not a huge spoiler, but I'll just leave it to I'll let you guys watch that. But I like where she came from and how she came to be and how she was possessed.
I entirely agree. I really thought it was interesting, especially when she would state things as though, oh, wait, okay, we mentioned that she's possessed. So I didn't want to spoil too much, but basically the point where she as well was talking about, oh, I apologize if the demon says anything rude and things like that. Because that's really how it is. She said that she couldn't remember, the things that the demon was saying through her. That is actually how it is when you are possessed.
And the girl did a great job of playing herself and like a creepy, demonic, possessed. Because that's where they could have messed it up when they did the possession scene. I was like, how's this gonna go? And I really like at first the voice was different, and then it slowly, as you can see, like it was like her voice was dominating, and then the demon's voice was slowly creeping up, and then eventually it just became like the demon's voice. You know what I mean? Like when she first started talking with the voice, it was kind of like low key under her breath. And then it would slowly escalate to only by the end of the movie, it was just straight. She was straight possessed.
Exactly. It was so crazy.
Yeah.
That movie was crazy.
And when shit popped off, it popped off.
Yes.
I was like, yo. And in the movie, I mean, I did watch it like in sections. I like started to watch it, and then I went to do something. And not because I was bored. I just like had to do stuff that day. But it felt like the movie was quick. Like it didn't feel like it dragged.
It was very quick. I mean, besides the fact I'm used to watching like 2-hour long movies, this movie was about an hour and 36 minutes, I believe, or 38 minutes.
Okay.
Not long at all. Very.
But it didn't drag. They didn't have anything in that I was like, okay, they could have cut this out. This was kind of boring. Or like this didn't need to be like the whole dynamic, because it's like he wants to keep the show going. People are telling him to stop doing the show. He's like, nah, fuck that. His producer's telling him to keep going. There's like a bunch of stuff going on at the same time. And I thought it made for a very interesting story. And two things I loved about the movies, two things I like about a lot of like movies that stand out to me are movies that happen on like during like plays or that are made during movies. But this is like a TV show, but it's like the same thing. I like to watch a movie that's set during a play or a movie or a TV show. For some reason, I always like that. I like horror movies or books that are set during like filming of something. And the other thing is I like movies that are set and they only take place on one night. That the whole thing is either a night or through one day. It's not days, it's not months. Like everything happens in a day or one night, like Clerks, or I used to like Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist. You ever seen that? It's like a rom-com movie, and it takes place like in one night pretty much. But I love movies like that where it's just one night done. Like the whole thing takes place in sequence of events like that. So that's what I immediately liked about it. And I can't find much wrong with it. Like there's not really anything I could say that I guess I wish there could have been more possession stuff, but for what they were doing, it's like you really couldn't fit any more in. That was it.
Yeah.
Like they did as much as they could with the possession. So although I would have liked to see a little more, like maybe it could have been a little longer in my opinion.
It could have been. I agree. I think around an hour 50 mark would have been perfect.
Yeah, another 10 minutes of her like doing some crazy shit, I wouldn't have minded at all. Because when it started to pop off, I was like, is it over? I was like, no way. And then it kind of goes to that little ending that we're not going to talk about, but the ending was good. I don't think
Shit.
they could have ended it much better, to be
It
honest.
was very crazy. Very
was like-
crazy.
I
I
was-
low-key didn't expect that. High key.
Mm-mm. When it started to pop off, I was like, well, how they gonna wrap this up? Like
Exactly.
this is getting real crazy. And then it's also like you don't even know with the ending what really happened.
Yeah.
Because you saw one thing, and then at the end, it didn't look like that. Like that's exactly what happened. You know what I mean? It looked like something else happened. So you're like, you'll never know. And then the whole thing with the deal, that was crazy. I'm not gonna say, but with the deal that went on,
That, honestly, I want to talk about it, but
I
like,
was like, fuck.
we're not gonna talk about it.
You already
but-
know when the devil's around, there's deals are made. So we'll just leave it at that. But there was I was like, whoa, no way, dude. It was sad.
Yeah, it was
sad.
very, definitely.
It definitely, I'm going to give the movie a 4. Solid 4 out of 5.
Okay.
It wasn't like spectacular, but it was really good.
It's good. I would say like a 4.3 out of 5.
Okay. You know,
I liked it a lot. I just did not like the 70s voice, but it bothers me, but
I
it's
gotta
okay.
look that up.
It's just because it didn't again, it's only because it seemed too modern. They were modern ass people, which is fine. But you know what I mean? Probably, maybe not.
Do you mean, is there like some slang, like where they could have like talked like more 70s like verbiage? Or is
It's
it just the
it's like the
voice?
tone of voice. It's not even slang. It's just like the way that they talk is you just look up interviews from the 70s and you'll see how they all speak. It's very, you hear how I'm talking right now.
Yeah.
No one from the 70s would talk like this,
Oh, and yeah, you say they were talking like modern.
like classic. Yeah, they talk more classically.
Interesting. I gotta look into that. I didn't even notice that. That's
Actually, I
wild.
think when I watched the trailer, someone said that too. They were like, "Oh, it bothers me that they don't sound like they're from the 70s." And I was
Really?
like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Oh shit, they don't." And then, I didn't stop hearing it.
Did you see how many production studios had a hand in making this movie in the beginning? It was like it didn't end. Like the beginning where they showed how many
There was, like,
studios?
5, bro. There were like 5 fucking
5 studios.
Yeah, a
And
lot.
after a while, I was like, "This got to be a parody. This got to be fake." Because at the end, it was like Spooky Studios, and I was like, "I've never heard of that. I've never heard of Spooky Studios." I was like, "That just sounds fake." I was like,
That's so
Spooky
funny.
Studios, like, and half of them I've never seen before. Like the first one, I was like, "Okay, I've seen that," and then I'm like, "Okay, who's that? Okay, who's that?" And then it just keeps going. I'm like, how many studios made this freaking movie? So all these studios, and nobody said, "Hey, we need some 70s voices here."
Right? Like y'all can work on it a little bit because actors are able to do that. They can work on the different. You're not going to be in the 40s talking like you're in 2020.
Yeah, like saying like "bruh."
It's kind of like in the
What up,
Notebook.
brah?
In the Notebook, they spoke like they were in the 40 or the third. Was it the 40s? It was set. They spoke like it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll peep it if you like look into it. But yeah.
Well, it can't be perfect, you know. It can't be a perfect movie, but it was good. It was a fun watch. Definitely recommend it. It was
Yeah, it is.
definitely up there.
Very good.
I don't know. I guess I did enjoy the first Omen more because I gave that like a 4. It was like a higher 4 range.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know if I gave it like a 4.3 or 4.5, but you got to see that. That you're gonna like.
Watch the second one, right?
Say that again. Say that again.
Watched the second one recently.
The Omen.
Yeah, or was it the first? Oh
It's
no,
like
you're
a
talking about
prequel.
the versions, the 2 versions, right?
Yeah, well, this Omen is a prequel to the first one.
So you like the first one though better?
I haven't seen them in a long time.
Okay.
We were supposed to watch it, but then I got caught up. I went on break and everything. We were supposed to watch all the Omens, and I just haven't seen. I started to watch the first one, but I can't make a concrete decision on because I saw that one, the remake, when I was like a little kid when it came out.
Yeah, true.
So we got a rain check on the Omen talk. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna bring it back, but you'll like the first Omen. You'll like that.
I'm sure I will.
We got to review the new Terror movie coming out next month.
Oh my God, that is so funny. I watched the commercial for that last night.
What do you think about it?
Honestly, I have to see more because the commercial I saw wasn't too good, no offense, but maybe it'll be better than I think because I'm very optimistic. So we'll see. But it only didn't look too good because of it was the editing was silly. So maybe it was just the trailer. You get me? But it
Yeah.
wasn't even a trailer. It was like a 10-second ad of it.
Okay.
You get me? So maybe it was just that. But I gotta see it because obviously I'm interested in tarot and things like that. So
Yeah.
I want to see how you represent it.
We got to review that. We'll do something about that.
Yeah, for sure.
I remember seeing the trailer, but I don't remember anything about it. And I'm not even gonna watch it now. I'm just gonna go into the movie.
Yeah, right. Let's see what happens.
Because nowadays that's what you should do anyway, because they give away all the stuff in the trailer anyway. So
they do. They really do.
So I don't even if I see a movie that I kind of like it, if I just like the vibe, I'm like, I'm not even gonna watch the whole trailer. I'm just gonna shut it off now and watch it later. That's it.
Because they play in your face.
So we'll be back with a tarot review.
Yes, we will.
And maybe we'll do some tarot stuff. Maybe we'll talk about tarot on that one.
Maybe
we
do
something about that.
Yeah, we can.
Break down the tarot cards. We get into that. Get into the tarot world.
Tarot does not lie. So.
I'm excited for the Planet of the Apes movie too. Are you into those?
I'm not into it, but I'm down for it. I don't care. I will watch
those have been out for. I'm surprised they're making a new one. They haven't made one in a long time.
They're very early 2000.
They
can't
were
remember.
like 2000. I think the first one came out. Well, the first one of this series was 2011.
11. Okay.
So they've been making these for a hot minute, and this is the 4th installment. So I've been excited. That comes out next month too. Like, and The Strangers comes out. I know you're not into those kind of movies, like the masked killing movies, right?
Oh yeah, I don't like murders, blood everywhere.
Love it.
But everything else, I'm
I can't wait for The Strangers next month. And you're into The Crow, like the Crow movies. You ever seen that?
Oh my goodness, no, I haven't, but I know of that movie.
Oh, well, they're coming out with a Crow remake, and people seem to like the look of it.
They're doing a remake.
Yeah,
interesting.
With the dude from It. You know who that is?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it must be good.
He's gonna play the Crow. Yeah, it's gonna be sick.
Talented, yes.
We got a lot to review coming up soon. Next month is gonna be good. Like I said, we got tarot. Plug anything you gotta plug, your social media, all that stuff before we get out of here.
And y'all already know. I was gonna say the Eternal Starlight first, but honestly, I might as well. I'm Electrasoul. You could find me on Electrasoul 444. Electrasoul, just like that. 444, not 443, not
44444.
Literally, just no other
period.
face. And then I got the Eternal Starlight, my sisters and I. That will be at the Eternal Starlight. So on Instagram, we're dropping a YouTube channel eventually. We're setting it up and everything like that. And we have Twitter/X, TikTok, things like that. So you could find Electrasoul and the Eternal Starlight on any of those social media platforms. And we intend nothing but the best. And that's it, period.
Nothing but the best, baby. Peace and love. See you next time. Jesus is king. Jesus is king.
Yes. Beautiful hat. Love you so much.
You. All right. We got some fun stuff to talk about tonight. We are going to be talking a lot about tarot cards, which we promised. I think we said we were going to do this on one of the other shows, right? On our last show, I think we said we were going to do this.
Yeah,
so as promised, we're going to do that. And we're going to be talking about the new horror movie, Tarot, which we watched. We're going to be giving our review on that. But before we get into that, it is Pluto retrograde right now, which I just discovered. And Pluto retrograde spans from May 2nd to October 11th. That is long. So we got Electrasoul here to tell us all about that. Oh, should we be worried about Pluto retrograde? What's going on? What does that mean? Let's start with
Honestly, Pluto retrograde, I feel like to some people I can understand why it's kind of nerve-wracking. It's because Pluto is such a transformational, just very strong planet. It does cover a lot of healing. So this is definitely a time in which healing comes in with power and control. I wouldn't say issues, but what is it called? Battles, like power and control.
Struggles?
Yes, exactly. I literally wrote it down just like this here. I wrote down that it brings out the jealousy and power struggles in relationships. That's a huge thing. And I've honestly even noticed that starting from May 2nd. And honestly, we'll see because, the summer, there's going to be
people getting jealous.
That stuff. Yeah. So
you get caught in the club. Supposed to be home.
I feel like there's a lot of stuff that could manifest in that way, but not even just jealousies like that, because I don't like to focus on that, but more of just let's say, for example, if you're in a friendship that doesn't suit you and doesn't help you, and you feel as though that person might have a little agenda against you, during this time, they will probably make it very clear, whether it's through their actions or weird little jokes and, things like that
Little
that you
subs,
pick up
people are
on.
gonna be subbing you.
Yeah, basically, you
Damn.
just peep things that you're just like, okay, I don't really like that,
peeped that.
and
I
then
peeped
you
that, bitch.
you take it and you go with it, So it's like really important that during this time, when those people make it apparent to you who they are, you do something about it and you don't overwrite it, especially now, because when it happens, it's gonna be happening. You
Cut
feel
them
me? Like
off. Get them
very
out.
yes, you cut
Get
them
'em
off. Don't even
out.
waste your time.
Don't
You
take
can
the
get something better
subs. Do
somewhere else.
not take
Manifest
the
that.
subs.
But yeah, there's definitely going to be power struggles. I would say that yes, having relationships fall apart just in case because of these jealousies. I'd even say even in relationships that could be the case. If maybe a boyfriend is jealous of a girlfriend or a girlfriend is jealous of a boyfriend or anyway, girlfriend, girlfriend, boyfriend, boyfriend, anything. It could be just you guys having a low key, maybe in the past it wasn't so apparent, but now you can low key expect that to come up to the surface. So it's important to keep your eye on that and to not make excuses. Like I stated, you have to be very wise about what you're doing here. And also another thing, I think this is really important, is to not be prideful during this time, because obviously with power struggles, it's very easy to feel as though you need to prove a point. And if someone says something that you don't like, you can easily write them off as wrong and all this stuff. And, I understand, but at the same time, it's almost like you would be digging a deeper grave for yourself or deeper hole for yourself when you shouldn't be. You should be taking everything from a soulful perspective, because with Pluto, it's like a lot of ego challenges. So, you might feel as though you need to, again, prove a point, or you might even feel the need to obsessively, egotistically control situations. And, like we are the creators of our reality, so we can manifest different outcomes for everything. But in this case, it's almost as though someone would feel like they would drive themselves crazy trying to control a situation that they don't generally feel in control of. So letting go of control in that sense is going to be really important, because you don't want to feel as though you're driving yourself crazy or getting too obsessed with the situations at hand. And letting go is going to be your best bet for real. And also because where it's in Aquarius, and then it's going to go back into Capricorn from September 1st to November 19th, and then Aquarius again. And it's going to be a long time in Aquarius. So it's going to be, Aquarius is honestly, I would say, because it's the opposite of Leo, it's pretty prideful. But the difference is that, with Leos, they wear their pride on their sleeves a little bit more. Aquariuses are more low key about their pride. So I would say that it's very wise to be careful about who you confide in. Don't, what is it called? Ladder climb? Is that how you say it? Basically, when you hop on to other people's successes
Okay.
to to uplift yourself and all that stuff, because it could backfire on you. And another huge thing is to be careful about your privacy, because on the internet, be careful about your privacy, because on the internet, Aquarius is internet ruled. So if you post your house, or you post something going on, or maybe even in a well-known apartment, anything, people could figure it out because it's on the internet. And because Pluto is obsession, this is where honestly a lot of stalkers manifest. I've seen a lot of crazy things since.
Lock the door. Lock the door.
Started Aquarius in general, but with retrograde, it's kind of like backwards. It's a little bit more intense, I would say, at this time. I wouldn't say to be afraid, though. I mean, I'm not afraid, of course. It's all about the way that you perceive these things. But I would say that a very egotistical person is definitely going to be challenged. So that's very important to be mindful of what you're feeding within your reality.
Keep that ego tame right now.
Yeah, you want to be smart about what you're doing, and just know that, there's no reason to make things into a bigger deal than they actually are. You just have
that's
to
what I do every day. So this is how I'm going to do it more now.
Capricorn, of course,
so
you already know. You know it.
I got to chill out.
Yeah, right?
I got to chill. I got to watch my stalkers. I got to chill out my ego. It's going to be crazy.
Right? It's going to be challenging, but it'll be fine.
What 100%. Else could we expect?
Honestly, I would say mostly, for sure, when it comes to the power struggles, that's a big part of it. But another big part is inner transformations. I would say that a lot of people are experiencing transformations at this time. There's Pluto, again, is a very transformational planet. And of course, with Aquarius, it feels like a lot of people are becoming very innovative. I would say that transformation in terms of becoming not smarter, I would say
Wiser?
more again creative. Just
Oh,
very.
okay.
Wait, what did you say? What
You
did
said
you say?
wiser.
Yeah, wiser too, honestly, because Aquariuses at their best, they are very wise. I would say at their worst, they're very childish. But
Okay.
yeah, for sure. It's about becoming more creative, more innovative, more technology based, even. I would say that, I mean, with retrograde, it's a little iffy because it's a moving backwards time kind of thing. But those are the challenges that help it manifests into a better way for everybody, if that makes sense. It's almost like you're being challenged. Let's say, for example, with your phone's acting the fuck up, and or maybe on social media, things seem like they're moving backwards for you or things like that. But in reality, what could actually be happening is that the skin is shedding, the old skin is shedding, and you're reaching a new level in height. You just
Right.
need to perspective to that.
Set you up for
So
something better down the
yeah.
line.
100%. Yeah, definitely. And I would say that Aquariuses would be definitely affected by this. I mean, of course, because it is in Aquarius, but I mean, it goes to the same for everyone. It's not really a matter of, yeah, I would say like everyone in general. I just think it more so depends on your mentality. It could be anybody that could be deeply affected by this. I would say people who have Pluto based uh planets in their chart, like Scorpio and things like that. If you have a lot of Scorpio in your chart, that might affect you a little bit more. But I feel as though, or Aquarius, like I stated, but even then, it's still very transformational in a very good way. It's just about the way
Okay.
that you perceive these things.
So
So
not
it's very
really any specific signs need to look out for. This, like a Capricorn or an Aquarius or something like that. It's just everybody, how
I
you
would
handle it, basically, who you are.
Yeah, I would say that it does affect every sign for sure. I feel like every retrograde affects every sign. I don't think it's a really I don't always think it's a matter of a specific sign, but I do feel as though when, for example, Mercury retrograde, that is Gemini and Virgo ruled. So usually those planets, or yeah, those two zodiac signs get affected more because it's the ruling planet orbiting backwards. So a lot of Geminis would get their words tangled up and Virgos too, or they could say something they don't mean. But in general, as you know, it's kind of like the overall, okay, well, everyone, it's Mercury
It's gonna
retrograde. Be
affect
careful.
everybody.
Yeah.
Is this,
So
so this is the
but
same
in
thing
this
with
case, I would
this?
say Pluto. Yeah. I would say people with like Scorpio placements, Aquarius, and even Capricorn because it's transitioning from Capricorn to Aquarius. And Aquarius and Saturn, Aquarius and Capricorn are both Saturn ruled planets. So this is definitely a very transformational time. I don't feel like it's anything to be scared of, though. I know a lot of people are scared of things like this, but there's nothing to fear for sure.
So you and I are gonna be transforming because we're Capricorns.
I would say so. And I have a
Okay.
lot of Aquarius in my chart, so shit. And
Okay.
you're an Aquarius Mercury, so definitely.
That's right. I forgot.
Yeah,
So
there
Capricorn
you
and Gemini, you said? What were the other ones?
Oh, I would say Capricorn, Aquarius, and Scorpios. I
Okay,
feel
there
as
you
though
go.
they would be affected the most.
The most. Okay. Are you doing anything personally to batten down the hatches during this time, or what are you doing to prepare for this?
Honestly,
It's a long
that's
time till October. Got a long
right.
time.
Honestly, that's really funny you ask. I'm not doing anything specific, but the only thing I am doing is I'm really just. I mean, my ego's always in check, though. I was gonna say keeping my ego in check, but like I don't
I
really
gotta
have an
do
issue with
You
that.
gotta-
I
you
think
gotta
it's
give me
more
some
with
tips
other
on how to
people.
do that.
Yeah, right. With other people, I feel like maybe being more mindful of the way people receive things, if that makes sense. I'm not really big on telling people my business anyway or my accomplishments or anything like that. But I feel like if there's someone close to me that I want to help and I want to, encourage them or something like that, I would probably encourage them in a way that not only that I feel is beneficial, but that I know, I guess you could say, is compatible with them or resonates with them.
Speak
So
people's
I would just be
language,
careful with my words, maybe a little
essentially.
bit more.
Like speak people's language, like talk on their level, essentially, like how you think it's
Yes,
digestible for them, so you
exactly.
don't mix shit up.
Yeah, transform there.
There you go. All right. Well, we got a long retrograde ahead of us, it looks like. So everybody keep
Right?
your egos in check, right? And keep it private. That's what I'm gaining from this, right? And be ready to shed some skin. And don't be
Yeah, for
freaked out
sure.
if your
Definitely.
electronics are bugging. Just keep it cool.
Power struggles is the big
Oh
one.
yeah, and the power struggle and the jealousy. That's right.
Yeah,
So
keep in
if you
check.
got
If you
green
feel-
eyes, got to keep them in check. Don't be
Yeah.
jealous.
100%.
So some people are gonna get caught in the club this summer. You said people are gonna get caught up. People are gonna be going through people's phones. It's about to get crazy.
Bro, nah, you're gonna be fucked up. You right though.
Happy retrograde, everybody. Pluto retrograde. Scorpio, Capricorn, and who's the other one?
It's Scorpio,
Aquarius.
Aquarius, yes.
There you go. All right. Well, if you have any comments about or concerns about retrograde, you can leave them in the comment section of this YouTube video. Maybe we can get back to you and let you know what the answer is. But now let's move on to tarot cards. A very, very, very interesting subject to me. I've always been interested in tarot cards, but I got like readings and I started looking into them probably 5-6 years ago. I didn't really actually dive into them, but I have a friend, Karen, who gave me my first tarot card reading, and it was a fun experience. And she was shouting out some real shit in that reading that I remember to this day. And I was like, wow, she was talking about people. She was like describing them in the tarot in tarot card reading. So she was legit. I believed it 100%. And I've gotten maybe one or two more. I haven't done it in a long time, but it's something that's still very interesting to me. I didn't even know really much history on the tarot cards before I looked it up before the show. It dates all the way back to the 15th century, so like the 1400s, and some people think it goes further back than that. It's very, very up in the air. It's a very confusing history. Nobody can nail it down really, but the general, I think, thought is that it started in Europe in about the 15th century, and it kind of snowballed and different iterations happened. And it started off as a regular game, just like a card game, like Goldfish or Bridge or something like that. It wasn't the way it is now where it's like an occult practice and then you were reading fortunes and stuff. It just started off as a regular game. And then some other dude started connecting it with astrology and elements and the Hebrew letters and stuff. And then another dude, like in I think the 1900s, was like, oh, I'm going to put some fire pictures on this right now. And that's where you get the Rider-Waite deck that everybody uses. So has a long, long history, tarot cards. How did you get into them? How long you been doing those?
Honestly, it's funny because I've been into tarot cards. Well, honestly, I've known about tarot cards way before I've known about Angel Oracle deck, because that's usually what I work with more. But I've known about it since since like middle school, a long time. It's been a long time. I've known people who have gotten readings and things like that, and I've heard about a lot of stuff regarding tarot cards and things like that, but I never really dove into it myself until, I would say honestly, like I did research on tarot cards before I even owned my own deck. I only got my own deck like 2 years ago, I would say, for my birthday, because I just wanted to, I wanted to just have them. And slowly, little by little, I've been easing into it more and more and more, if that makes sense. But I do know a lot about the cards in general. I just feel like tarot is a very powerful thing because it's not like Angel Oracle deck cards. Like I like Angel Oracle deck cards because I feel like it's what is it called? A direct connection to angels and to God and things like that. So I feel like the messages are a little different. It's up to interpretation, kind of, you know what I mean? But with tarot cards, it's exactly what it's telling you. It's just straight up, nah, this is what it is. And if you ask the tarot deck a question, will it work out with me and this person? It's going to tell you what you got me, whether it's good or bad or anything like that. It's going to tell you exactly what you need to know. And that could be scary for a lot of people, but it's definitely worth knowing, whatever the question is. So yeah, it's something.
So when you started doing tarot cards, did you start reading yourself? Because a lot of people do the thing where they pick cards on themselves and they get used to the deck like that. Or were you just reading other people from the jump?
Angel Oracle deck, I started with myself and then I moved on quickly to other people. For tarot, I did the same thing. I honestly do them mostly for myself with tarot deck. Like with Angel Oracle decks, I read for a lot of people, but for what's it called?
Tarot?
For tarot, yeah, I do it more for myself. If I feel like I really need to know something. And it's funny, actually, I actually gave someone a tarot reading last night.
Really? How did that go?
It went well. That's so funny. That's so crazy we're talking about this.
I know. Right the day before you do one.
Yeah, right. And it was the first time I ever did one for a client. It was a client that I had.
Oh, really? So this is your first time doing one for one of your clients. You've only done them personally.
I've only done tarot, yes, personally. The Angel Oracle deck, I do them for everyone, for
Okay.
whoever wants them. And then for tarot, it's more not exclusive, but I don't want to like fully dive into it yet until I know exactly how to, not even how to do it, but I guess the energy. I want to
Get
feel fully
accustomed to the
confident.
energy in the deck and stuff like that. And like
Yeah,
kind
for
of
other
feel
people,
out
you
the
know.
messages.
I can do it for myself any day,
Yeah.
you know.
When you do it for yourself, do you do a certain spread or is it just one card that you do when you pull for your question?
I actually pull as many as I feel that I need to. And it's funny because usually sometimes more than what I expect comes out. So I'll be like, oh, I want 4. And then 8 will come out and they will all resonate. It's insane, but it's
Really?
definitely.
Wow. Have you had any wild, what's like the most interesting experience you've had with tarot cards or the Angel Oracle, whichever one you prefer to talk about?
I'll talk about the tarot because that's what we're talking about. I've had a lot with the Angel Oracle deck, but with the tarot, oh my God, it's so funny you asked me that because right when you said the most interesting, I thought of this time. I remember back in 2017 in the summer, I was kind of going through not like a rough period, but I was kind of confused with my life and things like that. And I was 16 years old, I think. No, it was 2018, so I was 17. And I remember I was like kind of confused about a few things. And my friend's older sister had a tarot deck and she pulled cards for me. And she pulled the Tower card and she's like, oh, the Tower card, you know, it means like something is gonna like come crumbling down, but for things to get better.
Right.
And this and that. And I was kind of like, I remembered that. I don't even remember the other cards. I think like Strength was one of them. I don't fully remember everything else, but I remember the Tower card. And I was like, I didn't really know much about tarot at that time, but I knew I was like, something is different about
That's an
this.
intimidating card. I do like that card though. Because like you
Yeah,
said, that means things are going to go down. It's about to get crazy, but it's going to be better after it. I've gotten that card before. And shit went down.
Then you know
it went
because
down.
it went down because I remember I was kind of like, okay, you know, noted. And then 2 weeks later, this huge thing happened and everything came crumbling the fuck down. And I was like, oh my God, when everything fell down, I remember to myself, I said, holy shit, she pulled the Tower deck or Tower tarot card for me. This is literally exactly what's playing out. I couldn't believe it. Never forget that.
Yeah, I pretty much had the same thing. Like
Yeah.
I think I've gone to Tower like once or twice, and it didn't fail.
Play games with
It
you.
didn't fail, but it's very, like I said, it's a very intimidating card when you see it. Like you know it's about to get crazy. So that was the
100%.
craziest experience you had, the most interesting.
Yeah, it was like my first reading ever, and that was
Really, that's your first card. You think it's gonna be something light, some light work? And it's like,
if I'm honest, I kind of actually thought it wasn't going to be a big deal. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, but everything will be fine. I mean, that's always my mentality, but it was like really crazy at the end of the thing. I was like, holy shit, bro. Like, this is insane.
Yeah. Do you have the Angel Oracle decks around you? I never seen that. Could you show us that?
I don't have it on me. Actually, my sister's. Hold on.
I'd like to see that. I've never heard of that.
Oh,
There's
yeah, you
tons
have
of
it?
different. No, I've never heard of that one. I know there's different types of tarot cards, but I never heard of the Angel Oracle cards.
Yeah, there's a lot. Like, this is an example one. It says messages from the spirits of nature oracle. So it's like different decks like this. I like the ones from Doreen Virtue a lot. If you look her up, she was the one who basically not created, I would say kind of created the concept of angel numbers. She has a book on them and I have that book. And yeah, it's like basically on the back you can see it. It tells you different, let's see, it says like honeybee. Well, this is a nature one, but generally speaking, it depends on which one you choose. Like, for example, the ones that I've had for myself, a lot of them are literally angel based. So it'll be like, I have a daily guidance one. You shuffle it and then it comes out cards that'll be like fresh air. And then it tells you what to do. Like, oh, you got to take a step back and get some fresh air and just relax and know everything's going to be all right. Let go, move on, come together, things like that. So I like that. It feels very comforting to me.
That's pretty cool.
It is, yeah.
Because some of the cards can be very scary looking, which we're going to talk about. We're going to get in depth on some of the more popular cards and some of our favorite cards in just a second. But yeah, I guess that's good because it's more like mellow. It's like more soothing, I guess. And you can get some crazy cards like you said, the Tower, the Devil, Death. So it's gonna freak people out, even though they don't always. It's not really like usually that serious or that crazy. I mean, it can be, but there's different interpretations that people may not know. Like when you see the Devil card, you may think, "Oh my God, there's something evil around me," but it's not necessarily that. That's why it's one of my favorite cards.
Yeah, understandably.
But before we talk about specific cards, how do you feel about TikTok readings and YouTube readings? Because I remember during the pandemic, man, there were that. I mean, I would see like, so if you don't know what this is, if you don't know what we're talking about, if you look up your sign, usually your sun sign, I don't know, you're one of your big 3 signs. Like, so let's say it's Capricorn. You look up Capricorn tarot reading on YouTube. Get ready. You can be read thousands of times because people are going to do a spread however they want to do. They get their candles like, this is what's going to happen to you this week. Some people do it for the week. Some people do it for the month. Some people do it for the year. And let me tell you, I find those entertaining. I did find them entertaining at one point during the pandemic. It's like everybody, there's nothing to do. Everybody was like in the house, and I would like watch them just to see like what they would say. I would never really believe them because it's just like, how is this person gonna? This is such a personal thing. How is somebody gonna read for me? You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean that's how I feel about it. Like I would never believe really a YouTube.
So you never like got an accurate one, you'd say?
I mean, I watched so many just for the fun of it that I can't even think about like one in particular that I would watch that was accurate. And the other thing too about psychic readings and tarot cards and stuff like that is I've noticed a lot of stuff doesn't happen immediately. Like if they're talking about, so a lot of the stuff isn't always fortune based, by the way. Like when I've gotten readings from people, I've only really let 2 or 3 people read me in my life, like in terms of tarot or psychic, because I trusted them, I knew them, they were verified by people I trusted, or they had a good rep basically. And It's not always, if you've never got a reading before, it's not what you think in the movies. If it's a good person, they're not going to be like, oh, in 12 days you're gonna meet somebody and they're gonna change your life. Like they could sit you down and be like, yo, you got a problem with this. And you need to handle that. Like you got an issue with alcohol or something like that. Or oh, you got somebody around you like, and they're giving me a vibe that they're like a snake. You know what I mean? It's not always like a future, but sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. And I've noticed that when I've gotten stuff that was like, oh, this is gonna happen to you. They would never say what time, and you would think like, oh, like now you're looking for it, and you're like, it's gonna happen tomorrow. It's gonna happen the next day. A lot of stuff happens down the line. But it would be very specific things. And I would think back on the reading and go, oh, I heard this was going to happen. But it didn't happen in a month. It happened like 3 months later. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, I've never gotten anyone, I've never really put too much thought into one of those YouTube, TikTok things. How about you?
Actually, it's funny because I guess you can say the first reading no. The first reading I got was from that girl. But besides that, after that, I actually knew someone else who he referred me to this YouTuber who does tarot readings. I don't follow his thing anymore, but it was back when I was like 17 too. So, but I remember at the time he introduced me to this, not introduced me, but he showed me the channel, and he told me, oh my gosh, he's so accurate. And every single time, he was an Aquarius. So he's like, every time he reads for Aquarius, it's always so accurate for me. Maybe it'll be accurate for you. And this was back when he was like starting out the tarot reader. And I remember it was like unbelievably accurate. I will tell you, it does depend though, because there have been times where I, even with that guy, that YouTuber, I would read or watch some of his videos for Capricorn, and it, sometimes it didn't resonate with me, but I always knew like I had to keep an open mind, because even he would say in the videos, take what resonates with you. If it doesn't, it's probably not for you at this time, or check your other placements kind of. So if not Capricorn, I would check Aquarius, and basically it would give me all the information that it would be pretty accurate. I won't lie to you. There's certain readers that I'm like, okay, I see what they're talking about. But even then, I genuinely take what resonates with you very seriously, because if I hear something that's okay, one part resonates, the other part's like, that's not me. I don't dismiss it. I'm not like, oh, this shit fake. I'm just kind of like, okay, this doesn't resonate with me, but the other part did, so I'm gonna take that with me. You understand what I'm trying to say?
No, I
So,
understand. Because I just think it's so broad. Like, you and I are Capricorns, but our lives are so different that it's like, how could one reading apply to everybody? But I guess you have a point where you're like, they'll say like a few things, so it's like one little piece may resonate with you and one might not. So I just try not to put too much stock into that. I was just looking at it for fun, just to see what happened, and I can't really remember if something might have resonated with me, something might not have. I don't really remember. But so you kind of pick and choose as the reading goes along.
yeah, because I don't want to I used to be kind of like that, writing things off and just being like, oh, it's fake. But at the same time, I received a good amount of information from you. I'm not just going to say this doesn't resonate with me overall. If maybe the second part that I don't resonate with resonates with another Capricorn that's not me, and vice versa. Or even some people, they resonate with the whole reading. That's happened to me before as well, where I would resonate with the whole thing and I'd be like, damn, okay.
That was for you.
Yeah. It's literally, I guess it's literally for whoever sees it, it's meant for you. And that's just it,
Right.
Yeah.
So check one out, maybe. If you never tried one of those, check it out. You can fall down a rabbit hole with that. I remember watching tons of them just because it was just fun to listen to it and see what they were talking about. It was interesting. So let's get into specific cards. Do you have any specific ones you want to talk about? What are your favorite tarot cards?
Honestly, it's so funny, man. Like one of my favorite cards, and the reason it's one of my favorite ones is because it feels like to me that this has always been very symbolic for me, and this was also one of the cards that appeared in my first reading. It's a strength card. And the reason it's my favorite is because it's just like and I wrote it down here, that's why I'm looking down, but it's just like a very strong courage-based card. I felt like every single time I received that, first off, I know I'm a very strong person. That's how I see myself, very strong. So anytime I see strength, I'm like, okay, easy. Like, okay, I gotta be strong, whatever, I'm gonna do it. And it just reminds me of the person that I am, especially in the picture of the tarot card. It's a woman with a lion. She has the infinity. It's like a sideways 8 infinity symbol on her head. And I feel like I love the energy of it because she's with the lion. The lion looks ferocious or whatever, and she's just like smiling at the lion. And she has abundance and prosperity and all the good stuff on her side, so she's not afraid at all. And that's just how I feel like in my own life that represents me in like my own way, how I see myself and things like that. But definitely, I like the determination behind it. I feel like it's very even within the reversed side, because it's upright and reversed. They both have different meanings for each tarot card. I feel like even with that, the reverse tells you to be strong. Reversed strength tells you, okay, you got to stop pitying yourself,
like
stand
you're not
up and
being
be
strong right now. You better get it together.
Get it together. And then the upright is kind of telling you, you are strong, keep going. So I really love that card a lot. And I feel like it's very symbolic, like I stated. And I know that anytime, and honestly, actually, a lot of times whenever I pull cards for myself, that is one of the biggest cards that come out for me. So I always know that that's for me,
Strong.
And yeah, right. And then the next card that I love is, I'll save the best one for me for last, but the next one, and I feel like you might know it, is the Lover's card.
I knew it. I knew this one.
You're gonna say that.
That's the one I said in the beginning. I was like, you're gonna say the Lovers. You're gonna say the Lovers.
Good. That's so funny. Lovers, it's actually so funny. I have an ashtray with the Lovers card resined into the tray. And I love it so much because it's so pretty. But basically the lovers card, I love it because it represents, like, to me, twin flames, soulmates, 1111. That's how I see it. Even within the picture where it looks like Adam and Eve is on it, kind of, but just the overall energy just feels very, and to me, the reason I say that is because to me, Adam and Eve feel kind of karmic to me in a way. I feel like they're not karmic. I feel like they really love each other, but I feel like they went through a lot of shit together. So it's kind of,
I would say so.
What'd you say?
I said I would say so.
Yeah, right? Shit. But even with that, with all the stuff that they've been through, I feel like it's just about making positive choices and decisions for yourself. So if you have the Lover's card, you could receive that for any kind of question you have. It's not just, are we meant to be? Whatever. It could be, is this career good for me? Is this situation a good thing to be a part of? And that will tell you to make positive decisions based on your situation and what you're facing at that time. So I feel like even if there is, some sort of fear, this always comes through to remind you to put love over the situation and to deepen connections. Unconditional romance is a huge thing, and adoration. So I really love that card and the energy behind it a lot. I think it's really romantic and sweet. And then the final card is the star card. That one I think is another, at my best, I feel like that represents me. I feel like the strength card represents my power, and then the star card represents star power. So the way that I see it is like, it's the Aquarius, by the way. So it's ruled by Aquarius. So I thought that was also really cool. But it represents renewal and optimism and hope and everything like that, and having faith in the way that things are playing and working out for you. And just remember that everything is going to work out exactly how you intend them to, but you have to basically be pouring into what you want, because there's like stars in the card, there's a woman pouring. That lets you know that, it's just about where you're pouring your successes into. If you want to be successful, you gotta put some work into that, but not even just work. It's more of like the mentality of having it and remembering that you are a star and you shine brightly. And I think that that's always an important message for sure. Just shining brightly and doing you in the best way possible.
Well, if I had to pick 3 cards for you, it would probably be those 3 cards. Those dead ass. Yeah, those sum you up pretty good.
That's sweet. I appreciate
those are good. I think mine are gonna sum me up pretty good. I think you might pick. What would you think I picked? I mean, I think you already saw what I picked, but what would what would you think if I didn't tell you? You could say the ones I said, but which ones would you think?
I would say death card for sure, honestly, because I feel like it's not Capricorn ruled, but it feels kind of Capricorn to me, like the death card in general. It feels very but it's not a bad thing, of course. The death card represents transformation as fuck. And what else would I? Honestly, I feel like the magician.
Oh.
I feel like someone who can create magic and who brings a lot of things to the table, and you're able to elevate things, make things into better situations, like hopeful situations, and kind of multiplying what you got going on in a great way. I feel like that this is
I should have picked that. That was not one of my picks, but I should have picked that. That's a good one. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, I don't blame. I mean, I definitely understand. I feel like that's kind of like who you are as well. And then I would say for the last one, I feel like I'm trying to think. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's the one with the fool on. It's the fool, isn't it?
Yeah, the fool. Damn.
But it doesn't. No, not like that. Like the
I think
way
a lot
I see
of
it is
people
like
would describe me as that.
I feel like jokester vibes more, but it's not exactly like that. I feel like with the fool, it's very, I guess you could say, here, let me see, because I want to be 100% if the energy resonates with you. But I feel like it's kind of giving me, it says like walking into a joyful world and being joyful, excited. I feel like, maybe you have a rough edge to you in that way, but it's like, I feel like you have a good, I don't know, you have a good energy to you, and you definitely bring a lot of, it's like new beginnings and innocence and all that good stuff to your table. I just kind of feel like it's like new beginnings, definitely. I feel like having faith, and I feel you have faith, even though you do lay off of thinking too much about everything, which is
I'm
great.
always brushing stuff. I don't know about that.
I know you said that you're not an optimist, but I feel like you have a more optimistic edge to you than you think.
That's probably
and I feel like definitely represents you. And also it says potential and possibilities. I can definitely see that. It's kind of like with the what card did I just say to you?
Yeah, the magician, right? It's like that.
Yes, exactly.
Creating opportunities.
Yes, for sure. Oh my goodness.
Well, let's get to the ones I picked. The first one I already mentioned is the Devil. Tell us about that card.
Okay, so basically, so I wrote down here, let's see, with the Devil card. That one's ruled by Capricorn, actually, so it's pretty funny. Okay, so it represents, honestly, like upright. It represents addiction, depression, feeling restricted, but it is an illusion. So you might think that you're stuck in a situation and you assume, oh my God, I can't get out of this, whatever, it's the end of the road. But in reality, this is all just your ego or your fear making you feel powerless. You know, you got to be able to stand up and to not give up on your power or obsess over things that you feel like are quote unquote out of your control, but neither let yourself stay in an energy or area where you feel like things are out of your control. Like you have to be strong about the things that you're deciding on and not let your ego or fear, like I stated, become a weakness and feel as though, oh my God, it's over for me and all this, you know, you got to be strong. Like you got to be willing to put your foot down and everything like that and just being able to move up from here. And that reverse is also detachment, it's overcoming addiction, it's being independent, dodging bullets, avoiding negative situations. So with the upright with devil, I feel like it's more of when you get yourself into a pit and you got to be able to get out of it. But reverse, it's telling you that you're doing a good job at not wallowing in a pit that you might rightfully feel as though you should be in. You get me? Right. So it's a good contrast there. But I feel like, I don't know, I kind of feel like it definitely is giving for you just the energy of my fear is definitely an illusion.
Right. I hope so. I hope. Right? I need that shit reversed. I need to get it pulled reversed.
You said you haven't?
No, I said I need it pulled reversed. If I get it pulled, I need it pulled reversed. I always related very much to that card. So I remember when I learned about it, I was like, that's my card. I like that one
okay. If you feel it, you feel it. It's for you for sure. Like that's crazy.
The good and the bad. Either one. It's pretty relatable. So my second card that I picked was the Hanged Man. Tell us about that one.
Okay, so the Hanged Man is surrender, letting go. I wrote down here. I can't even read what I wrote. Okay, so basically changing the way that you see things from a negative perspective or like old things into a new perspective and letting things change and taking pauses in your life so that you can readapt and change your mindset and basically not letting your fears keep you again like in a single place. I feel like with this card, it's very important to just understand that nothing is ever that deep. I think that that's important because here it's almost like the obsession makes you feel as though you cannot let go, you know, but you, with the upright, of course, it's telling you that it's okay to let go and that you are letting go and to surrender and to not resist. Well, actually, reverse tells you not to resist because reverse is more of you're clinging on really tight. And then upright is kind of telling you that, no, you're good. Just let it go. You know to like let it go already, but just continue doing that and let your new perspective adapt and change you into something so much better so that you can see everything in a much better light. You know what I'm trying to say? So I think that is also, I mean, all tarot cards are not, none of them are negative. None of them are actually something that, oh my God, I got this card. What does this mean? It's over. No, you use every tarot card that you get as a way to make your life better and to help yourself improve. So exactly here, like I'm telling you, just being able to let go, like seriously, slow down, relax, and don't stall your changes nor your progress. Just be strong about your business, and that's reverse. But
I always like that card because of that, because I feel like I don't ever take a pause and take a chill, like not even physically, but mentally. I'm very like ingrained in what I'm doing all the time, be it good or bad. If I'm in a good situation, if I'm in a bad, mostly the bad situations, I'm very like locked in on what's going on, and I very rarely take a pause and just hang there. So I really always like that card because it just makes me think like, okay, to chill out and gain new perspective on things. That's like the biggest part of it is to like, because I know there's always another way to look at something, and it's usually the better way to look at something. Like when I'm in the heat of the moment, that's usually not the right perspective to have. Is the one where you're like hot and everything is like moving too fast and you're overwhelmed. So to take a pause and get a new like vision of something or get a new perspective is usually the right idea. So I always like that card a lot.
Absolutely, for sure. And I feel like for you especially, like you said, these definitely resonate with you.
Hell yeah. I need to be hanging out for a little while. And finally, we got the Death card. Very controversial card. You see that, you might freak, oh my God, I'm going to die, or my mom's going to die, or something like that. That's not what it is.
At all.
So tell us about it.
I low-key actually love this card. I think this is one of my low-key favorites because it is major transformation, change, letting go, of unhealthy attachments, especially
right.
moving forward. Welcome
you see a
change.
pattern with me, right? A lot of unhealthy attachments.
Right? Letting shit go and not being
a lot
afraid.
of unhealthy attachments.
God is like, come on, man, you got this. Yeah, because the death card, that's how I see it as well. Like you were stating, well, you weren't stating it, but how I don't see it is like, oh, this is terrible. You can't see it that way because death in general is not the end of anything. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if people believe that's it. It's never the end. Death is always transformation. If someone passes away, the people around them transform. If someone is going through something that feels like death, they're transforming. It feels crazy, but you're going to be completely fine. And reversed, it also means that, you're going through changes, but you got to stop resisting. With the upright position, it kind of tells you that you are changing, but you're not resisting it too much. But, reverse, you are resisting it a little too much. And you need to learn to take different approaches to be strong and to not let your fears keep you from transforming properly. And you don't want to be wasting time, let go of your fear of the unknown and do not repeat negative patterns. That's what the reverse position means. So yes, it's very important. Like you got to be wise, man. You got to be strong and courageous, period.
That's right.
But
yeah, I always like that card because with death, that means something else is going to happen. Something new is going to happen. A new, opportunity or whatever it's going to be. So I always like that card because I know that means something else is coming after that. I don't focus on the ending of whatever it is. I always think about, something else is going to happen. Like something cool is going to happen or whatever. Like this situation's over, but something new is on the horizon. So that's why I always like that card.
Yeah, for sure.
And obviously because it looks creepy and scary and it freaks everybody out.
I know, right?
Yeah, people get that pulled out, they just fall out of their chair. Oh my God, what's gonna happen? This is scary.
Yeah, man, don't worry.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Any other cards that come to mind that you want to discuss before we talk about the movie?
Honestly, I feel like
there's so many. What is there? 72?
There's 70. Oh my gosh, I actually wrote it down.
There
just
is a lot.
100% sure.
Tarot cards.
Okay, there are 22 major arcana, and then there's 56 minor ones. So that means that there's 78.
78. Okay, I was close.
Okay, yeah, there's 78. Honestly, I like the pentacles, like the whole pentacles.
Yeah,
arcana
that
and
section.
minor ones. Yeah, because I feel like, or I don't even think there's a major arcana pentacles. Let me make sure. But I will say that with what's it called? The Pentacles, I feel like this one is it's like new opportunities and things like that. And being able to overcome internal struggles, being very strong-minded,
right.
Career-based, strength, all that stuff. I just feel like it's a lot of new beginnings. And there's an Ace of Pentacles. Yes, I remember that. So Ace of Pentacles, I think that one's really cool. And I like oh my gosh, I was saying one to you, but I can't remember it. Well, whatever. But
maybe it'll come back. Maybe it'll come back to you.
Back if it's meant to be.
There's so many cards. Maybe we'll do another video or something on tarot. You let us know in the comment section if you want us to dive deeper into the tarot cards because there's a lot. There's a lot to be discussed in this realm. But now let's discuss the movie. Let me tell you right now, I was not really excited for the tarot movie at first, but then when we got off our show, you told me what it was about because I watched the trailer, but like I half-assed watched it. I saw it in the theater when I went to see The Omen, and I just was like on my phone, and then I saw the poster when I got on. I was like, okay, I'll watch it. But these days, I don't even watch a trailer anymore, really, because they give so much away.
You literally cannot, bro. I refrain from watching trailers anymore. Like, I used to love it, but I can't now.
All I knew was there was a movie about tarot cards coming out. I said, I'm going to watch it. I don't even want to see the trailer because I'm already interested. But I wasn't really excited because I really didn't know what it was about. But then you told me what it was, that it was the tarot cards were essentially coming to life or they were manifesting in reality like the devil or the death card. They would come out as characters and kill the people that got the readings. And I was like, oh, that's what's going on? Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I was excited. And I was looking for that movie every day because you already know most of the time on GKB here, we get the bootlegs. We're not even going to sugarcoat it for y'all. But we go to theater sometimes. Sometimes you don't have time. You just gotta, you gotta do what you gotta do. So I was looking around for it, and as soon as it dropped, I watched it. And let me tell you right now, I was pleasantly surprised. It started out. We're not gonna do too many. We're not gonna do any major spoilers because this movie is very, very new. It's like days old. So it starts out with 7 college-age kids. They rented like an Airbnb or something like that, and they find a spooky room in the house, and obviously they find tarot cards, and everybody's going through their own like little thing. These kids broke up here. This guy's, I don't know, doing something dumb, and they're like, oh, let's read the tarot cards and see what's going on. So everybody starts getting their reading one after the other. This guy gets the fool. This guy gets the devil. This guy gets the high priestess. And now I'm like, okay, so now we know who's going to get killed by what. And I'm excited. I'm like, okay, and you can kind of see how they're gonna die because the girl's like, oh, you're too reckless. Like, you know, you like to do things too fast, so you better slow. So okay, so this guy's gonna die like in a car crash or something like that. And the other one's like, oh, you know, you like to climb too. You're very what she said, like you're very disciplined. And you like to climb a lot. So I'm like, oh, she's probably gonna get hung or something like that. Like she's gonna get hung from somewhere. So I was already invested. And I thought it was they set it up well. To me, at least, I thought the atmosphere was good. I thought the actors were pretty good. The characters were cool for what they were. Yeah. So the reading part was good. They could have lost me there, but so they all get their fortunes read, and then the bodies start dropping. And I'm gonna that's where we're gonna end the synopsis there. But people, the cards start coming to life, and I want to say this: the pacing of the movie to me was really good. Because it did not take, I mean, there wasn't a lot of, I say this a lot, but I say it a lot because it's very important when I find it in a movie that there wasn't much wasted motion. If somebody wasn't getting killed, they were talking about what they were going to do. They were freaking out. I mean, once they got their fortunes read, it went down and it did not stop till the end. It wasn't much like, oh, these guys are in the room and they're like, just talking about something dumb and like, oh, no, these kids are like making out or something like that. Like, you know, blah, blah, blah. Or just like, this has nothing to do with it. This is like a side plot. To me, I don't know. You can tell me when you give your review. I feel like it went very well from A to B to C. It was somebody's dying or somebody's freaking out.
Not in a bad way. Yeah.
Yeah. It was quick.
It was quick. It wasn't like, I feel like it was no, I feel like it was a good, reasonable quick. Because I think if they waited any longer, it would have been a little bit like, okay, what the fuck?
They didn't do anything else.
For them to have waited any longer.
One of my favorite aspects of a horror movie, you guys know this if you listen to the show all the time, is when they go see the expert. It's in every fucking horror movie where they go, oh, we can't handle this. We have to go see somebody. And then they see it's usually like an old person and they don't want to do it at first. And they're like, okay, come in. Once they tell them something crazy. And that's exactly what happened. They figured out, oh, the tarot cards are killing us. We have to go see an expert. And the expert's like, I don't want to see you. And they're like, well, everybody's dying. And they go, okay, come in. Let me tell you all about it. And then you find out the backstory. Yeah, and then you find out everything. And I feel like they got to that point of the movie. That's usually like almost at the end. And I feel like they got to that point very quick. Like a couple bodies drop. They go see the lady. And I feel like the pacing was excellent to me. I was not bored throughout this movie. I will say, the movie was silly. There was some parts where they're freaking out, and I'm like, oh my god, like they just overdo it. Like it's just like it's a silly movie. It's not to be taken seriously at all.
I get it.
It's basically like a step above a TV movie, in my opinion. Like just the way it plays out, the way it looks, the way they act. It's like a step above, a little bit of step above a TV movie, and that's no knock at it. I actually really enjoyed this movie. One aspect I enjoyed about it, which I already said, was the story that they chose to go with, which it wasn't really much background. It was just the cards are coming to life and they're killing people. One by one, the bodies are dropping. And I'm going to say the other thing I really liked about this, which was the design of the cards when they came to life. I really liked the High Priestess when that came to life. I liked the Hangman. I liked the Fool. I really enjoyed the look of the characters.
I totally agree.
And
the High Priest was the ugly tarot card, by the way.
That was the best one. I think that was the best looking character, right?
I feel like they were very animated, but not in like a bad, like they were just very real. I guess you could say not realistic, you know what I mean? Because obviously they're monsters, but they felt very not too cartoonized. You get what I'm trying to say? Like it felt very, oh my god, what the fuck is happening here? This thing is attacking the fuck out of this person.
They could have messed up. They could have messed up. They made those designs like lame or just too cheesy. It would have ruined the movie.
Oh yeah. Oh, if they were like some literally out of the card drawn, what is it, 4D shit? I feel like it would have been a little bit Okay, but I feel like this was it was more realistic than that. It was like literal monsters, you know? So I
Yeah.
think that
I thought that was a
pretty
great aspect. I think the design was great, and a lot of the setups to the kills were really fun. Like the hangman setup was so fun, and the fool was my favorite setup of the whole
yeah,
movie.
they were
It was
menacing.
so much fun with the stuff with the elevator, and it's like one thing that was so that's what I liked a lot about the movie, the story and the monsters. And the one thing I thought was so dumb was literally everybody got their reading and they figured out how they were gonna die, right? And they even one of the kids even said it. He's like, "Oh, I'm not supposed to do this," and then he immediately goes and does it. He's like, "Oh, I'm not supposed to be in any tight spaces and I'm not supposed to be alone." And then he goes, "Well, I'm gonna leave you guys. I'm gonna go by myself and go in the elevator." And I'm like, "Okay, you literally just said you're not supposed to do that, and now you're doing that." I thought that was so dumb, but whatever. It's a horror movie. You gotta have dumbasses. So I thought the setups were really good. What did you think about this?
I thought it was a good movie, honestly. I feel like you said, it was pretty it was evenly paced, I guess you can say. I feel like it wasn't I like how there weren't really plot holes or anything like that. I don't like when movies are unexplained. I don't like when it takes forever, a year and a half for a point to come across and all that stuff, because I just feel like, okay, what's the point here? But the movie, I mean, also regarding the fact that it is a movie made for, I guess, younger audiences, kind of, you have to keep it interesting. Like you can't just have a whole 30 minutes dedicated to this deep talk they all have. You got to keep it pushing. So I feel like I liked how the characters acted. I feel like they acted honestly really realistic for the age group. They weren't some like 30-year-olds pretending to be 22 and shit. They were pretty like they were with it. And I feel like the girl who was giving the reading, I liked her because I felt like she knew, she knew what was up and all that stuff. And obviously she knew how to handle that kind of situation at the end of everything. But even with that, I just feel like it was a very symbolic movie. It was very teaching, like they had certain moments where it was like, okay, like they're actually teaching people about tarot cards and things like that. It's pretty cool. And yeah, it was like a good twist on the horror aspect. Obviously, having them come to life and everything would never happen in real life. But it's very cool to see how you can teach those certain things. It's kind of like The Conjuring in a very different way. In The Conjuring, they teach you about the demons and how to deal with this and all that stuff, and then they do it. In tarot, they talked about the cards, what they represented, the zodiac signs with them, all that stuff. And yeah, I thought that was very interesting. I feel like, yeah, no, it was very interesting. It was good. I think it was good.
Well, I'm glad you said the movie was for a little bit of a younger audience, because I forgot my other critique. The kills, pretty lame. You really didn't see anybody die.
No one died.
Did
It was
not
very
see any gore. Was there even blood in the movie?
I don't think there was. Just screams.
Yeah, there was really no blood.
Panning away type
Yeah,
shit.
exactly. Screams, panning away, which I've seen in other movies that I've really liked, like Bring It On, Cheat or Die. You really didn't see anybody die. It wasn't a lot of dying in that movie, but I still liked it. So regardless of that, I still enjoyed it for what it was. I'm not going to give it too much of a hard time, because like you said, it's for probably a little bit of a younger demographic than us.
Yeah, it's PG-13. So whenever I see PG-13, I just assume, okay, like 12, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds. So it's a little different.
But did we even get one?
Definitely.
I feel like usually in those movies they pump the brakes on a lot of stuff, and then they'll have one or two scenes where they let something go and they'll let something slide, and like an F-bomb, or they'll do a graphic killing. Was there anything did they let anything go in this movie? Like, was there any graphic killing or anything that's like more adult? I can't remember.
Honestly, low-key, I don't think so.
I can't remember.
Honestly, yeah, no, I was gonna say kind of like not the killings, but the fear factor. But even that's normal, I would say.
Let me tell you this, dude.
Yeah, I don't really think there was much. I can't remember. I think one of the characters cursed, but it wasn't like a bad word, like a bad word. I can't remember what it was. Damn, it wasn't fuck, obviously, but it was like they said something. I was like, okay.
Besides the fool, I forgot to mention this. The magician setup in that kill was great. That was another really good one.
like crazy. I liked how they had it. I feel like the characters were genuinely really menacing. The tarot card.
The magician was
They were
really good.
trying to kill these people. Like they were not playing games. No matter where they went, it was a wrap. Wherever you were going, you were gonna die. So don't worry about it.
The only thing
It's
that was
crazy.
a little confusing about them was like, okay, was she in another dimension? Because she's like in the house, but then she's at this magic show all of a sudden. It's like, is it?
Yeah, it was kind of strange.
How is it
I don't know.
happening? I'm like, and then I go, it's literally the tarot cards are coming to life. Why am I thinking about it?
Yeah,
Why would I
like,
even?
exactly.
Let me
Not
just
supposed to make
shut my brain off right now. And that's what happened maybe around that time. Things got really silly. Like, and then other things happened that I can't recall at the second that I thought was kind of like really dumb. And I was just like, I just got to shut my brain off and forget. This is that type of movie. This is not like a movie where you're supposed to dive in, think about it. I was like, this is silly. This is fun. This is like basically a Sci-Fi Channel movie, essentially with a little bit of a bigger budget. And that's not a knock to it because I do like some of those sci-fi TV movies a lot. Again, that magician scene was a stand. Do you have a favorite card or kill scene from that movie?
I'm trying to think. I feel like I look. If I'm
really
honest,
good,
like
man.
I look.
Everything was kind of a banger.
What did you say?
Say that again. I said everything was low key a banger on this one.
Yeah,
Every kill.
it definitely was. In general, I hate like killing scenes, of course, but
So it's perfect
I
for you.
feel
You didn't see shit.
yeah, right. You're right. You're right. I feel like I liked how the elevator one, how it got up to that point. But I
Yeah.
do agree it was kind of silly how how it, the whole thing behind it. But I think that I mean the actors they were all very convincing. So I think that it was more of the reactions. Like you said, it was a little bit too animated,
Yeah,
but
sometimes I
I
was
think
like,
that
okay, guys,
they
tone it down.
like tone it down, but I feel like they really reacted they just felt really afraid to me. I feel like even the sad moments, I was like, damn, like I'm really sad right now because this girl's really upset. They were really convincing, and I also like the friendships. I know you asked about the kills, but like I liked how they were like really there for each other. They actually felt like friends to me. I think that's what I liked about it. It wasn't like, oh, they're obviously have not known each other their entire lives. Like they actually, they all seem to get along and comforting each other and all that good stuff. So but as far as kills, I feel like
Well, your favorite card, your favorite monster, I should say. Because really, it's all about the monster, not the kill.
I'd say the Hanged Man.
That was nasty. That was
That
sick.
that one was crazy
That
for
was
sure.
good. That was probably the most I think the most gruesome, quote unquote, one you're
Quote,
gonna see.
unquote, yeah, I was like, damn, like no mercy.
This
I thought it
one
was
kind of felt
insane.
like, you ever seen Final Destination? You ever seen
Yes,
that?
I have.
It felt like
Shit.
that, and at the end she says a line about fate that I'm not gonna. Oh, that's what it was. They did drop a F-bomb at the end, right at the end. I'm not even gonna say. I'll let the audience see it, but basically, yeah, the movie was about fate. Like, are you gonna outrun the terror card? That like literally, it was just so dumb how some of these people fell right into the trap after they literally like 2 seconds ago said what they should not do. They were like, okay, do not do A, B, and C. And the person would go, oh, shit, and they just did it. I was like, can you make this a little more realistic? Like just a tiny.
Smarter.
Yeah, can you make these people a little less brain dead? Like really.
Exactly.
Like the chick is in a car and it's like, okay, you're kind of safe there. And she just runs out. She just runs away. And everybody's like, just don't run. All you got to do is just don't run right now. She's like, oh, boop, and she's out. And I was like, that's not what you're supposed to do. They literally told you not to do that.
Exactly.
So,
like, come on. That's so funny.
But what do you expect from this? Were you expecting something? Were you expecting something brilliant? No. But I really did enjoy this, and I'm gonna say this was a solid 3.8 to me out of 5.
That's fair. I would actually say like a 3.7.
Okay. All right. We're right there. Right there. I pushing 3.9 to me, but I'm gonna leave it at 3.8.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair.
Right. Definitely. So I was literally thinking I could watch this again. There's some movies like over the years. I can think of 2 right now. You ever seen Uncut Gems? It doesn't seem like your type of movie though.
Oh my God, no, yeah. I'm in the middle watching it. It's
no
crazy.
way. Really? With Adam Sandler? Dude.
I like those kinds of movies.
Dude,
I like any kind of movies. I just don't like blood, guts, and all that shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When Uncut Gems came out, I watched it 5
I wanted
times.
to watch it. Yes, I wanted to watch it when it came out so bad, and I never got around to it.
Really? It's your first time?
This is my it's my
What do you
first
think
time.
about it so far?
It's crazy. It makes me mad. Like I'm literally fucking
Oh, my heart was racing the whole. It's like it's just constant adrenaline the whole movie.
like
Constant adrenaline. It's constant like just chaos. You're gonna love that movie. I watched that shit 5 times after it came out in like a month. Like no lie, I loved that movie. I just watched it again recently. Another movie I watched like that was La Llorona. You saw that, right? Because that's in the Conjuring.
Yes.
I watched it.
I
No, you
haven't
didn't.
seen it. It's on my list.
Watch that next.
Yes, I am
Watch
going
that
to.
next, dude. Let me know what you think about that. Like, so some movies, when I see them, I'm like, I want to watch this over and over again. Like,
Right.
I feel like there was another one that just came out. Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's. I watched that like 6 times.
I watched that.
Yeah, that's right. You kind of liked it, right?
Yeah, I really liked how what's his name?
The older brother.
Yes, what's his name in real
I forgot.
life?
He's like, I used to know. He's like the guy from Hunger Games, though.
Yes, Josh Hutchinson.
Josh Hutchinson, right?
I really liked it. He acted so
He was
good.
good.
I was like, hey, like
The
he
whole
ate
crew,
that.
I thought, was really good.
The
in that
betrayal was
movie.
crazy though.
Yeah, so there's some movies that are like I can watch them over and over again, and after I was done with it, I was like, I gotta see this again, like tomorrow. I'm gonna watch this probably tonight.
Totally feel you so hard.
This was a banger. It was a solid movie, solid 3.8, and it might grow in my eyes as time goes on. I might become more fond of it. It was a fun movie. It was a silly movie with great looking characters, which is super important. Definitely go check it out, in my opinion.
Sure.
I think you're giving it the stamp of approval too, right?
Yeah, I would say so for sure.
Right. And you already know The Strangers. That's definitely not your type of movie. The Strangers is coming out this month. The Strangers Chapter 1. You know we're going to be reviewing that either on that episode or the 6 Hour Spectacular. And speaking of the 6 Hour Spectacular, we are like 3 weeks away because the 6 Hour Spectacular is on May 28th, baby. And you know that Electra and I are going to be on there. We're going to be talking about some scary stuff. So if you like that kind of stuff, you like horror, you like scary stuff, you like paranormal, we're going to be on there. We're going to be talking all about that. So make sure you get ready for the 6 Hour Spectacular on May 28th. I'm also going to be drinking some disgusting sodas. I'm going to be drinking a ranch soda, a buffalo wing soda, a mustard soda, and an enchilada soda, all on that episode. You're probably going to see me vomit. I'm definitely going to spit it out like I did with the dog soda. It's going to be horrendous, but it's going to be a great time. So make sure that you're back here on May 28th, baby. Okay? Anything you want to say, anything you want to plug, anything you want to do before we go?
You could follow me or find me or watch me at Electrasoul 444 on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. That's it. Literally, I have Pinterest, I have X, Twitter. I have a lot of stuff. And if you want to find me, you just look me up on the internet and you'll find me.
There you go.
And if you want to follow my sisters and I, we have our group together, The Eternal Starlight. You could also search that up on Instagram, The Eternal Starlight. We are dropping a YouTube channel soon / eventually for sure. We already have everything kind of getting ready to that point. But yeah, follow us, look for us. We're here for you as always, and we love you. And I love you too.
There you
Period.
go.
That's it.
Are you gonna be giving out tarot card readings, or are you not open to that yet? Are you gonna be
open to it yet? But I'll make it an option eventually on my spiritual readings.
Eventually.
Portion of my website. Yes.
But you do the oracle cards? I know you said you have done them for people. The angel oracle.
I do them all the time. I mean, you can, for everyone watching, electrasoul.co, that you could find readings that you would want me to do for you. So
hell yeah.
So
there you go. You already know where we at because you're already here. YouTube, Spotify, Apple. Like I said last time, shout out to France because our audience is growing in France. Our audience is growing in Hong Kong. We're growing around the world, bitch. This is going to be epic. This is going to be great. Shout out to all the other countries listening, and shout out to America, baby. We love you. Peace and love. See you next time.
It's been a hot
July's flying by. I can't believe July is almost over. It's kind of crazy.
Halfway today. We reached the halfway mark.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Hell yeah. And the full moon is when? July what? Like 21st?
Oh my god. Yes, it is. It's on July 21st. I want to be sure first. Yeah. 21st, like 6 in the morning.
There you go. July 21st, the full moon. We're going to talk about it. We're on.
Everything.
Here we go. with the Limitless Electrasoul. Right now, we're going to be talking about the full moon. We're going to be talking about the new movie, The Exorcism, that we both watched last night that I don't think anybody else saw but us. I don't even know. I haven't heard anybody talking about it, but we're going to talk about it. And we're probably going to talk about a few other things as we obviously do. Electra, tell me what's going on with this full moon, the buck moon, right?
Yes, it is the buck moon. Oh my gosh, I have so much information written down, but honestly, this is all stuff that
Let's hear it.
I wrote it down just to like have it, but at the same time, it's very memorable information, you know? Well, anyway.
Right.
So it's going to be on July 21st, and it is a Capricorn full moon. So as we already know,
That's right.
definitely going to be, yes, that's us right there. So it's going to be in favor of, I would say honestly, Saturn ruled people for sure. Also, okay, because it is going to be a Capricorn full moon, which is Saturn, and it's also going to be conjunct, hold on, I have it written down here. Okay, so it's 29 degrees of Capricorn, which is a Leo degree, 29 degrees. It's right before the 0 degree, so that's when it like starts over again. So the 0 degree is like it's like a new beginning, kind of like a renewing a cycle kind of energy. So it's right before renewing a new cycle, but it's also it's Capricorn conjunct Pluto in Aquarius. So it's like double Saturn energy, I would say. And it's really crazy because the moon is also it's a Cancer. You know, the moon is ruled by Cancer. So that's
Right.
not comfortable for Saturnians. Like, it's not comfortable for Saturn to be sitting there because the moon is so emotional and Capricorn is not that. So
So you mean us Capricorns are going to be uncomfortable with this?
honestly, it's probably going to actually help. It's going to boost in our favors, but I feel like it'll be uncomfortable for those who are not similar with those energies. I know that oftentimes, though, it is said that with, like, let's say, for example, this kind of full moon, oh, if you're a Capricorn, prepare for an ass whooping, right? If it's a Capricorn full moon. But I feel like it's...
Like you mean shit's going to go down in
Yeah,
life.
but I feel like if anything, it like boosts you. You know, I don't feel as though it's something that brings you down, but something that actually uplifts you, or not even uplifts you, but pushes you in a bettering direction. I guess you could say that the Aquariuses and Capricorns that would struggle here would be the ones who are not on their shit, you know. And also other cardinal signs will also be in, what is it called, not messed with, of course, but they will also be affected. And the other cardinal signs are, well, Capricorn, Cancer, those two, and then the opposites of Aries and Libra. So they're all opposites. And then we also got the fixed signs, which is Aquarius and Leo, and Taurus and Scorpio. So it's going to definitely be something for a lot of different signs and things like that. But I feel like for all of us, it's going to be uplifting to us in the way that we are and our power. But anyway, so full moons generally mean releasing people, releasing ideas, releasing intentions, releasing things from the past that you don't want anymore. With
Letting
Capricorn,
go.
Yes, exactly. Letting things go so that you can start over all over again. But the thing here is that because it is in Capricorn, it is going to call that we get very serious about our goals. So there's going to be a lot of energy here for us to feel as though we can set our differences aside so that we can be better. But at the same time, Capricorn isn't really a sign that really struggles with that, like setting differences. We're stubborn, but we're not reluctant either. You know, we will do what we have to do for ourselves. We will do the right thing and we will help ourselves. But
especially when money's involved, we'll put differences aside, right? When
yeah,
it's time
definitely.
to make some money.
Getting the work up and all that good stuff, you know. Releasing, well, there's going to be pressure for sure, but it's going to be good pressure. It's like, you know, applying pressure. Apply the good pressure for sure. And alongside that, manifesting happiness will definitely be another great thing. Oh, it will be another big opportunity for us to do that. It's just a matter of us actually doing it because, as you know, Capricorns are known as like the most depressed sign and all this shit. It's not anything like that we have to really let ourselves fall victim to. We can be strong, but we have to choose to be strong. And also we have to work on overthinking. If there's a lot of overthinking, if there's a lot of energies that make us feel as though we are, catastrophic energy. What'd you say?
I said, I got that all day.
Overthinking, big no. Well, it's going to make us feel like we have to be overthinking right now. And we got to be strong. Like, we really have to be putting our foot down in the way that we're letting these things work in our favors. And I feel like if you are a mature Capricorn, you will. But if you're a self-victimizing Capricorn, you're probably just gonna let yourself feel like shit, like a victim, poor me, all that stuff. But that's a very that's like a they usually say, well, not usually say, I would say from my own observations with zodiac signs, if you're an immature version of your sign, you usually act like your polar opposite. So Capricorns, for example, here, if you're going to be your polar opposite in an immature way, you'll probably be like a Cancer at their worst. So
Or like a Pisces or something?
Well, if you're Virgo, you would be like a...
Oh, okay.
like
so the opposite of a Capricorn is a Cancer.
Yeah. So
Okay.
for us, like, we might be victimizing ourselves. Oh, poor me, nothing ever works out. Manipulate people for gains and shit like that. Yeah.
I don't do
Things
that
like
one.
that. Well, no, you got this. But definitely, it's that kind of energy. But, you know, we got to be strong. And we just have to be on top of the way that we perceive ourselves in the world. And yeah, with the, what's it called, with, you know, the 0 degree coming in next, that is going to be a good time for us to start over, to renew things, and to get rid of working through deep pain, deep-rooted pain, and getting over feelings of feeling like we aren't good enough, like unworthiness, insecurity. So it is going to be a powerful... I feel like every Capricorn full moon is honestly really powerful. I just think that as long as you're utilizing it and being strong about it and doing what you have to do to make the most of it, it is definitely going to bless your life, no matter what sign you are. So yeah, that's basically that. I know, right? The big ass rundown. But there you go.
This sounds like a big full moon right now. It's making me nervous.
That's how I see it.
So we're supposed to like bring up all this stuff inside of you, all this like negative feelings, right? That's what you're saying?
Basically, yes. It's like deep-rooted stuff. I would say for people who struggle with that more. If you don't really...
I'd be opportunity, I'm sure, to let it go. That's the point.
Yes.
Right? It'd be opportunity to kind of see it, observe it, and then let it go.
Yes, exactly. To be strong enough to overcome these things because you can.
Okay.
You have the power.
Now remind me, because you might have said it and I might have missed it, but what are the positives that are going to come from this, if any?
Okay, well, definitely there's always positives in the way that the renewal, honestly. I would say that, yeah, like renewing the way that you are, the way that you think. I would say like reanalyzing and readjusting your life as well. This is a good time to work on getting your priorities straight in every single way that you possibly can. You know, if you want to have a great life, now's the time to like really think about how to have a great life. You know, do what you have to do to apply yourself to that.
Put practical steps.
Yeah, if you'd like, anything, whatever works for you, honestly. As long as you're healthy, happy, and it's working, do what you got to do. You know, don't hurt yourself, but be limitless. Like, remember that you can do what, you know, you can do all the things that you desire. You just got to be strong about it. And so I would say that this is definitely a perspective kind of time period, like with the full moon and things like that. If you want to make the most of it, use your perspective to help push that up in the best direction that you possibly can.
And the word you used, that's what you reminded me. So the word you used was propel earlier, right? It's supposed to propel you up into like a better lifestyle, like a better way of being, right?
Yes, and repel anything that's not for you.
When you said that, you made me think of something, right? So usually people say that you can feel the effects of the full moon not only on the day, but a couple days before and a couple days after. Do you end up ever feeling the energies before and after? How do you usually feel during that time?
Honestly, that's a great question, because personally, I do feel the energies. I feel like it's a more like, it's sometimes heavier, like a more emotional time, but not for me. I just feel like it generally is. And I can honestly usually see that reflected in people more than myself, because I feel like I'm very in tune with it. Like I feel very in control. So I don't, if I feel like, oh, this is really affecting me, I won't let it. Like I'll literally take steps to not let it affect me. But I would say that personally, I would say I see it more in the universe. Like during retrograde periods and things like that, there's like a post and a pre retrograde period and things like that, and I feel
it just never ends. It just post and pre-retrograde. What the fuck?
It's like you literally
don't get a break.
Like shadow period. Sorry, that's like right before when it's like.
Is there 1 month of the year where you don't get a break from some kind of chaos and retrograde and
there are certain times, I think, but they don't last that long, do they?
Well, the retro. This one was. I remember we did an episode on the current retrograde, right? What's the one we're in now?
Oh my gosh.
We did it not too long ago.
Hold on, let me like double make sure. But
because aren't we in one right now? Like,
hold on. Let me like. I want to be 100% sure of everything.
Yeah, because I forgot which one it was. I can't keep track of all the retrogrades and all the ways that the world is spinning right now.
Yeah,
it's insane.
There's a lot of stuff that's happening, like, for real. Okay, so it says, as of July 1st, 2024, the following planets are in retrograde: Neptune from July 2nd to December 7th, Saturn from June 29th to November 15th, and Pluto from May 2nd to October 11th.
I think that's the one we did. We did Pluto retrograde. That's what we talked about.
That one's the one
that's
that's, like,
what we
heavy
talked
or
about.
whatever, yeah.
Yeah, so if you want to, for the audience listening, if you want to check that one out, that shouldn't be too far away. That's like maybe a month or two ago, something like that. So it's like 8 episodes back.
Not too bad.
Nothing crazy. It was a great episode, as always, as this one is right now. I always love talking about the full moon because, like you said, like, so you usually see it in other people because you're very conscious of the effects on yourself, so you don't really let it get to you, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
But you can
like
see it on people who are more not really in tune with it.
I feel like you can definitely see it from people who they don't like. It's not that they don't intend to, but they don't realize to utilize that power, to do something with it.
Right.
I feel like a lot of people, they just don't really think about spiritual effects of things like that. So it ends up affecting them differently. Personally, like you stated, I'm very in control of the way that I see things and my reality and things like that. So I choose to be very, not stubborn, but just like, no, if I don't want it, it's not. If it is, I'll let it, whatever, things like that. So that's like the energy that I carry out.
Are you making full moon water soon?
That's funny. Actually, I haven't done that in such a long time, but I actually recently saw something about that, so maybe I will. Maybe this is like my second sign, so I probably will.
What do you usually do when you make the full moon water? Do you drink it? Do you clean with it? What do you usually do with it?
Usually I just cleanse my crystals, the ones that can be put in water, because some crystals, they can literally disintegrate or be harmful if you put them in, the minerals and things like that. But usually, like, cleansing, things like that, like little... anything that I can put into the water, that will be okay.
So what do you just put it in a mason jar and leave it outside to make the move? So for those that don't know what we're talking about, explain the process that we're talking about, what full moon water is and what it could do.
Okay, so full moon water is basically water that is fueled by the full moon. So what you do, it's very simple. Everyone has I know some people have a different routine, a different way to go about it. I know that personally for myself, it was very simple. Only thing I did was I just got some water. I put a bowl near my windowsill where the full moon was facing, and then I set my intentions for the water to be fueled by the full moon. And then you can honestly feel the energy of, it's like a very cleansing energy, because of course the moon is again ruled by Cancer. Cancers are the mothers, very nurturing, all that. So you feel the energy, you have it down pat right there, and then you just end up using it. Usually it's like, the way that you can go about it, usually I would say, like, leave it out for about a day in the full moon. But after that, you use it to help cleanse the things from your past, or anything that you want to let go of, or that you want to renew the energy of in whatever way, shape, or form that you want to. So
because it's like charged with the properties of the moon.
Yeah.
And it'll help you out in whatever way you can, like, set an intention for what you want it to do, right?
Yeah, of course, whatever you want. Because it's like the full moon, it's usually like the let go time, like the renewal time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So give me what's in your rotation of crystals right now? What's like your top crystals that you're using right now?
Honestly, I use carnelian always. I've been using the same ones for years, but carnelian is like a confidence crystal. It's a root chakra crystal, so it works to help your confidence stay afloat, stay strong-minded, stay very, just grounded in your reality, where you just feel like you're in control of your stuff and you got this and you're everything that you know that you are. So that's like always top, always. Another one that I love is pyrite, which is it's like a copper kind of, it's beautiful. It's a very pretty crystal. But yeah, I would say, I was thinking, because it literally looks like a mineral, but it's really pretty. And what that one does is it helps attract money. It helps you as well to stay confident in yourself, but it is very good for financial abundance. And another one is tiger's eye, which is another one that I've loved. I've been using that for years as well. Tiger's eye is another abundance one. It also gives you like a kind of like a tiger lion kind of appeal. energy in the world, perspective and all that good stuff, and like confidence and things like that. So it's like all very confident based. Like I like confidence kind of crystals. I like rose quartz. Like I love kind of crystals, but I don't really use them too much because I don't feel like it's necessary. But those are usually my three, like the rundown for myself always.
Well, it's not a surprise that all of them have to do with confidence, because it is one word that I can think of when I see you. It's definitely confidence. So they're working. Whatever you're definitely working them. I'm not shocked that all three of them are for confidence. It's doing its job right now.
Thank you.
So, what do you usually like? Put them like under your bed, or you carry them around, or something?
I used to carry them around, and then the pyrite started like literally breaking because it was in my pocket, and you know, I guess friction or whatever. I used to wear jeans a lot, so it would like, yeah. I was like, holy shit, I got whatever. So I just like I leave it in my room now. I have like a little incense pillar thing. So it's like an incense thing and then a part to put the candle. And what I do is I purposely put the crystal that I want to enhance in the candle place. So I like intend that it like, you know, the energy of that crystal is enhanced again, and then it's like spread all around in the best way. So yeah, that's basically how I go about it. I usually just place it near the things that I know will help it be stronger, if that makes sense. I'll light it or I'll put it next to my lit incense, or if I want to manifest something specific or anything like that for the long run. If I ever do anything with manifestation and crystals, it's usually like a long-term kind of thing. Like, oh, I want to be successful generally here, you know?
Right.
It's usually not anything for it's usually not for anything specific, but it will be for things like that, you know, for long,
like overarching things, like big picture stuff.
Yes, exactly. That I want.
Not like, oh, I want this specific thing.
Yes, exactly.
I forgot what crystal I used to have. This woman gave me a crystal a long time ago, and I can't even remember. Like, there's no point in you listing off the names because there's like a million crystals, and we'd be here all day. It's probably gonna come to me. I wish I could even like start naming them myself. I can't think of it, but. Let's say somebody's never been into crystals before. Mm-hmm. They don't even know where to start. Do you got a top, like, where are you going to point them? What direction are you going to point them? Do you have, like, a top crystal you'd recommend somebody?
That's so funny you say that, because people used to ask me that a lot. Like, oh, I'm new to crystals. What should I use? Honestly, I would say that clear quartz. That's, like, the most, not basic, but it's a very common crystal. And I feel like it's a crystal that's really good for the crown chakra, which connects you to your spirituality. It's the seventh chakra, so it's the one that connects you to the universe, to spirit, to your spiritual beliefs and things like that. And I feel like if anyone is trying to figure out how to be more connected and where to turn to, clear quartz is going to help point you in that direction and keep you level-headed as you continue to rise in that power. So I think definitely clear quartz for sure. That's usually like the first one, and then after that I say carnelian because I love that one.
Carnelian and clear quartz.
Yeah, it's funny.
Okay, so this is crystals 101, and then you obviously got to charge them, right? You got to clean them, get your moon water, put your intention on them, and you can carry them around or put them wherever you want to put them, right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but yes, your intention is the most important thing. Definitely.
Okay, maybe we got to do a deep dive into crystals the way we did tarot cards or something like that. Maybe we got to do a deep dive later on. Because there's like a million, right? There's a million things you could do with them. A million. I mean, people got them on. People make bracelets out of them. There's all kind of stuff you can do with crystals.
That's right. There's a lot, and there's different things you can do for sure.
So we can get into that a whole nother day. But let me ask you this: talk to me about a very specific topic in manifestation called ignoring the 3D. What is that about?
Oh my gosh, I literally just said that when I was live. Like someone asked me how to.
You know, we be lining up. We be lining up. You already know.
Crazy. I literally like an hour ago. Basically, ignoring the 3D is not letting the 3D dictate what you say you got going on within your mind, because what you create within your mind is what you receive and manifest within your reality. So, for example, let's say that you're manifesting more money. You're not going to...
Not to cut you off, but for those that don't know, the 3D is like your current reality, right?
It's like your physical reality. So every reality is current. Like the 4D, 5, whatever. I just stay on the 3D and the 4D because I feel like those are the two most... They're the closest in that sense.
Okay.
Everything else is.
I didn't mean to cut you off. But I just wanted
You're
to
good.
clarify for the who
No,
didn't
you're
know.
good. I'm glad you said that because it is important to clarify. Definitely, like the 5D, 6D, all the other Ds, that's what she said. They're all like
Indeed.
spiritual realm kind of energy. You know, like if you're gonna astral
Right.
project, you're gonna touch all the realms.
Right.
But in this case, I would definitely say that the 3D is your physical reality. So let's say, for example, that you are manifesting money and you tell yourself, I have so much money, money loves me, money finds me everywhere that I go, all the good stuff, and you feel it and you know it. And then one day maybe okay, let's say that you have to pay a really big bill unexpectedly. You know, usually when that happens, some people, they start to freak out. Oh my God, I've been manifesting money. Why is this happening? I'm losing money now and all this shit, right? So when that happens, your call is not to sit there and to start reacting to what you think you're losing now, right? First, continue what you're saying. Continue believing in the fact that you're making your money, okay? That's the most important thing. You can't let that outside shit make you feel like you're invalidated now. You are in control of your reality still, okay? Regardless of whatever you see. Second, the way that I personally see it and the way that I do things is that if anything like that were to ever happen under any capacity at all, I take it as an enormous opportunity for me to pay that fat bill and to say, bitch, I got so much money, I can pay this bill easily. And that right there, to me, manifests more money. And it always does because I let it. So that's how I see it in your way. I feel like if there's anything that you should do in your realities, whatever it is that you're manifesting, let things work in your favor, even if they don't look favorable. And continue to persist in your story. Let things switch in your favor. Don't be a victim to what you're seeing. Even if it feels icky right now, you are still in control. You understand? So
right.
It's like basically being strong-minded and holding your discipline down and not letting the external factors make you feel as though you're lacking in any way, shape, or form, because you're not. You understand? Like, you are literally the strong force. I believe that wholeheartedly. But yeah, that's basically what it is. Well, the 3D, like ignoring the 3D, it could be as easy as that. Some people think that they have to like literally hide away from the 3D and ignore it. Like,
how you gonna do that? You got a life. You gotta fucking go out there.
Yeah, no,
you gotta do things.
Nah, I feel like that's unhealthy. You don't have to do that. You just.
I mean, there's one thing I love to do is hiding. I love to hide from the 3D, but you can't do it all the time. You can't do it
yeah,
all the time.
like I like to.
I love doing
be
that.
under my blanket and shit. Like, that's great.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, if you're manifesting something, just know that nothing out here can stop me. You know, even if you have a bad day with your skin, I'm manifesting pimple-less skin, and I got a pimple. So what? Like, you're fine, bro. Your skin is beautiful. Pimple doesn't even exist. Treat it, ignore, like, literally don't make it into a bigger deal than it is. That's it. Don't make anything into a bigger deal than it has to be, and you will always be golden, you know? And sometimes people take the 3D as a sign, if they see something they don't like, as a sign that they're messing things up. It's impossible to mess anything up. You are always in perfect timing, like, literally always. So just remember that.
Now, I'm assuming that, if you think about it in a manifestation from the perspective of manifesting, right? Mm-hmm. That ignoring the 3D is helpful because, like, you're not feeding into what you don't want. Because if you're not ignoring it, or whatever term you want to use, if you're feeding into it, basically, you're only going to attract more of the energy you don't want. Yes. Right? Like, that's the benefit of ignoring it, is if you're going to keep focusing on it, you're only going to keep getting the same energy you don't want anymore. So you might as well ignore it, or do what you're saying, like ignore it or focus on what you do want. Mm-hmm. So that way you're not continuously attracting the thing you're trying to leave behind, basically.
Exactly.
I'm assuming, right? That's like the purpose of it.
Basically. I would say definitely go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and it'll probably make you feel better. You're not thinking about what you don't want 24/7.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally it. If you obsess over the things that you don't want 24/7, do you really think that thing's going to go away? I mean, you're feeding it. You're giving it life.
Exactly, feeding it, yeah.
Exactly. And on top of that, it's like, if you can deal with things in your 3D without manifesting more of it. You can deal with it as long as your mindset isn't, I always got to deal with this shit, same thing every day. Same day, what is it? Same new day.
Same shit, different day.
Yeah, whatever, bro.
Then you're in the same cycle every day. You're never gonna get out of it.
Yeah, like, come on, man. You're doing it to yourself. Be strong. Be mindful of your power, and believe me, you will make a difference if you allow yourself to. Some people, they like to struggle. They don't like to, but some people are comfortable with it. It's time to get the fuck out of that mindset. If you want to be happy, you got to make differences mentally, and that's what manifests differences in your reality, and that's it.
Now, does this go hand in hand with the technique of acting as if? I'm sure it does, right?
Definitely. I would say, yeah, for sure, without even thinking too much about the 3D in general, like the whole term of that, ignoring the 3D. Acting as if is just like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter if you say I don't have a car. I have a car because I said that I do, and that's it. I
Right,
see
you
myself
feel it.
driving the car. I love driving the car. My car is my favorite. Even if your homegirl's like, you don't have a damn car. Nah, I do have a car. Don't worry about it. And then boom, somehow you get a car, man. You don't gotta worry about how it's gonna happen, but somehow the universe gives you a car, and that's just it. It's funny how things work out, but you see, you gotta keep open that mindset of it's funny how things work out, but they always do for me. Some people
Right, and I guess it would be like the adverse of what I was saying about it feeding the wrong thing. You're feeding the right thing if you're acting as if, so you're making it easier for it to come to you, I guess, right?
Yeah, like you're making it, it's not
Probably.
even easier, but you're not resisting what belongs to you already. So it's already easily
Right.
attained, but you're now letting it be easily attained. Do you know what I mean? Like you're
Right.
giving the
Because
okay.
that's where your focus is on it right now. You're feeling it, like even if it's not there tangibly yet, you're focusing on it. So now you're drawing it energetically to you.
Yeah, basically,
That's
I
what
would
I'm
say
assuming.
that because it's not even like about energy. I would say because at the same time, it's still already. It's like literally already all done. So even if it's not physically in front of you, you know that it is. If that makes sense, like you still know that it's there. Like it's made for you. It's not. It's not something that you have to go out of your way to somehow force the universe to give it to you. It's literally still already done because I said so and that's it. You know, like your
Right.
power is it overpowers everything in this reality.
Right. Let me ask. Let's switch gears before we get to the movie review and everything. I wanted to know this about you for a while, right? Because we always talk about on the show what everybody's addicted to. I'm addicted to sugar. This guy's addicted to cigarettes.
Mhm.
Do you have a vice one thing that you cannot live without every day?
I cannot believe you just said you're addicted to sugar because I was literally right before I started this. I literally, honestly, maybe it might be that because it's not even like sugar. I have had a sweet tooth my entire life. And
Oh yeah.
after I eat, literally, bro, after I eat my meals, it's like salt and savory or whatever. Salt, savory, like that.
Salt and sweet, whatever.
Yeah, like salty food, whatever.
Yeah.
I literally, it's not that I need something sweet, but I really want something sweet. Like I want to eat
Yeah.
something sweet. And
What do you go for the most?
honestly, I go for chocolate, usually chocolate.
Hell
I
yeah.
feel like with like candies, I'm not really that into. I have to be in a mood for candy. But I was literally just saying to myself, God, if you feel like I should crank down on sugar, let me know. Like, and you just.
Oh, God's been telling me for like a couple of years. I ain't listening. I'm ignoring that one. I'm ignoring that one.
Shit, I'ma listen. Shit, but that's funny. That's so weird. But okay. The thing that I feel like I can't live without. Honestly, I feel like I can't live without posting on social media. Like I feel like I need to be different.
Really?
Yeah. I feel like
That's not a shock either because you're like number one every time I turn on
I'm sick.
Instagram or TikTok. You're there. But that's commendable though. That I wish I had that addiction. I don't have that one.
That is so funny. I feel like I physically can't do it. Like I remember the last time I deactivated Instagram was in 2018 summer and I did it for 2 months and it was a really good time. I was happy I did it because it was different at the time. At the time I had a different Instagram. I was following people from my high school. And then when I reactivated, I was like, I don't want to follow any of these people anymore. So then later that year, I made Electrasoul, and then like everyone that I have on there are people that I like help. You know what I mean? That's what I like.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I agree, dude. I agree. I got rid of my personal Instagram years ago. I just have the Gritty Nose Best one, and I barely do anything with it. Like, if you follow it, you know that we don't post anything. Like,
Yeah.
We just don't post anything. But like, I'm like, not that I don't like these people, but like, do I want to see what you just ate?
No,
I've seen your dog 5 times. I don't need to see it going up. I don't need to see it again. Like I don't like. I love you, but I don't need to see you that much. I don't care what's going on.
Yeah. Like,
To kind of piggyback off that, you're very disciplined. You post a lot.
thank you.
Do you have like a morning or daily routine, or is it just like whatever you want to do for the day?
whatever I want. I refuse to give I used to give myself like a time and
Really? I pictured you as like a very like scheduled out
fuck no, I can't no more. I used
routine.
to. I'm done. It's
Yeah?
too much. I feel like I want to be free, and I felt like I don't get me wrong. I always enjoyed it, but it would stress me out because then I'd be like, I would assume if I wasn't on time or on schedule, I was doing something wrong, and no, like absolutely not. I'm not gonna deal with that kind of pressure.
Well, thank you. Thank you for always scheduling the podcast. Thanks for that.
Of course, yeah. Period.
that goes on the schedule. Thanks.
Yeah, it always does.
I used to be like that too. I used to be very like scheduled out, and now I'm just like, because sometimes like even if I learn like, or at least not I learn, I feel like sometimes something may be the right thing to do, but it may not be the right thing to do that day.
I
Like,
agree.
It doesn't need to be done that day. Like you could say, okay, tomorrow I should edit this video. It doesn't need to be out for like a week. But I should, because it makes me feel like my ego feel better because I'll be working. But then tomorrow, maybe it's just like a day you should just go to the beach and it's not gonna hurt you at all. But like now you scheduled it so you feel like, well, I gotta do it now, and you don't leave room. There's still like obviously room for scheduling things, like you said, like doing obviously like important things like a podcast and stuff like that. But I'm not as rigid as I used to be. Like, because then some days I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't have to do that. Like. I'm not
you're
sticking
free
to
to
the
switch your
schedule.
plan whenever you'd like. It's your schedule. Exactly.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. I like
That's
that you mentioned
wild,
about your ego too. Like you
Yeah,
recognize that.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Yeah, I pictured you as very like regimented. Like wake up, skincare,
I'm gone.
edit.
Fuck no. Honestly, no. I like to keep it as free as I can. I used to be like that. Stressed me out too much. I'm gonna do what I want.
yeah.
Like
I
today, I
feel
almost
you.
switched my whole day. I was gonna do like everything I was gonna do today, tomorrow, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm gonna do it today. It felt like more convenient for today, but you see, it's about my convenience. Anything.
And then sometimes it works the opposite. Sometimes I'll be like, tomorrow I'm gonna play video games all day. I'm not gonna answer my phone.
That's right.
And then I'll just work all day for some reason. I'm like, actually, I don't want to play. I don't feel like being lazy today. I just want to work all day. So it's not always like, oh, I want to be lazy. Sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes I'm like, and that happens a lot more often where I'm like, I don't want to do anything today. And then like an hour later, I'm just working on mad shit, calling people, emailing people. Like, I didn't expect to do any of this.
That's me too. You're completely right. That's
so
crazy.
we're light schedulers now. Very light schedulers.
It's easier for us Capricorns, so we don't feel
Right.
stressed. Period.
Right.
Goodbye.
Let's get into The Exorcism.
Oh my.
I was very much looking forward to seeing this. I've been very much looking forward to your reaction about this movie. So a little bit of background before we get into this. This is actually Russell Crowe, the actor's second exorcism movie in like, I don't know, like a 2-year span or something. He just did the movie The Pope's Exorcist like last year.
Yeah.
Did you see that one?
No, I haven't. I didn't
Check that one out.
Okay.
Check The Pope's Exorcist out. That came out like either early this year or last year. I can't remember, but I enjoyed
heard
that.
about it actually.
I didn't think I was gonna like that, but I liked it way more than I thought. So then I see then I see the trailer for this movie. I'm like, didn't we just get this movie? Like, what the fuck? But it's just called The Exorcism. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, this is not a good sign. The creativity was already like at an all-time low in the boardroom. They were like, you know, every exorcism movie has a subtitle, like The Exorcism of so-and-so, or The Exorcism in the Mental Hospital. These motherfuckers just said, we'll just say The Exorcism. Who cares? You know, I mean, what the movie was about, which we'll get into, they could have called this The Exorcism in Hollywood or some shit,
Yeah,
you know?
I agree. I thought that too. I was like, this is a very basic title, a very generic title. That's what I thought. I was like, what is this about exactly?
I remember seeing the trailer in the theater when I went to go see In a Violent Nature, and I literally laughed out loud in the theater. 'Cause I was like, that's what they came up with? The fucking exorcism? Like, that's gonna get lost in the shuffle. Like, I don't think anybody's ever done a movie just called that since The Exorcist. Like, I don't think I've ever seen something just called. So anyway, Russell Crowe's doing another exorcism movie. My man is in his niche right now. He's in his pocket. He's loving his exorcism movies. And we were saying that we were talking off air about this, that we were looking for the bootleg and we didn't find it the whole time. Like, nobody cared about bootlegging this movie. Nobody wanted to see it. And when I saw reviews on it, they were not good. Okay, that was the
Ooh,
public
interesting. I didn't know
perception
that.
of this movie. So, but I was very excited to see it. So we both watched it last night,
Okay.
and so this movie is basically about Russell Crowe's character, which I'm not good at names in the movie. I don't know. His name could have been
Oh, his
fucking
name is
Bill or
Anthony.
Jim, Andy. I don't know what his name was,
Tony.
but yeah, some shit.
No, that's
So basically, Russell Crowe's character,
You heard me?
he's an actor. What happened?
His name is Anthony, so you know.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. So Russell Crowe's character, Anthony, is an actor who's coming back into the business after dealing with some addiction problems, years of substance abuse, and his wife had cancer. He had an estranged relationship with his daughter. The wife died. So now he's finally getting back into the business, and he's like a big deal in this movie, in this world of Hollywood. People love him, but so they're gonna take a chance on him, and they're like, we're gonna hire you for this exorcism movie. And obviously, as you can imagine, spooky things start happening on set, and scary things start happening to Russell Crowe and his family. And that's as far as we're gonna get into the actual story, pretty much, because I don't want to give too many spoilers. But to start, what I think is I like the story. First of all, everybody knows as I listen to the show, I love a movie or a book or any type of story that takes place during the filming of a movie or a play or something like that. For some reason, I've always loved that. Whenever they did like TV shows, or like, oh, we're gonna have a play today, we're gonna do a play today, or any horror movie or horror book where they did a play, I always loved it. So that was already this gave it like at least this gave it like half a point just for that, right?
Right.
So the movie starts out, and I like what they did with the story, because like I said, Russell Crowe's coming back after all this substance abuse. So he's battling like his demons on set, his personal demons, as well as eventually the demonic entities that are going to come into play later on in the movie. So I like, watching that. I think Russell Crowe did a good job of that, like portraying this guy that was really beaten down, and the director's trying to hype him up. He's like, come on, man, you could do it. And then eventually he's like, listen, bro, you're like a piece of shit. He's trying to get him into the character. He's like, you're a drug addict, like you're an addict, like you gotta play this role. So I really like the like Russell Crowe's performance and what he was like portraying here. He's trying to get back into good graces with his daughter, and like I said, obviously everything spooky's happening with during the movie. So I enjoyed the story, and I think this movie started off hot. I think it started off well. I liked at least 3 key scenes to me. They had like 3 real standout scenes. Namely the one, I don't want to spoil it, but where the demon is fighting the daughter in the kitchen, and the girl and the other girl.
Yeah.
Where shit starts going down in the
Really
kitchen.
crazy.
Yeah, there's the one where he goes down from the set, and stuff happens in front of everybody in the on the movie set. So they're like, oh my god, there's a real demon here. Everything's crazy, blah blah blah. Yeah. There was some, and the part with the mirror was good. There was some good parts. But then it was pretty much after the kitchen fight scene, for some reason, the movie just went.
Think so?
It was boring after that. I can't really. It was just, and some of the stuff they were doing was just kind of like, like kind of just like lame. Like I wasn't. It wasn't scary. It wasn't spooky. Like, although I did say I liked those scenes, by no means were they scary, were they spooky. It was like kind of what the action that was happening and some of the things that were said. I think it was well executed, the violence and some of the dialogue I liked, but in no way, shape, or form was it scary or spooky at all. I did not feel any, it's not like The Conjuring or anything like that. So about halfway, the movie just went down. I was kind of sad because I really enjoyed the first half. I liked everything that was going on, the story they were building, the whole world they were building, and I was like, where is this going to go? Like, how crazy is this demon going to get? It did get kind of crazy, but then the ending happened, and hopefully I jog your memory with what I'm about to say, but there's this speech that the demon does at the end before, the movie's over. Yeah. This demon where the guy's eyes are black, and it was so cringe. It was so cringe. It was so lame.
Okay.
Lame. I was like, what the way the guy was delivering it, what they were saying, I was just like, this is not the way this movie started. I was excited for this. The fucking chandelier came down. I was like, yeah, this is about to get crazy. And I mean, it did get crazy, but it was just kind of lame.
Okay.
It was just kind of dumb, and it came off as kind of like a TV movie at the end, but in a bad way. Because I do like TV horror movies, but this was not a good one.
I got
so, At a certain point, it took a significant downturn, and I'm gonna say that this movie was probably like a 3.3 at best.
Whoa.
This was definitely the lamest possession movie I have ever seen.
Okay, I can.
And I've seen my fair share.
That's fair.
It wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But in terms of possession movies, the lamest.
Okay, that's fair. I can see why.
It's gotta be about a 3.3. I don't think I'm missing any takes. Maybe you'll jog my memory when you tell me about what you think. What you think about the movie?
I actually liked it because it was low key. Like there were some parts that I was like confused for the audience. Like I personally knew what was happening, but the audience may have been confused because there wasn't necessarily an explanation of certain things, I feel. And I just feel like I think there were some minor plot holes, low key. But I feel like overall it was pretty accurate to the way that he was acting while possessed, the things he was saying, and even the ending part. I was like, what is this man doing? Not Anthony, the other guy.
And not Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe did a great job.
I
did enjoy Russell Crowe's
amazing
performance.
actor. The daughter, she honestly added a lot to it too. I thought
The daughter was good.
I thought that
especially their dynamic together, like the
Yeah.
shit that they would say, especially when he became possessed, the stuff he was saying was crazy.
It was like
I was
nuts.
feeling that.
Yeah.
The actors were good.
They were very good actors. I just feel like the plot was a little bit plot holy, yeah. But I think it was fine, honestly. I think I can honestly see what you're saying, though. I think from other people's perspectives, they probably wouldn't see it that way. I feel like they'd probably be like, oh, like, that was pretty lame, like you said. People probably, I watch these things from a more educational and personal experience kind of perspective, and no one else does that, I'm sure. Like, a lot of people don't. So I get, like, other people want, like, a spook and all that stuff. I feel like there were some minor jump scares, but like they weren't even
You jumped?
What was it? There was this one part that like, something happened. You're funny. When the daughter walked up behind her dad, and then like you like fell back or something. I don't know if you remember. It was like kind of at the beginning.
I don't know.
You don't even remember.
I think he's in the hall. Yeah, he's in the hallway, right?
I was like, oh
Yeah,
shit!
yeah.
Like I got a little.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, right? Like the guy, because I thought I saw this and I rewound it. So the guy's on his he's on his redemption arc, right? He's getting his life together.
Yeah.
He's back in the saddle, and he's like drinking the whole movie. No.
No, he literally is drinking the whole fucking movie.
The whole movie, I'm like, is this guy supposed to be getting his shit together or not?
Confused about that too. I was like,
because I'm like, those are Heineken bottles, right? Like I had to make sure I wasn't tripping.
I don't remember if it was Heineken, but I do remember seeing him drink multiple times.
And his daughter's not even bringing it up.
I was literally gonna say that. She didn't say anything.
She cleaned him up for him, and I'm like, is she not? Because she's telling him, make sure you take your meds. But how's he gonna take his meds if he's fucking drinking?
Literally, why? Yeah,
she was trying to lay down the law, which was cool. She was like, "Oh, you gotta stop doing this. You gotta stop doing that." But you don't tell the guy to stop fucking drinking.
I'm gone. I'm out of here.
That's why I thought I was bugging. I was like, let me ask Electra if she saw what I saw. Like maybe maybe he was drinking juice and I was bugging. He was drinking alcohol.
No, that was definitely kind of confused. There were again some plot holes. I was a bit confused. That the director was an asshole. Not of the movie, but in the movie, he was an asshole. I feel like the set was so toxic. If I was on that movie set, I would have fucking left. I would have been like, I need a new movie to be a part of because this is not it. Like I swear to you.
Well, that's the only thing he had. Nobody was trying to hire him. I think, right?
I agree. You're right. And I felt so bad for him. Oh my god, he was fucking up. But like.
Oh yeah, when they were shitting on his performance in like the cutting room or
so bad.
in the preview room in front of his daughter.
He should have shown them that like this demon's possessing me, bro. Like maybe y'all will understand. Well, I mean, he did show them, but like you know what I mean.
They were trying.
He could have showed them.
They're like, what are you talking about? Remember he was like, they went to the priest and he was like, oh, they're on a possession movie. Like, it's just who cares? Like, it's just it's getting to his head or whatever.
Yeah, getting to his head.
He tried.
Okay.
But then the priest redeemed himself a little bit later. I don't want to say how, but he stepped up to the plate later on.
Definitely did.
And then after that, boring, lame ending.
Sorry, that is so
not
funny.
a fan. Not a fan.
Yeah, I don't.
But you were. I don't want to step into you. Yeah, so continue.
No, you're fine. The ending, like, I didn't like how the ending was very just okay, this will happen. Bye.
Bye.
Like, okay,
Like,
what about
that's
the
it.
daughter? Her hair is different now. Who cares? Like, what happened to her?
Was her hair different?
Yeah.
Oh man,
Her hair was blonde the whole movie, and at the end it was black.
Oh, what she's going goth
Well, she grew up
after
I
this
guess.
dark experience.
I don't
She's
know.
goth now?
It was like years apart. I don't know if you noticed.
Oh.
Anthony had gray hair.
Let me tell you, once my man's eyes went black and he started doing that speech, I was done. I don't even know. Like, I started eating. I was watching on my phone. I was kind of walking around, like, eating stuff. And I was like, oh, this shit is still on. And then once the credits came on, I went, turned it right off. I
Oh
was like,
my
all right,
god!
we're
Yeah, the
done.
credits came on really fast.
I was like,
It was
we're
very
done.
sudden.
So you didn't like the ending either?
I thought it was a little rushed. It was like,
Yeah,
okay,
it felt rushed. I feel like we needed some more demon
What
time.
happened to Anthony? Maybe like, where's the daughter? She's on a beach. What is she doing? Is she friends
going
with her
goth.
friend still? Is she? Well, how old is she? How old are y'all? I don't know.
Right.
Whatever. But yeah.
What are you rating this?
Damn. I would. Say
I gave it a 3.3 out of 5. I think that's generous.
I think
I think that's generous.
5.
And I gave it like half a point just because it was on a movie set.
Wait, out of 10, right?
Or if you want to do out of 10, I usually do out of 5.
Oh, okay. I'll do
3.3 out of 5 for me.
out of 5.
And maybe even it might be a 2.8 really. I'm gonna, you know what? 2.8 done.
I would say a 3.5 out of 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Didn't
There you go.
Wasn't that just your rating?
What?
Wasn't 3.5 just your rating?
It was 3.3. Now it's 2.8. I'm taking it back.
I got you. That's fair.
2.8. I had to really think about it. Like,
Yeah,
no,
I
you
don't
know
blame
what? I'm never gonna see this again. It's like, no.
I don't
No,
blame
definitely. Like, I've seen my fair share of possession movies that were like, you know, like, I guess lame people would think are lame.
Yeah.
This was, but I think we liked it more than the average person.
I think so too. You know.
They really I don't think they saw any redeeming qualities. If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure that they didn't even want to bootleg it. They're like, nah, nobody wants to see this. We're not even bootlegging. Nobody cares.
Hearing that makes me sad, but I understand. I feel bad
But
for the actors.
the actors were good.
Yeah, they were very
Like I said, check out The Pope's Exorcist. You'll like that movie.
Okay.
That was a badass movie.
All right.
And the thing about that was, it was more in line of like it followed a lot of the same trends as a regular exorcism movie and possession movie. It hit all the notes. It did all the same like typical shit, but it was still a good movie. Like some things would happen and I'd be like, all right, we've seen that a million times. But then I would think, but it's still cool to watch.
Yeah, I
It's
understand
still
that.
cool.
I totally understand that.
Like even the movie that they were shooting in the movie looked lame. Like when they were shooting it,
I'm sorry.
the girl was possessed in the bed. I was like, this
Oh my god! Don't even get me started.
terrible. That movie looked worse than what we were watching. They were making some shit right there, boy.
That is so funny.
Check out The Pope's Exorcist though. The same dude is in it, Russell Crowe, but it's like far better of a movie.
Okay, thank you for the
Far
suggestion,
better.
the recommendation.
Hell yeah. You know we're always up on our current possession movies and our demonic movies. We love them.
We sure
There
do.
you have it. We'll be here for the next one, whatever the next possession exorcism movie is. We'll be here for it. Do you want to say anything? Do you want to plug anything before we get out of here?
Go ahead and follow me on Instagram, subscribe to my YouTube, my TikTok, all that good stuff, Twitter if you'd like, at Electrasoul444 or Electrasoul, just Electrasoul.
The Eternal Spotlight, the Eternal Starlight. I almost said the Eternal Spotlight.
No, you're good.
Eternal Starlight.
I was literally gonna say that. Well, after that, if you want to go check out any readings or if you want coaching from me or anything like that, spiritual services and other stuff that I got, electrasoul.co. And the last thing, with my sisters and I, we are together as the Eternal Starlight, and you could literally find us anywhere as the Eternal Starlight, all together on Instagram. We're still working on YouTube, and we got TikTok and all that good stuff. And pretty much, we very happy to see you. We love you guys.
Hell yeah. So there you go. Follow Electrasoul on everything. Follow the Eternal Starlight. Peace and love.
Love you guys.
See you next time.
So before we eat the Wednesday cereal, which I'm very excited to eat, I've been waiting a while to eat that. I want to talk to you. Are you aware of the drama that's going on with the Conjuring House in Rhode Island?
No.
There
What drama?
is a lot. Get ready for some fucking tea, okay? Get your teacups out because it is messy over there at the Conjuring House. It's crazy, okay? So I guess there was like a couple that owned it maybe 2 years ago when I talked about it on the show, but there's apparently another woman owns it now named Jacqueline Nunez, okay? And there's a lot going on right now, but this all started, I think, around May and June when 7 employees left the Conjuring House. They stopped working there. They had a bunch of grievances and gripes. So that happened. And then all of a sudden, this is when I think the story went nationwide and all over the place and everything really started picking up when the news picked up on this story right here that I'm going to play for you.
We begin with a Target 12 investigators exclusive Conjuring controversy. The old Conjuring house in Burrville is known for its paranormal activity, but a former employee says he was fired after the owner said a spirit spoke to her. Thank you for joining us. I'm Shannon Heggie.
I'm Mike Montecalvo. Now that former employee is fighting for money that he says he's owed. Target 12 investigator Sarah Grinelli is here now with the details. Sarah?
Brian Dansereau says he worked at the Conjuring House for the past 3 years. That's until the owner, Jacqueline Nunez, fired him. She tells me she's a medium and that a spirit from the house told her Dansereau was stealing. This is not your average home on Round Top Road in Burrville. It's known as the Conjuring House, made famous by a 2013 movie, and for years it's captivated the imaginations of those who seek paranormal experiences.
I would hear voices, of course, footsteps, of course.
Brian Dansereau began working in the house in 2021.
One of the stories I have, which makes me smile to this day, is carrying heavy boxes in and getting ready to balance it to open the door, and literally the door opened for me as I approached it, allowing me to walk in with the boxes. And I did say thank you. What the is that?
In May, Dansereau went full-time as the house's vice president of operations, but within 2 months, owner Jacqueline Nunez let him go after saying she'd heard from the house's 19th century owner. These are text messages she sent to Dansereau.
John Arnold told me, you've been stealing money out of the cash box for the past 2 months. And I literally stopped and I actually corrected him, like, John Arnold, one of the original owners who died in 1839, and she said yes, and I want you to pay it back.
When asked to respond, Nunez told Target 12 in part, I and every person is entitled to experiences that bring understanding and meaning to our lives, including being informed or warned about wicked actors and actions.
We took a step in and stuff from the ceiling just fell straight down.
Seriously?
Yes.
It started the first day that we moved into the house.
Author Andrea Perrin told 12 News at the time the movie was inspired by her book that detailed the Perrin family's experience after they bought the home in the 1970s.
You know that other man in the dining room? He just disappeared.
The home sits on the old Arnold estate. Target 12 found records dating back to the 1800s, referencing John Arnold and his wife Abigail, 2 of the original owners.
Horrible. Everything about this is horrible.
Dansereau filed this claim with the Department of Labor and Training, stating that Nunez owes him $9,000 for unpaid wages. He denies any wrongdoing. Now, did you steal?
I can tell you no. I was a paramedic for over 30 years. The stress of all this has been keeping me up at night. I've been having problems breathing at night because of anxiety over it.
Nunez tells me Dansereau was poised to make $100,000 a year if he didn't steal. She says she's using that money as part of his compensation. State officials are investigating the claim. With the Target 12 investigators, Sarah Grinelli, 12 News.
Okay, so she fired the guy because she heard a spirit told him. You're a psychic medium. If you were running a business and one of the spirits told you that somebody was stealing, would you fire them?
It really depends on who's telling me that, because honestly, I only tap into like really like God and like Jesus and really good spirits. So I feel like if I was told that, and I would be like, I need confirmation of that. Show me proof. And if I get proof, I'm definitely taking action.
There you go. I don't know. I don't know if there was proof. I have not heard of any proof, but the story only gets wilder from here. Okay. So then after this, I guess this is 2 of the 7 employees. There was a couple that used to work there, and they had started putting stuff in the barn on the property because the homeowner was going to do the Conjuring Museum. So this couple was like, all right, like we're going to give you equipment to use. We're going to give you speakers and drapes and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden the barn gets set on fire somehow, right? Out of nowhere, the barn gets set on fire. So all their stuff is gone.
Oh my gosh.
And the owner of the home, Jacqueline, was like, all right, I'm going to pay you guys back. Like, once I get the insurance money, I'm going to pay you guys back. Everything's going to be fine. Well, they never got paid back. And, of course, they left. And then when she was asked about it, she was like, actually, you know what? Fuck them, because I should be suing them because they're the reason that the barn got set on fire because they hired the painter and he didn't dispose of the rags correctly. So I should be suing them for the money. And they're like, like that. I don't know what you're talking about. You owe us for the equipment, all this stuff, right?
It sounds like a lawsuit.
Yeah. There's lawsuits all over the place. Don't even worry. This is lawsuit city. All right. So then things start spiraling. There's all these different people, all these different characters, and now we're going to introduce you to another character in the story named Jason Hawes. Okay, now if any of you have watched the original Ghost Hunters show, you know who I'm talking about, from Jason and Grant, the original Ghost Hunters. You ever seen that show? Like the first, it was like one of the first ever.
I know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, I used to watch that every freaking day, bro. Marathons of Ghost Hunters. As soon as I saw him, I knew exactly who he was, right? So this guy is still in the paranormal game. He has his YouTube channel. He's doing his thing. And I guess his daughter worked for the Conjuring House for a while. He had some type of working relationship with Jacqueline. And then allegedly, all of a sudden, she texted him out of nowhere about some kind of plumbing issue. And then all of a sudden, she texts him while all this is going on, and she texts him a video of this truck on the property. And she says something to the effect of, listen, I know this was you, and I know that this was an assassination attempt on my life. I know you were trying to kill me. I got facial recognition. We're coming after you. It got crazy. He's regaling all these details on his YouTube video, like saying, like, I don't know what she's talking about. I did not try and kill this woman. Obviously, I have no reason.
The woman who said fuck everyone?
Yeah, the woman who fired the guy. This is the owner of the Conjuring House. You fired the guy. You know, she owes allegedly owes this couple money, and now she's texting one of the original Ghost Hunters that he's trying to kill her. She has evidence. So he's breaking it down on his YouTube channel, right? And he's like, that, first of all, it's not me. Second of all, these are people that she had to have let in on the property. And these were people who wanted to get a tour from the house. Now, apparently, while all this is going on, this is like maybe all in like a couple months span. While all this is going on and this is all spiraling, people have been booking tours to come to the house. They've been booking tours, and you could stay. We had read the story on the show maybe like 2 years ago or something, but you can pay to camp on the property. So people have been showing up to do these things, and they're getting turned away because Jacqueline is allegedly not showing up to give these people the tour, and she's not holding up her end of the deal, and these people aren't being able to get their experience, right? So apparently this car was just people that were there for a tour at 4 a.m, and she opened the door for them apparently, and they were like, hey, we're here for the tour. And she was like, oh, don't worry, I'll go get somebody. And that's when she shut the door in their face and texted Jason. It was like, I know you're trying to kill me. Like, I know that you're after me, blah, blah, blah. So it gets even worse, okay? So people are showing up. They're not able to do their tours. And allegedly on her Facebook, I don't even know if this is even, I need to say allegedly because this is on her Facebook, that she is wilding out, spiraling on Facebook, putting all these insane posts on the Conjuring House Facebook, right? But she's also inundating this dude Jason with text message after text message, and apparently it is some not so nice stuff, and we're gonna play a little clip of him talking about that now.
A few days ago, I randomly started getting texts, and I'm not going to show those texts. I'm going to show some texts, but not those texts, because those texts were the most vile, disgusting texts I have ever in my life received, to the point where I had to take them and turn them over. and file paperwork because I've never, wow. Okay. So those are turned over and there was a no trespass order and stuff put out there. Actually, I just received another text from her. She just sent me another text. She's been sending me text all freaking morning. It just goes and goes and goes. They are novels. They are literally novels. Let me see. They start and they just go and go and go. And it's the most crazy thing you've ever seen. The list goes on and on. This is frightening. This has nothing to do with her being possessed or demonic entities. This is a situation that has been amplified by medicating themselves certain ways. And this is an ongoing issue. And the community needs to come together and they need to just inform the world that that place is not safe, that that person is not safe. And anybody who does an event there is putting others in jeopardy. So it's time to cancel events. It's time to cancel tours. It's time to cancel overnights. It's time to cancel the Conjuring House. And it's time to cancel Jacqueline Nunez.
Wow.
Damn.
Now, this must have been
that
from a deleted
sucks.
video, not this video right here, but because he went into a little bit of detail about what the text messages is that he handed over to the police. So this must have been from a video he deleted, because I think he deleted a video sometime the other day, but I had seen it because I couldn't find it again. But she was messaging his kids about them killing themselves, like telling his kids to kill themselves. Once I guess he blocked her or whatever, and she was like, all right, bet, I'm coming after your kids now. And
Fuck
she was telling them to
that.
kill themselves, all kind of crazy stuff. He wouldn't get into great detail, but that was one of the things that he said was going on. So Jacqueline is wildin' right now, okay? Bugging out.
Like, damn.
She got the spirits of the Conjuring House beat right now. She's the real
Feel
She's
like,
the real
damn.
story right now. She's haunting the place. And
Right?
now the
That's
dude,
funny.
Brian, that she fired, got her ass in court. He's trying to get his money. I think he's getting her on all the harassment because she's harassing all the other people too, apparently. She's harassing all the 7 employees. And I read that a bunch of other employees have quit working at the Conjuring House as of the last couple of days. So this is absolutely insane. What do you think? She's possessed? Is she losing her mind? What the
feel like it's
hell is
mental.
going on?
I feel like mental illness and honestly, probably some spirits messing with her too. I don't believe I feel like she's making a bunch of excuses. That's what I feel. I feel like she's making excuses. Something about this doesn't feel right. So
Well-
I intend that she finds her way, because what the fuck? She obviously is like giving up. She definitely is going through something, like 100%.
Big time. When
For her to
somebody,
be, because it's not even like just those people. Now she's not even doing her job. You get me? Like, she's spiraling overall. So something has to be up.
yeah, when somebody texts you like thousands of text messages about how you're trying to kill them, that's usually a sign of deteriorating mental state right there.
And then you tell the kids to kill themselves. Like, that's next level crazy.
I'm
I
not sure
just
how old the kids were, but it doesn't matter. It's terrible. So
damn.
yeah, I think this is she must have just had a mental breakdown out of nowhere, because this seemed like it happened suddenly, and it is going down rapidly. Like every day, by the time this episode comes out, there'll probably be something else going on. There'll probably be another aspect to the story that we didn't cover on this episode.
Yeah, this isn't the end, I don't feel.
No, it just keeps going. You know, who knows if she's gonna lose the house or what's gonna go on with this.
What's gonna happen?
Because I know the business bureau's after her ass right now for all the claims that these people have on her. So I know if you guys want to keep up with this though, there's a chick there's a bunch of people keeping up with this on YouTube, but there's this one woman, Abby Best, and she has a heart next to her name. She's pretty good at keeping up with this story, because I've been kind of glued to this the last couple of days with all
It's
that's
very
been going
interesting.
on. Yeah, and like you said, this is not the end of it. This is
I feel like it.
Absolutely insane.
It is insane. Holy shit.
Yeah. So hopefully somebody else can acquire let's buy the Conjuring House. That'd be sick. Put a studio in there.
Oh my God, I would love to go there just to see.
think
I
she
definitely
bought it for,
would
like-
have to go in with fat protection, which I already am.
Protect you from Jacqueline.
It'd
Not
be very
even the
cool.
spirits. You got protection from her right now.
Right? Shit. At this point,
I think she
no.
bought it for 1.3 million. So you got like 500K laying around. I'll throw in half. I'll throw 500K in there. We'll
Right?
take out a loan.
Fuck.
That'd be sick.
Just-
Dude, have our studio in the basement.
Oh my God, would I? Not to have my work studio down there, but
Nothing would work. Everything would just start going haywire.
oh my gosh,
Lights
F
would be
that.
exploding. I always
What?
said that, lights would be exploding. I don't think you'd ever get any work done.
No,
You
that'd
just
be
get
too
messed
much.
with. Well, in the video, he was talking about how one of the spirits was nice to him and opening doors for him. So you never know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's true. Oh, that's very true. Yeah, I feel like it definitely is about who you are, and obviously, like places like that are like beacons for
Right.
those spirits. So it's not a surprise to me that would happen.
When I was driving through North Carolina with my parents, one of the times I was there, they built this house, and I swear they built this thing like on a cemetery. The tombstones were
That's
the
good.
tombstones were right by these people's bedroom windows. And my
That's
my
so
thought was like,
crazy.
I would have loved to buy that and put my studio there. I would love to put the podcast studio on a cemetery.
I can't lie to you, it's pretty cool.
It would be sick, right? I
Okay.
wouldn't want to. I don't know about living there, but definitely having the studio there. So yeah, keep up with this story because I'm sure this is. I mean, go on the Conjuring Facebook. Go on the Conjuring Out Facebook and see because she's wilding out on there, just putting post after post after post. I mean, give her your number. She'll start texting you. She'll
Until she gets the help she needs, because that's serious.
Yeah, she definitely needs help because this is she needs some medication. She needs something out of control. Yep. So now people are canceling. I didn't know Harley Davidson's getting canceled, and now the Conjuring House. Everybody's getting canceled right now.
That's
It's
crazy.
insane. Everybody's getting canceled.
Yeah.
Insane.
That's really nuts. Like, for real.
Yeah. So here it is, the long-awaited Wednesday Addams cereal. Now, this was available in Canada a few months back, and I almost bought it on eBay from Canada, but then I said, you know what? Let me wait this out. I bet you that this is going to come to America, and you bet that it did, like maybe a month or two ago, something like that. So we got our hands on it. First of all, this smells amazing. I'm smelling it from the box right now. This is probably the best smelling cereal I've ever smelled.
Saying right now.
This is a very strong aroma. I don't think I've ever had such a strong aroma from a cereal before. It smells amazing. Just straight chocolate, baby. And you can check out the box here. Oh, what the hell? Where am I going? There you go. You got Wednesday from the Netflix TV show. You got Jenny Ortega, so I'm sure she got a nice little bag off this. Yeah, Electra's holding up the marshmallow there. You got the back. They got fun and games. I don't know anything about the Wednesday show, so I don't think I'd be good at this.
How about that? Nice.
You like the old school cereal games on the back?
I don't got
sick,
it, but
right?
yeah.
Oh, you don't got
Use
the
it.
back? Let me see yours. Oh shit. You know why? Oh, so this is probably what happened. So I got yours from Canada, and mine I got at Target from America. So maybe the Canadians, they don't got the Canadians don't play no games, dude. They don't got no games on the back. Wow.
Just slap the same shit on the front and the back. I'm just kidding.
They ain't putting
It's
no work
fine.
in the game. Lazy. So yeah, you got like, I guess it's like find the word or whatever, and then you got some fun facts on the side. Very cool box. Very cool.
Nice. I got ingredients.
Oh,
wait.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I think hopefully everybody comes with the ingredients. And then what is the side? What's the other side?
Oh, it's ingredients.
Oh, it's all
That's it.
ingredients? Yo, these people, seriously? Mine is like a bunch of Wednesday facts or something. Yeah, Wednesday.
Yours, good.
Yeah, this is facts.
Have fun.
Wednesday was born on the 13th, on Friday 13th. Wednesday never blinks in the show. I didn't know that. Are you a fan of the Wednesday show?
No, I haven't seen it. I haven't watched a lot of shows. I literally thought about that today. About how I haven't watched Stranger Things. I haven't watched anything.
Yeah, me neither. I've watched one of the episodes of the Wednesday show, and it was good. It's just not. I don't think it's something I would continuously watch. I'd watch a movie. I'm not like that big of a show person.
I'm a big movie person.
Yeah, me too. If they did like a Wednesday movie with her, I'd watch that. But I'm not.
Yeah, I agree. I would watch that.
I don't know if I'm watching.
I'm not watching
TV
episodes
show.
though.
So this is a
Anything.
cookies and cream flavor.
try anything
I'm
once.
usually not a huge fan of cookies and cream, so let's see how this.
Oh really? Okay, let's see.
Let's see. Are you a cookies and cream
Got
girl?
they got hella marshmallows. Period.
Got that marshmallows. That's what I'm talking
I'm
about.
done. Did you get your cereal ready?
Yeah, I got mine in the mug, dude.
Nice.
Let's try it.
Oh my god, it's fun.
So it's just like round balls, kind of, with marshmallows.
Cocoa Pebbles, bro, or whatever.
Yeah. It's like Cocoa Pebbles, but slightly different.
A little. You're right.
It's probably like they probably have like added like a cream flavor to the cereal, so it's not straight chocolate.
Yeah, there's a difference here, but I like it. It's good.
I would say I like Cocoa Puffs better, but there's like a little aftertaste, which I'm assuming is like a cream flavor or something.
I feel like this one's a little bit more chocolatey-ish. It feels like a richer chocolate than Cocoa Puffs. Like Cocoa Puffs feels more chocolate, but this one feels like chocolate. You know
Not
what I mean?
chocolate,
Like,
chocolate.
like it got like chocolate in it.
Got a deep chocolate.
Yes, that double layer chocolate.
I'm messing with it. I have a little bit of an aftertaste that I'm like, I'm not crazy fond of it. Kind of odd, but I will probably finish this box. This is nice. I will definitely be waking up at 3 a.m. in some kind of like disarray, and I'll be eating this. Like I'll be waking up and knocking this out in the middle of the night.
I feel you. Damn, I dropped one.
Out of 5, you got a dog around? You got a puppy or something?
I don't know where the fuck it went. It's fine. I'll just be like all my stuff like that.
I'm glad it came in marshmallows.
It's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna say out of 5, like a 3.5. You know,
for me,
about a
I would say
3.5 out of 5.
3.7 to 4. It's not bad at all. I don't think. I feel like with milk, it'd probably taste better. Obviously.
Are you a cereal and milk person? I don't do milk at all.
No, what are you drinking with water?
Oh my god, what the fuck?
I would literally
you know somebody that does that?
Who?
I'm asking you because you brought it up. Like, who does that?
No, fuck no.
I thought you brought it up because you know somebody. I would like never. What the fuck?
Well, no judging. Let me
Cereal
not judge.
and water? No, I'm judging.
Yeah.
That one I'm judging. You bugging. You're bugging.
What do you do? What are you eating it with?
Straight up, dude.
Oh, I thought you had like a bowl prepared.
No, I just have it in a mug. I don't do milk and cereal like that.
I would do like
Sometimes.
almond milk, like oat milk. I don't like, cow milk with that.
Yeah, no. I like the oat milk and the almond milk. I'll do that. Sometimes if it's this cereal, I can see myself doing the milk with it because it's a chocolate.
That's true.
But usually I don't. I like my cereal crunchy. That's why.
Me too. I like it. I don't like when it gets too soggy. I'll still eat it anyway, but like I don't prefer that. You know.
You always eat cereal with milk, or you?
I honestly don't even eat cereal. Like I haven't in a very long time. But if I do, it is always with milk. But I prefer almond milk and oat milk and shit like that. Like, yeah.
Very good. You don't eat cereal. I don't really eat it like that either. I can't even remember the last time I bought a cereal. Usually I buy them just to try on the show because they always have lead in them now. They're always like finding that they have lead and like metal and all kind of very nefarious things in the cereal. Yeah, I think General Mills just got caught up with that. That they have like lead and metal in the cereal. Yeah, not good. Not good at all.
Not good.
But once in a while, a little lead is not gonna kill you. You know, we probably just ate a nice handful of lead right now.
Honestly, a lot of shit could have killed us by now, right?
Definitely.
A lot of shit that they say could have killed us.
Definitely. We're definitely a strong generation. We're
more resilient than we think.
Yeah, we're withstanding a lot of heavy metals and from the air, from the food.
Yes,
it's
pollution.
It's actually pretty sad if you think about it.
It's crazy. It's like crazy. It's so crazy to think how much we've adapted as people. I think about that.
Yeah.
Like the things that we're used to now, people 100 years ago probably would have fucking died. You get me? Like they would have crumbled, bro.
Are you saying how many? Are you a cold cut eater? You eat cold cuts?
Yes, but not recently. Because isn't there like an outburst of listeria or something? Like what is happening?
Millions and millions of pounds. Like an extraordinary amount of meat is being recalled because it has listeria. That is scary, dude.
I heard people died over eating like not Publix, but like
I forgot. It's like
Publix.
boar's
Publix
head.
is what'd you say?
I think it's boar's head.
Yes, boar's head.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Oh my gosh, you got me messed up.
Yeah, and I think they just recalled a bunch of stuff from Target for salmonella, a bunch of candy and stuff, which is where I got
Candy? Oh my god, no one's safe. No one's kidding. Let me know.
This says silk coconut milk and almond milk recalled over listeria. We were just talking about that. So have some nice listeria, which is cereal. Yeah, third person dies in listeria outbreak tied to Boar's Head deli meats as of 2 weeks ago. So
shit.
3 down. And I was just eating ham the other day. I forgot about it. And I was eating ham. And then my friend was like, what is wrong with you? You eating ham right now? And I was like, what? And she was like, remember listeria? I was like, oh shit, I forgot. I think most people just forget. We'd read the headline and then we go, oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree. But like, damn, I'm not playing.
I
Like,
can't forget now.
only because people have died. I've heard people got sick and died, and I'm like, oh, I'm good off that. Like, for real.
Yeah. I feel like every year we get more recalls. It's like they're getting more negligent with how they're making the stuff. Gotta be.
They're gonna kill off their consumers. I mean, shit.
Bro. That millions of pounds? Like, how does that even happen?
How does that happen? A good question.
They should be pros at this by now. Boris has been around before we were even thought of.
Exactly.
You guys should
That's a
have
good
this taken
point.
care
Very
of.
good point.
And I heard, I don't know if this is true. I don't think you can cook listeria out.
Ew.
So you're
I wouldn't even want to, bro. Like, that's disgusting to even hear.
Well, I don't think it's like, I don't think it has like, I don't think you would know it. I think, people would
just
cook it
nasty as
without
fuck.
knowing it. But even if you cook it without knowing it, you'll still get listeria, I guess.
Like, I'm good.
It's terrible. It can't be cooked. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's true. I might be just saying nonsense right now. But it's a scary world. You and I talk a lot about ghosts and all kind of demons and stuff, but that listeria and the recalls is what's scaring me right now.
What's that?
I don't even know what to eat. You can't eat everything.
F that, bro. I mean, some salads. Just kidding.
Oh no, that's one of the worst. They're always recalling spinach and lettuce.
I love salads. I'm sorry.
I love
It
them
depends. Though. I like Cobb salads. Ooh,
What is that?
so freaking good.
What's a Cobb salad with corn?
Oh, they're like it's like salads with I think it's Romania salad, like
romaine
the
lettuce?
green pink, the purple one, like you know what I'm talking about, and
Okay.
it's kind of like branchy, and it has like eggs and blue cheese, like the blue cheese chunks, kind of, and then it has what else? It has like pieces of bacon, oof, an apple it can have in
What
it,
an extravagant salad.
and chicken. What?
What an extravagant salad.
It is so freaking good, bro. Like, I'm sorry.
You were
That's
just reminiscing on that like a long lost love right now. You're like, oh, like you started really going into the
Like,
Yo.
damn.
Lettuce is always getting recalled though, so that's the worst.
Oh,
Lettuce.
never mind.
Oh, forget E. coli. Don't forget about E. coli. You got to worry about listeria. You got to worry about E. coli, and you got to worry about salmonella. The big three.
Fuck
On
that. I understand.
Everything, dude. We just got to eat tofu cubes. That's it.
I literally was gonna say that was a joke earlier, but I didn't.
That's it. That's all. We're just gonna eat tofu cubes, and that's gonna get E. coli or whatever the hell.
I'm
It's
good.
terrible, man.
I'll
It's
eat
terrible.
air. I'll be like fucking SpongeBob.
Yeah,
You know
exactly.
the episode when he ate air.
The air's we can't eat our air. Our air is polluted. We got microplastics and chemicals in the air, so we're screwed.
Like
It's
shit.
over, dude. It's over.